Chapter 1. Hatake Sanyu finally awakens the system. Where the leaves dance, the flames burn perpetually. This is Konohagakure, the Hatake household, characterized by its traditional wooden architecture. The front yard features a modest garden adorned with flowers, several cherry blossom trees, and slender green bamboo. The backyard serves as a training ground, encircled by a sturdy wall. Zhanggang, or rather, he should now be called Hatake Shinya. His small frame reclines on a lounge chair in the yard, languidly crossing his legs in a rather elegant fashion. Beside him rests a small table, upon which lie some peanuts and a teapot. He occasionally pinches a peanut with his short, plump fingers, rubs it a bit, and tosses it into his mouth, or raises the teapot to sip some tea. A blissful expression graces his face. This is life. This is the languid existence I have longed for. Shinya, aren't you supposed to be in class? Suddenly, a ripple in the air signals the arrival of a white-haired youth, who appears beside him using the body flicker technique. His mouth and chin are wrapped in black cloth, but his striking eyes reveal a handsome yet aloof young man, adorned with the forehead protector of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi. At this moment, however, his stern visage is marred by exasperation. The Ninja Academy should undoubtedly be in session at this hour. Brother, has the mission concluded? Come, you've worked hard, sit down and have some tea. Shinya slightly props himself up, displaying no hint of panic, warmly beckoning Kakashi, while explaining, my shadow clone is laboriously studying at the Ninja Academy, attending all the ideological education classes. I would never skip the practical or theoretical lessons. Kakashi, with a resigned gesture to his forehead, contemplates urging his lackluster younger brother to strive for excellence. Yet, he recalls that Shinya has been without parents since childhood, and he simply cannot bring himself to chastise him. As the prodigious Hatake Kakashi, he feels it is his duty to shield his brother from worries, allowing him to enjoy a carefree childhood. After all, an elder brother is akin to a father. This sentiment is not merely his own, but rather a bold assertion made by his younger brother. This shameless brat, though he speaks some truth, whether his brother achieves greatness is of little consequence, as long as he remains healthy and happy. The Hatake family does not require Shinya to prove himself. In truth, Shinya himself struggles to comprehend why he has such a brother as Kakashi. Born in the 44th year of Konoha, Shinya's mother tragically perished during childbirth. In the 45th year, their father, Hatake Sumi, sacrificed his mission to save a comrade, and, upon returning to the village, succumbed to the pressures of grief and took his own life. That year, Kakashi was 7, while Shinya was merely 1. Of course, this fellow is actually a nearly 30-year-old man at heart. Before his death, their father entrusted Kakashi with the care of his younger brother, and thus the two began to rely on one another. Kakashi's resentment towards their father stems not only from the adverse impact on the Hatake family, but also from the heartlessness of abandoning his 2 sons. Consequently, he often tells Guy that he believes Uncle Dai is the most admirable father, taking on the lowest paying errands while raising Guy single-handedly. As for Shinya, with such a talented elder brother, he naturally intends to seize the opportunity to become a slothful yet fulfilled individual. There is nothing more to say. He simply wishes to lie down and relax. What about Brother Obito and Sister Rin? Didn't they promise to bring me some treats after the mission? Shinya inquires with curiosity. It is now the 49th year of Konoha. A mere year remains until Obito and Rin sacrifice. Shinya is still troubled by how he might save them, for without a golden finger or a beloved system, and being just a little child, he feels utterly powerless. Alas, poor elder brother, with me around, you shall never have to rely solely on the warmth of paradise for solace. And no, do not misinterpret that. They've gone home. This mission was quite taxing. They will likely come to school to see you tomorrow. Kakashi gazes at his younger brother, who bears an uncanny resemblance to him. And after a moment of contemplation, he cannot help but reveal, ahem, I might be promoted to Jonin in the near future. Wow, brother, how impressive. Brother is truly the best. Shinya exclaims with exaggerated enthusiasm. How disingenuous. That was far too perfunctory. And what does the best even mean? Kakashi's face is lined with annoyance. He has always maintained a cold, unyielding demeanor in front of outsiders. Renowned as a task enthusiast, he seeks to redeem the disgrace that his father brought upon the Hatake family. Yet, before his younger brother, he yearns to flaunt even the slightest of achievements, for he wishes to be a source of pride for Shinya. At this moment, Kakashi appears slightly more normal than the youth Shinya had seen in his past life. He lacks the frigid expression of someone who feels the world owes him a great debt. After all, he has a playful younger brother who has been making him laugh since he first learned to speak. For the sake of this elder brother, I too bear a heavy heart and feel exhausted. The best means, eternal God. As for why it means eternal God, I'm afraid I do not know. Shinya replies with a hint of exasperation, wondering how to explain this, as it is merely the initials of the Chinese phrase for eternal God. Oh, your flamboyant performance leaves me devoid of any sense of achievement. Fine then. Kakashi expresses disappointment. He had been eagerly anticipating a look of admiration from his brother. Brother, you have accomplished so much throughout your life. I lack the vocabulary to praise you. I am forced to invent new terms of admiration. Shinya retorts, slightly exasperated. Kakashi, despite any achievement, always presents an indifferent facade. Yet come evening, he cannot wait to return home and boast to Shinya. Seeking praise with an almost childlike eagerness, it truly subverts Shinya's perception of him. No wonder, after his redemption, he became so enamored with paradise. Perhaps he is inherently more playful than he lets on? Haha, it's merely because your elder brother is too exceptional. You cannot blame yourself. What would you like for dinner? I shall prepare something delicious for you. Never mind, your cooking is atrocious. You excel in many areas, but your culinary skills are a lifelong blemish. Allow me, Shinya replied with a hint of annoyance, having previously urged Kakashi to learn some cooking skills to win over Rin's heart through her stomach. Regrettably, Kakashi's talent in this regard is indeed lackluster. Shinya, come out and greet our guest. Haha, hurry and welcome your dear Obito. The wooden door resounded with loud knocks. Oh, Obito, what a fool. How did Madara manage to mold him into a future powerhouse? Just come in. The door isn't locked. Kakashi's icy demeanor returned. Though he recognized Obito and Rin in his heart, his expression remained unwelcoming. And Rin is here too. The door swung open as Obito entered, followed closely by a radiant young girl. With short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, her delicately beautiful cheeks bore two thick purple markings. Brother Obito, Shinya exclaimed, donning an apron as he jumped down from the stool, rushing outside with a spatula in hand. Then turning to Rin, Sister Rin, Shinya, do not speak nonsense. Rin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and before she could respond, Obito exploded in anger. How is that nonsense? Sister Rin will inevitably be my sister-in-law, Shinya boldly declared, waving the spatula and shouting loudly. You insufferable little brat. I shall duel you. Obito's head seemed to smoke with fury. Very well. Let's engage in a battle of wits. If you lose, you shall acknowledge that Sister Rin is my sister-in-law. If I lose, I shall call her Sister Rin. Shinya crossed his arms, exuding an air of a supreme master, his face brimming with disdain. Obito was at a loss for words. Shinya's sharp tongue seemed honed from birth, making him a formidable opponent. Truly, he is a man whose wit is his greatest muscle, a master of verbal combat. This term was also learned from Shinya, who claimed he might not become the strongest man, but could certainly become the best with words. At that time, even the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the fiery Kushina Uzumaki were left in stitches. All right, cease this commotion. Shinya, hand me the apron, I shall cook. Kakashi, how can you let Shinya cook for you at such a young age? Rin timidly interrupted Shinya, unaware of the embarrassing remarks he might make. Kakashi, standing nearby, did not intervene. Could it be that Kakashi truly harbors feelings for me? What Rin does not know is that Shinya is only a few years younger than her parents, and after being single for so long, his culinary skills are quite commendable. Rin tied on the apron, glancing at Kakashi, the ever-cold figure, unable to discern his true feelings, and thus proceeded to the kitchen. Upon seeing Rin enter the kitchen, both Kakashi and Obito seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, exchanging glances before simultaneously huffing and turning away. What a pair of comical brothers. Shinya chuckled at their antics, clearly recognizing their mutual acknowledgement, yet feigning disdain for one another. Brother Obito, what gift did you bring me? Shinya circled around Obito, but regrettably found no gifts in sight. Hee, this is a marvelous treasure. Obito mysteriously pulled out a small object from his pocket. Shinya eagerly snatched it, examining it closely, only to find it was a small craft carved from a fruit pit, depicting a white-haired, pale-eyed girl the size of a baby's fist. It was exquisitely detailed and exceedingly adorable. What is this? Is it not something delicious? Does Brother Obito truly view me as a frivolous person who seeks art over progress? Shinya expressed his disappointment. I am clearly a waste who pursues both gourmet food and beautiful women, all right? Oofed. Beside him, Kakashi, who was sipping tea, suddenly turned his head and spat out a mouthful, dousing Obito's face with the beverage. Obito instinctively licked the tea splattered on his face, followed by a series of poo-poo-poo sounds. He couldn't help but give Shinya a thumbs up, thinking to himself how utterly shameless this was. Ding! Energy accumulation is complete. The intelligence system has activated and detected that the host's physical condition is satisfactory. Would you like to bind? Just as Shinya was about to speak, a light and melodic voice echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered, and he instinctively replied with a murmur of assent. Oh, what the heck? Then he rolled his eyes and abruptly fainted, his heart racing and tears streaming down his face as he thought, I'm finally going to turn my fortunes around. Chapter 2. Useless system. I will not allow you to insult yourself. Shinya felt as if he were floating in an endless void, yet there was not a trace of fear in his heart. Excitedly, he mused that this must be his consciousness space, reveling in the realization that he had become something extraordinary. After 5 long years, it was all a tale of sorrow. While others traversed realms with golden keys, he had crossed over with nothing, his heart brimming with an unshakable sense of unfairness. Having to rely solely on his own efforts to cultivate, he questioned the purpose of his reincarnation. He had already resolved not to toil hard in his past life, after all. In truth, Shinya possessed remarkable talents. Otherwise, how could he have mastered the shadow clone technique shortly after enrolling in school? Now, he could even use it to skip classes. After all, he was the son of White Fang, the younger brother of Kakashi. Could he be considered worthless? It was merely that he had no desire to strive excessively. He had already endured enough in his previous life. Wasn't there a saying by a great master that young people should not toil excessively lest they harm themselves? He wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Since he had a good older brother, he was determined to live as a carefree slacker. However, in reality, among his peers, his abilities were commendable. Many of them hadn't even entered the ninja academy at that age. At his age, most individuals were still engaged in mundane studies at ordinary schools. In times of peace, children typically only had the opportunity to enter the ninja academy at the age of 9. For instance, Rin, had it not been for the Third Great Ninja War, would have only been able to enroll at 9. She certainly wouldn't have had the chance to advance to Chunin at 11, coming from a civilian family. Of course, Kakashi and Obito, as children of ninja clans, experienced a different treatment altogether. In this era of war, children could enter the ninja academy as early as 6 years old through selection, graduating after 3 years. Some prodigies, like Kakashi, enrolled at 4, graduated at 5, and became Chunin at 6 who could withstand such pressure. Once the war concluded, the generation of Naruto would typically enroll at 6 and graduate at 12. During their time, children in the Ninja Academy were not allowed to graduate early due to the war. It was a special circumstance that many ninja perished on the battlefield before they had the chance to grow. Shinya had just entered the academy this year and had already learned quite a few ninjutsu techniques. The shadow clone was his most proficient, as it served as a means to evade classes. Of course, there were many other potential uses to explore, such as simultaneously engaging in discussions or acquiring more knowledge not to be overinterpreted. Previously, Shinya had given up on the notion of a miraculous system, realizing that in this world, he had a decent background and reasonable aptitude, which was already a form of privilege. Moreover, 5 years had passed without a hint of movement in the first 2 years. He would occasionally call out to the system, loudly proclaiming open sesame and invoking deities, which had frightened Kakashi, who worried about his brother's mental state for quite some time. Fortunately, he later discovered that his brother was quite alright mentally, though perhaps a bit loquacious. He never expected that, just as he had completely surrendered hope, the heavens would grant him such a delightful surprise. "System, are you there?" Shia cautiously inquired, fearful that he might have merely imagined the earlier voice. After a considerable pause, the system finally responded. "Binding successful." Shia let out a sigh of relief. I am indeed a person with a system, the chosen one of the heavens, the destined child of the realms." I am not. Please name this system." Before Shia could finish his sentence, the system interjected, prompting him to utter the last two words. "Useless." Shia, in a fit of excitement, began to dance with exuberance. The useless system has officially activated. What the heck, is this a joke? Is the system doing this on purpose? System, I will not permit you to insult yourself like that. This name must be changed, Shia declared, displeased. Apologies, the name has been set and cannot be altered. The useless system does not refer to this system as being worthless, but rather to the system of the worthless. Are you trying to spar with me? I'm a man whose tongue is as muscular as his physique. It must be changed. Shia seethed internally. Change is not possible. If the host insists on altering it, the system will enter a state of dormancy and will only restart once the host has accumulated sufficient energy. Would you like to choose to restart? Forget it. The useless system can remain as it is, it matters not. I'm not one to be concerned with such trivial titles. Shia chuckled awkwardly, sensing that this system had a rather cheeky demeanor, lacking seriousness. System, what functions do you possess? I have yet to see any. Please enlighten me. The system is divided into skill bar, task bar, and attribute bar. Below is the system interface for your perusal. Host, Kikumoto Nanaya. Faction, Konohagakure, bloodline limit, none. Age, 30 years. Height, 120 centimeters. Weight, 25 kilograms. Gender, male. Strength, 1, equivalent to an ordinary healthy adult male. Constitution, 1, same as above. Chakra attributes, wind, lightning, water. Fire, earth, yin, yang. Chakra capacity, 120 points, equivalent to Kakashi's chakra capacity. Level, ninja school student, trainee, genin, chunin, jonin, elite jonin, elder, deputy Hokage, Hokage, super Hokage. Skills, shadow clone, body flicker technique, substitute technique, shuriken and kunai throwing, taijutsu. Skill bar, shadow clone, mastery, novice, intermediate, proficient, advanced. Perfect, body flicker technique, novice, substitute technique, novice, kunai and shuriken throwing. Intermediate, taijutsu. Novice, is that all? What about the taskbar? How am I already 30? Am I really that old? And why is there a question mark after male? Are you provoking me? Tasks are randomly issued and will only be revealed upon triggering. Don't you have any self-awareness about your age? However, the system did not respond to Nanaya's inquiry regarding the question mark beside male, but rather changed it to an exclamation mark on the interface. In truth, the system intended to tease Nanaya, suggesting that most men would not be so inclined to engage in arguments as he does, preferring action over words. Yet, upon reviewing Nanaya's memories, it recognized his unparalleled verbal prowess and promptly abandoned this line of thought. Well then, it seems I must take my time to explore this. Regardless, I can inquire at any moment. Kakashi and the others must be in a state of anxiety. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Little Waste. With waste being the operative term. Are you truly so obstinate as to avoid any loss? Chi felt somewhat weak, likely due to the energy consumption of the binding system. He lay on the bed, his eyelids seemingly weighed down by an immense burden, making it impossible to open them. In a state of hazy awareness, he heard various voices murmuring nearby, a cacophony that was difficult to decipher. Gradually, he began to regain his strength and struggled to awaken. With great effort, he finally opened his eyes, only to be greeted by Kakashi's large face looming close to him. Instantly, he felt a wave of annoyance and pushed Kakashi's face away, thinking to himself that he certainly did not want his brother to become an overly protective figure like Itachi. Chi has awakened, Kakashi exclaimed with joy, his face radiant with a broad smile. Rin and Obito were momentarily taken aback. It was well known that Kakashi typically maintained a cold and detached demeanor, and moments ago he had appeared terrifyingly somber. When had he ever smiled so brightly? His eyes crinkled into crescent shapes, and although his mouth and nose were obscured by a black cloth, it was evident that he was grinning. How enchanting it was! If only Kakashi could genuinely reveal such a smile to me, I would undoubtedly be the happiest person alive, Rin thought dreamily. Damn, even with that icy facade. Kakashi's smile rivals my own handsomeness by a considerable margin. Obito observed enviously, casting a glance at Kakashi. Brother, where am I? In the sterile, white confines of the hospital. Chiya expressed his perplexity, gazing around. Kakashi, are you aware that you could be regarded as the standard for measuring chakra? He chuckled at the thought of the system indicating Kakashi's chakra level as the benchmark. This is the Konoha hospital. Little Chiya, you nearly frightened us to death. What could have caused you to faint so suddenly? Rin approached, gently feeling Chiya's forehead, a look of trepidation etched on her face. As a medical ninja, she had exerted herself tirelessly at the Hitaki residence, and with Chiya remaining unresponsive, her concern compelled her to bring him to the hospital. She had heard that Tsunade-sama was present. Surely she would have a solution. Kakashi resumed his aloof demeanor in the presence of others. Yet the anxiety in his eyes was unmistakable. Could it be that my gift caused this? The vendor assured me it was a talisman of good fortune. How dare they deceive me? Cursed merchant. Despicable. Obito wore an expression of guilt. He too had been startled, especially by Kakashi's penetrating glare, which had instilled genuine fear. Hey, where's my treasure? Did you consume it? It has already been absorbed as energy. You reckless fool. Never mind. I shall not hold this against you. In the depths of the seventh night, one found oneself engaged in a clandestine dialogue with the system. The system expressed its grievances, lamenting that without the immense energy stimulus of that particular object, awakening was merely a distant dream. It cautioned against revealing the nature of such a treasure, for the incessant inquiries would be utterly vexing. What absurdity! How could one possibly possess such an item, akin to the likes of Obito? Perhaps it was merely a case of hypoglycemia, leading to an unfortunate fainting spell. Remember to procure ample sustenance for me, and I shall surely regain my strength. In the quiet of the hospital room, the air was suddenly disrupted by an exuberant voice. Oh, has our young one awakened? A strikingly beautiful woman entered, her figure captivating. Clad in a low-cut gray evening gown topped with a green coat emblazoned with a large character for gambling. Her complexion bore a hint of rosy flush, and a trace of alcohol lingered about her. Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin instantly stood at attention, bowing respectfully in unison. Lady Tsunade, suddenly exclaimed Shikiya, his voice filled with excitement. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat, Rin was rendered speechless, and Obito was taken aback, both astonished and impressed. Tsunade, the esteemed Sannin, was left momentarily bewildered. Chapter 3. The task of curing Tsunade's blood phobia. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, silence enveloping them, as if a few crows cawed Baka. Baka in the background. I sincerely apologize, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. My brother has spoken inappropriately and disrespected you. Lines of anxiety etched themselves across his brow as he anxiously gripped the floor, wishing to bore a hole into the ground. For many occasions, Chiya has expressed that his greatest aspiration in this lifetime is to marry Lady Tsunade. He even spoke of an undying affection that could not be washed away by the broth of Mengpu, uttering such peculiar sentiments. At that time, this insufferable little rascal was still suckling from a bottle. He even went so far as to enlist the help of teacher Minato to introduce him to Lady Tsunade, promising that once his wish was fulfilled, he would offer a generous reward and ensure Minato's success in winning over the esteemed Kushina. Upon learning that Minato had quietly succeeded in his pursuit of Kushina, he proudly proclaimed that he could assist them in raising their children, vowing to cultivate them into future Hokages. He even offered to help find a virtuous young lady for their offspring, providing a comprehensive service with a lifetime guarantee. However, everyone regarded this as mere jest or the fanciful dreams of a fool, for Lady Tsunade undoubtedly had countless admirers in Konoha. Although no one took Chiya's word seriously, they were unaware that he was on the verge of turning 30 and had harbored feelings for Tsunade for over a decade since he first watched Naruto. In the hospital room, a group of people exchanged bewildered glances, until Tsunade broke the awkward silence. After all, the others were too hesitant to speak, carefully observing her demeanor. With a hearty laugh, Tsunade expressed her surprise at Chiya's confession, finding it amusing and not particularly concerning. Over the years, she had endured the loss of her brother and loved ones, leaving her in a perpetual state of sorrow, seeking solace in gambling and alcohol. Yet, Chie's innocent and sincere declaration brought her a flicker of joy, as the purity in his earnest gaze was unmistakable, devoid of any malice. What ill intentions could Chie possibly harbor? He must genuinely admire himself, never anticipating that at such an age, he still possesses such allure. The Navi Tsunade could never have imagined that within Chie's form resides the soul of a mature gentleman. Furthermore, this gentleman once harbored the greatest aspiration of arriving in this world to wed her. Haha, no matter. This simply attests to my charm. I speak no folly. My affections are solely for you, Princess Tsunade. This is even more captivating than in the anime, and infinitely more authentic. Chie felt a trickle of mucus running down his nose, and hastily wiped it away with the back of his hand. The downside of youth is this inability to control one's runny nose, which renders him somewhat immature. Would Tsunade perceive him as an unhygienic little brat? After all, he is merely a few years her junior, and experiencing such an embarrassing moment in her presence feels utterly shameful. Chie, why are you bleeding from your nose? Rin exclaimed, quickly pressing Chie down onto the hospital bed. Huh, what is happening? Tsunade approached, sitting at the edge of the bed and taking Chie's hand to check his pulse. This sudden fainting spell and nosebleed must not indicate any serious ailment. Oh, how blissful it is. Tsunade is holding my hand. In the depths of Chie's eyes, little stars began to shimmer. Lady Tsunade, I am utterly sincere. I am determined to take you as my wife. This dream has remained unchanged across my past and present lives. He exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. What nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade blushed. Taken aback by such an unabashed confession, she had never encountered such sweet words before. Beside them, Obito's eyes sparkled with admiration for the young Chie, utterly captivated by his boldness. Rising to her feet, Tsunade concentrated her green chakra energy and placed it gently over Chie's chest to examine him closely. Due to the low height of the bed, she inevitably leaned down. Strange, he appears to be in excellent health. There seems to be no issue at all. As Chie gazed at the suddenly materializing scenery before him, it posed a formidable challenge for a 30-year-old bachelor. It felt as though his very soul were being drawn away, causing stars to dance before his eyes, while what began as a trickle of blood from his nose surged forth in a torrent. The chaos that ensued among the gathered crowd was palpable, leaving Tsunade equally perplexed. Goodness, if this continues, I shall bleed to death. To embark on a venture and perish prematurely, invoking tears of a hero, this cannot be allowed. Little Faye, quickly, sing me a song, hasten. Chant the great compassion mantra. In the depths of his mind, Chie shouted fervently, expressing his exasperation. The system seemed genuinely concerned that this overly flamboyant host might embarrassingly meet their demise. The future appeared bleak, being tethered to such a host. As the solemn and reverent tones of the great compassion mantra filled the air, Chie gradually found solace. The torrent of nosebleed diminished and ultimately ceased. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. However, aside from Chie, no one noticed the peculiar expression on Tsunade's face. She seemed oddly lost in thought, staring vacantly into space. Suddenly, she turned to Kakashi and commanded, Kakashi, inflict a small cut on yourself and let some blood flow. Kakashi, bewildered and somewhat perplexed, hesitated but ultimately complied, recognizing that Tsunade had taken time from her busy schedule to attend to his younger brother's ailment. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, certainly had more pressing matters than tending to a seemingly inconsequential child. Initially, Kakashi had approached Tsunade with a flicker of hope, but upon merely stating his purpose in her office, she had unhesitatingly agreed to assist him, leaving Kakashi profoundly grateful. He drew a kunai from his waist and gently sliced his palm, blood immediately oozing forth. Tsunade's mind flashed back to the tragic aftermath involving Shinji and the horrors of death, causing her to feel momentarily dizzy. All right, stop. Go outside and bandage that, she instructed, closing her eyes to regain her composure. She could not allow anyone to discover her fear of blood, a secret that remained confidential within Konoha, known only to a select few. Yes, Kakashi replied, exiting the room to seek other medical ninjas for assistance. Chie felt a profound understanding and a pang of sympathy within him. War is brutal, and these ninjas, in their quest for peace, have endured an abundance of sorrow and suffering. Tsunade opened her eyes once more, gazing at the blood-staining Chia's bed, yet this time, she did not experience dizziness. Remarkably, this child's blood did not trigger her hemophobia. Tsunade had confirmed her suspicion. Initially, she had not reacted until the volume of blood increased, startling her. The astonishing realization that she remained unaffected filled her with curiosity and delight. With a playful poke at the blood on Chia's chest, she resembled a child who had just received a cherished toy, unable to suppress her laughter. How amusing, how delightful. The formidable Lady Tsunade elicited a palpable silence from Obito and Rin, who were taken aback by her peculiar actions. Host has triggered a special mission to cure Tsunade Senju's hemophobia. A woman who fears blood cannot confront her first experience. The host is urged to diligently fulfill this task, with a reward of a forbidden jutsu. Forbidden jutsu. In the depths of Chi-Ye's mind, images of techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique, multiple shadow clone technique, and impure world reincarnation surfaced, nearly causing him to drool. It was imperative to master them. Chia gazed eagerly at Tsunade, his eyes brimming with emotion, yet, in his youthful innocence, he appeared merely shy and endearing to others. Lady Tsunade, what must I do to earn your hand in marriage? Obito shuddered at the audacity of Chia, truly a bold young man, consistently challenging his perceptions. Haha, little brat. I fancy a man who can become Hokage. Achieve that title first, and then we shall talk. Tsunade laughed heartily, playfully pinching Chia's still chubby cheeks and tugging at them. In the fluttering leaves of Konoha, the fire of life endures eternally. The will of fire shall be inherited by me. In a moment of bold declaration, Chia expressed, nay, I shall not undertake the perilous and arduous role of Hokage. Instead, I aspire to be the brother and husband of the Hokage. I yearn to be the most formidable rogue amidst the backdrop of Konoha. He nearly uttered where the leaves dance, for the flames of ambition threatened to blaze uncontrollably. Upon hearing Chia's words, Tsunade was taken aback, for this statement epitomized the very essence of the will of fire. She recalled having heard similar sentiments from her mentor, yet none resonated with the same poetic depth, prompting her to regard this young boy with newfound respect. Haha, then strive diligently in your endeavors. I must take my leave for now. It was a pleasure to meet you, little Chia. Tsunade waved farewell to the group. Lady Tsunade, trust me. If there exists such a thing as past lives, I would have undoubtedly begun to cherish you from that time. In a thunderous voice, Shikiya called out, reverberating throughout the Konoha hospital. Kakashi, approaching from a distance, nearly stumbled at the sound. Haha, you little rascal, farewell. Tsunade emerged from the ward and, noticing Kakashi's slightly unsteady stance, patted him on the shoulder before departing with an air of confidence. Kakashi closed the door behind him and witnessed Obito dramatically lunging toward Shikiya, kneeling exaggeratedly in a show of reverence. Shikiya, no, Shikiya Nai, from now on you shall be my elder brother. Please take me as your disciple. I wish to learn your audacity. No, your aptitude in that regard is woefully inadequate, and it would bring disgrace to the teachings. Seven Knights wore a disdainful expression, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts on how to treat Tsunade's blood phobia. He pondered how he might elevate her affection towards him through the course of her treatment. Alas, had there been a numerical affection gauge akin to those found in the quaint games of his previous life, it would have been most beneficial. Such a possibility exists. He mused. Chapter 4. I am the disgrace of the Hatake clan. The entirety of Southern City is aware of this fact. Indeed, this system is utterly useless, deceiving me with promises of measuring affection, yet it fails to distinguish between familial love, friendship, and romantic feelings. This inept system, what purpose do you serve? Chia murmured in annoyance as he hurried towards the ninja academy. There was no helping it. When he fainted yesterday, the shadow clone he left behind was destroyed. It was said that the teacher's expression was quite the spectacle, truly furious to the point of explosion. Last night, the teacher came directly to his door, demanding that Chia attend class in person. Ah, just listen to that. In person. It made him feel as though he were someone of great importance. Recalling yesterday, he remembered Kakashi bowing and apologizing profusely to the teacher, clearly frustrated, yet unable to unleash his anger on him. It was rather amusing, especially considering how badly Obito had been beaten yesterday. After all, a master's troubles fall upon his disciples. Host, if you find this system useless, you may deactivate it at any time. Oh dear, this useless system is throwing a tantrum? Look at you, taking things so seriously. Why would I ever shut you down? After all, every talent must have its purpose. Even if you appear to be useless, I can still make you blossom. In the depths of his mind, Chie found himself bantering with the system, suddenly realizing the value of this exchange. Where else could he find someone to spar with verbally? Especially when he felt so isolated in Konoha. Indeed, this interaction proved to be quite beneficial, didn't it? Kiki Chie was renowned as the foremost provocateur in the southern part of the village, with few daring enough to engage him in repartee. After all, it was common knowledge that no one could outwit him, and few would dare to confront him physically. Naturally, rumors circulated that he was a disgrace to the Kiki clan. But he remained unfazed, viewing it instead as a testament to the prowess of both his father, White Fang, and Kakashi. There was a time when Kakashi sought to confront him regarding this supposed dishonor, but Chie dissuaded him, firmly believing that such a label bore no weight. On the contrary, he felt a sense of pride. If others deemed him a disgrace, it merely reflected their esteem for White Fang and Kakashi as the true honor of the Kiki clan. Through his sharp tongue, Chie single-handedly worked to redeem the reputation of Kiki Tsukumo. It was a tremendous loss for the clan, he mused, pondering how different things might have been had he emerged sooner. Perhaps he would have achieved the rank of Hokage by now. In a state of profound sorrow, Chie lamented the capabilities of the system, which could harness the emotions of others to accumulate energy, thereby enhancing skills and physical prowess. Had he awakened the system upon his arrival in this world, the potential energy he could have amassed would be staggering. Every facet of his emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, could have been transformed into energy. Over the years, the number of individuals who had nearly succumbed to cerebral thrombosis due to his ire was considerable. Was that not a waste? Had he awakened the system at birth, he fancied he could have already toppled Kaguya. The system interjected. You vastly underestimate your own capacity to incite animosity. Were it not for this talent of yours in cultivating enmity, you would likely have had to wait until the age of 20 to gather enough energy to activate this system. The system secretly scoffed at his predicament. As Chie entered the classroom, he found his seat and slumped down wearily. Beside him sat the delicate-looking Yakushi Do, her large round glasses obscuring half her face, exuding an air of quietude. "Good morning, Do," he greeted. "Good morning, Chie-kun," replied the petite pharmacist, her expression pale, for she knew that whenever he attended class without his doppelganger, he would undoubtedly torment her. "Oops, my apologies. I shouldn't have called you sister." Chie sincerely apologized. "You are a month older than I am, so I must call you Sister Do." Emotional energy 10. "Sister Do, you are too polite. I feel quite embarrassed." "Chie-kun, I am a boy." Yaoshi Do stood up in anger, shouting loudly at Chie. His small fists were tightly clenched, and his face was filled with indignation. "Oh, Sister Do looks rather adorable when she is angry. I never expected Yaoshi Do to have such a charming side. Truly, all young humans are endearing. However, this fellow will eventually strike at my beloved. No matter how charming you are, you remain my adversary." All right, why shout so loudly? Are you feeling guilty and in need of such a loud explanation? An explanation is merely a cover-up. Emotional energy 10. "You are too polite, Sister Do." The entire class fell silent. It seems that today's visitor is not just a clone. In truth, aside from the teacher, the classmates are all aware that Chie attends class using a clone. It is unavoidable. It is far too easy to distinguish them. The one sitting quietly and obediently is the clone, while the one who loves to critique after class is the real body. The teacher, usually absent during breaks, fails to notice this. Indeed, Chie harbors little affection for attending classes. Apart from practical and theoretical lessons, he typically resorts to using clones to cope. After all, the cultural and politically indoctrinating courses are far beyond his capacity to endure. He does not possess a strong sense of belonging to Konoha, despite his recognition of Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, and even the adversaries who hurl insults at him. However, this acknowledgement does not equate to an endorsement of the village itself. Beneath the glamorous facade of being the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world lies an abundance of sordid darkness. Chie did not perceive anything amiss in this situation. Regardless of good or evil, it was all in service of the village. The other ninja villages were hardly superior to Konoha. However, while he could comprehend this, he found it impossible to harbor any fondness for it. Thus, he skillfully avoided the indoctrination classes, preferring to lounge in the courtyard with a cup of tea, much more delightful. Indeed, as for the practical combat lessons, he had no choice but to attend, for a careless moment could lead to his shadow clone being obliterated, revealing his true self. The theoretical classes, which encompassed knowledge of ninjutsu and taijutsu, could not be overlooked. Hatake Chiya. From the podium, a swarm of tiny black insects flew in, gradually coalescing into a young man clad in the Konoha uniform, donned with a gray cloak, a hood, and dark sunglasses. Yamanaka Shibi. This was their instructor, the father of Yamanaka Shina, one of the legendary Konoha 12. Chiya harbored a certain trepidation towards this teacher, not due to his imposing presence, but rather because of his mild case of trypophobia. Since when did you start utilizing shadow clones to attend class in place of your own self? Yunu Jiwei inquired in a low voice, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. As a teacher, it was utterly disgraceful not to have noticed a student skipping class, and he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Like his counterpart Yunu Jinai, Jiwei was somewhat introverted, albeit less so than Jinai. Yet he placed greater emphasis on his reputation and image. The previous day, when Chiya's clone exploded, it had infuriated him to no end. The podium was shrouded in the smoke from the detonation of Chiya's clone. Meanwhile, the podium itself was enveloped in a cloud of insects born from Jiwei's own explosion, plunging the entire classroom into chaos. Throughout the day, Jiwei felt too intimidated to converse with anyone, constantly sensing that others were whispering about him behind his back. He dreaded the possibility of being questioned about whether the esteemed Hatake Chiya from their class had utilized shadow clones to evade attendance. A prodigy from the Hatake clan. And yet he had allowed such behavior to transpire under his watch. What a profound disgrace. To make matters worse, he had remained oblivious to it all. Report to the teacher. Just yesterday alone. Believe me, I am without parents, and my closest bond is with my elder brother. Upon his return to the village after completing his mission yesterday, I momentarily lost my composure and burst into tears. Chiya rose to his feet, exhibiting an admirable attitude of remorse while wiping away his tears. Emotional energy, 10. The oil woman, Jiwei, observed Chiya's feigned display of sorrow, nearly losing her composure in the process. You truly managed to squeeze out a tear. At least show some respect for the word cry. However, she didn't wish to put Chiya in a difficult position. You are a scion of the Hatake family. Do not engage in actions that would tarnish the reputation of your father and brother. To which he retorted, that's of no concern. I have long been a disgrace to the Hatake name, as everyone knows, throughout the entire southern district. Such is the talk. Chiya, brimming with delight, playfully winked at his classmates. Emotional energy 111110-1. Haha. In the past, my mischievous chatter in school was merely a way to seek amusement amidst boredom, a means to find joy in hardship. Now, not only can I indulge in merriment, but I can also genuinely enhance my abilities. The awakening system is truly remarkable. Alas, I have indeed missed out significantly in the past. It seems I must faithfully attend classes every day from now on. With so many classmates, I can accumulate a wealth of energy points. Emotional energy 100. Suddenly, Yun Jiwei's entire right arm erupted. I'm sorry, teacher, I was wrong. I will never do it again. Chiya immediately offered a sincere apology, realizing the teacher was genuinely infuriated, having lost control. Dare to scold me? I shall trick your son into raising cockroaches as spirit bugs, turning him into a true little strong one. 7 Knights sat quietly, feeling somewhat bored as he listened to the teacher's lecture, his mind wandering far beyond the confines of the classroom. Alas, it was unbearably tedious. All the diligent practice of the shadow clone technique seemed futile. Wait a moment. How could I forget? I can indeed create clones. By heavens, I must master the multiple shadow clone technique. With that, I could achieve enlightenment in an instant. One evening, Chiya suddenly conceived a brilliant idea, bursting with excitement as he leapt to his feet. One foot perched upon a stool while the other was planted on a desk. With one hand pointing skyward and the other gesturing toward the ground, he disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him. With a resounding declaration, he proclaimed, "In heaven and on earth, I am the sole sovereign." Alas, it appeared that Teacher Yun was about to explode once more. Run. Oh mother, there are so many insects. I am so frightened. Chapter 5. Teacher Yun explodes again. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, while other students had departed for the day, Chiya remained behind, standing innocently in the courtyard. Beside him stood Obito and Rin, while Kakashi took a step forward, repeatedly bowing to Yun Shimi. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused. Yun-senpai, I shall certainly discipline my younger brother properly. Kakashi's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as he bowed profusely, failing to straighten his back. Reflecting on his own days at the ninja school, he had never bent down, not even once. He had always carried himself with an air of superiority. Enrolling at 4, graduating at 5, and becoming a CHNIN by 6, he indeed possessed the credentials to hold his head high. Had Chie achieved such remarkable feats, he might have floated above the ground in sheer pride. It was all karma. This younger brother was surely sent by the heavens to punish him. Obito and Rin, observing Chie's innocent expression, struggled to contain their laughter. In truth, Noera Rin was not exceptionally beautiful. Rather, her innate optimism and cheerful demeanor made her infectious to those around her. Enough, Kakashi. I understand that Chie is merely a mischievous child. The war will soon conclude. And once it does, you won't be so busy and will have the chance to properly discipline your brother. Young Shimi, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that Chie was merely 5 years old and had been without parents since childhood, while Kakashi was often preoccupied with missions. His mischievousness was somewhat understandable. However, he found himself at a loss, ultimately deciding to call on the parents. Words that fell on deaf ears, commands that went unheeded, and punishments that proved ineffective. This troublesome child could howl for several minutes under a light slap, his cries echoing pitifully, attracting the attention of the entire school. How could he maintain his dignity in such a situation? He had merely given the boy's palm a gentle tap, a sound barely audible. Was it truly necessary for him to wail as if a hand had been severed? Young Shimi had only called Kakashi out of sheer desperation. In his view, teachers who summoned parents were not worthy of the title. Now he finally understood how naive he had been. Teacher, inviting my brother here is futile. My behavior is merely a result of his indulgence. Chie gazed innocently at Yun Jiwei, timidly exclaiming, "What a troublesome fellow." Yun Jiwei felt a surge of warmth coursing through her body once more, prompting her to take several deep breaths. You must summon Lady Tsunade. She is to be my future wife. I am a devoted husband, and it will surely prove advantageous. 7 Knights then spoke. Boom. Obito exclaimed, "Oh no." It exploded again. Rin cried, "Calm down. Oil woman teacher." Kakashi shouted, "Ah, 7 Knights, run." The insect cloud struggled to coalesce, while Oil Woman Sherway cast a peculiar glance at Kakashi, questioning whether he had just urged 7 Knights to flee. It appeared that 7 Knights was indeed correct. Kakashi had spoiled him. All right, you all may return. 7 Knights. Refrain from disrupting others during class. You must understand that some knowledge acquired in the classroom is crucial. If your actions cause others to miss it, they could very well lose their lives on the battlefield in the future. This is not a trivial matter. Oil Woman Sherway regarded 7 Knights with a certain seriousness. Chie felt a sudden jolt. This realm was not akin to his past life, but a world rife with chaos, where battles claimed lives daily. In the previous existence, influencing others could alter their destinies, yet here, it could lead to death. Each year, the village mourned countless funerals, many for youths barely in their teens. Their lives tragically cut short. The teacher was right. He must refrain from mischief during lessons, lest he disrupt others' learning. It would be best to reserve the banter for after class. Yes, teacher, I acknowledge my error and shall amend my ways. Chie humbly bowed to Yun Jiwei, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect. That is well. Let us proceed. Yun Jiwei observed Chie and his companions depart into the distance, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. However, internally he seethed, his heart filled with a fervent rage. After this graduating class, I shall never teach again, absolutely not. I cannot fathom how many insects perish in a single day due to my efforts. Once Chie and his group had vanished from sight, he exhaled a sigh of relief and meandered homeward. As Yun Jiwei walked, a fellow teacher greeted him. In an instant, Yun Jiwei vanished with a swift body flicker. Along the way, many acquaintances attempted to engage him, but he deftly evaded all, offering them no opportunity for conversation. On the street, Minato found himself perplexed as he lowered his hand, which had just been raised in greeting, scratching his head of tousled yellow hair in confusion. He had spotted Jiwei from afar, but as he attempted to wave, she had seemingly vanished as if by magic. Kushina, what is up with Jiwei? Minato inquired, glancing at Kushina beside him. Kushina's beautiful visage became marred by visible veins of vexation. That infernal Yun Jiwei isn't sneaking off to gossip about me and her insects again, is she? Who knows? We could always capture her and give her a good thrashing to find out. Kushina cracked her knuckles ominously, her temper as fiery as her hair. That seems excessive. Let us hasten to Kakashi's home instead. Rin and the others await us. Minato chuckled nervously. Being members of Konoha's golden generation, they shared a solid camaraderie, and he certainly did not wish for Kushina to unleash her wrath on young Jiwei. Humph, I shall let her off this time, but next time, she shall face my fury. Upon entering Kakashi's residence, they found a lively scene, with everyone engaged in playful banter, save for Kakashi, who stood aloof, wearing a stern expression reminiscent of a disappointed father. Hey Kakashi, what troubles you? Who has offended you? Kushina teased, ruffling Kakashi's white locks with curiosity. Alas, I am at my wit's end. Despite my icy demeanor, I am surrounded by such unreliable companions who constantly seek to provoke me, Kakashi lamented. You will understand my parental burdens once you have children of your own. Kushina-senpai, what nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? You're far too young to be speaking like an adult. Kushina's face flushed a vibrant hue matching her hair, though she quickly regained her composure. How dare you jest with us, Kakashi? All right, Kushina, you're going to mess up Kakashi's hair at this rate. Minato interjected without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Despite Kushina's fiery personality, she was rather shy at heart, while Minato, ever warm-hearted, was unreserved in expressing affection. What are you two laughing about? Minato inquired with curiosity. Thus, Obito and Rin animatedly recounted Chie's exploits to Minato and Kushina, eliciting fits of laughter from both. Ahahaha. Chie, you are simply too entertaining. I initially thought young Jiwei was merely gossiping about me, but it turns out she feared my laughter. Kushina nearly collapsed in Minato's embrace, stifling her giggles. Indeed, it is fortunate you refrained from confronting her. Otherwise, Jiwei would have been in quite a predicament. Chie, Jiwei has previously exploded in fright at Kushina. And now you have provoked her again. I must inquire how you manage to do this next time. Minato chuckled heartily, patting Kushina's back. So, Kushina, you are an elder? I shall seek your guidance henceforth. Is young Jiwei's volatile temperament truly a result of your influence? And Minato, your schadenfreude does little to uphold your noble image in my eyes. As if suddenly recalling something, Chie hastily dashed into the room. He retrieved a notebook and a pen, then rushed back to Minato and Kushina's side. Brother Minato, I have a favor to ask of you. If you assist me, you shall be my true elder brother henceforth. Kakashi silently appeared before Chie, fixing his gaze upon him. Dear second brother? Chie gazed at Kakashi, probing for a response, but Kakashi remained silent. Not only have you relinquished the position of elder brother to another, but you also aspire to become my uncle? Dear uncle, you are indeed my beloved uncle. And Kushina is my cherished sister and aunt. Ha ha, enough of your antics. If you have something to say, do so swiftly. Minato could not help but chuckle. After their missions, they often enjoyed gathering at Kakashi's residence, for the tasks were exhausting and oppressive. It was always at Chie's place that they could truly unwind, which is why he, along with Kushina and Obito, held Chie in such fond regard. Chie moved a small tea table and, with her petite figure resting on it, opened her notebook. She earnestly inquired, You are familiar with Lady Tsunade, correct? I wish to know her interests, excluding gambling. What dishes does she enjoy? What is her favorite color? What is her lucky number? Minato and Kushina exchanged bewildered glances. Why do you ask these things? Chie responded, I wish to gain a deeper understanding of Lady Tsunade. Forewarned is forearmed, to know oneself and one's adversary. At that moment, Obito could no longer contain himself and exclaimed. Chie confessed her feelings to Lady Tsunade yesterday. She even told us that if one were to marry, it should be Lady Tsunade, for she is beautiful and fortunate. The next day, upon waking, Kakashi was no longer at home. On the desk lay several banknotes, each worth 10,000 ryo. Chie tucked the banknotes into his waist pocket, where a substantial stack already resided. The Kiki family was quite affluent, with his father having left behind a considerable fortune. Kakashi had also undertaken numerous missions, and being somewhat indifferent to monetary matters, he had accumulated quite a bit, leaving only pocket money for Chie. However, Chie had a habit of mooching meals, which meant he rarely spent it. Off he went on another mission, feeling a profound sense of solitude. He pondered the fact that at least he had an older brother, and with the soul of an adult residing within him, he found it somewhat unbearable. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke were truly solitary figures, at such a tender age. It was no wonder one fell into darkness while the other transcended. As the night lingered, I savored my breakfast slowly. Today is a day of respite. There are no classes at school, and nowhere particularly enticing to visit. Oh, little waste. Why is it that the shadow clones cannot assist me in gathering emotional energy? After all, are they not merely extensions of myself? This is unacceptable. The system mandates that you should bite me. The shadow clone technique is a fundamental ninjutsu, an illusion. Yet the shadow clone possesses a tangible form, capable of sharing vision and memory, yet it fails to collect energy on my behalf. Alas, little waste, you truly are inept. Unable to accomplish even this simple task. Your name is indeed fitting. Oh dear, little waste, you utter profanities. You are hardly a commendable system, lacking in civility. Little waste. Who, pray tell, is the one truly devoid of civility? As a mere system, I have been compelled by you to resort to foul language. Cannot you reflect upon your own behavior? Haha, oh little waste. Why is it that your emotions cannot be transformed into energy? If only your emotions could be converted into energy, I would surely ascend in an instant. I truly do not wish to engage with him further. The system seeks to eliminate the host while avoiding any repercussions for itself. How can this be achieved? Awaiting your response, quite urgently. Oh, little waste. Could the multi-shadow clone technique perhaps accomplish this? As the night wore on, the young man gnawed on his meat bun, reflecting on how Naruto could train through the technique of shadow clone jutsu, even engaging in combat with his own duplicates. Surely, this must aid in accumulating energy, right? Indeed. What difference does it make? You are the system, and your word is law? The young man felt a twinge of annoyance. Soon, you shall see that your chakra reserves can barely sustain a handful of shadow clones, and once the jutsu dissipates, you will be utterly exhausted. I eagerly anticipate that moment. Hee hee. Suddenly, Chie sneezed several times in quick succession. Who is speaking ill of me? Xiaofei, are you harboring any offensive thoughts towards me? Absolutely not. After rubbing his nose, Chie realized that since the shadow clone technique was feasible, he must swiftly cure Tsunade's hemophobia. When the time comes, he would choose the shadow clone technique as his reward for the mission. After finishing breakfast, Chie tidied up and set out. Not long after leaving the house, he spotted Grandma Mai leaning on her cane, gazing across the street, seemingly contemplating crossing. It appeared she was waiting for the cars to pass. Without a moment's hesitation, Chie enthusiastically assisted Grandma Mai in crossing the road, extending his hand to halt the oncoming vehicles, urging them to yield. After all, emotional energy encompasses more than just negativity. Occasionally performing acts of kindness is indeed commendable. Emotional energy 5. No need to thank me, Grandma Mai. I must be on my way. As Chie waved goodbye, he left Grandma Mai without a chance to speak, leaving her bewildered in the wind. The street was far from narrow, bustling with the incessant flow of traffic. How was she to make her way back? That little rascal. Grandma Mai stared in silence at the direction in which Chie had vanished, thinking to herself, what in the world led you to believe I intended to cross the road? I was merely lost in thought. The feeling of assisting others and reaping the rewards of energy was truly delightful. Surely, Grandma Mai must have felt grateful to me, as I had garnered 5 points of energy. 7 nights were spent in delightful contemplation. Little Waste pondered, is it possible that this is not gratitude, but rather anger? Haha, how could that be? Grandma Mai holds a fondness for me, claiming that I am one of her rare worthy opponents. We have fought side by side as comrades. How is it that when you speak of helping others in their grievances, it carries an inexplicable scent of conflict? In a fervent haste, 7 knights rushed to the Konoha hospital, calling out for Tsunade, yet met with silence. Could it be that Tsunade was on a mission? That seemed improbable. She was currently afflicted with hemophobia and seldom ventured to the front lines. Could it be that she had left at this moment? Night after night, Tsunade struggles to recall the moment she departed from Konoha, a time when Orochimaru was still engrossed in his human experimentation. Jiraiya roamed the lands in search of the destined child who would bring peace to the world, yet he found not the fated one. Instead, during this quest, he birthed the renowned masterpiece, the tale of the gutsy ninja. Oh, dear Tsunade, please do not leave the village at this juncture. I have only just begun to cultivate a modicum of goodwill in your presence. Chie pondered with a touch of concern. Little one, are you searching for Lady Tsunade? I regret to inform you that she is not present at the hospital. At that moment, a medical ninja approached, adorned with thick glasses, and crouched down to affectionately stroke Chie's head. Ah, what a woman radiating maternal warmth. Who is this person? Name, Yakushi Nanoyu. Gender, female. Affiliation, Konoha Ninja Village. Position, medical ninja, director of the Yakushi orphanage, former member of Konoha's Rude. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 42. 1 kilogram. Rank, Chunin. How come you never mentioned this feature to me? In the depths of his heart, Chi exclaimed in astonishment. never anticipating that the system possessed an exploration function, which had not been mentioned during the initial introduction. But you didn't inquire about it either, replied Xiao Fei languidly. Is it possible for my emotions to be transformed into energy? I believe that if my emotions could indeed be converted into energy, I would swiftly attain the realm of terrestrial immortals. It is not possible. Qin Yi, with a face full of black lines, nonetheless politely bowed to the pharmacist, Yano Yu. In gratitude. Thank you, big sister. Ah, so adorable. Chia was momentarily at a loss for words. Adorable is hardly an appropriate descriptor for a man nearing 30. The enchanting Yao Shi Yinai Yu was instantly smitten, embracing Chia and playfully ruffling his hair. What a fierce woman. After a brief moment, Chia finally extricated himself from the overwhelming maternal affection of Yao Shi Yinai Yu. This woman, renowned as a walking witch, possessed an exceptionally strong maternal instinct. Overflowing with love, she had established an orphanage, taking in the children herself. Due to financial constraints, she was later compelled to rejoin the organization known as Konoha, ultimately leading to a tragic confrontation with Do, orchestrated by Danzo's sinister schemes, resulting in mutual destruction. Yao Shi Yinai Yu could only learn about Do's growth through photographs, as she was deceived by Danzo's fabricated images and failed to recognize the grown Do, even questioning him twice about his identity at the moment of her demise. This left Do, who had always regarded Yao Shi Yinai Yu as a mother figure, unable to comprehend, leading him to believe that she had never valued him. Thus, he succumbed to darkness. Do, considering your adoptive mother Yinai Yu, perhaps you should refrain from tormenting her in the future. In the village of Konoha, the enigmatic figure of Shikiya began to wander through various gambling establishments and taverns in search of Tsunade. Given her absence from the taverns, it was certain she would be found at a gaming house, as the likelihood of her being at home during daylight hours was exceedingly slim. At noon, he indulged in a meal at Ichiraku Ramen, and to his surprise, it was far more delectable than he had anticipated, and quite reasonably priced. In his previous life, he had sampled countless imitations of Ichiraku Ramen, the taste of which was difficult to articulate. After savoring the ramen, he continued his aimless stroll, inquiring about the whereabouts of gambling houses. Ah, how infuriating. Another loss. Boss, can you extend me some more chips? He pleaded. But, Lord Tsunade, you haven't settled last month's tab yet. At last, he heard that familiar voice. On the seventh night of great joy, she seized the moment when the doorman was distracted and stealthily slipped into the gambling house. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the staff, she purchased 20,000 pieces of gambling chips. Hey, isn't that a bit stingy? I am Tsunade. How could I possibly default on my debts? Quickly, bring me another 10,000 chips. Alas, Lady Tsunade, we had an agreement for monthly settlements, the manager replied with a troubled expression. Although Tsunade was indeed a lucrative patron for the village, the gambling house in Konoha dared not extend her excessive credit. It wasn't out of fear of her defaulting. Rather, it was a matter of caution, as both Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru had warned against allowing her to gamble indefinitely. Sister Tsunade, I have chips for you here. Tsunade had one foot perched on a stool and was propping herself up with one hand on her knee, just about to slam her palm on the table when she was interrupted by a small head that suddenly popped up beside her. Shikiya? What are you doing here? Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, feeling a bit embarrassed as she withdrew her leg and donned her gambling robe. Previously, she had only one arm clad in the robe while the other arm was exposed, presenting a rather wild appearance. Now, in the presence of her admirer, she felt the need to uphold her image. Sister Tsunade, I've been searching for you all day. The hospital staff mentioned you might be at the gambling house or a tavern, so I've been checking every tavern and gambling house one by one. In the innocent gaze of Chiya, there lingered a sense of naivety. Is gambling truly enjoyable? Might you impart some knowledge to me? This is not a game suited for you. Let us proceed. What brings you to me? Tsunade dared not teach Chiya the art of gambling. Should this troublesome youth become enamored with it, the consequences would be dire. For 7 nights, the chips remained unexchanged, allowing the owner to settle debts with them. What brings you to me in such haste? To be candid, Tsunade felt a twinge of gratitude. After all, it was not an easy task for Shikiya to seek her out at every gambling den. Let us converse at home, shall we? Tsunade escorted Shikiya to her residence. Although the Senju clan had voluntarily embraced a more common lifestyle, their abode was still quite expansive and populated, with many being ordinary folk. Upon seeing Tsunade return with a child, no one inquired further. They merely greeted the Senju princess casually. Tsunade led Shikiya to her room and, feeling sticky and reeking of smoke, began to undress for a bath. However, she noticed Shikiya's bright, unblinking eyes fixed upon her, causing her to pause, her hands resting on her waist. Despite Shikiya's youth, he was still a male. Lady Tsunade, please, continue as if I were invisible. Chapter 7. Tsunade, Shikiya. Come take a bath. Ultimately, Tsunade could not fulfill Shikiya's wishes, yet he remained content. All right, Shikiya, do tell, what is it that you require of me? Wrapped in a towel and drying her hair with another, she smiled at him, feeling little need for caution. After all, she was unaware that he was nearly 30 years old. Moreover, given her prowess, the likelihood of an embarrassing incident due to a towel slipping was minimal. She held a degree of confidence in that regard. In her heart, Chi-Yi was filled with anticipation, yet she spoke somewhat shyly. Sister Tsunade, could you please change your outfit? It makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Tsunade chuckled. Oh, how sweet of you to keep calling me sister, despite my age. Nevertheless, she proceeded to the restroom to change her attire, donning a white t-shirt and form-fitting pants, which imbued her with a touch of vitality and youthfulness. Now may I speak? Chi-Yi continued. Sister Tsunade, do you perhaps have a condition known as hemophobia? In a hushed tone, Chi-Yi spoke softly. Suddenly, Tsunade's aura intensified, and Chi-Yi felt an immediate sense of breathlessness. The overwhelming pressure was akin to having the very air around him siphoned away, rendering him unable to breathe, as though his entire being were being constricted by the surrounding space. Tsunade, indeed, was one of the legendary Sannin, her prowess renowned throughout the ninja world. She was extraordinarily formidable. Almost gasping for air, Chi-Yi hastily raised his voice, his tone faltering. Sister Tsunade, I feel so uncomfortable. Tsunade promptly reigned in her presence, aware that her fear of blood was among Konoha's most closely guarded secrets. There was no alternative. Her significance to Konoha was paramount. Should the enemy learn of this, they might devise nefarious schemes. With the war nearing its conclusion, she was eager to avoid any unforeseen complications. The earlier display of pressure was merely an instinctive reaction. However, Chi-Yi should be fine. Otherwise, he would not have sought her out to discuss this matter. I apologize for my earlier reaction. What prompted you to ask such a question? After 7 nights, a lingering unease washed over me, and I hastily remarked, on the day you examined me, you specifically instructed my brother to cut his palm. I noticed at that moment that you closed your eyes upon seeing Kakashi's blood, and your hand was clenched tightly. Chi-Yi cautiously glanced at Tsunade before continuing. I noticed that your reaction to my blood was rather peculiar, almost as if you were pleasantly surprised. I wondered if you had hemophobia, but I assure you, my blood won't provoke any episodes. Tsunade scrutinized the little one before her. Such keen perceptiveness indeed marked the makings of a fine ninja, destined for greatness in the future. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, Chi-Yi was no ordinary contender. His extraordinary powers of observation were not merely a fluke. That day, Tsunade had shown no signs of vulnerability. In truth, I do not suffer from hemophobia, but rather from a more severe condition known as hemophobia, which instills a profound fear upon witnessing blood, far worse than mere faintness. You are correct. Your blood will not induce a reaction in me, unlike that of others or even my own. Chi-Yi felt a pang of sorrow. One must be profoundly melancholic to provoke such an affliction. Despite Tsunade's outwardly carefree demeanor, her heart remained tender and delicate. The despicable Kabuto shamelessly exploited this vulnerability to torment my Lady Tsunade. I have resolved to continue my efforts to shield her. So, Chi-Yi, did you come to assist me? Tsunade inquired, her curiosity piqued. In truth, she had sensed that Chi-Yi's blood did not trigger her illness, leading her to ponder whether she could be healed through him. Moreover, she noticed that the impact of Kakashi's blood on her had been significantly less than before. Indeed, I am determined to cure my sister Tsunade. Chi-Yi spoke loudly, then seized the kunai at his waist, and, without any forewarning, made a swift cut across his arm. Blood immediately flowed forth, staining half of his forearm. Alas, mother! That hurts terribly. I was too forceful. I didn't anticipate the kunai would be so sharp. Oh, Chi-Yi! Tsunade, caught off guard, rushed forward, cautiously taking hold of Chi-Yi's hand. The medical ninjutsu was initiated. Her mastery of the mystical palm technique was so profound that she no longer required hand seals to activate it. Enveloped in a green radiance, Chi-Yi's wound soon began to mend. Why do you not take better care of your body? Tsunade reproached gently. It matters not. As long as I can cure Sister Tsunade's ailment, I shall be content. Seven Knights rose with difficulty, cradling his head in his hands, his smile radiant. Emotional energy 100. Tsunade appeared somewhat dazed, as if the little spirit before her began to merge with her brother, Shinji. Sister Tsunade, do not squander my blood. Quickly look. Chiya interrupted Tsunade's reverie. All right, thank you, Chiya. Tsunade subtly brushed her hand across the corner of her eye. Then, the large and small figures squatted on the ground, staring blankly at the blood, occasionally poking at it with their hands, resembling two simpletons. Little waist, come quickly, take a look at Tsunade's fondness for me. Has it reached the maximum level? Oh dear, I am so moved that I almost shed tears. Name, Tsunade Senju. Gender, female. Affiliation, Konohagakure. Senju clan of the forest. Identity, pioneer of medical ninjutsu, one of the legendary Sannin known for gambling and vice, granddaughter of the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. Height, 163. 1 centimeter. Weight, 48. 9 kilograms. Level, too great a disparity to assess affection level with the host. 88. Standard is 50. Below 50 indicates negativity. Above 50 indicates positivity. Please do not misunderstand. The affection level does not equate to romantic love. It may also reflect familial bonds, friendship, or general fondness. When the affection level reaches 100, one would be willing to sacrifice their life for the host. At 0, it signifies a relentless enmity. There is no need to reiterate that the affection level is not a measure of romantic love, you insufferable little fool. However, 88 is quite high already. Given my current age, even if it were a measure of romantic love, it would be futile. I can gradually guide it in the future. After 7 delightful nights, one might speculate that, in matters of love, a score of 60 signifies a glimmer of hope for success, while 70 firmly establishes certainty, and 80 warrants contemplation of marriage. Naturally, Tsunade does not harbor romantic feelings towards this young lad. However, even affection rooted in familial bonds, friendship, or mere fondness serves as a splendid beginning. Sister Tsunade, I have researched that those afflicted with hemophobia often grapple with inner turmoil, and ultimately, it is the resolution of such emotional conflicts that enables one to overcome this condition. I fear my blood may only provide a temporary remedy rather than a lasting solution. Chiya cautiously observed Tsunade, noting her lack of significant reaction, and continued speaking. I have heard about you from my brother. Your family sacrificed themselves to protect the village. We owe our safe growth to their guardianship. We are, in essence, their legacy. If you feel unhappy, it's perfectly all right to cry. Was it possible that Chiya had accomplished so much for me in just one day? Tsunade lowered her head, remaining silent, her body trembling slightly. She was the princess of Konoha, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, and the pride of the entire Konoha village. She bore the weight of all burdens alone. Even her closest companions, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, could not alleviate her struggles. Instead, she resorted to gambling and alcohol to numb her pain. Yet, who could fathom that beneath her formidable exterior lay a woman with a tender heart? Her brother perished before her eyes, leaving her powerless. Her beloved fell before her, and she could do nothing. She had to feign strength, boosting morale for her comrades and tending to the wounded. During the war, she scarcely had time to mourn, and upon returning to the village, she discovered that she had become incapable of shedding tears. She had once yearned to weep freely but found herself unable, her heart twisted in relentless agony. She longed to curse the world. Why must there be war? Why must there be so much suffering? Why did those she loved always succumb to death? Yet, she could not express these feelings. She was the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the emotional pillar of the entire Konoha populace. Moreover, she was not the only one to endure such tragic fate. Countless others suffered far worse than she. Suddenly, Tsunade's emotions erupted, and she enveloped Chiya in a tight embrace. Beginning to sob, gradually, her throat produced soft whimpers that culminated in heart-wrenching cries. For 7 nights, he remained motionless, during which he truly found his mind free of distractions. Yet, a wave of sorrow surged within him, his eyes reddening, nearly spilling over with tears. It is not solely laughter and smiles that are contagious. Tears and grief can also spread like wildfire. As the fabric of Chiya's back gradually became drenched, he couldn't help but acknowledge the truth. Women are indeed composed of water. Tsunade's sobs began to soften, her breaths growing steadier, until they finally settled into a tranquil rhythm. Could it be that Tsunade has fallen asleep? I dared not stir. Yet my legs ached, growing increasingly weak. As the 7th night began to wear on, he found himself struggling to endure. Despite being a 5-year-old with the formidable constitution of a ninja, akin to that of an adult, the prolonged duration was becoming increasingly taxing. At last, his legs weakened, and he tumbled backward. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, with Tsunade landing atop him. "Oh dear, have I just been pushed by Lady Tsunade?" he mused, addressing his fellow manga enthusiasts. "Apologies, my dear friends. I lost my composure just now." Tsunade helped him to his feet. Having just shed tears, her spirits considerably lifted. Wiping away her tears, she felt a touch of embarrassment. Observing the disheveled state of the young boy, she swiftly scooped him up, cradling him in a manner reminiscent of how an ordinary person would hold a child with one arm. With her other hand, she gently ruffled his hair and could not resist planting a kiss on his cheek. In a state of gentle bewilderment, Chie found himself caught off guard by the sudden affection of Tsunade, who embraced him and planted a kiss upon his cheek, treating him as if he were a mere child. Without hesitation, he reciprocated the gesture, bestowing a kiss upon her cheek in return. "My apologies, Lady Tsunade. While you regard me as a brother, I secretly long for you to bear my children. Let us proceed. I still possess some of SHG's childhood garments, and I shall assist you in bathing, for I feel remorseful for having left you in such a disheveled state." Oh what? Chapter 8. The thrilling lottery of the system. Tsunade watched Chie skip away, a broad smile gracing her face. It had been ages since she felt such relaxation. "This mischievous boy truly treats me well. Henceforth, I shall consider him as a younger brother. SHG is equally adorable." As this thought crossed her mind, Tsunade's mood began to sour. Yet, she did not shy away from it, for Chie was indeed correct. To conquer her hemophobia, she needed to address the root of the issue rather than merely the symptoms. Fundamentally, her affliction stemmed from the deaths of SHG and Dan. Returning to her room, she retrieved an album and began to peruse its pages slowly. SHG's radiant smile captured her gaze, but after a fleeting moment, she found herself overwhelmed and hastily closed the cover. One must not be so impatient. This journey requires a gradual approach. I smile with pride, reveling in the joy of existence, observing the fleeting human experience with an ageless perspective. Under the enchanting moonlit night, the heart of Chi Yi blossomed with joy as he sang merrily. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was taken aback to find Grandma Mai waiting for him. "Grandma Mai, there is no need for formality. I mentioned this morning that you need not thank me." "Thank you? Nonsense, you little rascal. You assisted me to the other side of the road, and it took me ages to return." Despite her unsteady gait, Grandma Mai's voice resonated with vigor, defying her advanced years. "Oh, haha, what brings you here? Do you need something from me?" Chie exhibited no sense of embarrassment. After all, Granny Mai was a comrade of his own. Surely she wouldn't go out of her way to linger for such trivial matters. "Little Chie, has Kakashi gone on another mission?" Granny Mai inquired. "Indeed, my brother has been perpetually occupied. What can I say? His exceptional abilities keep him in constant demand. Alas, he hardly ever returns home, leaving me to fret endlessly." Seven Knights triumphantly said, "I shall confide in you, Granny Mai. But you must promise not to disclose this to anyone else." Suddenly, Chiao leaned close to Granny Mai's ear and exclaimed loudly, "My brother Kakashi is about to become a jonin." In an instant, the entire street echoed with the news of Kakashi's impending promotion. "Oh, you little rascal. I'm not deaf. I can hear just fine." Granny Mai's eyes sparkled with mirth. It had become a daily affair for Chiao to boast about his older brother's illustrious achievements. Previously, when Chiao had quarreled with others, he would often retort with a single phrase, "My brother Kakashi graduated at 5. My brother Kakashi became a chunin at 6. Now, it seemed he could add the ultimate brag, "My brother Kakashi became a jonin at 12. Kakashi was indeed exceptional, far surpassing his peers. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at Chiao's age. Indeed, I am the disgrace of the Hitaki clan." Chie remained utterly indifferent. "Oh, everything about you is admirable. Yet you lack ambition. Let me tell you, my brother's granddaughter has also ascended to the rank of a chunin. Previously, I often heard my brother mention that his granddaughter harbored affections for Kakashi, but the little girl dared not voice her feelings. I simply wished to assist her. What is there to be ashamed of?" "Oh, hold on, dear. We are currently discussing your brother's granddaughter. What is her name?" "Sai, my brother is quite the character. If I do not lend him a hand, he will likely remain single for life, and I am quite anxious about it." Chi wore a worried expression akin to that of an old father concerned for his child, which elicited hearty laughter from Grandma Mai, making Chie apprehensive that her dentures might fall out. Kato Shizun. Oh my goodness. Isn't she my wife's assistant? Kato's nephew. And it turns out she is actually a relative of Grandma Mai. How delightful. Perhaps you could invite Sister Shizun over to your home one day, and I shall bring my brother along as a guest. Excellent. It is settled then. Grandma Mai departed with satisfaction. As Chie returned to his dwelling and reclined upon his bed, he reminisced about a splendid day, his spirits buoyant. Little waste. How much energy have I accumulated? Is it enough to elevate me to the shadow level? You must be jesting. Little waste replied, exasperated. Even if I could bestow such energy upon you, your body would not withstand it. What a disappointment. Truly a futile system. What am I to do now? Watch your language. Must you always resort to vulgarity? Why is my system so coarse? My plight is truly unfortunate. The system's personality is determined by its host. What can I do? I am equally despondent. Enough of this banter. What actions can I take? Tsunade's fear of blood cannot be resolved overnight, and I cannot afford to wait idly. After all, next year marks the 50th anniversary of Konoha, and the Battle of Kamenrizumi Bridge will ensue, where Obito and Rin will meet their demise. I cannot allow Kakashi to endure the anguish of losing his beloved. He no longer requires such suffering for healing. Moreover, both Obito and Rin are dear friends of mine. I cannot let them come to harm. Previously, I lacked the means to save them, but now I am equipped with a system. Regardless of success, I must make an attempt. With an energy accumulation of 1,500 points, I could opt for a lucky draw at 100 points each time, or spend 1,000 points to enhance my physical attributes by 1 point or elevate my ninjutsu rank. A sum of 1,000 points would only advance a basic ninjutsu to a minor success. This is exceedingly arduous. I do not resemble the typical protagonist. Others begin with the Nine Tails and possess dual Kemui, while I find myself in such a dire situation. Perhaps it is best to earn energy through honest toil. Little waste. Allocate 1,000 points to my physique. This will impact both my chakra reserves and my physical potential. And I still have 500 points left for 5 lucky draws. Understood. When it comes to serious matters, Little Waste is quite dependable. If he claims that the system's personality reflects that of its host, does that not imply I am equally reliable? Suddenly, Chie felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and dark red impurities surfaced upon his skin, emitting a foul odor. How repugnant. Little Waste, hurry and initiate the lucky draw. Once it is complete, I must cleanse myself. Understood. Before 7 nights, a grand wheel materialized, adorned with 12 segments, each housing a distinct item. After a deep breath on the 7th night, the exhilarating lottery was abruptly interrupted by the items within the grid. All 12 slots were filled with military rations. Pray tell, how am I to obtain anything worthwhile from you? These military rations. I already have an abundance of them in my drawer. Is this trivial item truly worth 100 points? 7 Nights was on the verge of collapse, his emotions becoming increasingly incoherent. I am you. If you wish to strike me, then you are only inflicting pain upon yourself. I can feel the same suffering. Little Fei said languidly. Clap, clap. On the 7th night, fiercely and without hesitation, he delivered 3 resounding slaps to himself. Truly ruthless. Even the most incompetent among us cannot help but admire such tenacity. While others may strike their comrades in moments of ferocity, you are so relentless that you inflict harm upon yourself. The items on the wheel are random, and the only item that has appeared for the first time is the special military ration pill, which can enhance any ordinary ninjutsu to any level below mastery or bolster physical attributes by 2 points. This is a unique benefit bestowed upon newcomers by the system. As the 7th Knight gazed at the 3 prominent characters' military rations above the spinning wheel of fortune, the petite yet striking phrase before it prompted him to deliver 2 firm slaps to himself. You truly are incorrigible, he exclaimed. Let us continue the lottery. With this, he acknowledged the absurdity of encountering a reckless individual willing to inflict 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while simultaneously harming himself even more. The second round of the lottery proved to be significantly more bountiful, yielding an array of items including ninja armor, scrolls of ninjutsu, ornaments, crafts, books, and even ordinary garments. For 7 consecutive nights, I held my breath in anticipation, yet fortune did not favor me, as I drew a cherry blossom hair tie. I could gift it to Sister Tsunade, who typically adorns her hair with a simple black tie. The third round is about to commence. Ninjutsu, ninjutsu, ninjutsu. Alas, though Chie was disappointed not to have drawn the fire release, flame bullet, instead acquiring only a piece of low-grade armor. His heart raced with anticipation during the fourth attempt at Uncle Snake's secret elixir. Alas, fortune did not favor him again. However, he did obtain a set of kunai, distinguished by their exceptional quality, appearing far more formidable than ordinary ones. By the fifth attempt, Chie's enthusiasm had waned considerably, as his current low level rendered the items provided by the system rather unimpressive. How he wished the roulette contained bloodline limits, forbidden jutsu, or sage techniques. Yet, to his astonishment, the fifth draw bestowed upon him a book of extraordinary and unexpected significance. In his hand, Chie clutched a book adorned with a colorful cover, nearly fainting from the shock. It was none other than the romantic paradise of his rival, Jiraiya, the yellow ninja among the legendary Sannin. By all accounts, this book was supposed to be published 5 years later, when Jiraiya turned 42. Why on earth was it featured in my system's lottery wheel? You little rascal. Present me with a reason compelling enough to deter me from striking you. Chie raised his palm high above his head. I have a new task for you. It must be a low investment, high return endeavor. Chapter 9. Farewell to Tsunade in the courtyard of the Hitaki family. Chie rubbed his somewhat sore wrists and arms, wearily approaching the wooden training dummy to extract the shuriken. Little waist, do you have a misunderstanding regarding low investment and high return? As the seventh knight glanced at the task panel, the daily tasks were displayed: to throw shurikens and kunai 2,000 times each, both in a stationary and running state, at a distance of 15 meters, with the requirement to hit the target. The task progress was as follows: stationary state shuriken throws, 1,888 out of 2,000. Running state shuriken throws, 1,123 out of 2,000. Stationary state kunai throws, 1,226 out of 2,000. Running state kunai throws, 775 out of 2,000. The task demanded completion within 24 hours. Failure to do so would result in a task failure. The reward for accomplishing the task included an upgrade in throwing kunai and shurikens by 1 level, advancing from novice to mastery, with no irregularities in the daily tasks. It was a simple matter of waving one's hand to grow stronger, devoid of combat and danger. What could be a better value than this task? Even without this task, practicing so much in a single day would naturally lead one to attain mastery. With a hint of irritation, Chie lamented that he simply wished to be a carefree salted fish, yet he was forced to exert effort, which was exceedingly displeasing. In truth, Chie understood that Xiaofei had not deceived him. The throwing of shurikens and the mastery of techniques required precise muscle engagement, and if one practiced with improper methods, it was entirely normal to see no improvement for years. Furthermore, each individual possessed varying degrees of talent, and hard work did not always guarantee rewards. The task at hand effectively eliminated the factors of bottlenecks and innate ability, allowing one to diligently adhere to the task requirements and achieve advancement upon completion. This, in essence, could be considered an unfair advantage. Yet, Chie remained discontented. He yearned for a life where he could lounge in the sun, sipping tea and engaging in playful banter, rather than enduring this arduous and striving existence. Xiaofei, unfazed by his complaints, recognized that Chie merely sought someone to spar with verbally, and engaging him would be conceding defeat. Xiaofei, could you perhaps show me some short films for study and observation? Chie jested. No, absolutely not. How could that be? You can even chant the Great Compassion Mantra for 7 nights. One cannot fathom how an omniscient and omnipotent system could fail to fulfill such a trivial request. Throughout history, it seems that only Chi Yi has ever sought to utilize a system for watching films, a pioneer whose footsteps will likely remain unmatched. I can describe the film's narrative, yet I am unable to project its visuals. Would you like to hear it? Alas, what significance does that hold? Hearing your emotionless voice articulate it may leave me with lingering shadows, robbing me of the joys of manhood. As the seventh knight continued to find amusement amidst his struggles, he remained oblivious to the extent of assistance the system could provide since its inception. However, it was undeniable that his days were far from monotonous. Engaging in playful banter with the little system had become a customary ritual for a typical host, contributing positively to his mental and physical well-being. After tirelessly practicing until the early hours of dawn, he finally met the task's demands, feeling utterly exhausted and sprawled on the ground, reluctant to move. The infuriating system had squandered what could have been a delightful weekend, one filled with the simple joys of sipping tea, basking in the sun and engaging in spirited debates. On the rooftop, Tsunade sat, resting her chin on her hand, observing the arduous efforts of the seventh knight. She had been there for quite some time. Upon noticing his weary form lying on the ground, she felt a pang of sympathy. In an instant, she appeared before him, lifting him gently and placing him on the wooden corridor. "Sister Tsunade, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Chie was somewhat taken aback. He was about to embark on a mission and had come by this way, not expecting to find you still awake at such a late hour, practicing with shurikens. "Do take care not to injure yourself during this period of growth." Tsunade gently massaged Chie's body, easing his muscles and promoting circulation to aid his recovery. Haha, I have made a promise with Sister Tsunade. I must become Hokage before I can marry you, so I will certainly strive to achieve that." With a swift glance, Seven Knights brazenly declared, "You shameless scoundrel, you wretched man." Seven Knights, what do you understand? Men are shameless, with numerous girlfriends. If a man wishes to maintain his dignity, he must toil, allowing his right hand to bear the calluses of hard work. Learn a thing or two, you rascal. Tsunade playfully tapped Seven Knights on the head, feeling a sense of joy, not merely due to the jest of him marrying her, but rather because of his willingness to strive for her sake. In truth, she had been present for several hours, choosing not to interrupt as she observed him diligently practicing. She had no idea how long he had been at it before her arrival. What sister wouldn't cherish such a hard-working brother? "Tsunade, dear sister, what mission are you embarking on? Is your hemophobia still a concern?" Chie expressed his concerns, inquiring whether Tsunade, a ninja of her caliber, would face perilous tasks. If not for her hemophobia, her prowess would ensure her safety. However, when hemophobia manifests, her combat effectiveness diminishes almost to nothing. There's no need for alarm. A medical mission is manageable, and I have significantly improved. This time I will meet with Minato and the others. Do you have any messages for Kakashi? Tsunade replied with a smile, which relieved Chie, as he felt confident about her handling the medical task. She had persevered through similar challenges in the past, and her condition had since improved. No, but remind him to return home promptly after the mission. I have arranged a blind date for him. With his frosty demeanor, how will the Hotake family ever expand? It truly weighs heavily on my heart. Chie bore a look of concern akin to that of a worried father. Ha, you little rascal, fretting over your brother's marriage. How amusing. Tsunade laughed heartily, nearly causing Chie's eyes to pop out. I am more worried about my own marriage. It seems you perceive me as a mere child. Oh, indeed, I am still a child, and worrying won't change that. Very well, I shall convey your message. I must take my leave now. You should rest early. You cannot practice so relentlessly from now on. Your health is paramount. Tsunade clapped her hands, rising to depart. Wait, Sister Tsunade, Chie exclaimed hurriedly. Is there anything else? Tsunade, puzzled, then noticed Chie's petite figure as she dashed into the room. After a brief moment, she emerged with a delicate hair tie adorned with cherry blossom decorations, presenting it to her. I saw this on my way home yesterday and thought it would suit you perfectly, so I bought it. You usually use plain black ties for your hair, and I believe this would look quite lovely on you. Chie cradled his head in his hands, a radiant grin illuminating his face. Katsuyu took the hair tie, feeling a warmth within, and loosened her own hair tie, then gently tossed her hair back with her eyes closed. As Shizen gazed in awe, Tsunade closed her eyes and tossed her hair, the strands dancing in the air. The blue diamond-shaped seal of the high-ton technique on her forehead shimmered faintly, and she appeared to be enveloped in a delicate halo under the cascading moonlight. Sister Tsunade, you are truly beautiful. Seven Knights murmured, you insolent brat. Do you even understand what beauty is? Tsunade, tying her hair with the ribbon gifted by Seven Knights, playfully pinched his cheek, a smile gracing her lips. She then leaned down, planting a soft kiss upon his forehead. Sister Tsunade, please take care of yourself. You must know that in the village of Konoha, there is a young boy who has been waiting for your safe return, praying day and night for your well-being. As the moonlight bathed the scene, Shizun leaned slightly forward, and Chie gently rose on his toes to plant a kiss on her forehead. The moment felt as if it transcended time, captured in an eternal embrace. Chapter 10. Minato, the unwavering responsibility of Hokage at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, within the temporary camp of Konohagakure. Tsunade had toiled relentlessly throughout the day, her body and mind weary. The Third Great Ninja War was nearing its conclusion, and Konoha had gained a decisive advantage. However, the Awakens remained obstinate, persistently attempting to wreak havoc within the land of grass. Konoha's ninjas were engaged in the hunt for Iwagakure's forces. As the enemy launched their desperate final counterattacks, everyone longed for the day when peace would finally return. The golden generation of ninjas had matured and become the backbone of Konoha, while the younger generation, including Kakashi, rapidly evolved due to the war's demands. The legendary Sannin, the third Hokage, and Danzo represented the older generation. Konoha now stood as the undisputed leader in strength within the ninja world. Tsunade-sama. Minato entered the tent. Weary from his journey, his team was formidable, often tasked with the most challenging missions. Known as the Yellow Flash, his title was earned through countless victories, each life taken a testament to his prowess. In the ninja world, the expectations for mission completion were paramount. All major ninja villages prioritized their tasks above all else, often demanding the ultimate sacrifice from their ninjas and comrades. Failure to complete a mission resulted in severe repercussions. However, a decree existed that allowed any ninja encountering the Yellow Flash to disregard mission requirements and return home without penalty. Only two individuals enjoyed this privilege: Minato, the representative of the Golden Generation, and Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha. Has the mission concluded? Tsunade inquired, rubbing her temples. Yes, Tsunade-sama, it has been completed. How is Kushina faring in the village? Minato replied with a gentle smile. To the people of Konoha, he was a young man of exceptional talent, always exuding a radiant, sunlit smile, embodying gentleness. Yet to his enemies, he was a merciless assassin, showing no mercy in the face of opposition. Is there any trouble? As long as the Umbu are grateful, I'll consider it a success. Tsunade chuckled. Haha, Kushina is simply sincere and good-hearted. Minato said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Tsunade-sama, is Chie doing well at home? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Kakashi, from now on, call me sister. Chie is doing great. I visited him before I left. He is such a diligent child. Tsunade beamed at Kakashi. Kakashi looked utterly bewildered. Obito and Rin shared his confusion, unable to comprehend the juxtaposition of diligent and Chie. Why had Tsunade asked Kakashi to address her as sister? Tsunade-sama, you are my master's aunt. If you want my disciple to call you sister, what should I call Kakashi? Minato remarked, his expression darkening. What is the issue? I've decided to recognize Chie as my younger brother, so as his older brother. Kakashi should naturally call me sister. Tsunade said nonchalantly. No problem, Kakashi sighed helplessly. Next time I see Jiraiya, should I call him big brother? Will my master's aunt hit me? Minato, you should return home early after your mission. Chie mentioned he has arranged a blind date for Kakashi. He is worrying too much for someone so young, considering the future of the Hitaki clan. Tsunade continued to advise Kakashi. Wait, what? A blind date? Minato and Obito burst into laughter at the thought of Chie's youthful demeanor juxtaposed with such mature concerns. Kakashi was stunned, while Rin felt a pang of annoyance, internally cursing Chie for undermining her. I've treated Chie so well, yet he is helping others undermine me. All right, you all may leave. Despite his age, Chie is more mature than you. Tsunade waved her hand and then turned to Minato. Minato, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. As Kakashi and the others exited the tent, Rin stormed off in anger, while Obito felt a tinge of loneliness. Seeing Kakashi remain oblivious only heightened his irritation, and he kicked Kakashi's leg before leaving. Kakashi stood there, feeling exhausted, worried about Rin but hesitant to explain himself. Inside the tent, Minato and Tsunade faced each other. Minato, the war is coming to an end, and upon our return to the village, it's likely there will be a re-election for Hokage. The third has expressed a desire to step down. What are your thoughts? Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Having watched Minato grow, she knew many aspired for the Hokage title, with Danzo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato himself being the most prominent contenders. In the eyes of the younger generation, Minato was almost a divine figure, enjoying immense support even among the older ninjas. Jiraiya and Tsunade had no desire for the title, while Orochimaru's forbidden experiments had come to light, diminishing his prospects. Danzo, however, remained Minato's greatest rival, backed by numerous elder ninjas and minor clans. If needed, I will shoulder the responsibility and become Hokage, Minato declared without reservation. Though he had never openly proclaimed his ambition, he understood the weight of responsibility that came with great power, and he was prepared to contribute more significantly to the village. Very well. Since you have this ambition and confidence, Jiraiya, I and the Senju clan will fully support you. I believe you can lead Konoha to greatness. Tsunade smiled, disapproving of Danzo despite his contributions, as his methods were steeped in darkness and conspiracy. The title of Hokage should shine like a beacon, noble and bright. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, for your support. I shall not disappoint, Minato said, rising to bow in gratitude before pulling aside the tent flap. The flickering flames of the torches illuminated his face, reflecting in his determined eyes. This world, having endured countless wars, bore the scars of hatred towards conflict. He too despised war, yet he recognized he was no savior, incapable of bestowing peace as the destined child of prophecy described by Jiraiya. However, he could exert every effort to safeguard the peace of Konoha, protect Kushina, and cherish all those dear to him. As long as I am strong enough, I shall fear no enemy. Chapter 11. The tenacious Azuki Mitarai. After class at the Ninja Academy, all the students rushed towards the school gate in a frenzied manner. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Chie strolled leisurely while whistling a tune. It appears that in every world, the most exhilarating moment for students is the release of school, especially before a holiday. Suddenly, a slender figure obstructed his path, prompting Chie to look up in mild confusion and greet her courteously. Hello, Hondo-senpai. He had always been respectful towards beautiful women, and this particular one was destined to become an extraordinary beauty. Even at the tender age of 10, Hondo was already strikingly lovely. Beneath her outer robe, the black mesh attire subtly accentuated her form, truly a remarkable gift. In contrast, the character from Boruto had unfortunately transformed herself into a rather rotund middle-aged woman. How many youthful dreams were dashed in that moment? Chie, I have graduated. After a moment of contemplation, Chie realized that Sister Hondo had graduated, which meant she was soon to become a disciple of Orochimaru. However, Chie had no intention of intervening. He lacked the capability to do so. Moreover, Orochimaru had treated her well, genuinely valuing her as a disciple. The subsequent occasions on which Orochimaru spared Sister Hondo clearly indicated his high regard for her. Even when confronted by her resistance, Orochimaru chose not to threaten her life, but instead resorted to the destruction of her village as a means of intimidation, which speaks volumes. Congratulations to Sister Hondo. Chie promptly extended his congratulations. Is that all? Have you forgotten that you promised to date me? I'll wait for you to grow up. Mitsurugi Azuki said with a playful smile. She was quite fond of this little brother, finding him distinctively unique and humorous. Despite his youth, there were moments when he displayed a maturity surpassing that of his peers. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward for Chie, who, out of habit, couldn't help but tease the red bean, revered as a goddess in his previous life. His intentions were innocent. At the age of 30, he was drawn to mature women like Tsunade. To his surprise, the red bean proved to be quite fearless, unfazed by his jests, a testament to her formidable skills as a disciple of Orochimaru. Their playful banter quickly fostered a camaraderie, leading them to frequently engage in light-hearted antics after class. Oh, come on, Red Bean, don't jest with me. Let me treat you to a meal as a gift, Chie exclaimed. Yusho Washi Hondo flicked her deep gray short hair and replied with a cheerful smile. You were the one who started the jokes. And I'm not joking, haha. As for treating you, my teacher is waiting for me. With a playful ruffle of Chie's hair and a hearty laugh, Yusho Washi Hondo left, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. The most enjoyable moments at school had been those spent bickering, snacking, and teasing little Chie. Now that she had graduated, she found herself reluctant to part ways. Alas, to think that the proud descendant of the Hitaki clan would be toyed with by a mere girl, what a disgrace. 7 knights gazed at the receding figure of Mitsurugi Azuki, feeling a pang of sentiment. It may not merely be a jest. How many truths are concealed within what seems to be playful banter? He mused. What do you mean? Inquired little Fei, with a hint of curiosity. Chie pondered in confusion. This elder sister's affection for you stands at an impressive 85, placing her just behind Kakashi and Tsunade. Moreover, as the 7th sense of the system, I must inform you that her feelings are likely rooted in love. How could this be possible? Is it truly the case that Sister Hondo harbors such intense feelings for me? In a state of utter astonishment, Chie found himself grappling with the realization that he was not the unparalleled force he once believed himself to be. There were others, fiercer than he, whose subordinate could possess such valor. Orochimaru's, perhaps? Ah, that explains it. At the outskirts of the village, within the clandestine abode of Orochimaru, Yashitai Akane was led by an elderly man to the basement of the residence. The space was expansive, housing an array of laboratories. The dimly lit underground laboratories, illuminated by flickering oil lamps, instilled in Akane an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Along the corridor, some laboratory doors were slightly ajar, revealing hurried staff bustling about, and an assortment of transparent glass jars containing unknown liquids of myriad hues. There were also various animal organs, corpses, and to her horror, Akane glimpsed what appeared to be a human body adrift in a peculiar liquid. For 2 years, she had been taken under Orochimaru's wing as his disciple. Though this fact remained a secret until now, she held great admiration for her master, viewing him as a paternal figure, having been orphaned. She found in Orochimaru the parental love she had long yearned for. Despite his cold and ruthless demeanor towards others, he would always return from missions bearing small trinkets for her. Though these tokens held little monetary value, they filled her heart with warmth, making them akin to the sun in her otherwise frigid existence. The old man brought Yashitai Akane to a door before turning to leave. Gently, she knocked. "Akane, come in," came Orochimaru's raspy voice. "Yes, master." Akane pushed the door open to find Orochimaru engrossed in his experiments, diligently working with the test tube. She chose not to disturb him, patiently awaiting his attention. Unbeknownst to her, the oppressive atmosphere of the underground laboratory stirred within her a sense of unease. Suddenly, a puff of smoke erupted from the test tube in Orochimaru's hand. He casually set it aside, jotting down a few numbers before wiping his hands with a towel. Having devoted himself to the study of forbidden techniques and ninjutsu, he had long grown accustomed to failure. To the world, Orochimaru was a genius. However, that title was forged from countless failures, each serving as a stepping stone toward mastery. Unlike Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were driven by instinct and innate talent, he was the archetype of a scholar. The title of the great scientist of the Hokage was not bestowed lightly. The agony of death was too profound, and only through immortality could one transcend such suffering. Should he disclose his research on eternal life to others, they would likely deem him mad, for how could one possibly attain immortality? Nevertheless, Orochimaru pursued this path, resolute in his belief that success would eventually grace him. "Little Akane," he began, his gaze locking onto hers with a smile. "If ever I must leave Konoha for some reason, would you accompany me?" Akane's heart raced at the thought of leaving Konoha. Could I bring Chie along?" She stammered, instinctively seeking an excuse, fully aware of the implications of Orochimaru's departure. "Chie? Who is this Chie?" Orochimaru's curiosity piqued, his coherence faltering. "He is my future boyfriend," Akane declared, her laughter ringing out. "Ha ha, little Akane is going to fall in love." Orochimaru chuckled, allowing her this whimsy, wishing only for her happiness while hoping she would not be troubled by her association with him as a rogue ninja. "Today, I shall impart to you a cursed seal," he announced. "Once activated, it will grant you immense power, but you must exercise caution. Excessive use could inflict grave harm upon your body." With that, he leaned close, gently biting into the side of Akane's neck, leaving 2 small punctures in her delicate skin. This was a newly developed cursed seal, still far from perfected. True mastery would only be achieved upon the arrival of the elusive Reijin. A surge of potent energy coursed through Akane, alternating between scalding heat and chilling cold, until she eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Orochimaru gently laid her upon a tatami mat in the corner, letting out a soft sigh. Since the death of his parents, he had pondered the nature of life, aging, illness, and death. Was immortality the ultimate solution to all of life's tribulations? Whether it be he, Jiraiya, Tsunade, or any other ninja tormented by the ravages of war, each sought in their own way to end this world rife with hatred. The paths may differ, yet the goal remained the same. Chapter 12. Seeking Sister Do for a meal and energy boost during the holidays, ambitious students diligently practiced their ninjutsu, shuriken, and darts, while ordinary students frolicked together, among whom Chie considered himself merely one. However, after several days of eagerly waiting without a single classmate seeking his company, he grew increasingly disgruntled. "Every day, I entertain you with my monologues at school, bringing you joy. Surely you were delighted, and I contributed to your energy," he lamented. "Yet not one of you thought to check on me, alone and bored at home during the holidays? How unreasonable. These classmates are truly ungrateful, showing such disregard at such a tender age. Enough," he resolved. "I must instill a sense of moral education in them. I cannot allow these flowers of our nation to wither. Little Faye, commence our mission to educate my classmates." he commanded. And also, assign me a task to play with the little ones. Are you not aware of your own social standing? Little Fei retorted, exasperated. What you think is a monologue is more akin to a roast, mercilessly critiquing your classmates, and while they may laugh when it's not their turn, many have wept at your remarks. Why would they seek your company? But I was merely cultivating their mental resilience. It is vital they develop fortitude for the battlefield ahead. Chie defended himself, justifying his intentions. In truth, his desire for companionship paled in comparison to his primary motive, to indulge in a free meal. Unlike Naruto, who sought sustenance out of poverty, Chie's motivation stemmed from sheer laziness. I could visit Sister Do. She must be at the orphanage. Her hospitality towards me has been unwavering, and her energy contributions are always substantial. A joyous cheer erupted on the seventh night, and the orphanage lay just on the southern outskirts of the village. Not far from his home, it would take but an hour to reach it on foot. The 7 knights locked away the windows and the door. Although this may seem futile for a ninja, there remains an undeniable sense of ritual. Chie felt a sense of parental authority as he hung the house keys around his waist. In his eyes, he was the head of the Hokage family. Kakashi served as the esteemed general of the clan, tasked with enhancing the family's reputation and expanding its influence, while Chie managed the household, overseeing all mundane affairs. Their roles were distinctly defined, and the prosperity of the family was just around the corner. 7 knights recalled the illustrious Ming dynasty, particularly the notable collaboration between Emperor Renzong Zhu Gaoqi and the formidable General Yongle Zhu Di, contemplating its potential for inspiration. Sister Do, I have arrived. Please open the door. 7 knights exclaimed upon reaching the entrance of the orphanage. The noon hour approached. It would be unfortunate to arrive only to find that everyone had already dined. The emotional energy surged by 50. Little waste. What does this exclamation mark signify? The true reflection of Yaoshi Do's inner sentiments was encapsulated within that single punctuation, embodying a multitude of complex emotions and unspoken words. In the midst of the night, Chie's expression darkened as he felt that under his training, the little waste would soon surpass his own abilities. Do, who called you? Is it your friend? Do was practicing the art of shuriken throwing, surrounded by several orphans taken in by the pharmacist Yanao. Ignore him. He is just a lunatic. Do exclaimed, her frustration evident. This insufferable fellow can't even take a break during the holidays? Dojia, you're mistaken. It's unbecoming for a girl to speak ill of others behind their backs. You might find your bosom failing to blossom in the future. Suddenly, Chie appeared before Do in a flash. Ha. Hataki Chie. I'm a boy. Do's emotions had matured significantly. He lacked the memories from before he was taken in by the pharmacist Yanao, resulting in a certain emotional bluntness. This was also the reason why Yanao sent the 5-year-old Do to school, hoping he would make friends and open his heart. Unfortunately, Yanao did not foresee that Do would not find friends, but rather a scapegoat. Hello, everyone. I'm Dojia's good friend at school, and I'm delighted to meet you all. On a lively evening, Chie greeted the other children with exuberance, praising their strength and the beauty of the girls, creating a harmonious atmosphere that made Yaoshi Do momentarily forget his troubles. For those unfamiliar with the phenomenon of social brilliance, come witness my performance. Regardless of age or gender, I can shower you with compliments that will leave you beaming. Kikichiya, if you have no business here, kindly vacate my home. You are not welcome. In truth, Yaoshi Do did not harbor a deep-seated disdain for Chie. He was merely frustrated. Initially, he felt anger upon hearing Chie's voice, then found himself inexplicably irritated by his presence. And now even the mere thought of Chie provoked his ire. He yearned to explain to his elder siblings that his occasional, inexplicable outbursts were not indicative of madness. Rather, they were simply triggered by memories of Kiki Chie. Are you certain? Chie glanced sideways at Yakushi Do, with his enthusiastic brother and sister standing behind him, clearly indicating that everyone except him welcomed Yakushi Do. Do, feeling annoyed, turned his head away and huffed softly. Upon hearing the sound, Yakushi Nanoyu emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands with a cloth, admonishing, "We must not be rude to the children." Do let out a resigned sigh. "Yes, director." Yakushi Nanoyu adjusted her round-framed glasses and scrutinized Chie with narrowed eyes, her face lighting up in surprise. "Little Chie." She then rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace, causing Chie to bury his face in her chest, struggling for breath. Aware that this elder sister's maternal affection was overflowing, he reflected on his status as an orphan, adorable in appearance, easily evoking others' compassion. Moreover, this particular witch was astonishingly kind. It was hard to fathom that someone emerging from such a sordid place could possess such benevolence. Her inner light must be extraordinary. No wonder Danzo, that old miser, sought to eliminate her by any means necessary. He had never shown such regard for Do. Now Chie understood. Individuals with such radiant hearts, akin to the ordinary sun, would discomfort someone like Danzo merely by existing, as the brilliance emanating from Yakushi Nanu would starkly illuminate the filth surrounding him. Accustomed to navigating darkness, such overwhelming luminosity could wound both the eyes and the heart. Do could be forgiven. However, Danzo must perish. Director Nanoyu, I apologize for the intrusion. I came to play with Do, as we are good friends. In the stillness of the night, Yaoshi Do felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, rendering him speechless. Oh, what a delightful surprise it was to discover that he had made a friend in Chi-Yi. He had long harbored concerns about Do's solitary nature. Indeed, Chi-Yi seems to be such a wonderful companion. A wave of emotion washed over Yaoshi Nayu as she wiped away her tears with her hand. Yaoshi Do hurriedly approached, gently dabbing away her tears, feeling a pang of realization that his mother was genuinely worried about him. Yes, indeed, a good friend. How splendid. Chi, have you had your meal? I just finished preparing something. Let us dine together. Yaoshi Nayu, not wishing to appear overly emotional, grasped Do's hand with one and Chi Ye's with the other, beckoning the others to join them. It is important to note a subtle detail. Within his inner monologue, Yaoshi Do consistently refers to Yi Na-yu as mother, while addressing her as the director in conversation. In Chapter 13, Do's counterattack, completing the task. After seating Chi-Yi and Do upon the chairs, they proceeded to lay out the modest meal on the table. It was quite simple, a few steamed buns, several dishes of vegetables, devoid of meat, and the portions were rather meager. What a humble offering, he remarked apologetically. I sincerely apologize, Chi-Yi, for the inadequate hospitality. I hope you find it palatable. Yaoshi Nayu felt a mixture of embarrassment and concern. Chi-Yi remained silent as he grasped the steamed bun, taking a hearty bite, followed by a mouthful of wild vegetables, the sound of his eating resonating in the air. Dignano, this tastes exquisite. The apothecary Do cast a grateful glance at Chi-Yi. That's splendid, truly splendid. Apothecary Yano breathed a sigh of relief. She had invested immense effort into the orphanage. While she could manage the day-to-day expenses, the costs of education and medicine weighed heavily upon her. Caring for a large family left her with little opportunity to embark on missions, and securing assignments was no easy feat upon departing from the rude organization. She had signed an agreement prohibiting the disclosure of its secrets and forbidding her from undertaking missions independently. Failure could lead to capture and the revelation of those secrets. Thus, the past 2 years had been exhausting, and with funds dwindling and debts accumulating, she was contemplating a return to the root organization. Mission triggered. Resolve the orphanage's financial crisis. Mission details. Due to Danzo's conspiracy, the orphanage is facing a financial shortfall and may soon be unable to sustain itself. Assist the orphanage in overcoming this financial crisis. Mission reward. Medical ninjutsu. Healing techniques. Ah, a new mission with the reward of medical ninjutsu. How delightful. Being a caretaker is my aspiration, in every mission. I become the focal point of my teammates' attention. Not only that, but I also attract the interest of my adversaries. Little Fei is becoming increasingly mischievous. Chie felt a tinge of frustration. After finishing lunch, Chie took Yaoshi Do out for a stroll. Yaoshi Yeyu simply reminded him to be cautious before getting back to his busy schedule. The other siblings did not join them. They were not ninjas, but rather ordinary schoolgoers. A few years older, and did not particularly enjoy playing with younger children. Thank you, Chie-kun. Yaoshi Do struggled for quite some time, surprised at how challenging it was to express gratitude to Chie. Thank you for what? Seven Knights inexplicably inquired. Just now. You were deliberately enjoying yourself so much to amuse the director, weren't you? The apothecary, with a knowing expression, had long seen through you, yet was surprised to discover that Seven Knights was, after all, a gentle soul. As Chi-Yi gazed at Yakushi Kabuto, he pondered why this individual's expression seemed to converse. You little rascal, refrain from providing your voiceover here. My thoughts are in disarray. He exclaimed. Ah, that's nonsense. It is indeed delectable. I am so accustomed to feasting on lavish meals that I have grown weary of them. Chi-Yi would not miss the opportunity to harvest emotional energy, intentionally provoking Dojia. However, to his surprise, Dojia did not become angry this time. Instead, she smiled. It seems that Chi is also a gentle person. Oh my, why do I feel goosebumps? Dojia, you have misunderstood me. I am not gentle. Your usual impression of me is the true reflection. Yaoshi Do remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Dojia, do you and the others face some difficulties? In the depths of the night, Yaoshi could no longer restrain himself and took the initiative to act. The individuals in this world are laden with an overwhelming sense of pride, often bearing their burdens alone, leading to numerous tragedies that could have otherwise been averted. Both Yaoshi Do and Yaoshi Yanao entered the ranks of the organization out of mutual consideration, yet remained oblivious to each other's circumstances, becoming mere pawns in Danzo's cunning game. Danzo orchestrated their separation, leaving Yanao to learn of Do's growth solely through fabricated photographs. Ultimately, they were manipulated into a deadly confrontation with Yanao in her final moments. Desperately questioning Do's identity, "Who are you?" which plunged him into darkness. "I regarded you as a mother, as the most cherished person in my life. For you, I endured the trials of being a spy, suffering greatly over the years. Yet, upon seeing me, you don't even know who I am. Have you ever cared for me?" Consequently, after Yanao's demise, Yaoshi Do succumbed to a shadowy transformation. With the orphanage facing a dire financial crisis, he feared the director might resort to unsavory actions. Do furrowed his brow upon hearing whispers about women in the village exchanging their bodies for money. Though he could not fully grasp the meaning, the tone and expressions of those discussing it revealed that it was far from a virtuous matter. He would never wish for his mother to engage in such activities. However, as a child, he was at a loss for how to address the financial predicament. His lack of understanding about money stemmed not from an abundance, but rather from a complete absence of exposure to it. Chie gazed at Yaoshi Do with a hint of astonishment, never expecting that among all the children in the orphanage, this individual was the youngest, yet possessed the most delicate thoughts. "Sister Do, matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all." Chie scratched his head and retrieved a handful of banknotes from his pocket. After moistening his fingers with saliva, he counted out 10 notes, then reconsidered and added 5 more. He extended the substantial sum to Yaoshi Do and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" Yaoshi Do gazed silently at the thick stack of banknotes in Chie's hand, each bearing a denomination of 10,000, equivalent to 5,000 yuan, and suddenly grasped the true essence of wealth and poverty. An emotional energy surge of 100 enveloped the moment, leaving one to ponder whether Yaoshi Do's reaction stemmed from envy or gratitude, as the energy provided was notably abundant. Upon their return to the orphanage, when Yaoshi Do presented the 15 10,000 banknotes to Yaoshi Yena, she was taken aback. "Do, what is the meaning of this? Where did you acquire such a fortune?" Yaoshi Yena exclaimed, hastily crouching down to meet Yaoshi Do's gaze, pressing for answers. "It was given by Chie." Yaoshi Do hesitated before responding. "I sensed that the director was troubled about the orphanage's finances, and Chie noticed it too. He offered to assist." "How can you take his money, little Chie? You must return it." Yaoshi Yena insisted, attempting to reclaim the money from Yaoshi Do's grasp, only to find that Do clutched it tightly. "Do, director, please, can you refrain from selling yourself? I promise I will repay this money when I grow up." Do's eyes welled with emotion. Despite his amnesia, he could genuinely feel Yaoshi Yena's heartfelt intentions and had begun to regard her as a maternal figure. "Huh, what?" Both Shikia and pharmacist now fell into astonishment simultaneously. Upon witnessing Nao's reaction, pharmacist Do realized his miscomprehension. It is said that the swiftest way for women to earn money is through the sale of their bodies. A wave of concern washed over the director. Nao's heart ached. She embraced pharmacist Do tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks incessantly. Chie was taken aback, thinking that Yena Yu genuinely intended to benefit the men of Konoha. "Do, the director will find a solution. This money will be returned to Chie, rest assured. You are still young, and all you need to do is grow up happily. The rest can be entrusted to me, for I am a chunin." Yaoshi Yena Yu gently pushed Yaoshi Do aside, revealing a tender smile, albeit a somewhat forced one. "Director Yena Yu, it's all right. Do and I are good friends, and it is only natural for us to help each other. He has taken great care of me at school as well." 7 nights of continuous hand-waving. "That won't do. You're still just a child." Yano Yu was in the midst of declining, yet she watched as Chia pulled out a large stack of banknotes from his pocket, casually slapping them against his palm, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is he really forcing me to utilize this monetary ability? By the time Yaoshi Do escorted Chia out of the orphanage, it was already after dinner. "Chia-kun, I am truly grateful. I will certainly repay you this money. Yaoshi Do earnestly bowed to Chiya. Sister Do, you needn't be so formal. Just treat me as you always have. Chiya chuckled. Chiya, you have always addressed me as Sister Do. Do you harbor some untold thoughts about me? If you continue to call me that, who has to say that one day I might actually accept your peculiar affections? Do smiled as she gazed at Chiya. Oh my goodness. On the seventh night, I stared in astonishment at the pharmacist Do. Goodness, I was toyed with, teased even, by a mere 5-year-old boy. My skin crawled with goosebumps. Ahaha, farewell, Do, farewell. As the night fell, Chi fled in disarray, while the apothecary Do gradually reined in his smile, shuddering slightly as he gazed at Chi's retreating figure. Thank you, Chi-kun. Though I am unaware of your motivations for assisting me, I am certain I shall repay you. With that, Do cast a glance at the orphanage before making his way toward a narrow alley adjacent to it. Soon, a tall figure emerged from the shadows of the alley. His forehead and right eye were bound with white bandages, and a long blade was sheathed at his waist. Clad in black hair and a dark robe, he concealed himself in the gloom of the wall's shadow. It was none other than the leader of Konoha's darkest organization. Danzo Shimura. Chapter 14. The isolation induced by Chi's presence. The weather was splendid, and spirits soared. Basking in the sun felt utterly delightful. Chi, afflicted by a bout of laziness, reclined on his rooftop, soaking in the sunshine. For the past few days, he had been frequenting the orphanage for meals, or visiting the homes of classmates to share their food. What sheer joy! No one could resist the pleading gaze of a 5-year-old with large, watery eyes. This was Chi's ultimate weapon, invincible in its charm, and for someone as peculiar as him, pretending to be adorable posed no challenge. Despite being on the verge of 30, as long as he remained unembarrassed, the only one left feeling awkward was his hapless companion. In reality, most classmates would decline his advances, having experienced Chi's antics firsthand. However, their mothers could not refuse him, as Chi relished witnessing the complex expressions of his peers when their parents laughed heartily at his social prowess. This interaction granted him a considerable amount of energy. Let us go. Today, I shall seek out Irika. This fellow, lacking in talent, must be diligently practicing his ninjutsu. I must flaunt my superiority before him, making it clear that a top student need not exert effort to surpass him. Be a person, will you? Without concern for the multitude of details, Chi sprang into action, swiftly forming hand seals. Cho, Wu, Shun. In a flash of body technique, Chi found himself at his own doorstep, albeit in a rather undignified position, with his rear elevated and his face pressed against the ground. There was little to be done. His body technique was rather subpar, and reaching the designated location was commendable enough, even if the posture left much to be desired. Chi nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his clothing and made his way towards Irika's residence. He had already inquired about each classmate's home address during school. He had long harbored the intention to visit his classmates' homes during the holiday to partake in meals and gather energy. In truth, many of his classmates were acquaintances from his previous life. Among his classmates were Do, Irika, and Yuzuki Yuin, while from the second year, there were Tsukika Chifeng. And from the third year, the graduating class included Mitarashi Anko and Gongzi Tai. As Shikiya strolled along, contemplating how to elicit the maximum energy output from Irika, he was suddenly startled by a cry from Xiaofei. Emotional energy 1. Damn it! Exclaimed Shikiya. In a sudden surge of battle spirit, Chi trembled with intensity. The audacity of the little waste had escalated to new heights, brazenly hurling insults without provocation. A lesson was imperative. I am not cursing you. I merely wish to convey that the grass you trampled earlier possesses emotional energy. What? Is that truly possible? So, if I tread upon flowers and plants, I can level up? Investigate it. The information is too convoluted to discern. For the spirit of the will of all beings. The will of all beings? Could it be that it is the White Absolute? Seven Knights was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Baiju to be so. Well, it seemed rather ordinary. This fellow appeared to be omnipresent. Seven Knights leisurely approached the small Nepenthes, crouching down to observe it intently. White Absolute, is this little brat out of his mind? Seven Knights, greetings, can you converse? White Absolute, indeed, it appears to be a child with a rather troubled mind. Seven Knights, may I pose a question to you? If you choose not to respond, I shall assume your acquiescence. Pray tell, why does Xiaobai resemble his elder brother? White Absolute, why is that? Seven Knights, ha. You may not know, but I shall reveal the truth. Allow me to ask you, what fruit is inedible? Ha, of course, it is a fool. What becomes increasingly dirty the more it is washed? What, in life, is ailing yet never seeks a physician? In a single breath, Chie asked dozens of riddles, then remarked, "Do you wish to know the answers? If so, feel free to ask me." Baiju replied, "I am curious but cannot reveal my intentions." "Never mind. I have matters to attend to. Should you wish to discover the answers, you may come to the Hotake residence to find me." Seven Knights patted his backside and departed, leaving behind a tattered pitcher plant swaying chaotically in the wind. In the secret cavern of the Land of Rivers, before the outer path's golem, sat an elderly man with a gaunt visage, his hair as white as snow, clad in a black hemp robe. A symbol akin to a table tennis racket emblazoned behind him. In truth, this was the Uchiha clan's crest, a fusion of a maple leaf and an eye. The name Konoha derives from the Senju clan's tree and the Uchiha clan's leaf, symbolizing the alliance of the two most powerful clans in the ninja world of that era. The old man was none other than Uchiha Madara, a legendary figure, renowned alongside Senju Hashirama. Suddenly, a massive pitcher plant emerged beside him, its leaves unfurling to reveal the presence of White Zetsu. Madara opened his eyes and gazed at White Zetsu. "Tell me, why does Little White's brother resemble Big White?" There was a hint of confusion etched on Madara's age-spotted face, betraying no emotion. "Because they are brothers?" "Incorrect. Because the truth is out in the open." "Haha." White Zetsu erupted in laughter. Zetsu was a creation summoned by Madara through the outer path's golem, a self-proclaimed notion. In reality, Zetsu was divided into Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Black Zetsu was a manifestation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, while White Zetsu was the spirit of the countless beings trapped in the ancient infinite Tsukuyami. Countless avatars of White Zetsu existed, tasked with gathering intelligence. I ask you, what fruit should not be eaten? What becomes dirtier the more it is washed? What person never sees a doctor when ill? White Zetsu continued his inquiries. Is this fellow truly unhinged? I hope it doesn't jeopardize our plans. Madara remained impassive. Any movements from Konoha? TCH, how dull. No. But there's a child who is rather amusing, fond of riddles involving flowers and plants. Our plan is arduous. Do not be too careless. Be cautious around Obito. That Namake's Minato is formidable. Madara sighed in resignation. Why choose that talentless Uchiha child? White Zetsu questioned, having observed Obito and finding him rather mediocre. The true talent of the Uchiha clan lies in the Sharingan. This child, constantly in the company of Namake's Minato, often experiences the spatial ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God. Awakening spatial abilities. The ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan vary among individuals, influenced by their understanding of various ninjutsu and their experiences at the moment of awakening. But they are not absolute. When Obito awakened his Sharingan, he happened to be concealed nearby, and with his comprehension of the Sharingan, he recognized the child's boundless potential. Even Obito himself was unaware of the true extent of his Sharingan's prowess. At that moment, he felt an impulse to abduct Obito, yet due to Minato's presence, he decisively relinquished that thought, opting to devise a plan to ensure Obito would willingly serve him. Understood. White Zetsu gradually sank into the earth, pondering whether to seek out that Konoha brat for clarity. Those who pose riddles without providing answers are truly detestable. Meanwhile, Seven Knights, ravenously devouring his meal at Irika's home, listened contentedly to the emotional energy fluctuations reported by the Little Waste. He had no idea who this kind-hearted individual was, intermittently supplying him with energy. Emotional energy 111. I can't take it anymore. What is the answer? Emotional energy 1010. In the small courtyard of the Hotake family, a diminutive pitcher plant slowly emerged, swaying left and right before falling silent. Chapter 15. The Eternal Genin. Might Dai, what a useless fellow. Haha, don't say that. The Eternal Genin, Might Dai, is the best at catching dogs and cats. Two young Chunin observed the flustered Might Dai, who was frantically trying to calm the plump cat in his arms, unable to suppress their ridicule. Konoha had two Eternal Genin. However, Marustar's Hokage was no slouch, merely choosing to live a life of atonement as a Genin, earning respect. In contrast, Might Dai was well known throughout Konoha for his peculiar green spandex, truly lacking in skill. Ninjutsu and Genjutsu were foreign to him, and his taijutsu was merely average, lacking any notable flair. Moreover, aside from the Hyuga clan, which valued bloodline abilities, few placed importance on taijutsu. Haha, you know I'm the best at catching cats? It seems my reputation has spread far and wide. Do you have any tasks to recommend to me? Might Dai grinned at the remarks, giving a thumbs up with one hand. As a result, the chubby cat seized the opportunity, clawing away and leaping from Might Dai's embrace. Hey, where do you think you're going, fat cat? Might Dai, adopting a combat stance as if facing an adversary, lunged at the cat, tumbling into a heap with it. Dust billowed around them. He certainly would not fail to catch a cat, but during the chase, he must ensure not to injure it. If harmed, not only would he receive no reward, but he might also incur a penalty. Additionally, the act of catching cats served as excellent practice. Animals' movements were a great source of learning, though he was an eternal Jinin. Even this status was granted due to the Third Hokage's unwavering support for his relentless efforts. Yet, he had his aspirations. Due to his lack of strength, he could only take on menial tasks within the village, such as catching cats, chasing dogs, moving goods, and maintaining cleanliness. These tasks offered meager rewards, leaving him perpetually busy, never missing an opportunity for training. Fool. The two young Chunin looked on with disdain, even feeling a sense of shame that such a person could be considered a ninja. You are the fools, in your 20s and still a Chunin. Why not go and end it all? At that moment, a voice rang out, inciting their ire. Who? They scanned their surroundings but found no one. Fools, look down. Do your eyes only know how to gaze upward? Do you not realize that lacking merit while holding your nose skyward could lead to your demise? They looked down, only to find a small child standing right beside them. Despicable. You little brat, what did you just say? I said you were useless fools. Is your hearing impaired at such a young age? Truly pathetic. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, one exclaimed with a biting tongue, Do you seek your own demise, you insolent brat? Both parties raised their hands in defiance. My brother is Kakashi. Should you lay a finger on me, my brother will ensure that your mother will not recognize you. Chiya wore an expression reminiscent of a solitary victor, gazing down from his lofty perch with a disdainful sidelong glance at the two individuals before him. Even if you are my brother Kakashi, now a mere 12 years old and recently promoted to a Jinin, what does that make you in comparison? In truth, you are naught but waste. How dare you mock others as imbeciles? What audacity do you possess, bestowed upon you by Liangjingru? The impudent little brat declared. Even with Kakashi's return, I shall not hesitate to strike you today. At last, one among them could no longer contain himself. His visage contorted with rage as he swung his palm toward Chiya. Boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped the air, and Chiya vanished without a trace, leaving behind a floating note that read, If you cannot even perceive the shadow clone of a mere 5-year-old child, it is evident that you are indeed a pair of imbeciles and two pig-headed fools. Chiya dragged Might Dai, who had already sprinted far ahead, into a small alley. Chiya was panting heavily. There was no way he could reveal his true abilities in a confrontation. After all, he was a Chunin. And Uncle Dai could not possibly unleash the 8 gates on a leaf ninja. He solely mastered a single martial art, which took over 20 years to perfect, the deadly 8 gates technique. It was a perilous martial art that could either claim the lives of others or his own. Little Chiya, why are you in such a hurry to run away? Might Dai asked cautiously, cradling the plump cat in his arms, a radiant smile adorning his face as he gazed at Chiya. Uncle Dai, didn't you see how I toyed with those two fools earlier? If we don't flee, we'll surely be on the receiving end of a beating. Chiya retorted with irritation. Haha, it's all right. The more one endures beatings, the stronger one becomes. Youth is all about growing through adversity. This is my profound truth. Maitre D laughed heartily, pulling Chiya along towards the employer's residence. Along the way, their laughter resonated, as there were always those who took the opportunity to jest and tease Maitre D. Several times during the 7 nights, I found myself on the verge of unleashing a torrent of anger upon others, only to be subtly restrained by Uncle Dai. He gazed upon this scruffy, middle-aged man, who remained perpetually optimistic and exuberant. It was through these seemingly trivial tasks, which even freshly graduated students would scorn, that he managed to elevate the gluttonous Kai Huang to such heights. Uncle Dai, please do not hold me back. Why must you prevent me from confronting them in a fiery dispute? 7 nights of discontent. Why bother with it? They harbor no ill intentions. They merely find a sense of confidence when they encounter someone perceived as less capable than themselves. It does not cost me anything, yet it diverts my attention from my tasks. Might Dai chuckled, his pearly white teeth glinting in the sunlight. Goodness, how dazzling. But engaging in verbal sparring with them is my passion. It epitomizes my youth. I aspire to triumph over them solely through the power of my words and become the unrivaled master of rhetoric in Konoha. This is my dream. Might Dai replied. I suddenly find myself at a loss for words. He affectionately ruffled Chiya's hair. Chiya, did you not wish to learn martial arts from me? I specialize in a single technique, the 8 gates of chakra. Uncle Guy, is that really possible? Chiya was pleasantly surprised. When he first met Might Dai at the tender age of 2, he eagerly exclaimed his desire to learn martial arts from the seemingly scruffy gentleman, who exuded the aura of a master. This declaration left the nearby Kuang feeling utterly embarrassed. However, Might Dai burst into hearty laughter, praising Chie's discerning eye, but lamented that the boy was too young to train. Of course not. Ha ha, this is my secret skill, and it requires relentless daily practice from dawn till dusk. Are you capable of that? Might Dai chuckled merrily, playfully teasing Chie, with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Chie decided it would be better to seek out Guapi Kai in the future, for her daily efforts to train him were proving to be quite exhausting. By the way, Uncle Dai, has Brother Kai been assigned any missions lately? I mentioned to you previously to keep him from undertaking any tasks recently, as I had a troubling dream that seemed to hold significant weight. Children's dreams often carry a certain truth. As if recalling something, Chie posed a question to Dai. Nothing. Haha. Kai is truly fortunate to have a brother like you who cares for him. Hasn't he been on a mission lately? He must be honing his skills under his teacher's guidance. Kai has certainly surpassed me. He has already become a chunin. Oh, how my heart swells with pride. For he is indeed my son. Might Dai, reflecting on Kai's achievement, could not help but wear an expression of overwhelming joy, tears streaming down his face. Chie let out a sigh of relief. With his current meager strength, there was little he could do, but he could strive to alter the fates of those around him. After a day spent undertaking tasks alongside Might Dai, Chie felt no fatigue. Rather, he was filled with joy, for Might Dai no longer hindered his banter with others. This opened the floodgates to an abundance of energy and numerous exhilarating battles, uplifting his spirits. As night fell, the two enjoyed a delightful bowl of ramen. Chie waved goodbye to Might Dai, who was still at the end of the street, waving back with a radiant smile that exuded youthful exuberance. This man seemed impervious to despair, perpetually optimistic and carefree, indifferent to others' opinions. Once he set his sights on a path, he pressed forward with unwavering determination. He could dedicate 20 years to honing a craft without any guidance from predecessors on a seemingly insurmountable journey, never once surrendering. Perhaps his innate talent was not the highest, yet his perseverance was undoubtedly unmatched. With a broad smile, Chie vanished into the streets, harboring a discontent for this world yet cherishing the individuals within it, those who relentlessly strive for dreams, guardianship, and family. It had been a while since he last visited Kai. The lad had mentioned secret training at the residence of Dingzhua. Curious about his progress, Chie had decided to check on him. Dingzhua, the mentor of Kai, Noera Jinkan, and Hebe, had previously advised Chie to keep Kai from taking on missions, as he sensed an ominous premonition. After much persuasion, Kai had reluctantly agreed to refrain from missions, but recently, he had embarked on secret training at his teacher's home. Might Dai knocked on the door of the Akimichi residence. Moments later, a robust woman opened the door, casting a shadow over him. Might Dai, what brings you here? Akimichi Luyun inquired, puzzled. Oh, Luyun. I haven't seen Kai in days, and I miss him. I heard he was training with Dingzhua, Might Dai replied with a grin. Training? No. Kai and Dingzhua have gone on a mission to the border. Didn't he mention it to you? What? Might Dai exclaimed in astonishment, urgently asking, which direction? Water country. Thank you. Might Dai bowed in gratitude and dashed away. Half an hour later, he exited the Hokage's office, dust marking his knees and forehead, remnants from his pleading before the third Hokage. He had finally showcased over 20 years of training results, convincing the third to permit him to venture out of the village in search of Kai. Henceforth, the confidential archives of Konoha would house a forbidden technique, an exclusive martial art known as the Eight Gates. As Might Dai departed the village, he glanced back at the towering gates of Konoha. Rarely had he ventured beyond these walls in his lifetime, having devoted himself to arduous training and relentless missions. The sight of the gates stirred deep reflections within him. Youth, after all, is meant to shine on the battlefield. Kai, I am on my way, he proclaimed, giving a thumbs up toward Konoha, his smile brightening as his teeth gleamed. Chapter 16, The Eruption of the Eight Gates. A tribute to youth at the border of the water country, a resolute expression crossed Akimichi Dingzhua's plump face. He had not anticipated the water country's serious approach, dispatching a squad comprising 2 Jonin and 3 Chunin to intercept them. There was no time to waste, otherwise they would face total annihilation. Dingzhua halted his sprint, his companions, Might Kai, Noera Jinkan, and Hebe, also coming to a stop. Kai, Jinkan, Hebe, I will hold off the enemy. You 3 must leave at once. Remember to bring back vital intelligence. Dingzhua commanded with gravity. 5 ninjas emerged from the opposing side, tracking ninjas from the mist. But, Sensei, enough chatter. Focus on the mission. Dingzhua bellowed. Understood. Kai and his companions suppressed their sorrow and turned to flee. Oh ho ho, what admirable camaraderie. Too bad such ninjas are merely sheep. One Jonin could not resist mocking. Do not underestimate him. He is a jonin of the Akimichi clan. We'll confront him together and eliminate him before pursuing those kids. Another jonin warned. Dingzhou inhaled deeply, sensing the dire situation, and promptly consumed a yellow curry pill. His eyes transformed into a fierce crimson. Super multiplication technique. In an instant, his body expanded 100-fold. Resembling a small mountain, the 5 mist ninjas stared in awe at the colossal figure before them. Meatball battle chariot. Dingzhou roared, his voice resonating powerfully as he morphed into a rapidly spinning ball of flesh, charging toward them. Boom, boom, boom. Several kilometers away from the battlefield, Might Dai, enveloped in a green mist, hurried toward the temporary Konoha camp. Suddenly, he materialized before 2 chunin. Have you seen Dingzhou's team? Where are they on a mission? No. We haven't. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from several kilometers away, and upon spotting Dingzhou's massive form, Might Dai felt elated. Thank you, he exclaimed before vanishing. Was that Might Dai? Is it really him, the perennial genin? How could he be so powerful? The 2 chunin pondered in disbelief. Within the camp, 2 jonin observed the distant form of the supersized Dingzhou. Should we go to his aid? No, we must secure this location and protect the intelligence. The Umbu has reported that the 7 ninja swordsmen are en route here, targeting our camp. Umbu reinforcements are on the way. Dingzhou must manage on his own. Indeed. Cough. Cough. I did not expect the Akimichi clan to be so formidable, but this is where it ends. Although the mist ninjas had sustained various injuries, none had perished. Facing Dingzhou alone would have led to inevitable defeat. Fortunately, their numbers prevailed. Dingzhou returned to his normal form, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that. He retrieved a red pill, the red chili pill, preparing to enter the butterfly Dingzhou mode. The trial would likely seal his fate, yet it was enough to allow Kai and the others to escape. How regrettable. There were still so many culinary delights left to savor, not to mention he had just married and had yet to enjoy that life or start a family. So be it. The Akimichi butterfly technique shall only flourish on the battlefield. Just as Dingzhou opened his mouth to swallow the pill, a voice interrupted. Dingzhou, where is everyone? Why are you alone? Turning with great difficulty, Dingzhou was astonished to see the imposing Might Dai, radiating green energy. In shock, he felt his neck stiffen. Might Dai? Is that you? Where are Kai and the others? Dingzhou asked, bewildered, instinctively gesturing toward the left forest. They just left not long ago, that way. Thank you. Might Dai responded before vanishing once more. Are you not going to lend a hand? I'm on the verge of collapse. The opposing 5 ninjas exchanged serious glances. With Konoha reinforcements having arrived, they could not linger. They retreated rapidly, leaving behind a weary and disheveled Dingzhou, questioning his existence. Kai and his companion sprinted away, deliberately avoiding a direct path to the camp to evade pursuit, opting instead for a winding route. Their hearts weighed heavy, fearing their teacher's fate was grim. Suddenly, Kai, who had been leading, halted abruptly, with Hebe and Noera Jinkin stopping beside him. The 3 gazed in awe at the 7 figures seated or standing atop a large rock before them, gasping in unison. The 7 ninja swordsmen, Kai exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. Well, we didn't expect Konoha's little brats to come knocking while we were resting. It seems our reputation has spread far and wide. Peepa Shirzong chuckled, brandishing his decapitating sword. Who wants to step up? In the realm of water country? The atmosphere was charged with tension as the characters confronted their adversaries, figures of formidable prowess. The likes of the Watermelon Mountain, the Pufferfish Ghost, and the other minor entities went unnoticed, dismissed as inconsequential. Discontent brewed as the protagonist, Noera Jinkan, muttered to himself, grappling with the realization that they were no match for their foes. The grim silence from Ebisu spoke volumes, his heart heavy with despair. There seemed to be no escape from their grim fate. The determined Kai assumed a combat stance, his expression grave, yet words eluded him. Such audacity. You still wish to resist? Paipa Shirzong, wielding a massive sword, advanced with impatience. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in a green glow descended between the 2 factions. Thank goodness. I made it in time. Might Dai exhaled a sigh of relief. Father, exclaimed Ebisu, while Noera Jinkin exchanged a look of astonishment. Father, what brings you here as a mere genin? Kai shouted, a blend of urgency and concern in his voice. That brat Shakia had a foreboding feeling. And upon discovering your deception, I rushed here. Who are these people? They are formidable. I will hold them off. You must flee. Such insolence. Do you truly believe you can thwart us? Paipa Shirzong scoffed, bemusement evident as he regarded the unexpected arrival, now revealed as Kai's father. Do you not feel the insult? A mere genin daring to stand in our way. Kai, you must remember what I once told you, he urged, his voice steady. But they are the 7 ninja swordsmen. You alone cannot contend with them. Kai protested vehemently. I possess the 8 gates of the body, Might Dai declared. Yet, once the 8th gate is opened, there is no turning back. His expression turned pained at the thought of the inevitable consequence. Might Dai turned his back to the group, extending his thumb upward in a gesture of reassurance, a grin breaking across his face. Now is the time to act. Kai, with tears streaming down his cheeks, recalled his father's wisdom that true victory lies not in vanquishing foes but in safeguarding what one cherishes most. Let us go, he urged, grasping the bewildered Ebisu and Noara Jinkin as they retreated. How dare they treat us with such disdain? Pai Pashirzong remarked as the others began to rise. Kai, remember that youth is a relentless pursuit, striving until you possess that which you hold dear, only to bloom when they need you most. With determination, Might Dai opened the 4th gate, the 5th gate, the 6th gate, and finally the 7th gate. 8th gate, the gate of death, open, he bellowed, his form engulfed in flames of crimson. The 7 ninja swordsmen's expressions shifted dramatically. What? This Jinin? What manner of beast is this? They gasped as Might Dai surged forward, a blazing fireball, rendering them powerless against the onslaught. The initial amusement of the encounter dissipated as they faced a terror unlike any they had known, akin to a mouse transforming into a hellhound. Might Dai struck with relentless ferocity, sending the 7 flying, their initial resistance crumbling within moments. Half an hour later, Pai Pashirzong, clutching his chest, stumbled toward the water country, overwhelmed by disbelief. Who could have known that such a monster lurked within the ranks of Konoha? Masquerading as a mere Jinin? The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, renowned throughout the ninja world, had been shattered by an unassuming shinobi. In the distance, a figure was launched skyward, a crimson beam erupting, silencing a scream as the individual dissolved into a cascade of blood, resembling a brilliant firework against the night sky. Pai Pashirzong trembled, propelled forward by sheer terror, unable to pause for breath. In the aftermath of this clash, Might Dai had reduced the 7 ninja swordsmen to a mere 3, while Pai Pashirzong became a cautionary tale in the ninja world. Do you know Might Dai? Became the inquiry of all who encountered a Konoha shinobi. Might Dai stood firm, his body now carbonized, lamenting that he could not witness the legendary journey of his son, who, with his prodigious talent, might one day become the strongest. Little Chiye, you truly possess the tongue of a raven. I hope Kai can also discover something worth fiercely protecting. Farewell to this beautiful world. Farewell, Kai. Might Dai collapsed with a resounding thud, transforming into charred remnants and wisps of ash. After a considerable time, a green sprout gradually emerged from the blackened charcoal, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. Chapter 17. In the shadow of the funeral, the grief of Emperor Kai. Kakashi, clad in somber black garments, stood at the threshold of Chiye's room, raising his hand hesitantly before letting it fall. Yet, it was not long before the door to Chiye's room creaked open, revealing Chiye, adorned in dark attire, cradling a white flower as he stepped outside. Let us go. As Chiye gazed at the somber sky, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped his heart. In recent years, Might Dai was the first among those with whom he shared a closer bond to pass away, excluding his father, Kiki Tsukumo. However, his feelings towards Kiki Tsukumo were rather tepid, as their interactions had been scant. During that time, he had yet to truly integrate into this world. Chiye sighed, fully aware that he had forewarned them, that he had foreseen their fate, and that he had prepared for several years to calmly accept the departure of those familiar faces, one by one. Yet, why did it still hurt so profoundly? Why did the memories of their shared moments persistently haunt him, leaving him in a state of unresolved sorrow? He felt powerless to alter the course of events, his strength was insufficient, and he was too insignificant for anyone to heed the words of a mere child. Furthermore, if he were to make accurate predictions repeatedly, the only outcome awaiting him would be the confinement and exploitation by the higher-ups of Konoha, leading to a life shrouded in darkness. Once his prophecies gained prominence, the ensuing narrative would undoubtedly shift, and he, rendered useless, would face silencing. All he yearned for was a tranquil existence, devoid of grand ambitions. Was that truly a fault? He believed not. Yet, why did guilt gnaw at his heart like a dagger? The pain was unbearable. As the sky gradually opened up, rain began to fall. And neither Kakashi nor Chiye took an umbrella. He often told Guy that his father, Dai, was the most handsome man he had ever known, undertaking the most menial tasks for the slightest rewards, raising Kai with unwavering dedication. For Kai, his father would kneel without dignity, begging for a mission. Kakashi spoke softly, recalling his own father, who, unable to bear the weight of criticism, had forsaken his 2 young children, taking his own life to prove his innocence. In contrast to the humble and timid Might Dai, The legendary Konoha White Fang was a figure of immense strength, renowned throughout the lands, a hero admired by all. Yet, in the eyes of fatherhood, he fell woefully short of Might Dai, regardless of his accolades. The two approached the gravestone of Might Dai, laying white flowers at its base. They stood in silence beside Might Dai, who was gradually joined by others paying their respects, mostly ordinary people, with few ninjas among them. In the eyes of Konoha's ninjas, Might Dai remained a source of shame, with scarcely any ninja friends to speak of. Each time someone came to pay homage, Kai would bow gratefully in acknowledgement. Over the years, he had ceased to shout the shameful slogans he once did as a child, no longer flaunting his youth. He felt embarrassed. It was disheartening. Initially, he had viewed his father, a ninja, as an indomitable mountain, the strongest man in reality. After being rejected from school the first time, his father had pleaded on his knees for admission. He had run countless laps around the playground, holding a banner alongside his father, to support their living. His father had humbly begged for missions, devoid of pride. Gradually, Kai came to understand that in the eyes of others, his father was deemed worthless, a perpetual low-ranking ninja. A feeble individual who shamelessly shouted about youth every day. As time passed, he felt a sense of shame and no longer regarded his father as the great figure he once believed him to be. He no longer echoed the cries of youth and perseverance alongside his father. Yet, this man, who would boast of catching cats when praised by the Hokage, who remained unfazed by the ridicule of other ninjas, who would kneel countless times without dignity for his son. This seemingly pitifully weak man earnestly spoke of victory not as vanquishing foes, but as safeguarding those he cherished most. He had chosen death without hesitation to ensure Kai's survival, not even granting him the chance to utter an apology. Kakashi, do you think my dad is the handsomest dad in the world? Once the crowd thinned, Might Dai lifted his head, a smile breaking through, though tears streamed down his face. Indeed, your father is the most handsome dad in the world. Kakashi embraced Kai, patting his back. Haha, I believe so too. Yet, it was only in the end that I comprehended. I once felt shame in having such a father. Kai let his tears flow freely, struggling to maintain his smile. However, he couldn't hold out much longer before he began to sob heart-wrenchingly. Dad, I'm so sorry. You are the most handsome dad. Kai cried, his tears and snot flowing freely, his voice choked with grief. Seven Knights stood by, unable to restrain his tears, as Kai wept inconsolably, deeply affected by his sorrow. After quite some time, Kai finally regained his composure. Brother Kai, he thought. Uncle Dai has protected the one he cherishes most. This is his youth. As Chie gazed upon Kai, the man who would later be known as the Emperor Kai, the very man who nearly kicked off the finale, he spoke softly. Kai crouched down, gently ruffling Chie's hair, finally revealing a hint of a smile. I know that in the future, I will also find what I wish to protect. My youth. Chie. Didn't you want to learn the 8 gates of Duinjia from my father? I shall teach you. Very well. Then I shall no longer call you Guapi. I apologize for that in the past. It's all right. I still quite like the name Guapi. Kai responded, unfazed. Kakashi stood nearby, hesitant to speak, ultimately choosing silence. Wolfing Minato and Kushina approached slowly with Rin and Obito. Kai, my condolences. Obito and Rin laid delicate white flowers at the tombstone, addressing Kai, who bowed in gratitude. I never expected Uncle Dai to be so formidable. He is a hero of Konoha. Kushina remarked, somewhat wistfully. Indeed. But he is also a remarkable father. Kai, from now on, Uncle Dai shall be my idol, and I aspire to be as great a father as he was. Wolfing Minato said gently, casting a warm gaze upon Kai. Thank you, Lord Minato. If my father knew of your admiration for him, he would be immensely pleased. Kai expressed with heartfelt gratitude, his voice thick with emotion. Wolfing Minato was undeniably a god among their generation, and his words of comfort deeply moved Kai. Only Chie understood that Minato's sentiments were not merely intended to console Kai. He was genuinely touched by Dai's legacy and would strive to embody that same spirit. What must I do to alter the destinies of Lord Minato and Kushina? How can I ensure that the legend of the Yellow Flash endures for a longer time? Little Waste, how can I achieve the status of a super shadow in the shortest time possible? Within a year. Little Waste fell silent for a moment before responding. I'm sorry, it is simply unattainable. For 7 nights, there was silence. He did not utter a word, nor did he belittle the inadequacies of the Little Waste, for he was well aware of his own limitations. Thus, I implore you to devise a comprehensive plan that would enable me to attain the pinnacle of my potential strength within the span of a year. As the rain cascaded from the sky, Chie gazed upward, contemplating a desire for change. I hope you won't regret it. Never. Chapter 18. Youth. A tapestry of sweat and regret at 4 a.m., outside the Kiki household. Little Chie, wake up. Come run with me. Madokai bellowed, but Chiya's door remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a bottle crashed at Madokai's feet, which he deftly avoided, albeit startled. Which little rascal is calling out at such an early hour? Came the resonant voice of Granny Mai, tinged with frustration. My apologies. Madokai quickly offered, refraining from further shouting. Kakashi, bleary-eyed, opened the door. Kai, what are you doing? Kai, glancing apprehensively at the neighboring Mai residence, whispered, I promised Chiya that I would teach him the 8 Gates technique. For the past few days, I've been petitioning Lord Third, and yesterday he finally consented to let Chiya learn. After reporting to Might Dai and the Hokage, the 8 Gates technique had been classified as a forbidden jutsu. Even if Kai wished to instruct someone, he required the Hokage's approval. What does that have to do with your presence at this hour? I must warn you, Granny Mai is the most esteemed person on this street, if she remembers you. I cannot assist. Kakashi responded, somewhat exasperated. Very well, I shall be more cautious. To learn the 8 Gates, I must first enhance my physical fitness, the better the physique. The greater the power, Kai replied with a smile, then proceeded to knock persistently on Chiya's door. He understood that children at this age seldom appreciated early rising. Hence his arrival a half-hour early. Who on earth is that? As Chiya struggled to prop himself up, he found himself bemused by Kai's melodic calls at the door. Rise and shine, rise and shine, rise early to exercise. After completing the morning routine, one's health improves, health improves, health improves, and with good health, strength is elevated. Had Kai's youthful spirit truly awakened in such a manner? For 7 nights, tears streamed down my face, and in such circumstances, sleep eluded me. Reluctantly, I opened the door. Brother Kai, what are you doing? I am still young and cannot withstand such torment. Did you not wish to learn the 8 Gates of Duanjia formation with me? Therefore, you must first strengthen your body, for only then can you master the 8 Gates. Brother Kai grinned broadly. Let us embark on the journey of youth and cultivation. 7 Knights gazed at the exuberant Kai, realizing that this fellow's youthful spirit had indeed been awakened. However, one cannot renege on promises made. Let us first jog around Konoha for 10 laps to warm up. Kai began to jog in place, awaiting 7 Knights. Jogging around Konoha for 10 laps? A warm-up? Chie gazed at Kai with a perplexed expression. Perhaps you harbor some misconceptions about Konoha? Although Konoha is indeed a village, its core alone boasts a diameter of 450 meters, making the circumference approximately 1 kilometer. The entire village spans a diameter of 2 kilometers, while the outer perimeter stretches to around 6 kilometers. 10 circles would encompass 10 kilometers. As for the inner circle? With great caution, Chia inquired, Haha, how many are there in the inner circle? Of course, it's the outer circle. Is it too late for me to have second thoughts? A marathon spans approximately 40 kilometers. This is essentially a combination of a full and a half marathon, or perhaps merely a warm-up, as part of his daily tasks. Completing Kai's rigorous training for the day would grant him a 1-day stamina. Very well, I shall strive diligently, he resolved. Fear not, Chia. A man must face challenges head-on. Kai gave Chia a gentle push and then took the lead in their run, compelling Chia to follow suit. The pace was commendable. And fortunately, due to the recent enhancements to his system, Chia's stamina had reached 5 points, an average level for a CH Nin, allowing him to endure the exertion. After a full 4 hours, Kai was astonished that Chia could persevere without a single break along the way. It was quite extraordinary. Huffing and puffing, they continued onward. Chia, with his hands resting on his knees, was drenched in sweat, his mouth agape, and an expression of utter despair gracing his features. I merely wished to be a salted fish. Even if I were to grow stronger, I did not envision this arduous path. Kakashi, holding a towel and water, looked on with concern. Kai, is he all right? Chia has never exerted himself like this before. I hope he hasn't strained himself. Kai gazed at Kakashi with incredulity, reflecting on how he had endured far more rigorous training at the tender age of 4 or 5. Why then did his younger brother falter after a mere effort? What do you think? Kakashi, noticing Kai's gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. Chia, perhaps we should forego the training? Chia, feeling helpless, waved his hand at Kakashi, realizing that his elder brother was indeed a hindrance on his path to becoming stronger. Chia, take a moment to rest. Next up are 500 squats, 500 frog jumps, 500 push-ups, and 500 sit-ups. Your brother and I will practice with you. Kai clapped Chia on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up and flashing a bright smile, his teeth gleaming. Goodness, how blinding. Chia gazed silently at Kai, then cast a glance at Kakashi. Just moments ago, he had been mistaken. You are not an obstacle to my growth, but rather my savior. In the entirety of his 2 lifetimes, Chia had never felt such exhaustion. After completing all the tasks assigned by Kai, he collapsed onto the ground like a gelatinous creature. Kakashi and Kai were attending to him, kneading his legs and feet to promote circulation and prevent any lingering repercussions. In truth, both Kakashi and Kai were astonished. They were all too familiar with Chiya's usual demeanor. Calling him lazy would be an understatement. He was the type who would sit when he could stand, and lie down when he could sit, yet here he was, managing to persevere. Among the Chunin, both of them were outstanding specimens. Kakashi had already attained the level of Jonin, while Kai, though not of the Jonin rank, was a master of physical techniques and, in terms of physical strength, far surpassed the average Jonin. After a long day, they too felt weary. Yet they had not anticipated that Chiya would endure such trials, even if he now resembled a thoroughly exhausted creature. Seven lay on the ground, weary and reluctant to speak. He harbored a singular ambition to enhance his physical constitution to an extraordinary level, subsequently mastering the 8 gates of Duinjia, and then seeking Tsunade to learn the art of immense strength. Indeed, he contemplated ways to augment his chakra capacity if he were to accomplish all of this. He surmised that though he may not achieve invincibility, he would be remarkably close. However, a robust physique was imperative, otherwise his body would not withstand the toll of immense strength in the 8 gates technique. The dream was enchanting. Yet he was unprepared for the initial challenge. The 8 gates delivered a formidable test. Exhausted, he felt overwhelmed and yearned to give up. 7. As long as I am not on a mission, I will come to train with you every day until your constitution meets the requirements to open the first gate, Kai said to 7 with a smile. The body of Chiya, resembling that of a lifeless fish, floundered a couple of times before it struggled to utter, "Brother Kai, is there a possibility that my physical condition has already met the requirements?" Upon hearing Chiya's words, Kai pondered for a moment and replied, "In theory, it should be impossible, as one's physical prowess must reach the level of a Chunin. However, considering your performance today, it indeed seems quite plausible." Upon hearing those words, a single tear cascaded down Chiyan's cheek. Ah, youth, it is but a blend of perspiration and regret. Chapter 19, he is no longer here, and no one can hinder me from delivering retribution upon you. As 7 knights and Kakashi gazed at Guy, the latter was currently with his eyes closed, seemingly preparing for a grand display. "Why are you both staring at me?" Guy inquired, opening his eyes and looking at his brothers in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to demonstrate the first gate of the 8 gates of might?" Chiya responded, filled with a sense of anticipation. "Ah, I shall soon demonstrate it for you. I was merely reminiscing about the words my father imparted to me, which I wish to convey to you." The 8 gates of Duinjia formation is classified as a forbidden technique due to its severe after-effects. It unleashes a surge of energy at the cost of one's blood and life force. Therefore, it should only be activated in dire circumstances. Kai spoke solemnly, recalling the warning his father had given him when teaching the 8 gates of Duinjia formation. Especially the Death Gate. Once opened, it guarantees certain demise. Chiya scratched his head, resolutely declaring that he would never unlock the Death Gate, not in this lifetime. Self-restraint was imperative. The power of the 8 gates of Duinjia was immense, and the repercussions were equally significant. Therefore, mastering this formidable martial art required stringent self-discipline. It should only be employed in dire circumstances. This self-restraint also served as a means of energy accumulation. The more diligent one was in daily practice, the stronger their physique, and the greater the energy amassed, leading to a more potent eruption of the 8 gates of Duinjia. To cultivate the 8 gates, one must first open the body's 8 extraordinary meridians, the governing vessel, the conception vessel, the Chong vessel, the Dai vessel, the Yang Wei vessel, the Yin Wei vessel, the Yin Xiao vessel, and the Yang Qiao vessel. The opening of the first gate, the opening gate, necessitates the unblocking of the Yin Qiao vessel. Once this is achieved and the acupoints are located, the gate can be opened, allowing chakra to accumulate within these points. The second gate, the rest gate, corresponds to the Yang Qiao vessel. The third, the life gate, relates to the Yang Wei vessel. The fourth, the injury gate, corresponds to the Yin Wei vessel. The fifth, the Du gate, relates to the Dai vessel. The sixth, the Xin gate, corresponds to the Chong vessel. The seventh, the alarm gate, relates to the governing vessel. And the eighth, the death gate, corresponds to the conception vessel. Each meridian is associated with a specific acupoint, thereby forming the 8 gates. Kai then elaborated on the precise locations and pathways of the extraordinary meridians to Chiya and Kakashi. Wasn't this precisely what traditional Chinese medicine referred to as the 8 extraordinary meridians? Although Chiya was not well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, he had certainly heard of this renowned concept. "Allow me to demonstrate the first gate, the opening gate. You must grasp its essence through your own understanding." for many things elude verbal expression and require personal insight. Upon concluding his explanation, Kai instructed Chie and Kakashi to place their hands on their own bodies, facilitating the flow of chakra within them to experience its pathway. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, opening gate, open, Kai uttered in a low voice, channeling his chakra toward the Inshigao vessel. Instantly, a green steam enveloped him, and his hair, resembling the skin of a watermelon, shot straight up into the air. The sudden surge of energy emanating from Guy propelled both Shizen and Kakashi several meters back, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Kakashi was particularly taken aback by the sheer might that Guy displayed in that fleeting moment. And one could only fathom the overwhelming force that would be unleashed should all 8 gates be opened. Seven Knights was astonished to discover that Kai's hair was composed of fine strands. Brother Kai, it turns out your hair is made up of individual strands rather than chunks? Kakashi inquired, while Kai's green aura twisted and swayed before vanishing entirely, causing the effect of the first gate to be nullified by Seven Knights' actions. Take a moment to explore the meridians within your body and use chakra to gradually probe while at rest. Kai instructed with a hint of irritation before closing his eyes to recuperate. Typically, the acupoints of the meridians remain closed when the gate is opened. It allows for the release of chakra from these points and enables the body's chakra to surge through the activated acupoints, resulting in an instantaneous explosion of energy. However, most individuals cannot withstand such a surge, leading to significant aftereffects. His current limit was the 5th gate, the door of dismissal. Is that so, Brother Kai? Suddenly, Seven Knights' voice interrupted, prompting Kai to open his eyes, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Beside him, Kakashi was also supporting his chin with his hand, clearly having dislocated his jaw as well. As Chie was enveloped in a haze of green steam, a sense of curiosity compelled him to glance left and right, as if he had just acquired a new toy. Is this it? After years of diligent practice, from the moment I began to walk, never allowing myself a moment of respite, you, slothful one, have managed to achieve this with such ease? Kai found himself questioning the very essence of existence. Not bad. It seems that Chie possesses an innate talent for physical techniques. And what about you, Kakashi? Kai inquired with an expression devoid of emotion. Kakashi shook his head. Although he had located the points of the body's energy channels, they were blocked, rendering him unable to circulate chakra. It would require considerable time to clear the pathways. Haha. Kakashi, your aptitude for physical techniques seems lacking. When I was trained by my father, I was able to unlock my abilities just as swiftly as Chie, Kai unabashedly proclaimed, recalling how he had mastered his first technique in merely 3 days, much to his father's astonishment. Now, he finally grasped the feelings his father must have experienced. Thankfully, with Kakashi's presence as a buffer, he found some solace. Kakashi, speechless, realized that it was the first time in his life someone had labeled him as lacking in talent. However, Chie's achievement seemed rather exaggerated. I feel that my energy channels, aside from the Rin and Du meridians, are completely unobstructed. It's quite simple. If not for the insufficient chakra, I could potentially unlock all 6 gates. What a pity. If I could open all 8, that would be truly impressive. Suddenly, Kai felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. I only managed to reach the 5th gate, but hearing Chie's words, I couldn't help but adopt a serious tone. Chie, under no circumstances should you unlock the Death Gate. The Death Gate is indeed a gateway to demise. Furthermore, your current accumulation is inadequate. Even if you were to open it, your power would likely be feeble, posing no threat to a true warrior. Chie quickly agreed. In truth, he had not anticipated that he would naturally possess an unobstructed flow of the 6 meridians. Nevertheless, since such a boon had been bestowed upon him, he resolved to make the most of it and swiftly amass a sufficient amount of chakra across the 6 gates. After a day of strenuous training, the trio felt somewhat fatigued and made their way toward the Hatake residence. As they passed by a tavern, they noticed several inebriated ch-nin lounging at the entrance. Isn't that the son of the hero, Might Dai? One of the ch-nin sneered. The tales of Might Dai's exploits had been circulating throughout Konoha. Yet there remained skeptics who could not fathom how a previously derided underdog could suddenly rise to prominence. What a farce. The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen? I heard only 3 survived. If it were Lord Minato, that might be plausible, but it seems luck was merely on his side. Perhaps the 7 were felled by some master, and Might Dai just happened to be passing by, taking credit for their demise. Another chimed in. Are your eyes deceiving you? Chie inquired, a look of confusion plastered on his face as he gestured toward the stoic Kakashi. This is Kakashi. Are you really so blind as to provoke us? And what of Kakashi? We haven't laid a hand on him. Does he dare strike back? The drunken group, fueled by jealousy, were becoming increasingly irrational. Kakashi stepped forward. I apologize, but it appears you have misunderstood me. He produced a kunai, intent on engaging, but was halted by Guy's hand. Feeling irked, he recalled how, in the past, when Guy had walked alongside him, he remained indifferent to the insults hurled at his father, even scolding Guy for his inaction. Leave this to me. Guy flashed a grin at Kakashi and advanced. You disrespected my father before, and I refrained from retaliating because he forbade it, and he himself was indifferent to your insults. Guy drew closer. However, he is no longer here to intervene, and your disrespect has stirred my concern. Today, you shall witness the true strength of the 8 gates formation that my father devised. Guy positioned himself before the group. First gate, the opening gate, open. Second gate, the rest gate, open. Third gate, the life gate, open. With a resounding boom, the scene erupted. Half an hour later, at Konoha Hospital. The Uchiha clan's guard had just departed. Due to the public brawl, Guy received a warning, considering the provocation had originated from the other party. The punishment was not severe. However, the damages incurred by the street shops would need to be shared between both parties, which was a significant burden for Guy, who was financially constrained. Fortunately, Chie generously offered assistance, treating it as tuition for the 8 gates formation. Ah, such impulsiveness. Guy lamented, tying his bandages as he walked, shaking his head with a wry smile. Kakashi and Obito, standing nearby, wore expressions of resignation. Obito had been particularly close with Guy during the previous CH9 exams. He had intended to showcase his prowess but was swiftly incapacitated by Guy's Leaf Great Whirlwind before he could even activate his Sharingan. How utterly lacking in martial integrity. Thankfully, due to the wartime efforts to bolster their ranks, they had all been promoted to CH9. Having heard that Guy had struck someone in public, Obito had accompanied the Uchiha guards to witness the commotion, now joining the trio. Lin, let us go to Kakashi's home for dinner. Obito called out to Rin, who was watering flowers in the distance. Humph. Rin shot Kakashi an annoyed glare, turning away with a huff. Kakashi felt slightly awkward, casting a displeased glance at Chie. Ever since Lady Tsunade had mentioned that Chie had arranged a match for Kakashi, Rin had been acting this way. Brother, have you offended Rinne? In the midst of 7 nights filled with perplexity, a voice inquired, Kakashi, isn't this trouble of your own making? How can you maintain such an innocent expression? Sister Lin, do come visit my home. It has been far too long since I last saw you, and I have missed you dearly. Chie hurriedly ran over to act cute. Chie is so obedient, unlike some people. Umph. Lin set down the kettle, took Chie's hand, and began to walk towards the Kiki family home. As Chie turned around with a playful grin, he winked at Kakashi. Shouldn't he be the true culprit? Kakashi, supporting the limping Guy, wore a bewildered expression. Was it truly my fault? What have I done wrong? Obito, observing Kakashi's perplexity, immediately wore a displeased countenance, rolling his eyes and huffing at Kakashi before rushing ahead to join Chie and the others. Guy, somewhat puzzled, glanced at the group and then turned to Kakashi, inquiring, what has transpired with you all? Kakashi, have you committed some transgression against Rin? Kakashi replied in confusion, perhaps I have. I must reflect on what I have done. By the time Chie and the others returned to the Hatake residence, it was already dinner time. Rin had tied on an apron and was preparing to cook. Little Chie, Kakashi, come over for dinner. Grandma Mai's booming voice resonated from the next room, causing the tiles to tremble. Guy shuddered, responding, Grandma Mai, my brother's friends are visiting, so they won't be coming today. Chie stood atop a stool, exclaiming loudly. He had once harbored doubts that Granny Mai was a concealed master. Otherwise, how could her voice be so resounding and penetrating? It must surely be a technique of soundwave ninjutsu. Typically, during their quarrels, Granny Mai would overpower others with sheer volume. Once she unleashed her tirade, the voices of everyone else became inaudible, rendering her an unstoppable force. The 7 Knights employ a strategy of suppression, regardless of what the opponent articulates. My brother Kakashi concludes battles with an undefeated record. Come over. I have prepared a plethora of dishes, enough to satisfy even a dozen people, for today is an occasion of significance. Excellent. As the memories of the agreement with Granny Mai flooded back, Chie suddenly understood. Lin, stop cooking. Let us head to Granny Mai's for dinner. Her grandniece is visiting today, and you all must keep an eye on things. Lin's expression darkened, her aura transforming into a menacing shadow, akin to a fearsome demon. Kakashi and Obito fell silent in her presence. Guy stared in astonishment at Lin, who was usually the most cheerful among them, now exuding an unsettling aura. Let us go. Lin untied her apron and flung it aside, leading the way out. All right, brother, Obito, Guy, let us move. The group marched towards Granny Mai's home, Lin striding ahead with formidable determination. Upon entering the yard, they spotted a young woman with short black hair standing awkwardly in the center. "Ah, Shizen, is that you?" Lin exclaimed, both surprised. They were acquainted, of similar age, and shared a bond as medical ninjas. "So, you're going on a blind date with Kakashi?" "Huh? A blind date?" Shizen's delicate features flushed with embarrassment. "I only admire Kakashi-senpai, but if it's Kakashi, then a blind date wouldn't be a problem." "Humph. This little girl clearly has ulterior motives," Lin thought, fuming inwardly. "All right, why are we just standing here? Come on over for dinner." Granny Mai invited cheerfully. Relishing the lively atmosphere in her home. Living alone, she dreaded solitude, but with Chiya's frequent visits, she never truly felt lonely. The group settled around a long dining table laden with an array of culinary delights: sashimi, sushi, tempura, ramen, and more. Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is quite a feast. Haha, I had several people help out, so dig in. There is plenty more, so let us begin." Granny Mai beamed. "Then I shall indulge without hesitation. Let us eat." Guy joined his hands and, with chopsticks in hand, began devouring his food voraciously. The others maintained decorum, eating politely in small bites, while only Guy and Chiya showed no restraint. Observing the diminishing dishes, Granny Mai's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. "Kakashi-senpai, see, could you give me an autograph?" Shizen gathered her courage to ask. Just as Kakashi was about to respond, Lin interrupted. "Haha, Kakashi's autograph? How many do you want?" "I have plenty." Lin waved her hand grandiosely. Shizen whispered, "I'd like Kakashi-senpai to write me some words of blessing." "I have that too. What blessings do you desire?" "I can provide anything," Lin asserted fiercely. Obito admired Lin's tenacity, feeling a twinge of envy. Why did all the good fortune seem to fall upon Kakashi? He longed for a girl to compete for his affection as well. "Chiya, is Chiya home?" A loud voice echoed from the entrance of the Hatake residence. It was Mitarashi Anko. Everyone turned to look at Chiya. "Oh, it's a senior from school, just graduated this year. I'll go bring her in." Upon recognizing the voice of Mitokai Azuki, Shikiya hastily swallowed the sushi in his mouth and rose to his feet. Shortly thereafter, he entered Mai's home accompanied by a slender and charming young lady. "I apologize for the intrusion, and thank you, Grandma Mai, for your hospitality." Mitokai Azuki graciously bowed to everyone present. Although she was relatively young, merely a year or two junior to the others, she was remarkably well-developed, even surpassing Rin and Shizen in that regard. Rin regarded Mitokai Azuki with a hint of wariness, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi, surprised at the unexpected romantic fortune of this seemingly oblivious fellow. "Hello everyone, I am Mitokai Azuki, 10 years old, and the girlfriend of Hatake Shikiya." "What? Huh?" Chapter 21. Uncle Snake's Betrayal and the Imposition of the Curse Seal. "Senior Azuki, how can you say such a thing? My brother and the others have completely misunderstood me." Chi experienced a slight headache. This young lady was exceedingly bold, declaring her claim during dinner and positioning herself as Chiya's girlfriend and Kakashi's sister-in-law. The entire table was enveloped in a complex array of emotions, with the sole exception of Kai, who continued to devour his meal ravenously. "What is there to fret about? Did we not agree that I would become beautiful while you would grow up? Now, I have indeed become beautiful." Yushowashi Red Bean said this while puffing out her chest, exuding pride. "Yet, I have yet to mature. In the dim light of the night." Chiya expressed his feeble concern, hoping that Lady Tsunade would not misunderstand him. "What does it matter? You will inevitably mature. It is only a matter of time." "Can you truly remain a child forever?" Hongo responded with an air of indifference. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them shifted. "Chiya, there is a powerful presence." Little Faye alerted him in his mind, causing Chiya to startle. "Investigate." Name: Orochimaru. Gender: male. Affiliation: Konohagakure. Identity: one of the legendary three ninjas. Height: 179 centimeters. Weight: 58 kilograms. Level: incomparable. Orochimaru, the snake sage, appeared abruptly beside him. "I wasn't prepared for this. What should I do? I feel quite anxious." Is that the brat from the Hatake clan?" "It matters not." Orochimaru's somewhat hoarse voice resonated as he materialized before them. "Hongo, I previously inquired whether, for certain reasons, if I were to depart from Konoha, you would accompany me." For a moment, Hongo was at a loss for words. "Master, is it possible to stay? Are you planning to defect?" Orochimaru remained silent for a moment before exhaling a sigh. "It is not possible. It seems you do not wish to leave with me." "Very well. You may remain in Konoha and live your life well, forgetting my existence." At once, a wave of panic surged through Hongo, prompting her to rush forward and embrace Orochimaru's leg. "Master, please do not leave. Let us live well in Konoha together." Tears streamed down her face. for she understood that this parting might signify an insurmountable distance between them. Foolish child, my actions will not be comprehended by the mundane world, nor accepted by Konoha. To remain would only lead to demise. With that, he struck her neck, and she promptly fell unconscious. Orochimaru then turned his gaze toward Chie. It is done. Does he intend to silence me? Fortunately, Orochimaru did not resort to violence against Chie, but merely regarded him for a moment before turning to leave. Wait. Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru. Seven Knights quickly spoke. Oh, you address me as Uncle Snake? My father is older than you, so it is only natural for me to call you Uncle Snake. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an immediate sense of familiarity. I share a close bond with Lady Tsunade as well. Chie wiped the sweat from his forehead, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Heh, little brat, what brings you to stop me? Orochimaru found this child rather intriguing. Lord Orochimaru, I heard from Sister Hongdo that you possess a cursed seal. Could you bestow one upon me? I've heard that it allows one to grow stronger effortlessly. With great caution, Chie spoke, his heart laden with worry. Xiaofei, are you certain that you can undo the curse mark once it is implanted? Without falling under Orochimaru's control? My life is at stake. Please do not be unreliable. Xiaofei reassured him. Do not fret. I am competent in my endeavors, quite dependable. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Chie's heart. Oh? Orochimaru cast a glance at the unconscious Hongdo, surprised that she had managed to convey this information to Chie, indicating a certain intimacy between them. Nevertheless, it was advantageous. Hatake Kakashi possessed boundless potential, and it would be prudent to retain a contingency involving his brother. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Orochimaru's neck elongated suddenly, resembling that of a serpent, lunging towards Chie. Oh my, how frightening. A sharp pain shot through his neck. And Chie realized that Orochimaru was implanting the curse mark upon him. However, it seemed to be taking an unusually long time. The sensation of being bitten on the neck was rather unpleasant and damp. Orochimaru sensed the curse marks he had stored within him rapidly surging towards Chie. Unable to be restrained, and was taken aback. The volume was substantial enough to mark 10 individuals. After a strenuous effort, having withdrawn from Chie's neck, Orochimaru felt a twinge of panic. The absence of the curse marks left him feeling somewhat weakened. He needed to depart swiftly. The Umbu and the guard were scouring the village in search of him. Chie feigned unconsciousness and collapsed to the ground. Orochimaru cast a lingering glance at Chie before vanishing in an instant. For 7 nights, Shirye refrained from any movement. As being awake at that moment would complicate the Dark Faction's inquiries, it was preferable to feign unconsciousness, blissfully unaware. He lay there for quite some time. Feeling the ground beneath him was uncomfortably hard. After a careful assessment, he swiftly darted to Hondo's side, collapsing onto her. Ah, much softer and far more comfortable. Time passed. And eventually, Shirye drifted into a drowsy slumber, reassured that no danger lurked nearby. When Shirye awoke, he found himself in a dimly lit small room. Pretending to be unconscious was indeed taxing. The simplest solution was to fall asleep, rendering the act convincingly genuine. Kiki Shirye? A voice echoed in the darkness. It's me. Where am I? Why is it so dark? Oh, I'm so scared. Brother, where are you? Tsunade, please save me. The Dark Faction's ninja were somewhat at a loss. Before they could even begin their inquiries, the crying had commenced. I ask you, what transpired before your fainting? I don't know. I merely saw a pale-faced man suddenly appear and knock Sister Hongdo unconscious, then I too fell into darkness. I confess, I insulted the eldest of the Abe family today. Claiming they were unfit for childbirth. I was wrong. Interrogation is futile now. One remarked. What a hassle. Let Yamashiro use his mind-reading technique. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the doorway. Damn it, it must be that old coot Danzo. Once I gain strength, I shall ensure this source of evil is eradicated without delay. In the depths of his heart, Chie harbored a quiet resentment. Rest assured, I am here. Everything will be fine, he exclaimed. Little waste. How is it that you have unwittingly become somewhat dependable? This simply will not do, if you change. I shall be left as the soul-salted fish, and that cannot happen. However, my lord, Chimu Chie is still but a child. Could this have adverse effects on him? Remember who you are. We engage in dark deeds for the sake of the light of Konoha. Perhaps your softness of heart could bring catastrophic loss to Konoha. Let this be the last time. Yes. The door creaked open, and through the light streaming from outside, Chie beheld a young man with long, golden hair entering the room, adorned with a mask. Is this Ino's father? How audacious to employ mind-reading techniques on me. Do you believe I will allow your daughter to take your surname in the future? Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his head grew heavy as he lost consciousness. What did you hear? Danzo's voice rang out. I heard an extraordinary secret, but I dare not speak. Yamashiro Aoi, drenched in sweat, cast a peculiar glance at Danzo before lowering his head. Nay, this little brat's mind is filled only with thoughts of food, drink, and how to argue more effectively. If this secret were to escape his lips, it was likely that everyone in this room would face Danzo's wrath. Chapter 22. Tsunade returns to the village and hears the secret. After being escorted out of the Hokage building, Shikiya found himself at a loss for words. Not only him, but also Mitarashi Anko was released. Aside from knowing the ninjutsu taught by Orochimaru, she was almost entirely in the dark. And the underground base had long since been discovered by the Umbu and Root members. With little left to inquire, and under constant pressure from the Third Hokage, they had no choice but to let the two go. Anko's eyes were swollen and red, clearly impacted by the unexpected turn of events. Hey, what did you just tell Yamanaka? I felt like he was looking at me oddly. Chie felt a sense of perplexity. It was nothing significant. It was merely your profound love for exquisite cuisine, your remarkable prowess in arguments, and the rumors surrounding Danzo. I made sure he heard that White Fang had advised Kakashi to steer clear of Danzo, as that perverse individual has an unsettling affinity for young boys. If one were to speak candidly, it truly must be you, unafraid to voice any thought. 7 nights of silence, tinged with a hint of humor. It is likely that the mountains will soon relinquish their hold. After all, remaining any longer may invite untimely calamity. 7 nights. Kakashi's eyes glimmered with concern, for he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Obito, Guy, Rin, and Shizen were also present, all casting worried glances at 7 nights and the ostentatiously self-proclaimed partner of his, Yuhi Anko. Oh, it's nothing, really. I merely took a couple of short naps before venturing out. Although it lacks the comfort of home, I am managing just fine. Chie wore a relaxed expression. Did he treat you poorly? Kakashi asked, casting a hesitant glance at Mitokado Anko. Not at all. Uncle Snake was quite cordial. It's just that I suddenly lost consciousness. Chie chuckled and then winked at Lin, who immediately understood. Jingyin, let us take Hongdo home first. After a long day, she must be exhausted, Lin said. And together with Jingyin, they took Hongdo by either side and departed. Hongdo managed a faint smile at Chie before they left. Phew, Brother Kai, look, dawn has arrived. Shall we commence our training for today? Are you all right? Kai inquired. No problem at all. A man must never admit defeat. Chie laughed heartily. Are you coming along, Obito? Kakashi inquired. What? Kai grinned widely, giving a thumbs up as he exclaimed, it's all about training. First, we run 10 laps around Konoha, then do 5,000 squats, 5,000. Obito, how could you run away? The essence of manly romance lies in sweating it out. Kakashi and Chie exchanged glances, speechless, watching Obito vanish. This guy usually trained diligently, but he wasn't particularly focused on taijutsu. Upon hearing those numbers, it was only natural for him to retreat. Why waste so much time when practicing fire techniques could be far more enjoyable? Come on. Youth is all about sweating and shedding tears. Kai shouted exuberantly and dashed off like a madman. Chie and Kakashi shared a knowing look, feeling a bit dismayed. Training is one thing, but must it be accompanied by such embarrassing slogans? In the Hokage office, the Third Hokage sat wearily in his chair. Sarutobi was now 54 years old, and his vitality had waned compared to his youth. Standing opposite him was Danzo, with a white bandage wrapped around half of his forehead and right eye. A cross-shaped scar on his chin that made him appear even more menacing. Sarutobi, you must give Konoha an explanation regarding Orochimaru. Danzo spoke in a deep, serious tone. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek? The position of Hokage? I have already stated that I will resign this year, Sarutobi replied, resting his chin on his hands, gazing intently at Danzo. This old comrade had concealed many unsavory deeds from him over the years. Though he had acted with Konoha's best interests in mind, Sarutobi couldn't help but feel discomfort. Once brothers bound by life and death, it seemed that all that remained in Danzo's eyes were power and desire. He is your own disciple. You must take responsibility for his misdeeds. Danzo insisted. Nonsense. Orochimaru has yet to commit any acts harmful to the village. What responsibility do I bear? You are being unreasonable. He has conducted human experiments. It is only a matter of time before he poses a threat to the village. If other villages learn of this, Konoha will face collective aggression. Danzo's fury erupted. Astonished that Sarutobi still defended Orochimaru. You have yet to find any evidence, so how can others? Sarutobi retorted, his tone sharp. Deep down, he understood the dangers of human experimentation and had spoken with Orochimaru, but he could not persuade him to desist. Yet, he found it unbearable to witness Danzo's demeanor. Danzo, since you established root, your actions have grown increasingly reckless. Today, you employed mind-reading techniques on 2 children, one of whom is the son of White Fang. Do you not feel any shame? Has your heart truly fallen so low? Sarutobi shifted the topic, beginning to reprimand Danzo. You speak nonsense. For so many years, you have basked in the glory of being Hokage, while everyone sees you as the epitome of greatness. Yes, you are glorious. For all the dirty work and underhanded dealings of Konoha fall to me. I am like a rat in the sewers, cleaning up the mess every day. And now you dare to accuse me of moral decay. Danzo roared. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Konoha's strength relies not only on Sarutobi as Hokage but also on Danzo as Root's leader. The darkness of Konoha is equally dependent on him. You speak of White Fang. Was his suicide not what you desired? You think I am unaware of your intentions? He does not belong to our faction. You are concerned that his brilliance might overshadow Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, and that the Hokage position might slip from your grasp. Danzo slammed the table at that moment. The door swung open. Teacher, is what you say true? Is White Fang's death connected to you? Tsunade entered the Hokage office, her expression somber. She had come to inquire about Orochimaru, but was taken aback by what she overheard. Normally, when the Hokage met with Danzo, the office was empty and guarded. But Tsunade's arrival went unchallenged. Sarutobi remained silent. Danzo sneered. You think your master is? I did not ask you. Master, I asked you if it is true. How dare you speak to me in that manner? Danzo was nearly livid. Tsunade, do not be disrespectful. Sarutobi admonished sternly. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze lowered. Her tone somewhat dazed. Neither Jiraiya, Orochimaru, nor I ever aspired to the Hokage position, believing ourselves unworthy and disliking the constraints of responsibility. We have always respected White Fang. He is a hero of Konoha, having given so much for the village. Now you dare to tell me that he was killed by your schemes? Tsunade raised her head, her eyes reddening. Can the flames of Konoha still warm the hearts of its people? She cast a deep glance at Sarutobi, who also displayed a flicker of pain in his eyes. In truth, he was aware of the situation but had hesitated to intervene in time, feeling a sense of responsibility. The youngest son of White Fang shared a phrase with me, which I believe reflects his sentiments. I offer it to you. And I hope you will tread carefully from here on. Danzo's eyes glinted with satisfaction. Tsunade stood, sighed, and vanished, her voice echoing in the distance. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall endure. Chapter 23. I want to wander the world with Sister Tsunade. Kakashi, take good care of yourself. Tsunade felt dejected. She had heard whispers of Konoha's hidden darkness, but hearing them firsthand was a different matter altogether. Especially the realization that her esteemed mentor also played a rather unsavory role in these events. The valiant White Fang of Konoha, who had faced death countless times for the village, did not perish on the battlefield or at the hands of his bitter enemies. Instead, he fell within Konoha. In his own home, a victim of the schemes of his own kin. The most radiant figure of their era, the Konoha Reaper, who overshadowed even the legendary Sannin, met a death devoid of dignity or honor. Upon returning home, Tsunade instructed a clan member to summon Shizen and began to pack her belongings. Shizen, being the niece of the late Dan, had no other ninja in her family, and Tsunade had been her mentor all these years, treating her as her own daughter. Before long, Shizen arrived, finding Tsunade already prepared. Shizen, due to certain circumstances, I plan to leave the village and travel to other places for an extended period. Tsunade spoke gently, only to be interrupted by Shizen. Lady Tsunade, I will naturally accompany you. My training still requires your guidance, and without me watching over you, I fear you might indulge in gambling and end up losing everything. Silently and without hesitation, she displayed no trace of politeness. She held a deep admiration for Tsunade, having developed a sisterly and maternal affection towards her over the years. The sisterly aspect signifies her view of Tsunade as an elder sister, for Tsunade was generous and protective of her. The maternal aspect refers to her perception of herself as Tsunade's caretaker, as she felt compelled to constantly monitor and manage Tsunade's reckless gambling and drinking habits in the entire Hidden Leaf village. Only Tsunade would partially heed Shizen's words regarding these vices. Beyond that, no one else's counsel seemed to bear any weight. Even the third Hokage's attempts to persuade her would result in Tsunade, emboldened by his indulgence, sending him away without remorse. When Jiraiya came to offer his advice, he would often find himself drawn into her vices instead. As for Orochimaru, he never bothered to intervene. Very well, you go prepare, and we shall depart tonight. Tsunade did not attempt to dissuade her. Indeed, she required Shizen's restraint, for she was quite confident in her lack of self-discipline. Ah, is it that urgent? Very well. I shall return home to make preparations at once. Shizen understood Tsunade's nature. Once a decision was made, it was immutable, and thus she complied. Regrettably, she had only recently acquainted herself with Kakashi and now faced separation, realizing that her opportunity was fleeting. The young Shizen, a composed and reserved girl, pondered with a tinge of melancholy, her inner world teeming with vivid imagination. During one meal, she had even named her future children with Kakashi, a son named Kakashi Konoha and a daughter named Shizen Konoha. Tsunade, resting her chin in contemplation for a moment, ultimately resolved to bid farewell to Shikiya. As she walked, her pace slowed. The villagers of Konoha, recognizing her, greeted her warmly, to which she responded with a smile and a wave. The ninjas of Konoha shielded the village from all dangers, allowing ordinary citizens to thrive in peace. Yet those who shielded the common folk from adversity often met with disgraceful ends, a fate unforgivable. Upon reaching the doorstep of the Hatake residence, Tsunade hesitated, unsure of how to face the young Shikiya, feeling a pang of guilt. Although it was not directly her concern, she was a high-ranking figure in Konoha. And this was the village established by her grandfather, with her own mentor potentially involved in its foundation. Lady Tsunade, are you here to see Kakashi? Why not come inside? Granny Mai, just emerging from her home, spotted Tsunade standing quietly at the entrance and curiously inquired. Oh, Aunt Mai, I'm looking for Shikiya, Tsunade replied, snapping back to reality with a smile. Shikiya, someone is looking for you. Granny Mai called out loudly. A bead of sweat formed on Tsunade's brow. Years ago, when she had introduced her relatives, she had not intended to publicly disclose her romantic involvement so early, only informing those closest to her. Yet when Granny Mai learned of Kakashi's relationship with the princess of Konoha, she had excitedly proclaimed it at the top of her lungs, her voice likely carrying for hundreds of meters. Within 3 days, the entire village was abuzz with the news. Aunt Mai, you haven't changed at all. Tsunade thought with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Soon after, the door of the Hatake home creaked open, revealing Shikiya's delighted face. Sister Tsunade, what brings you here? Shikiya, how can you address her like that? Given Tsunade's age, you should refer to her as grandma, or at the very least, aunt. Such disrespect, Granny Mai chided, her brow furrowing. Both Tsunade and Shikiya were expressions of disbelief. Tsunade smacked her forehead, forcefully smoothing the tension from her brow. Aunt Mai, I'm here to discuss something with Shikiya, so let us set aside the pleasantries for now. Chiya hurriedly pulled Tsunade into the courtyard, realizing that Granny Mai was a formidable obstacle on his path to Tsunade. Why remind Tsunade of her age? Sister Tsunade, do you have something to discuss with me? Chiya chuckled, inviting Tsunade to take a seat, before swiftly heading to the kitchen to fetch a teapot. He poured a cup of tea for her and then dashed back into the room to retrieve a handful of fruit candy. His petite figure was bustling with activity. Tsunade's eyes displayed a blend of affection and guilt, leaving her momentarily silent. What is the matter? As the seventh knight unwrapped a piece of candy and presented it to Tsunade's lips, she instinctively parted her mouth to consume the sweet. Perfect. Lady Tsunade has let her guard down entirely. All I need to do now is await my development. Scoundrel, away with you. Children should not witness such flirtation. In the depths of her mind, Chiya engaged in a playful banter with the little waste. Tsunade, savoring a sweet thought, suddenly realized the warmth flooding her cheeks. Her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a delicate blush, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Chiya, due to certain reasons, I may need to leave the village for a while. She said, Chiya, what are you doing? Just as Tsunade uttered a couple of sentences, she watched as Chiya clapped her thigh and then stood up to stride into the room. Sister Tsunade, please wait for me, she exclaimed before bustling about in the room. Tsunade was left in a state of confusion, wondering what was happening. After a brief interval, Chiya emerged from the room, her back burdened with a large package. Approaching Tsunade, she called out loudly to Kakashi, who was training in the inner courtyard. Brother, I am off to wander the world with Sister Tsunade. From now on, you must take care of yourself and not give me too much to worry about. You must at least win over one of the sisters, Rin or Shizen. If you want both, I can help you devise a plan. Kakashi. Suddenly, the backyard was filled with a cacophony of sounds, followed by the appearance of Kakashi with a grim expression in the small courtyard. With an air of nonchalance, Chiya waved goodbye to Kakashi, showing no sign of reluctance, as he pulled the somewhat dazed Tsunade along. Let us be off, Sister Tsunade. Chapter 24. A wonderful lesson, Lady Tsunade, why do we not depart? Chiya looked at Tsunade with a hint of confusion, as he had tried several times to pull her but failed. I am sorry, Chiya, Tsunade said with a touch of guilt. I have come to bid you farewell. You are still young and have your studies ahead of you. The outside world is fraught with danger, and you cannot accompany me. Oh. In an instant, Chiya felt utterly dejected, his spirit waning. You scoundrel, feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy. You are fully aware that it is impossible for you to venture out with Tsunade. The little waste derided in his mind. Alas, I am genuinely despondent, not merely pretending. Yet, it seems you are incapable of understanding. Sister Tsunade, how long will you be away? A month? Or perhaps half a year? If I cannot see you for 6 months, I shall miss you to the point of madness. Chiya spoke in a somewhat melancholic tone, sensing Chiya's attachment. Tsunade felt a pang of discomfort, yet she was uncertain about how long she would be away. I will return to visit you whenever I have the opportunity. Tsunade knelt down, gently stroking Chiya's head, and after a moment of contemplation, she added, let me teach you the in-seal technique. This way, you can store excess chakra for later use, unlocking it when needed to gain a substantial surge of power, which could prove vital in times of peril. Chiya was taken aback, repeatedly waving his hands. No, I do not wish to learn the in-sealing technique. Sister Tsunade, could you teach me about superhuman strength instead? I have been studying martial arts with Brother Kai recently. He jested, the in-sealing technique might hinder my physical development. It would be prudent to wait at least a decade before pursuing it. Otherwise, I would never grow up and lose my chance forever. He pondered, wishing to inquire of Sister Tsunade whether one could still grow while under the in-sealing technique. If that were the case, it might be worth considering. Superhuman strength? Tsunade replied, perplexed. The in-sealing technique was her true masterpiece, and she had originally intended to impart it to Chiya. Is it not permissible? Is this a technique passed down through your family, Sister Tsunade? In the depths of his perplexity, Chiya mused that previously there had been whispers suggesting this was a hereditary trait of the Senju clan. However, Tsunade had imparted her knowledge to Sakura as well. Was it conceivable that Sakura shared some familial ties with the Senju? Not at all. Nevertheless, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. This pertains to a precise application of chakra. I have heard that recently. Might Dai from our Leaf village utilized the 8 Gates technique to vanquish 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The principles behind this immense strength are quite similar. Tsunade did not dwell on the matter. If Chiya was eager to learn, she would instruct him. Thus, within the small courtyard, the two engaged in a reciprocal exchange of knowledge. This endeavor was contingent on natural talent. Unless one's physical condition met certain criteria, mastery was nearly unattainable. The Senju clan has long been the pinnacle of physical prowess in the ninja world. Should one fall short of the requisite physical standards, only years of diligent training could yield success. In contrast, the acquisition of ninjutsu often proved swifter, more potent, and less arduous, which is why few chose to pursue such arduous physical training. After all, very few could endure the prospect of dedicating 20 years to mastering a martial art. Even though the training methods for immense strength were not uncommon in the ninja realm, few managed to attain proficiency. The cost-benefit ratio was too low, and those who could not learn ninjutsu rarely persevered. Might Dai, in fact, drew inspiration from the principles of immense strength, eventually mastering the 8 Gates technique through his own insights, which was more extreme than mere brute force, offering greater explosive power but with more severe repercussions. The technique of immense strength also relied on the precise application of chakra, allowing for a concentrated burst at a singular point, be it the hand, foot, shoulder, or any other sturdy part of the body. But do not entertain absurd thoughts. Certain areas are simply not suitable for this technique. Thus, the cultivation of immense strength demands significant physical capability, which in turn provides substantial benefits. Once mastered, each application enhances one's physical condition incrementally. Over time, one's innate strength could reach an astonishing level. Throughout the years, Tsunade had frequently employed immense strength in combat, rendering her formidable even without the use of chakra. As the two engrossed themselves in conversation, they completely overlooked the brooding figure of Kakashi, who was internally lost in 1,001 techniques he could employ. Tsunade meticulously elucidated the techniques for charging and unleashing immense strength to Chiya, concerned that he, having only recently begun his training in ninjutsu and taijutsu, might struggle to comprehend. Unbeknownst to her, Chiya was already adept at the 8 Gates technique. He was well versed in the application of immense strength, yet, in the presence of his captivating instructor, he felt compelled to refrain from showcasing his intelligence too overtly. Chiya, you were truly foolish. I grasp everything you were saying while you incessantly inquire. How pathetic. In his mind, the little waste repeatedly mocked him, and once the system indicated the presence of such a skill, Chiya knew he could utilize it directly without the need for deep understanding. He could not fathom why Chiya continued to ask such detailed questions. Seven Knights undoubtedly harbors his own plans. Relying on the system's advantages is certainly beneficial. However, he must also ensure that, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, should the system unexpectedly shut down, he is still capable of utilizing his skills. After all, observing the resentment accumulating within Little Waste each day, he fears that one day he might find himself in a precarious situation. While death is unlikely, a severe beating is quite possible. Moreover, it seems that understanding still eludes him. Tsunade furrows her brow, noting that Seven Knight's talent appears rather mediocre. It is commendable, however, that he diligently strives each day for his dream of becoming Hokage, even practicing late into the night. While talent may be lacking, a lack of effort would render one worthless. Tsunade feels a sense of joy at Seven Knight's unwavering dedication. She remains patient, gently taking his hand and placing it upon her arm. Utilizing her chakra, she adjusts the flow to its slowest pace and guides Seven Knight's hand from her arm to her fist, suddenly unleashing a burst of energy. This method is intended to help him perceive the flow of chakra. Little Waste inquires, Sister Tsunade, I believe I have grasped the technique for the arm. How do I apply it to the legs? Tsunade pauses briefly before glancing at Kakashi. Kakashi, please step aside for a moment. This is my domain. Understood. Kakashi responds with a hint of resignation, turning to depart. Tsunade then positions Seven Knight's hand upon her own leg. Little Waste realizes that the cunning strategy he has unwittingly devised makes him the fool, yet he is confident that Seven Knights will undoubtedly triumph. For Seven Knights, he indulged without a trace of guilt, gazing at Tsunade's earnest expression as she instructively spoke, each word imbued with patience and tenderness. A light sheen of perspiration adorning her brow. It is crucial to recognize that Tsunade's temperament is notoriously fiery. She has never been one to exhibit patience. Suddenly, he felt a wave of shame wash over him, questioning the integrity of his actions. How could he behave in such a manner? He felt a profound sense of remorse towards his devoted instructor, Sister Tsunade. As the Seventh Knight gathered his scattered thoughts, he resolutely declared, This is not how it should be. I am a person of integrity. You are already quite familiar with the utilization of the legs. So allow me to explain that the eruption of all chakra requires a test of the heart's endurance. Special care must be taken when the chakra flows near the heart. After Tsunade concluded her statement, she hesitated for a moment before gently taking the small hand of the Seventh Knight, amidst his astonished expression. At that moment, Chi was seized by a sudden tremor, exclaiming to hell with being a decent person. The Seventh Knight breathed heavily, striving to keep his hands still. However, to his surprise, an individual suddenly entered through the door, staring in astonishment at the peculiar scene before him. His mouth slightly agape, as if a wave of sound was brewing in his trembling throat. Chapter 25. You shall depart, unaware of your return date. Silence. What brings you here? Tsunade responded with little reaction, though a faint blush adorned her cheeks. As Shizen turned, Shakiya found himself captivated, a delightful sensation coursing through him, even causing a slight itch in his nose. Fortunately, the image of a weary figure in his mind, reciting the Great Compassion mantra, helped to suppress the surge of his bloodline power, preventing a nosebleed. Lady Tsunade, you, Shakiya stammered, his face flushing alongside Shizen's. Oh, I was merely teaching Shakiya some chakra manipulation techniques. Is there a problem? Tsunade replied casually, feeling a twinge of embarrassment despite her clear intentions. The physical contact between them had stirred an unexpected awkwardness, a testament to her age of 37, a time often associated with fervent desires. However, she skillfully concealed any signs of discomfort. Oh, I came to bid farewell to Shakiya and Kakashi-senpai, Shizen said bashfully, her hands clasped behind her back, concealing two handmade pouches. One was devoid of any design, while the other proudly displayed the charming visage of a ninja dog, representing Kakashi's spirit beast, Pakin, one of the 8 ninja dogs. Oh, you and Kakashi share a close bond, don't you? Tsunade remarked with a smile. Shizen wishes to become my sister-in-law. Chie could not help but remark that Kakashi's marital situation must be addressed. As for whether there would be one partner or two, that was, of course, a decision for adults. Having both would be preferable. Oh, haha. No wonder you mentioned that this arrangement might be advantageous. It's a union of bonds. Tsunade chuckled, recalling Chie's earlier exclamation to Kakashi, which seemed ill-suited for Shizen's ears. Ah, a union of bonds? Shizen inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Chie's hand still nestled against Tsunade's chest, then glanced at Tsunade, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed. You have not misconstrued it. A union of bonds means that not only are you and Tsunade mentor and disciple, but you will also become sisters-in-law in the future. You will eventually be Tsunade's sister-in-law. Surprising, isn't it? Unexpected, perhaps? Seven Knight smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, Seven Knight is my younger brother, and so is Kakashi. If you were to be with Kakashi, it would only deepen the bond between us, wouldn't it? Tsunade felt a tinge of embarrassment. That little rascal, Seven Knight, seemed oblivious to the fact that he should remove his hand. She hesitated to remind him, fearing it might appear too deliberate, leading others to think she was overthinking the situation. Had she known he was actually over 30, she would have surely sent him flying with her monstrous strength. Oh, I see. That's good. Wait, no. I only regard Kakashi as a senior. Shizen patted her chest, exhaling in relief, only to realize she had inadvertently accepted the notion of wanting to be with Kakashi, causing her face to flush crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. At your age, you should dare to love and hate. What's the harm in that? I've made my decision. With Kakashi's parents absent as his sister, I shall take charge. Tsunade declared with bravado, though her hand trembled slightly, causing Seven Knight to nearly buckle at the knees. In the backyard, Kakashi felt increasingly restless. How did his lifelong commitment become so inexplicably settled? Thankfully, Rin was not present, or he truly would not have known how to handle the situation. Seven Knight. While mastering great strength is not particularly difficult, it rests upon consistent training and perseverance. Tsunade turned to Seven Knight, ruffled his hair, and then stood up gracefully, liberating herself from his small grasp. Chiya felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment, yet there was no alternative. However, with your diligence, I am confident you will achieve success. Tsunade added. Chiya nodded obediently, inquiring in his mind with Xiafei about the possibility of acquiring a skill related to extraordinary strength, receiving an affirmative response. He exhaled in relief. He was inching closer to the formidable combination of the 8 gates and superhuman strength, which was the quickest enhancement strategy he and Xiafei could conceive. Whenever I have the time, I shall return to the village to see you. You must train diligently. Do not forget, you aspire to become Hokage. Tsunade remarked with a smile. Chiya, this is a gift for you and your brother. Please accept it. Ino quickly stepped forward, presenting a fragrant pouch to Chiya. She felt somewhat embarrassed about personally giving it to Kakashi, especially in Tsunade's presence. As she observed Chiya accepting the pouch, she could not help but add, The pouch embroidered with packet is meant for Kakashi, so please do not mix them up. Chiya took a glance at the blank space before him. Very well. In consideration of your contributions to the flourishing of the Hatake clan, I shall forgive you. Now, Chiya, close your eyes, and I shall cast a spell upon you that will make your wishes come true. A thought stirred within Chiya. Could this be the fabled kiss of wish? It is said that those upon whom Tsunade has cast this magic have met their demise. Perhaps it is because their aspirations were to become Hokage. How could one possibly use a kiss, a symbol of affection, to wish for matters of career? Surely their wishes were misguided. I, however, am different. Chiya closed his eyes and silently recited, to marry Tsunade, to marry Tsunade. A gentle warmth graced his forehead, instilling a profound tranquility within him, as if an extraordinary force was being conveyed. All right, open your eyes. Tsunade's eyes were slightly reddened. In that fleeting moment, Chiya's figure overlapped with that of Shinshu and Duan, stirring a sudden unease within her. She hoped fervently that Chiya would not meet a similar fate. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Rest assured, I will surely succeed. The 7 knights assured loudly. Well, we must take our leave. Be sure to cultivate diligently. I hope that when we meet again, you will have mastered extraordinary strength and become a formidable ninja. 7 knights furrowed her brow, realizing that Tsunade's departure would be prolonged. Her words inadvertently revealed this truth. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If you do not return, I shall seek you out. After all, it will not be long before the great bounty of Konoha becomes renowned throughout the land, making you easy to find. Sister Tsunade, though you may wander far away, with an uncertain return, know that you shall be missed. Chiyo exclaimed, Understood, you little rascal. Always nagging. Next time I see you, if you haven't mastered the super strength, watch out, or I might just give you a beating. As Tsunade waved her hand and departed, her voice was slightly hoarse. Gradually, the figures of Tsunade and Shizen faded from view. Chiyu let out a sigh and closed the door. Master the super strength, huh? Chiya smiled faintly, then recalled Tsunade's earlier teachings. He had indeed been contemplating how to take advantage of the situation, yet he had also approached his studies with earnestness. As Chiya channeled his chakra, it coursed through his heart, then flowed into his arms, ultimately converging in his fist, which he then drove forcefully into the ground. Boom. Debris and earth flew as a massive crater formed in the courtyard, and in a moment of distraction, Chiya fell into the pit. Kakashi swiftly appeared at the edge of the hole, observing Chiya, who looked rather disheveled within the crater, pondering which of the 1,001 methods for dealing with his younger brother he might employ today. Brother, could you lend me a hand? I wasn't prepared and hurt my waist. What waist does a child have? Kakashi replied impassively as he pulled Chie up. Chie cast a meaningful glance at the bottom of the pit. What has transpired? How did the clone of the Hitaki family perish? Just a moment ago. Tsunade from the legendary 3 had come by. Wasn't that clone supposed to enter a state of dormancy automatically? Zetsu could no longer contain himself. He had previously dispatched a clone to the Hitaki residence, which would seamlessly slip into slumber upon the approach of a formidable opponent, indistinguishable from ordinary flora, thus eluding detection. During this time, Chie had taken to muttering riddles to himself at home, the kind that offered no answers, which had begun to distract him considerably. Black Zetsu and Obito had admonished him multiple times. At this rate, he feared he might transform into a philosopher, pondering the essence of life each day. After returning to his room on a tranquil night, Chie refreshed himself and donned a clean set of clothes. Preparing to venture out in search of the amiable Yushoshi Hondo. He had not seen this young lady in quite some time, although he harbored no particular feelings. She was nonetheless a cherished friend, and concern began to gnaw at him. Regrettably, after a thorough search, he found no trace of her. Hoping fervently that dear Hondo was unharmed. She had always been a vivacious sister, and he wished not for her to become a target of adversity. In recent days, Xiaofei had been unusually quiet, preoccupied with some unknown endeavor, allowing Qi to relish the serenity of the night. Lost in contemplation of perhaps devising a unique ninjutsu. He lamented his limited knowledge and the discipline and his lack of extraordinary creativity. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qi gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Xiaofei busily reflected on his own plight, often berated by Qi as a mere waste. Asserting that he too possessed dignity and would one day earn Qi's admiration, compelling him to affectionately refer to him as System Papa. Chapter 26, Arise. My summoned beast, the courtyard of the Hitaki family, had returned to its former state. During this time, the incessant voyeur had inexplicably refrained from appearing, rendering Qi somewhat disinterested. Aside from his daily training sessions with Kai, he pondered the integration of his monstrous strength with the 8 gates of Duanjia formation. To his dismay, he discovered that his physique could scarcely endure activating both martial arts simultaneously. The burden was too great, at present. He could only activate both monstrous strength and the first gate without adverse effects. Any further activation would be overwhelming for his body. In truth, Xiaofei's presence served as a significant boon, effectively adjusting Qi's physical condition and minimizing the after-effects of the 8 gates. Should he persist in his training, it was conceivable that he might eventually unlock the first 7 gates indefinitely, which would be truly remarkable, aside from encountering the likes of Akatsuki and Naruto. Individuals with singular convictions, he could potentially dominate the ninja world. However, this required time, and his most pressing concern was the impending fate of Obito and Rin, who would meet an untimely demise next year. Although Obito still lived, he was on the brink of corruption. Time was of the essence. And Chi felt a growing impatience, for he could not alter the destinies of the two, given his current status. The system lottery had yielded nothing particularly useful, merely yielding mundane items. Xiaofei had candidly informed him that the items provided by the system were generally linked to his own strength, which left him quite despondent. How he wished for rewards such as the Rinnegan, Manjiki, or formidable bloodline limits. Currently, the only viable means he could conceive to enhance his strength was through physical training. For others, this was a slow and arduous process, requiring years of dedication, yet for him, it was comparatively effortless, as he could allocate points to his abilities. Unfortunately, both his strength and physique had already reached the upper limits for his age, 10 points, a commendable level, as the minimum requirement for a CH Nin was merely 5 points. His physique and strength had peaked at the pinnacle of CH Nin. Any further enhancement would only serve to harm his body. While not fatal, it would come perilously close. For if he were to forcibly break through his limits, Chi would cease to grow taller. The thought of an 18-year-old Chi standing at a mere 1.2 meters was utterly unacceptable. Even partial growth was inconceivable. In the backyard, Chie continued to hone his extraordinary strength, unleashing bursts of power into the air, causing sporadic explosions to echo throughout the courtyard. Kakashi entered the yard. In the past, he had been indifferent to Chie's daily idleness, never having considered that the young man might amount to much. However, during this period of Chie's diligent training, Kakashi found himself feeling a twinge of concern, perplexed by the sudden intensity of his efforts. Did he truly aspire to become Hokage and marry Lady Tsunade? What is the matter, brother? In the stillness of the night, Chi pondered aloud. During this period, your training has been arduous. Yet, you are still young. There is no need to exert yourself so fiercely. Kakashi replied softly. It's nothing. When you were 5, you had already become a CH-ni. Aside from attending to my needs, your days were filled with missions and trainings. And I never heard you lamenting. As the seventh knight waved his hand and turned to continue his practice of monstrous strength, he found that his physical prowess had reached its limit. His training aimed to transform this formidable power into muscle memory, or rather, chakra memory, allowing him to unleash it at will, anytime and anywhere. This would facilitate a superior integration with the 8 gates technique. Do you yearn for greater strength? Kakashi inquired with a smile. I have a method for that. However, I often find myself away on missions and cannot accompany you. This approach will grant you a companion. What sort of companion? He asked, intrigued. A beautiful summoning technique, perhaps? Kakashi gazed at Chiya in speechless disbelief, his thoughts somewhat disjointed. How could he reconcile the existence of such a brother when both his parents were upstanding individuals? It must be the summoning technique, due to his mother's influence. The Hatake family had already established a contract with the Canine clan. I have already made arrangements with the Inuzuka clan. You may enter into a summoning contract. Could I possibly refuse? After all, the ninja dogs are rather feeble compared to creatures like frogs and snakes, with the exception of those peculiar anomalies like Akamaru. What connection do we have with the Inuzuka clan? Chiya, filled with confusion, inquired, Did I not mention it? Kakashi, feeling a twinge of shame, perhaps fearing that Chiya might weep and call for his mother, seldom spoke of her in front of him. Our mother was originally named Inuzuka now. What connection does that hold? What? 7 Knights was genuinely taken aback. There existed such a layer of connection. Why had the two families never interacted? Was his mother from the Inuzuka clan? Why had there been no communication with us all along? It was due to her marriage to an outsider. Not only the Inuzuka clan, but many prestigious families refrained from intermarrying with foreign clans to preserve the purity of their bloodline. Kakashi lamented, his tone tinged with resignation. After his mother insisted on marrying his father, his grandfather, in a fit of rage, cast her out of the family. However, a few years ago, his grandfather passed away. Kakashi paused, for he certainly harbored no fondness for that grandfather, who had never paid respects even after his mother's death and forbade others from doing so. After his uncle assumed the role of clan leader, although they had not maintained close ties, the relationship had softened somewhat. We were also able to sign a pact with the Inuzuka clan to recognize their Nikin as summoning beasts, provided that the Nikin themselves acknowledged it. But does this not imply that those noble families are engaging in consanguineous marriages? I have heard that such unions can lead to deformities. Why, then? Are the members of these esteemed families all healthy? Chiya, filled with curiosity, inquired, How do you ascertain that all of their kin are healthy? It is merely the case that only the healthy ones survive. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, Many of these families have intermarriages among siblings. The larger clans fare somewhat better due to their numbers, but the smaller families are quite different. When a child is born with deformities, they are often abandoned. 7 Knights left him somewhat disheartened. These families, in their fervent pursuit of preserving their pure lineage, had indeed gone mad. Very well, I shall give it a try. Reluctantly, Chiya agreed. Kakashi smiled briefly, then swiftly formed hand seals. Hi, Shin, you, Shin, Wei, summoning technique. He pressed his hands against the ground, and a series of black patterns spread outward. With a loud bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a small brown pug dog adorned with a ninja headband. Goodness. Even a dog has more status. This headband signifies a ninja, implying that although Parker is a summoning beast, he is nonetheless a registered ninja of Konoha. Ah, little Chiya. It's been a while, Parker exclaimed, spitting out a scroll and greeting Chiya. Hello, Parker. It's been ages. Parker and Chiya were quite familiar with each other. Parker was an excellent companion for childcare. Without Parker, Kakashi would likely have gone mad while looking after the barely 1-year-old Chiya. However, as Kakashi frequently undertook missions, Chiya seldom encountered Parker. After all, Parker had his own responsibilities. Needing to provide for a pack of mother dogs and puppies, not every ninja dog could become a summoning beast. Kakashi, this is the summoning contract. Chiya, if you bite your fingertip and place your blood on the seal, you can summon the ninja dog that chooses you. Parker, the reliable elder, was indeed the wise one, despite his rather unimpressive combat prowess. As Chiya unfurled the scroll, his gaze fell upon a myriad of names inscribed upon it, among which was Kakashi's, alongside another name that was familiar to him, Inuzuka Hana. This woman was indeed a hidden beauty, albeit one who lacked the art of adornment. Were it not for the shortcoming, her exquisite visage, complemented by crimson patterns, coupled with her alluring figure, would undoubtedly captivate many hearts. Very well. After completing the steps, Chiya gazed at Kakashi and Parker. 1 man and 1 dog. Now you may employ the summoning technique. It is quite simple. Form the hand seals. Then press your palms to the ground while silently reciting the incantation for the summoning technique. The sequence of hand seals is Hi, Shin, Yu, Shin, Wei. Give it a try, Kakashi remarked, taking a couple of steps back. Harboring great confidence in Chiye, there should be numerous ninja dogs willing to respond to Chiye's call. The more that answer, the better, for ultimately, the one that is summoned will be the strongest among equals. Well, except for Parker, that fellow relied on his wit and charm back in the day. On the seventh night, he took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. In his previous life, he had passionately studied these seals. And with over 20 years of being single, his proficiency was certainly commendable. This talent had been inherited into this life as well. If he were to focus, his speed in forming seals would rival that of Kakashi. H-I-S-H-N-Y-U-S-H-N-W-I, summoning technique. With a low growl, the black patterns began to spread from his palm, and then with a resounding boom, a swirling mist of white erupted forth. Huzzah! A triumphant success. As Chiye focused intently, amidst the white mist, the figure before him revealed 9 swaying tails. Although he could not discern the details clearly and the silhouette was diminutive, the presence of those 9 tails was unmistakable. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. The 9 tails. Chapter 27. The Spirit Beast, the 9-lived cat demon, descends. In the stillness of the 7th night, a sudden exclamation startled me, causing my heart to race with an almost palpable urgency, as if it were about to leap into my throat. Yet, as the effects of the medication waned, I found myself nearly choking on the very organ that had been so animated. Meow, a slender, incredibly adorable white cat languidly called out, its eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Its fur was luxuriously long, and behind it, 9 fluffy tails swayed gently. Master Parker, could you elucidate for me the nature of the contract of your canine clan? Why has it summoned forth a cat? Is it possible for you to give birth to felines as well? 7 Knights, in a fit of exasperation, inquired, what can I say? For a fleeting moment, I truly believed I had struck a grand fortune, only to be met with the stark contrast of reality, which left me somewhat unhinged. This is the child I have taken in, named Rice Grain. However, I have never imparted to her the art of chakra cultivation. Is it even possible for her to become a summoned beast? Parker was equally astonished. Parker, my esteemed canine companion, why do you nurture a cat? Is it out of love? Chiye could only express his exasperation. Father, is it truly necessary to study the art of chakra cultivation? I grasped it with but a glance. I simply chose not to share my understanding. After all, how else do you think I learned to speak? Mealy chuckled softly. Goodness. If I could only hear the sound, I could conjure up 108 imaginative postures in my mind. It sounds delightful, albeit it's merely a cat. Is that so, Chiye? When I first encountered Mealy, so small and barely clinging to life in the snow, I felt a surge of pity and decided to bring her home. I never anticipated such a turn of events. Perhaps you should attempt to summon her once more? Parker, at a loss for words, could only adapt to the situation. The night was fraught with helplessness, and Kakashi beside him could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that Chiye's predicament would surpass his own from years past. During his inaugural summoning, he had called forth Parker, and the old hound had presented himself with an air of expertise, nearly leading him astray. After all, it is well known that speaking summoning beasts are typically formidable. Who would have guessed that the astute Parker had learned to articulate without relying on chakra or physical means? It was only later that he discovered Parker had cleverly orchestrated battles among other ninja dogs, reaping the benefits while remaining an aloof observer. Millet, how did you manage to defeat the other ninja dogs? Are you, in truth, quite powerful? Parker inquired, his curiosity piqued. Of course, I triumphed through my sheer cuteness. Millet replied proudly, raising a paw to lick it, her eyes narrowing as if she were smiling. By the gods, employing cuteness to vanquish them. What has happened to me after such prolonged solitude that I find even cats captivating? Are you the one destined to forge a pact with me? What is your name? Millet gazed curiously at the child, quite pleased by his striking features. He was undeniably handsome. Chiye, Parker, I wish to attempt summoning once more. May I? Chiye glanced at Mealy, finding it difficult to discern any remarkable strength in her. After all, she was a competitor who triumphed through her charm, and thus one could not hold overly high expectations for her abilities. Parker nodded in agreement. A fleeting glimmer of mischief sparkled in Mealy's eyes. How could she possibly grant you an opportunity? In the stillness of the night, Chiye attempted to invoke the art of spirit summoning once more. Regrettably, the summoning array merely emitted a puff of white smoke, akin to a futile sigh, yielding nothing of substance. Enough of this fruitless effort. It seems you were unable to summon the second beast for the time being, Mealy remarked with a playful grin. Hurry and seal the contract. Then take me out for a meal. I am absolutely famished. Mealy's nine tails swayed with remarkable speed, leaving Chie momentarily dazzled. Please, you are a cat. Not a dog. It appeared that this feline had been led astray by Parker. In the realm of the Seven Knights, one might find solace in the notion that having something is preferable to having nothing at all. Surely, a cat with nine tails cannot merely be an ordinary spirit beast. However, Kakashi harbored no dissatisfaction, for he understood that a summoning beast possesses a certain awareness of its own strength. This little feline simply chose to remain reticent. Nevertheless, her final remark regarding the necessity of formidable power to summon a second spirit beast indicated her own exceptional prowess, or perhaps an abundant chakra capacity. Otherwise, such a requirement would be superfluous. In the past, after summoning Pakin, it did not take long for him to successfully summon another 7 ninja hounds, a strategy that Pakin himself had recommended. Henceforth, he would extend his utmost support to you. Dear Mealy, do take care. Chie and Millen entered into a spirit contract, an unavoidable fate they had to accept. However, unlike other spirit contracts, Chie dripped a drop of blood onto Millen's forehead, and in return, Millen also placed a drop of blood on Chie's brow. A crimson droplet mark now adorned Millen's pure white forehead, mirrored by a similar mark on Chie, which lent him a somewhat effeminate appearance that he found rather displeasing. Initially, one might have expected a nine-tailed fox, but alas, the 9 tails belonged to a cat instead. Was this the divine retribution from the god of the ninja realm for my loose tongue? Well then, father, you may return. I shall remain here for now, savoring the culinary delights of the human world. Once I grow weary, I shall return. Please convey to mother, second mother, third mother, 25th mother, and little mother not to worry about me. 7 Knights and Kakashi gazed in astonishment at Parker, the formidable battle hound among the ninja dogs. How could it possibly be his turn? Is it a daily occurrence? Parker, you are truly an exemplar for our generation. I had previously been narrow-minded, confined to my own limited perspective. Parker, are these the several wives you mentioned? Kakashi remarked, rather speechless. No wonder this fellow is so preoccupied with providing for his family, even going so far as to have me authenticate his ninja identity while he takes on missions in his spare time. It appears that his need to support a family is not merely a casual remark. With that said, I shall take my leave. Parker felt increasingly uncomfortable under the peculiar gazes of 7 Knights and Kakashi, and promptly excused himself. 7 Knights and Rice Grain stared at each other with wide eyes. Why are you looking at me? Rice Grain inquired. I was wondering what we should do next. Of course, it's time to eat. I'm nearly starving. Rice Grain exclaimed. As Chie cast a glance at Kakashi, he suggested, Brother, shall we treat Mira to some Ichiraka ramen? Kakashi readily agreed. Sure, let's go. If we delay any longer, the crowd will be overwhelming. The 2 brothers, accompanied by Miru, made their way to Ichiraka ramen. Miru, unwilling to be cradled by Kakashi, leapt onto Chie's shoulder, lounging comfortably. Along the journey, countless passers-by were captivated by Miru's adorable appearance, exuding an aura of elegance. She held her head high, embodying the essence of a regal princess. Miru, what is your ability? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Chie inquired, for after all, spirit beasts are formidable forces in battle. Surely, they cannot solely rely on their adorable demeanor to vanquish opponents. If that were the case, coupled with Xiaofei, they would indeed form a trio of utter ineptitude. I am only aware that I belong to the 9 Lives Cat Demon clan, yet it seems I am the sole survivor of my lineage. As for my abilities, they merely entail sharing my life force with my spirit beast. I possess 9 lives, and as long as none of them are extinguished simultaneously, both my spirit beast and I shall remain unscathed. Goodness, isn't that akin to being immortal? What a fortuitous stroke of luck. Sister Mealy, look. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Money is no object for me. For 7 Knights, the spirit soared with grandeur, yet a sense of dissonance began to emerge. Your ethereal beast? Indeed, it is none other than yourself. With a sudden surge of frustration, Chie's temples throbbed, yet upon reflection, he thought, let it be. It's merely a spirit beast, after all. Such trifles as reputation hold no significance for me. However, this individual seemed to possess a level of vexation that surpassed even that of Xiaofei. Xiaofei? Why are you so quiet? Chie inquired. I feel as though I have fallen in love. Chapter 28, The Helpless Red Bean. Xiaofei, please remain calm. Do you even possess a gender? 7 Knights of Silence. This system is undoubtedly flawed. I have never heard of a system capable of engaging in romance. I am both male and female, far superior to you. And my affection is akin to platonic love, unlike your vulgarity. The little waste chuckled. Vulgarity, Nonsense. This is the path of human ethics. So tell me, whom have you set your sights on? In the depths of the night, Chi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mimili, stammering, exclaimed, "Ah, you actually have a fondness for a female cat? Your tastes are rather peculiar, aren't they?" Seven Knights in silence lightly tapped his head. To hell with it. I am not merely human. Why should I not adore cats? I am both masculine and feminine, capable of embodying all forms. To me, there exists no distinction between humans and felines. It is not the exterior that captivates me, but rather the intriguing essence within. My dear rice grain, may I inquire how it feels to be cherished by another? Chi tilted his head and softly inquired, there are so many who adore me. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Meow Mealy lazily flicked her tail. Ah, this is quite the conundrum. How can one facilitate a romantic connection when the key player, Xiaofei, lacks a physical form? Surely, I cannot engage in a romance with merely using my own body. Chi shivered momentarily, contemplating whether it would be preferable to allow the hapless Xiaofei to indulge in a one-sided affection. Can cats consume ramen? Indeed, they can, after all. Mealy had even persuaded the proprietor to add extra spice to her bowl. The seasoned chef, accustomed to various peculiarities of the ninja world, remained unfazed. Changpu, however, was quite smitten by Mealy's charm and, taking the initiative, generously enhanced the ingredients for Chie and his companions, hoping they would frequent the establishment more often. With Mealy in tow, of course. Changpu was of similar age to Chie, and in the past, while immersed in the original narrative, Chie had speculated that the ramen master might be a reclusive expert. Alas, he turned out to be merely an adept in the art of ramen. Suddenly, a masked ninja appeared in the ramen shop, bringing an abrupt silence to the establishment. The arrival of an Umbu member could signify either calamity or fortune indeed. It would be more accurate to assert that something significant was afoot. Senpai. Kakashi grew serious, bowing respectfully to the Umbu ninja, as he had always approached his duties with utmost seriousness. The third Hokage has summoned you. Rest assured, it is a positive matter. The Umbu ninja, a woman, noticed Chie's apprehensive expression and could not help but offer a reassuring word. Her voice was indistinguishable, as she deliberately concealed her identity, wishing to keep her Umbu affiliation secret from her companions. However, it was common for ninjas of considerable prowess to undergo training within the Umbu ranks. Very well. I shall depart immediately. Chie, return home safely. Kakashi instructed Chie before following the female ninja on their mission. Chie curled her lips slightly. Although she could not discern the identity of the woman, Xiaofei could certainly detect it. To her surprise, Jiao Xingnai was able to maintain such a serious demeanor. It was quite a feat indeed. Jiao Xingnai was part of the Umbu, and so was Lord Minato. In the future, they could seek their assistance if needed. Once Mealy was satisfied, Chie meandered through Konoha with her, heading towards the residence of Anko Mitarashi, who lived in a rental home. Anko was an orphan, a child of war, and had lacked love throughout her childhood. Fortunately, the residents of Konoha had taken good care of her. Thus, when Orochimaru had asked her to join him, she opted to stay. However, her feelings for Orochimaru ran deep, as he was the first person to make her feel a sense of family, yet she could never comprehend her master's choices. Why would a man esteemed as one of the legendary three shinobi and a popular candidate for Hokage choose to betray his village? Mealy, we currently possess 9 lives. Shall we find a place to conduct an experiment? After all, you have never practiced, have you? What if it turns out to be a falsehood? Chi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, as fortune had finally smiled upon him, leaving him with a tingling anticipation. Are you suggesting that I should perish upon my arrival? I have yet to experience such a fate myself. What if it turns out to be a mere ruse? If you were to try it, it could lead to genuine demise. Mealy playfully swatted Chiye's head twice with her tail, expressing her exasperation. Moreover, from what I recall, losing a life would necessitate a 6-month period for recovery. Such a recklessness would be far too wasteful. Seven Knight felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering that Mealy's unwavering confidence must indicate that there were no issues at hand. Alas, it seemed rather perplexing that without any effort, I had become invincible, truly. It was a situation filled with resignation. You are overthinking, for I possess no combat prowess, merely an abundance of life force. However, my chakra reserves are indeed equivalent to yours. Furthermore, should you consent, I am able to wield your ninjutsu. Without your approval, I am merely a cat endowed with chakra and the ability to speak. Yet, should you find yourself depleted of chakra during battle, you may effortlessly draw upon mine. Mealy, somewhat apprehensive, offered her reassurances to Seven Knight. That day, during the summoning, she felt an inexplicable sensation upon hearing Seven Knight's voice. prompting her decision to forge a contract. Moreover, she harbored an instinctive belief that this was the person she had been awaiting all along. Who was so foolish as to fixate on me with the intent to defeat me 9 times? I could simply feign death. In the realm of 7 nights, there is no particular path to follow. You cannot feign death. Before exhausting your 9 lives, you shall resurrect fully at the very spot. Therefore, it is prudent to remain discreet until your strength is fully realized. Mealy chuckled, yet she harbored little concern. For this individual was clearly not one to engage in reckless confrontation, nor the type to impulsively risk everything. Very well, I shall remain a languid fish, waiting for invincibility before I indulge in carefree abandon. 7 Nights remains unfazed, for possessing 9 lives leaves little room for dissatisfaction. Once one possesses immense power, the ambition to dominate the entire ninja realm becomes inevitable, aspiring to ascend to the divine and attain the 6 Paths realm, or even transcend it. At that moment, the very fabric of the world shall be altered. The ninja realm will be transformed into a realm of mystical arts, where all practitioners must raise their thumbs skyward and proclaim, 7 Nights is magnificent, 7 Nights is invincible, fireball jutsu. Before unleashing any spell, one must declare their own prowess. A truly exhilarating prospect. As Chi-Yi approached Hongdo's residence, he beheld her drenched in perspiration, laboriously hauling several hefty logs, her petite figure nearly obscured by the burden. The scene unfolded at a construction site. In that moment, he recalled that Hongdo had already graduated and was now engaged in her assigned tasks. Yet, despite her strenuous efforts, 2 male classmates stood idly by, empty-handed, their faces adorned with expressions of disdain as they engaged in idle chatter, pointing and gesturing. Nearby, their supervising instructor, a young man from the Uchiha clan, observed with an air of indifference. "Sister Hongdo." Shouting loudly, Chiya exclaimed. "Chiya." Hongdo struggled to turn around, nearly losing her balance. "Why are you doing all this heavy work alone?" Chiya hurriedly stepped forward to support Hongdo, who was drenched in sweat, filled with concern for her. After all, although Sister Hongdo had developed splendidly, she was merely 10 years old. "And no, I'm fine." Hongdo forced a smile. "Little brat, there's a possibility that my teacher, Orochimaru, has betrayed the village. Who knows if she is merely a pawn left behind by him? If it weren't for my pleading on my knees, the teacher wouldn't have shown compassion and kept me. Otherwise, which class in the village would want me? What's wrong with doing a bit more work?" One of the 2 boys, who were pointing and whispering, laughed, while the other disdainfully added, "Indeed, the offspring of a traitor is hardly virtuous. Yet she acts pitiful every day. Disgusting." Tears welled in Yusho Washi Hongdo's eyes, spilling over, clearly indicating the grievances she had endured during this time. She turned away, not wanting Chie to witness her disheveled state. "Nonsense. Sister Hongdo has been investigated by the Umbu, and the Hokage has confirmed her innocence. Furthermore, there is still no evidence proving Orochimaru's betrayal. As for the class assigned to her, no one can expel her without the Hokage's consent. There is no need for your misplaced compassion." In a fit of anger, Chie glared at the instructor from the Uchiha clan, who merely cast a fleeting glance in Chie's direction, entirely dismissing him. With a look of disdain, he barked at Akkad, urging her to hasten her efforts. "Why are you just standing there?" His contempt for individuals from prominent families was palpable. They often possessed little capability yet carried an air of superiority that grated on his nerves. As Akkad stirred, preparing to act, Chie intervened, restraining her. "Having companions like you is truly a misfortune for Sister Akkad. To be honest, I have never endured such humiliation throughout my life. Today, I must unleash the pinned-up frustration within me. Otherwise, I fear I may become something monstrous." In the stillness of the night, I turned my head towards the grain of rice resting on my shoulder and whispered softly, "Rice, I implore you to lend me your assistance. I wish to remain inconspicuous. Could you take it upon yourself to teach those 2 young rascals a lesson? I grant you permission to utilize all the ninjutsu techniques at my disposal. Not a problem. Leave it to me." Rice replied with elegance, striding gracefully towards the trio before her. As they regarded her with a hint of confusion, she sweetly exclaimed, "The formation of 8 gates. Open the 1st gate. Open the 2nd gate. Open the 3rd gate. Open the 4th gate. Open the 5th gate. Open the 6th gate." Boom. The expression on Chie's face changed dramatically. "Oh my. Meili, have you lost your mind?" Chapter 29. How to prove that the beast of endurance obeys. "Make her call you daddy. Has anyone ever encountered a cat skilled in the 8 gates of Duinjia?" 7 Nights beheld the scene before him, where a figure lay on the ground, convulsing incessantly. The fleeting thrill of pretense had subsided, leaving him sprawled upon the earth. Yet, he was not alone in this state. There also lay 3 others, 2 inconspicuous passers-by and the scion of the Uchiha clan, the cousin of Uchiha Fugaku. Members of the Umbu were diligently examining their injuries, while Red Bean stood in bewilderment, still grappling with the unfolding events. The Uchiha heir and his companions had sustained minor injuries, primarily the result of a sudden blow that had rendered them momentarily unconscious, and their condition was not grave. Chimuchiya, might you enlighten us as to what transpired? Inquired one of the Umbu, his expression laced with curiosity as several others encircled him, ostensibly to protect him. The Uchiha family's guard had formed a substantial perimeter, ensuring that the situation remained under control and preempting any interference from the guards, as retaliation was likely given the status of the Uchiha heir within the clan. Though the Uchiha family emblem resembled an enormous eye, their insight was not as expansive as one might presume. Would you believe me if I said my cat was responsible for their defeat? As Chi scratched his head, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that Mi Li would be so formidable, effortlessly defeating 5 opponents in succession. That wealthy heir was vanquished without even activating his Sharingan, falling to a single blow. The esteemed Jonin of the Uchiha clan was bested by a meerkat. It was likely that this disgrace would haunt the heir for the rest of his days. A member of the Umbu chuckled silently, his expression unyielding. Zhou Xingnai, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. It was indeed my cat that accomplished this feat, employing the 8 gates and opening 5 of them. Very well. You shall accompany me to the Hokage's office and provide a thorough explanation. If he believes you, that will suffice. We should also bring Akane as a witness. Beneath her mask, Zhou Xingnai wore an expression of exasperation. Had this little rascal not been so well behaved in the past? Why had he visited the Hokage's building twice in such a short span? As the group approached the Hokage's office, they halted at the entrance. Inside, a gathering of high-ranking officials was conducting a promotion ceremony for Jonin, with Kakashi Hitaki of the Hitaki clan as the honoree. Kakashi, you have ascended to Jonin at the tender age of 12, an unprecedented achievement and a source of pride for the Hitaki family. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence, upholding the glory of your clan and the will of Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi's voice rang out, tinged with excitement. Obito's voice bore a complex tone. Kakashi, congratulations. Darn it, you've widened the gap between us. Congratulations, Kakashi. Rin's voice sounded with a hint of pride. It appeared that Rin had already come to terms with the prospect of becoming my sister-in-law, sounding even more delighted than Kakashi himself. Big brother, forever and always. As Chie cradled the completely limp millet in his arms, he stood at the doorway, unable to restrain a loud cheer for Kakashi. Chie? Was that the sound of Chie? Suddenly, a wave of murmurs erupted in the office. With a creak, the door swung open, and Zhou Xingnai had no choice but to lead Chie into the office, followed closely by the bewildered Hongdo. Lord Hokage, we have investigated the earlier commotion, and it indeed confirmed a battle among the Jonin, Zhou Xingnai whispered. What? Chie? Kakashi, feeling a surge of excitement, finally relaxed upon seeing Chie in good health. Sarutobi looked at Zhou Xingnai in puzzlement, then at Chie, unable to grasp the situation. However, beside him, Danzo had already voiced the question plaguing his mind. What is the purpose of bringing this little imp here? The source of all evil, at last, I see you. Fortunately, I have already resolved the financial issues for both Kabuto and Dean Yena, and to prevent further tragedies, once I gain sufficient strength, I shall undoubtedly become a cleaner for Konoha. During the interrogation a week prior, I had only heard Danzo's voice. This moment marks the genuine first encounter with him, allowing me to observe him more closely. Danzo's brow furrowed. Why does this child harbor such animosity towards me? Has he discerned my intentions during the previous interrogation? The opposing sides consist of the Uchiha heir and the feline companion of Shikiya. What cat? Sarutobi could no longer contain his confusion and inquired. It is the white cat cradled in Shikiya's arms. It appears to have vanquished the Uchiha heir. Absurd. An elderly man clad in a black robe, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, scoffed lightly. He is Uchiha Q, the clan leader, and the uncle of the Uchiha heir. He could not fathom how his nephew could be defeated by a meerkat. How is this absurd? It was indeed my cat that triumphed. She is remarkably powerful, just look at her. 9 tails. 7 Knights was displeased, pawing at the tail of the rice grain. 9 tails? Impossible. What kind of cat is this? Never before had he encountered such a creature with 9 tails. He had only heard of the 2-tailed cat and the traveling spirit. Regardless, the multitude of tails surely indicated it was no ordinary beast, indeed a possibility. The office was instantly abuzz with speculation. Enough. 7 Knights, from whence does this feline originate? Sarutobi interrupted the commotion. It is my summoning beast, summoned by me, though I am uncertain of the circumstances, replied 7 knights. Lord Hokage, it is indeed a summoning beast. A cat adopted by Paku, the leader of the Ninja Dog clan. While teaching 7 knights summoning techniques, I inadvertently formed a contract, and I never anticipated such strength. Kakashi hastily clarified. Danzo was taken aback. This summoning beast was capable of defeating elite ninjas, and with its 9 tails, it warranted thorough investigation. Indeed. This summoning beast's origins are shrouded in mystery. Who knows if it poses a danger akin to the tailed beasts? It must be confined and monitored, Danzo stated coolly. Agreed. Agreed. A chorus of voices echoed in the office. While not all shared Danzo's malicious intent, 7 knights remained unfazed by their motives, taking note of each individual. Awaiting the opportune moment for retribution. The Yamashiro clan, you be Kurenai, damn it. I must take the opportunity to bully your Ino and Kurenai. No. My summoning beast belongs to the Ninja Dog clan, its origins are clear, and it acts solely under my command. 7 knights vehemently retorted. And the grain of rice in his arms was equally astonished, not expecting to be detained. Just moments ago, he had unleashed 5 doors without foreseeing such profound repercussions and formidable power. Indeed, 7 knights proved to be quite unreliable. How laughable it is that such a powerful beast of the shinobi would heed your commands. Danzo scoffed disdainfully. You old coin, 7 knights seethed with indignation. Bring that cat down, Danzo commanded. In an instant, 2 figures from the Umbu emerged within the office, members of Root. As they prepared to engage, they discovered they were utterly immobilized. Minato had vanished from his previous position, now appearing beside the 2 Root members, deftly sealing their movements with a mere touch. Danzo's pupils constricted in disbelief, his heart swelling with envy and hatred. Why was this world replete with prodigious talents while he remained excluded from their ranks? What are you doing, Minato? Danzo barked. Lord Danzo, the Hokage has yet to speak. None shall harm 7 knights' cat. Minato replied with a placid smile, his demeanor gentle. Yet in Danzo's eyes, it appeared exceedingly hypocritical and irksome. Hiruzen chuckled softly, recognizing that while Minato was protecting 7 knights, he was also showcasing his own prowess. Had he surpassed his own limits? Truly remarkable. Jiraiya may have been unreliable, yet he had indeed taught an exceptional student. Noticing Danzo's intent to continue speaking, Hiruzen gestured for him to be silent and kindly addressed 7 knights. 7 knights, how do you intend to prove that this beast heeds your commands? Chi, in fact, found the amiable demeanor of the 3rd generation somewhat dismissive, which truly sent shivers down his spine. In the still of the night, Chi contemplated how to persuade Melee with a few sumptuous meals. He then remarked, my brother once told me that all ninja beasts possess an immense pride, willing to perish rather than endure humiliation. If I could make Melee call me father, then any ninja beast that refuses to heed my commands is certainly not worthy of that title. Chapter 30. Strength through death. Melee, what has become of your principles? I had not yet finished speaking, and you were already eager to call out? As Chiya and the group walked along the road, Chiya, somewhat exasperated, inquired, what a disgrace. If we hesitate any longer, we shall be placed under house arrest. Melee, unperturbed, licked her paws, which still seemed to carry the aroma of ramen. In truth, Danzo and his associates were not one to relent easily. Parker arrived shortly thereafter to ascertain the situation. The Inuzuka clan was a significant asset to Konoha, and their words held considerable weight. Chiya, this cat possesses 9 tails, akin to a foul-tempered acquaintance of mine. Kushina had resumed her ordinary appearance. Her formidable strength allowed her to join the Umbu, a fact known only to Minato and the Hokage, while others remained oblivious. Humph, do not conflate me with such a trivial creature, Kushina. The chakra she harbors pales in comparison to even a single strand of my fur. A resounding voice echoed in Kushina's mind. Perverted stalker, cease your prattle. She is 1,000 times cuter than you. Kushina fumed inwardly. Humph, as if I desired to behold such a sight. You, with your childish antics, have shed your garments yet do nothing. It drives me to exasperation. My observations of your endeavors are akin to your gazing at a dog. What is there to be embarrassed about? Kurama sighed, recognizing that this girl was unlike Mito. Her fiery temper left no room for self-restraint. Away with you, perverted fiend. Kushina shouted internally, her embarrassment stemming from the relentless gaze of a certain entity within her, making it difficult for her to transcend the final barrier with Minato. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Kurama fell silent, closing his eyes, planning to speak only when they were midway through their endeavors, aiming to frighten this obstinate girl. Sister Kushina, do you still know anyone with 9 tails? 7 knights curiously asked, Kaikuna. Minato furrowed his brows. All right, I do not know her. I have merely heard of her. Kaikuna realized that she had misspoken. Kakashi. Let us host a dinner at your place tonight, inviting friends to celebrate you properly. Minato said with a smile, his face reflecting the pride of a father watching his child grow up, and then he affectionately ruffled Obito's hair. Obito is impressive. He has already awakened his Sharingan and will only grow stronger, surely surpassing Kakashi in time. Obito grinned, that's a certainty. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. Yet his smile appeared somewhat forced. What he craved was not mere consolation from his teacher, but affirmation. However, Kakashi's prowess was overwhelming, casting a daunting shadow over him. Without Kakashi as a benchmark, he would still be formidable, but he felt inadequate in comparison. All right. Teacher. Kakashi responded with a smile, feeling joy within, though regrettably, Seven Knights was present, witnessing it all, leaving him unable to boast about his achievements in secret. Today at the Hokage office, elder brother Kakashi was promoted to Jonin and was rewarded, while the younger brother faced punishment for fighting. Making the Hatake household the center of attention. Great. Today I will cook with Rin. Can Red Bean cook? Yes. Then let us cook together to celebrate. And perhaps we can have Seven Knights perform that stand-up act for us. Kaikuna exclaimed with excitement, resembling a child unburdened by the weight of adulthood. While Minato looked on with a fond expression. These two are flaunting their affection again. I must grow up quickly. After a night of helplessness, Chi-Yi pondered for a moment. Can I invite my friends to join us? Of course, replied Mizukichi with a smile. He had thought that Chi-Yi was merely skilled at sowing discord. You underestimate me. I am indeed a person with friends all over the world. Chi-Yi chuckled softly. Throughout this holiday, he had nearly brought all his classmates to tears. And these same classmates were now urged by their parents to learn from him, a truly dismal situation. The only one who remained unscathed was Dojia. Indeed a formidable character. No matter how much Chi-Yi criticized her afterward, he failed to elicit any emotional response from Do, which made him feel a bit apprehensive. I will go call my friends now. You all may head home. Meili, you and your brother can return as well. Today, we shall treat you to a sumptuous feast as a reward. On the seventh night, Seven Knight handed the rice grain to Kakashi, who was met with unexpected resistance as the grain refused, nudging a red bean instead. Kakashi wore a pained expression, though unbeknownst to others, he harbored a fondness for kittens. Alas, no kitten had ever reciprocated his affection, leaving him in profound sorrow. With no other choice, Chi-Yi entrusted the rice grain to Hondo, and at last, the rice grain found solace in Hondo's embrace, comfortably closing its eyes. Chi-Yi rushed directly to the orphanage, arriving at the entrance where he began to knock fervently on the door. Director Yanao, Do, I'm here. Please open the door. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing the face of a young boy named Koshireo, also an orphan taken in by Director Yanao, though he was merely an ordinary person. Chia. I'm sorry, but both Director Yanao and Do are not here, Koshireo said, his voice tinged with melancholy. Not here? Where have they gone? As Chia discerned that there was something amiss with Kojiro, an ominous premonition stirred within him. The two had vanished without a trace, leaving behind messages indicating they were engaged in pressing matters. They promised to remit a monthly sum to the orphanage, ensuring its continued operation. Kojiro, in a hushed tone, revealed that he was the eldest among the remaining orphans. The director had entrusted him with the significant responsibility of caring for his younger siblings. It was evident that the director and the others would be away for an extended period. However, as ninjas, they were likely on a long-term mission. Thank you, Brother Kojiro. Chiya replied. I shall visit you all frequently. Please keep me informed of any news from the director and Kabuto. Seven Knights greeted Kojiro politely before turning away. Though his expression bore a hint of displeasure, he was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the machination of Danzo. Previously, he had believed that the issue of funding had been resolved, leading him to think there would be no further complications. After a few subsequent encounters without incident, he had not anticipated that Danzo would still find a way to capture Nanoyu and Kabuto. This detestable individual, how I longed to eliminate him at once. In the depths of his heart, Chiyu silently cursed. You useless fool, can you locate Do and Dinyeyo? If you encounter them, I might be able to glean some information. If not, it is futile. Sigh, what must I do now to swiftly grow stronger? In the mind of the young waste, Chiya allows his information to be displayed. Name, Chimu Chiya faction, Konohagakure bloodline limit, none age, 5 years height, 120 centimeters weight, 25 kilograms gender, male strength, 10, current limit, constitution, 10, current limit, chakra affinities. Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, Een. Yang chakra capacity, 12 cards, current limit, rank, Chunin, unverified, skills, shadow clone technique, perfect, no hand seals required, body flicker technique, mastery substitution technique, mastery palm mystic technique, perfect shuriken and kunai, perfect 8 gates, proficient superhuman strength, proficient yet. His ninjutsu repertoire remains insufficient. A sigh escaped from the depths of the night. No matter how many jutsu one possesses, they remain futile. Your age and physical constraints stymie your growth. Even an abundance of chakra proves inadequate, as the consumption required for advanced techniques is excessively taxing. A small voice within reminded, "Is there any solution? Your current chakra capacity is already quite substantial, nearly rivaling that of a jonin, due to the numerous chakra points you have cultivated. If one could successfully open the Rin and Do meridians, channeling chakra into the Jingmen and Simon points, it would greatly enhance your chakra reserves. The joyous 7th night has arrived. What are we waiting for? Let us commence at once." Little Fei hesitated for a moment. "Your constitution is insufficient. It is quite challenging to unblock your Rin and Do meridians. Furthermore, your physical condition has already reached the limits appropriate for your current age. Forcing it could adversely affect your development, and you may not grow any taller in the future." In the joyous revelry of 7 nights, one might ponder the futility of words. There exists another method, a perilous endeavor, to forcibly open the 7th and 8th gates. This act would surely lead to one's demise. Yet it could potentially unlock the vital pathways of Rin, and Do it seems worth a try. Though the authenticity of the 9 lives talent attributed to the grain remains uncertain. Should it prove true, then we shall proceed with conviction. 7 Knights felt somewhat discontented. Even in the absence of a talent akin to that of a rice grain, should you perish, I could still bring you back. However, all your strength would be rendered useless, and you would require a year of recuperation before resuming your cultivation. Alas, I too shall succumb to a deep slumber. Unable to assist you, murmured Little Waste. Your slumber is of little consequence. After all, your current assistance to me is negligible. Damn it, how can you be so heartless? Without me, could you have reached your physical limits so swiftly? And achieved mastery in so many ninjutsu techniques? It was my support that contributed significantly, Little Waste retorted, visibly displeased. Damn it, enough of this. Life has become unbearably stifling. I can maintain a low profile, but that is solely by my own choice. Not as a result of being compelled to do so as I am now. As Chie gritted his teeth, he turned and made his way towards the woods. Before long, the intricate formation of the mysterious art of Chi-Min Dunjia revealed itself. The doors of rest, life, injury, escape, and scene swung open. In the depths of the night, a mysterious azure mist enveloped Chie, imbuing him with an inexhaustible surge of power. Should Danzo appear before him now, he would leave the 3rd Hokage utterly bewildered. Focusing his attention, he summoned all his chakra to strike at the governing meridians. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, opened with a thunderous roar. Boom. The 8th gate, the gate of death, unleashed its fury. Boom. A crimson pillar surged skyward as Chie hesitated not for an instant. In the fleeting moment before he was to be reduced to ash, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a massive pit several meters deep. At the Hitaki residence, a group had just settled down for a chat. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from the grain in Hondo's arms, which transformed into ash in an instant, only to revert to its former state moments later, albeit with one less tail. What just happened? The group exclaimed in shock. I feel as if I have died. Yet here I am, alive again? The grain, bewildered, mused aloud. Naturally, she could not divulge her 9 lives talent to the others. Instead, she seethed inwardly, cursing Chie for his reckless experimentation. Huh? The others were perplexed, save for Kakashi, who regarded the grain with a concerned expression. It's nothing. Nothing at all. I just got a bit too excited during my recovery. The grain attempted to diffuse the situation, her 8 tails swaying powerfully, entirely devoid of the frailness she had exhibited moments prior. Minato narrowed his eyes, pondering if this was a rare talent that consumed tails to heal injuries, truly an uncommon phenomenon. Chapter 31. Kakashi's Jonin celebration now. 50 years into the era of Konoha, Kakashi stood at 12 years of age, yet to reach 13. Having officially attained the rank of Jonin, a remarkable feat in the annals of shinobi history, in the era of warring states prior to the establishment of the shinobi villages. The classification of ninjas was not so rigid, and the sole criterion for evaluation was combat prowess, lacking any clear demarcation between Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. However, with 50 years having passed since the founding of the villages, Kakashi undeniably emerged as the foremost figure, even the widely recognized prodigy of the shinobi world, Minato Namikaze, ascended to Jonin at the age of 15. Of course, this was also influenced by his formative years occurring amidst the turmoil of war. allowing him ample opportunity to accrue merit and endure numerous trials of battle. Kakashi, congratulations. You, along with Obito and Rin, are my pride. Minato rose, raising a cup in Kakashi's honor. He then produced a specially crafted kunai, the famed flying thunder god kunai, a weapon emblematic of his legacy. This is the very first kunai I crafted for the flying thunder god technique, preserved as a memento. Now, I bestow it upon you. Cherish it well. Thank you, sensei. This is far too precious. Kakashi exclaimed, astonished. He had frequently observed his teacher handling this kunai but had never seen him use it, rendering it a cherished token he had never expected to receive. Kakashi, there is no need for such formality. Kushina interjected, having downed a glass of sake. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed. With a bruised and battered face, Chie gazed at Tsunade, who, unbeknownst to him, was a fierce and valiant heroine rather than the gentle and dignified mother he had always imagined. He had envisioned her as a version of Yuhi Kurenai. Yet the reality was that she embodied the essence of Lady Tsunade. Though Chie bore the marks of a fierce encounter with the combined efforts of Miru and Kakashi, he remained unfazed, for the experience had proven immensely rewarding. Tsunade presented a handmade pouch adorned with the emblem of the Uzumaki clan, a heartfelt gift for Kakashi. Similarly, Rin produced a black mask, reminiscent of Kakashi's own, which concealed the lower half of his face. This one, however, featured a playful cartoonish depiction of her own head, inspired by a fragrant pouch gifted by Shizen. She felt a wave of shyness wash over her at the thought of Kakashi donning the mask and kissing the likeness of her face. As Chie beheld Lin's shy demeanor, a quiet chuckle arose within him. Lin was likely overthinking the matter. How could someone as cool as his brother ever wear such a thing? Chie presented his gift, a finely crafted wooden box adorned with a delicate lock, exuding an air of luxury. Chie, where is the key? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Brother, this gift is exceptionally precious, but you must wait until you turn 18 to unlock it. It contains wisdom that can impart many life lessons. Can you promise me to wait until you were 18 to open it? Chie spoke sternly. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, chuckled softly and tousled Chie's hair. Of course. Chie let out a sigh of relief, knowing that Kakashi would not go back on his word. Obito glanced at Kakashi awkwardly, his face flushed. And after a long pause, he spoke. Kakashi, I'm embarrassed. I haven't yet decided on a gift for you. I promise to present you with the most precious item, but at this moment, I am unsure what that truly is. Kakashi, uncharacteristically, smiled at Obito, aware of his sincerity. It's all right. I will patiently await the most treasured gift you choose for me. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. If Kakashi had uttered something along the lines of "it's the thought that counts," he would have felt irritated, believing that Kakashi doubted him. Subsequently, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai each presented Kakashi with small gifts. Guy, in his typical frugality, gifted him a rather shabby tracksuit, prompting Kakashi to involuntarily twitch his eyelids. Chie seemed to comprehend Kakashi's inner thoughts, which echoed sentiments such as, I could never don this attire unless I were to perish. Asuma's gift was even more peculiar. He presented a metal cigarette case, a testament to his misguided youth, indulging in smoking at such a tender age, which prompted a moment of disdain from Chie. Yugao gifted a gemstone, intricately engraved with her own array, serving as a subtle reminder of one's state in the realm of illusions. As the setting sun casts its crimson hue, Chie gazes upon the breathtaking beauty. This is one of the flaws of being a Hokage. The abundance of captivating women can lead to distractions, leaving him feeling somewhat unfaithful to Lady Tsunade. Perhaps indulging in mere visual pleasures is permissible, is it not? Sister Hong, are you and Brother Asuma in a romantic relationship? Chie, filled with confusion, inquired, for he was aware that the two had been childhood friends. Yet their relationship did not exude the warmth of lovers. Rather, it seemed fraught with discord, perhaps due to their tender age and the absence of romantic entanglements. Together with him? How could that be? They exclaimed in unison, casting disdainful glances at one another. Ah, that is splendid. Sister Hong, what do you think of my brother? At such a young age, he has already attained the rank of Jonin. The title of Hokage is surely within his grasp, and he possesses a promising future. Chie. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished that Shizen had departed, yet this little rascal still harbored ambitions of uniting Hong and Kakashi, oblivious to her own solitude. Ah, Sister Lin. What troubles you? Do you truly harbor feelings for my brother? Did you not previously claim otherwise? In a feigned display of innocence, Chie mused that perhaps a little provocation was necessary for these two to make any progress. Rin, having indulged in a bit of drink, wore a slight flush upon her cheeks, leaving one to ponder whether it was the effect of alcohol or mere shyness. Suddenly, She rose to her feet, eyes closed, and proclaimed loudly, "Kakashi, I like you. Do you like me?" The room fell into stunned silence. No one anticipated the usually gentle Rin could be so audacious. Kakashi, equally taken aback, found himself at a loss, glancing at Rin and then discreetly at Obito, aware of Obito's affections for Rin. Truth be told, Kakashi harbored feelings for Rin as well, though he recognized that his sentiments did not run as deep as Obito's, for he was primarily focused on strength and chi. Of course I do. My brother has confided in me several times that Rin will be my sister-in-law from now on. On the seventh night, he slammed the table, cursing Kakashi in his heart with fervent disdain, lamenting his utter lack of resolve, which truly weighed heavily on his mind. A chorus of laughter erupted from the crowd. And at last, Kakashi, his face flushed with embarrassment, nodded gently in acknowledgement. Lin, instantly overcome with shyness, lost the bravado she had just displayed. She sat down, her gaze cast downward, too timid to utter a word, steam seemingly rising from her head, likely a result of the alcohol dissipating, leaving her feeling sheepish. As Chie observed the melancholic expression on Obito's face, a wave of empathy washed over him. He realized that amidst the lively atmosphere, he had inadvertently overlooked his elder brother's feelings. Perhaps he could offer some comfort later. By the time everyone had feasted and the ladies tidied up the courtyard, it was already deep into the night. After bidding farewell to Minato and the others, Chie playfully kicked Kakashi and gestured toward Rin. Kakashi looked at Chie with a perplexed expression. Meanwhile, Obito, unable to bear the sight any longer, thought to himself, "What an imbecile. I asked you to see Rin off. You insufferable fool." Oh, right," Kakashi stammered. Rin, however, bore no ill will. She understood that Kakashi's lack of skill in this area was rather endearing. "Obito, are you feeling unwell? In the realm of the Seven Knights Inquiry, it is indeed frustrating. However, if Kakashi and Rin could find happiness together, I would extend my blessings." With a hint of choked emotion in his voice, Obito conveyed the profound anguish of loving someone who favors his closest friend. It is a burden that is undeniably difficult to bear. Do you understand what the chasm is between you and my brother? Seven Knights gazed sternly at Obito. Talent, strength, and appearance, perhaps? Obito responded with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging that the only aspect he truly excelled in was his diligence, a realm in which he felt no less confident than Kakashi. You are mistaken. It seems you remain oblivious to where your shortcomings lie. With such a mindset, how could you possibly hope to triumph over my brother? Chiya displayed an expression of exasperation, as if lamenting the lack of potential in his companion. What is that? Dato inquired, adjusting his diving mask with a look of confusion. Ah, you are simply missing a brother as exceptional as I am. Haha, you rascal. I treat you so well. Do I not regard you as my brother? Dato exclaimed, pulling Chiya into an embrace and playfully ruffling his hair. For Seven Knights, there was no resistance, as he understood that Obito was in a state of discontent and allowed him to vent his frustrations. Obito, my dear brother, I am aware of your affection for Rin, yet it is evident that her feelings for you do not reciprocate that love. If you do not grasp this truth soon, you will find yourself ensnared even deeper in despair. Sometimes, to cherish someone does not necessitate possession. Rather, it is sufficient to see them thrive in happiness. Moreover, there are many other remarkable young women in Konoha worthy of your admiration. What do you think of Kurenai? I would willingly step aside for you. Seven Knights, with a pained expression, remarked, You little rascal, what do you know of love? It is not merely a matter of good or bad, but rather an inexplicable longing, a deep concern, and an irresistible attraction. Obito offered a forced smile and then waved goodbye to Seven Knights, preparing to take his leave. As the shadows enveloped him, Shikiya called out to Obito, Brother Obito, promise me you'll always look towards the light and never succumb to darkness. Obito paused, his silence speaking volumes. And with a subtle wave of his hand, he gradually melded into the shadows, becoming one with the darkness. Chapter 32. Tsunade's Fury and Overcoming Hemophobia. Tsunade possessed quite the gambling prowess, having been steeped in the world of gambling since childhood, influenced by the legendary gambler Hashirama Senju. She began her foray into the gambling realm at the tender age of 3. However, her fortunes were notoriously poor. Even the embroidered characters of luck on her attire failed to alter her fate. Her gambling was not driven by a desire for wealth, but rather a passion and an escape from her sorrows. Ironically, every time she won, she felt a foreboding sense of dread, convinced that fortune would soon abandon her. With unwavering focus, she fixated on the dice cup, her lips murmuring incantations of hope, although deep down she wished not to win. The moment of revelation always ignited her excitement. 1, 2, too small. My dear lady, you've lost again. Apologies, we operate on a modest scale. Please spare us and refrain from further gambling. The dealer's sorrowful expression reflected the reality that, while they wished for customers to lose, this particular lady seemed cursed to lose at every turn. While not every round ended in defeat, she managed to lose a staggering 8 out of 10. As onlookers witnessed her continuous losses, it became apparent that simply betting against her was a surefire strategy for success, leaving the house in a dire predicament. Since her arrival, the gambling den thrived, yet losses mounted. For other gamblers, the adage of 10 bets, 9 losses had morphed into a reality for the establishment itself. What is the matter with this establishment? I lose money, and you still seem pleased. Tsunade expressed her discontent. You lose to me, but I lose to everyone else. At this rate, I'll have to close my doors. I beg you, grant us mercy. I too have a family to care for. The owner lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Then perhaps you should close shop sooner. Did you not consider that when you win, other gamblers also have families to support? Tsunade laughed heartily. If I close, will these folks cease gambling? At least here I can manage the stakes. Elsewhere, they may not be so fortunate. The owner replied, resigned to his fate. Tsunade strolled leisurely, aware that dusk was approaching. She had promised Shizen to return before nightfall, lest she be left without funds. Situated on the border of the land of fire, near the land of rain, she intended to seek out Jiraiya during her journey, hoping he would mentor Shikiya once he graduated from school. Although she had never voiced it, Tsunade held great respect for Jiraiya's teaching abilities, especially given his success in nurturing talents like Minato. Moreover, she had heard he had taken on 3 disciples in the land of rain, each seemingly formidable. Little did Tsunade know that Jiraiya's teaching skills surpassed her expectations. Minato, at merely 22, had already eclipsed many of his predecessors, standing among the strongest at the Kage level. The trio from the land of rain were all of equal caliber, though Yahiko had tragically departed early. Had he survived, he too would have reached the level of a Kage. Kakashi, his student, and Obito, his apprentice, represented 2 powerful legacies. As she walked, Tsunade suddenly halted, sensing an ambush. This is still within the land of fire. After a moment of concentration, she discerned at least 5 hidden presences nearby. Which ninja village dares to ambush me here? She called out calmly. Indeed, it seems the legendary Tsunade has eluded our ambush. From the shadows emerged 5 ninjas, donning the forehead protectors of the land of grass. Tsunade, however, was not fooled. These were no true ninjas of the grass village, but imposters from another village. Do you truly underestimate me? Sending only 1 jonin and 4 chunin to take me down? The leader, with a square jaw and imposing stature, smirked. I've heard of your renown, Tsunade. It's quite audacious of you to confront us. Tsunade remained impassive, aware that many perceived her as merely a medical ninja, underestimating her combat capabilities. Yet, her bounty in the underbelly of the ninja world surpassed even that of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Should the opportunity arise, other villages would undoubtedly seek to eliminate her first, as her contributions were invaluable. The leader, Suma, chuckled heartily, commanding the chunin to spread out and encircle her. Today, the name of the legendary 3 shall resonate throughout the ninja world, and I shall relish this encounter. With nimble fingers, Suma formed hand seals, channeling chakra into the ground with a decisive slam. Earth-style, ground split. A massive fissure erupted beneath them, forcing Tsunade to leap to safety. Suma swiftly executed another seal, his movements lightning fast. Earth-style, hell swamp. Should Tsunade touch the ground again, she would find herself ensnared in the mire. The remaining 4 chunin completed their seals simultaneously, pressing their hands to the earth. Earth-style, rock avalanche. Countless grains of sand surged forth, converging from all directions to ensnare Tsunade, enveloping her completely. From a distance, Tsuchimikado completed a series of hand seals, channeling the airborne sand. The earth release, earth prison technique ensnared Tsunade within a sphere of earth. The coordination of the 5 was impeccable, executing a rapid and synchronized maneuver within mere seconds. Beneath her feet, a shield of azure chakra emerged, a cunning application of the chakra scalpel, designed to prevent her from becoming ensnared in the mire. What scheme is Awakens concocting now? Tsunade's forehead twitched with irritation. With a forceful strike against the inner wall of the earthen sphere, it cracked and burst apart, sending forth a cloud of dust that revealed Tsunade, disheveled and covered in dirt. The speed of the Awakens ninjas was astounding, particularly the formidable Jainin leading them. Retreat was her only viable option. She dared not attack, for should she draw blood, it would spell her doom. Though her condition had improved, it remained perilous in the midst of battle. Enduring minor injuries while escaping their onslaught was preferable. After all, wounds were trivial to her. Just as she resolved to flee, her brow furrowed in alarm. When did this happen? Her feet were ensnared by numerous slender pillars of rock. Finally achieved. My Earth release, rock chain. Tsuchimikado laughed heartily. This was his original Earth release technique, crafted to bind adversaries. It was powerful, though easily evaded and requiring time to activate. However, once successful, escape became nearly impossible for the foe. The 4ch hurled kunai at Tsunade to disrupt her. She struggled to evade them, a sinking feeling in her chest. If this continued, blood would soon be spilled. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Tsuchimikado launched a kunai affixed with an explosive tag. Tsunade's pupils contracted, her immense strength activated. Yet she found it difficult to break free at first. Fortunately, she managed to shatter the rock chains under her might, escaping just as the explosive tag detonated near her. Boom. Blood streamed from Tsunade's mouth, and she bore various injuries. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring her expression as she half-knelt, staring blankly at the ground where only half of her cherry blossom hair tie remained. The 5 ninjas opposite her were equally astonished, retreating a few steps. They understood the strength of Tsuchimikado's rock chains, yet this woman had effortlessly broken free. Are you courting death? Today, I shall show you why I am known as the legendary Sannin, Tsunade the Slug Princess. Tsunade's voice was deliberate as she spoke, her head bowed. When she lifted it again, dark patterns adorned her face, her gaze fierce. The blood on the ground and her body did not instill fear, only rage. She glanced once more at the hair tie on the ground, then raised her head, her eyes ablaze with fury. A chill swept through the 5 ninjas as they prepared to act, but Tsunade was already upon one of them. Crack. Blood splattered everywhere as the ninja was obliterated by her monstrous strength. Flee. Split up. Tsuchimikado bellowed decisively, rapidly forming hand seals. An earth release, earth flow wall erupted before him, and with another series of seals, he vanished into the earth. What manner of creature is this? Tsuchimikado dared not linger for even a moment. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Shikiya was engaged in a duel with his clones, bantering with Mirin while contending with the incessant insults from the little nuisance in his mind. Suddenly, the little nuisance fell silent. Mission accomplished. Treat Tsunade's hemophobia. Mission rewards. Forbidden techniques, initial flying thunder god, super transformation technique, or multi-shadow clone technique. Please select one of the 3 ninjutsu. Chapter 33, Super Transformation Technique Stunned. 7 Knights exclaimed, little waste. While we may indulge in playful banter, do not jest with the tasks at hand. I'm not joking, truly. Hurry and make your choice. Original flying thunder god? Super transformation technique? Chiya was somewhat perplexed. He was familiar with the flying thunder god technique, but what did adding the original mean? He also understood the transformation technique, which was classified as an E-rank ninjutsu, the lowest tier available. To illustrate just how low this rank was, one could liken it to the 1,000 Years of Death technique, invented by his father, Kakashi Hitaki. So, does adding super elevate it to a forbidden ninjutsu? The Flying Thunder God technique, as it stands now, has been refined by Minato, his master, and has ascended to S-rank ninjutsu. The original Flying Thunder God refers to the initial version created by the Second Hokage, which was classified as A-rank ninjutsu. Xiaofei elaborated that the Second Hokage was a monumental inventor in the ninja world, having developed countless techniques. The super transformation technique is an enhancement of the basic transformation technique. Integrating physical arts, it not only alters appearance but also transforms the body itself. As long as one possesses sufficient chakra, the transformation can persist indefinitely. Moreover, the chakra consumption for the super transformation technique is remarkably low, requiring a significant amount only upon activation, approximately half a card's worth, and it induces considerable pain. Xiaofei chuckled, believing that Chiya would likely not opt for the transformation technique, especially since he had long been fixated on the shadow clone technique. How could the thoughts of a superior being be comprehended by a mere inferior system? Naturally, I shall choose the super transformation technique. Chiya exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Initially, he aspired to master the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu to harness energy through his clones. However, having already reached the limits of his physical capacity, accumulating any further energy would not facilitate a rapid enhancement of his strength in the short term. Moreover, the multiple shadow clone jutsu is not an exceptionally challenging ninjutsu to acquire. As long as one demonstrates sufficient contribution, it can be learned at any time. He was already quite formidable, and the transformation technique would allow him to engage in activities within the shinobi world under a different identity, enabling him to undertake tasks that might be inconvenient for him as Chiya. After all, he desired to lead a stable life as Chiya. He could adopt the guise of an older gentleman to charm Lady Tsunade. Age would no longer be a barrier. Your appearance may change, but certain abilities cannot be possessed prematurely. So even if you harbor any ill intentions, they remain unachievable. The little ninja interjected, unable to suppress his critique. Can we not dampen the mood at this moment? In the depths of his mind, Seven Knights expressed his unease, harboring concerns for Tsunade. It was inconceivable that she could surmount her hemophobia without a compelling reason. Something must have transpired to evoke such a transformation. He could only hope that she remained unharmed. Thus, he resolved to choose the super transformation technique. Who was the originator of this jutsu? In the midst of a serene night, Chiya found himself lost in thought while Mealy, scratching his head, playfully scampered about. With a casual flick, Chiya tossed a dried fish, prompting Mealy to eagerly dash over to indulge in the treat. At that moment, Chiya's mind was preoccupied, leaving little room for playful distractions. Hee. What is with that grin of yours? It's rather unsettling. Seven Knights wore an expression of disdain. The creator of this ninjutsu is none other than myself. The little brat's voice brimmed with pride. If he had an image, his current demeanor would be utterly infuriating. Damn, you possess this capability, and you didn't mention it sooner? Chiya was quite displeased, pondering why the system at home was so unreliable, necessitating his gradual discovery of its functions. You never inquired, did you? Moreover, if it weren't for your recent exploration into creating your own ninjutsu, I wouldn't have even entertained such thoughts. My abilities arise from your own imagination. If you view me as worthless, it is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies. Xiaofei chuckled, having previously mentioned that he was indeed Chiya for a reason. Do not be angry, do not be angry. One must accept their own system. A step back allows for a broader perspective. Enduring for a moment only fuels further frustration. Clap. Chiya slapped himself across the face. Xiaofei fell silent, fearing nothing more than an opponent who could inflict harm upon themselves. He could indeed feel the pain. As long as Chiya did not shield him, his sensations mirrored those of Chiya. However, he would never reveal to Chiya that he had the ability to be shielded. The sequence for the super transformation technique is Chinwei Chinin Wei, a bit more intricate than the basic transformation technique, which consists of only a single Wei hand sign. Chini quickly mastered the art of transformation. His emotional energy has significantly increased, and he has abandoned the lottery, deeming it unworthy due to its low cost-effectiveness. He has elevated his transformation technique to a profound level, thus reducing the time required for hand seals. However, he finds no necessity in expending energy to achieve perfection. The sole distinction between the proficient and perfected levels lies in the requirement of hand seals for transformation techniques, which are not utilized on the battlefield. Speed is not of paramount importance. The chakra consumption for proficient-level ninjutsu is minimal, as it avoids unnecessary waste, maximizing its potency and condensing the chakra. While the initial activation of the transformation technique requires substantial chakra, once successfully transformed, the chakra expenditure is negligible, as the body naturally absorbs and compensates for it. In truth, it is an exceedingly formidable ninjutsu. Of course, should a significant battle occur and chakra be depleted, the transformation technique would falter. Yet, Chini believes he will not find himself in such dire straits. Kakashi has been busy throughout the day, with no respite, as he continues to undertake missions, often accompanied by Guy on lower-level tasks. He is a person who cannot remain idle. After daily training sessions with Guy and Chini, he returns home, while Guy pursues missions out of necessity. Upon opening the door, he is surprised to find Chini absent, as he typically lounges lazily in the yard. Although daily training has become routine, he tends to revert to his lethargic demeanor outside of those sessions. Reflecting on the fact that he has not visited Rin in several days, Kakashi ponders what one ought to do after entering a romantic relationship. With that thought, he makes his way to Rin's home. In the northwest of the Land of Fire, within the Tsuchikage office in Awakens, Anoki, the diminutive Tsuchikage, sits expressionless, observing the numerous elite shinobi in the room. Our village has already suffered too many losses in this war. We cannot continue. We need peace. We need to recuperate. An elderly man with white hair, the high-ranking advisor Kuroiwa, states with barely contained anger. His status is second only to Inoki's, yet in Awagakure, there is but one voice, Inoki's. Have we come this far only to surrender? Absolutely not. The blood of our village's ninjas cannot be shed in vain. We must seek vengeance. Kuroiwa retorts, grappling with his own reluctance to concede. Yet, he understands that no one can stand against the yellow flash of Konoha. You, or you? He questions the assembled shinobi, his anguish evident. Indeed, no one can counter the formidable force that is the Yellow Flash, who, despite being only in his 20s, has left all ninja villages powerless. A moment of silence envelopes the office as they grapple with the reality that Konoha, single-handedly, is resisting four major nations and still gaining the upper hand, an acceptance that is difficult for them to bear. With a disdainful grunt, Inoki slams his hand on the table. No matter how strong Minato is, he is but one man. Even the mighty Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not unify the ninja world. What is there to fear? If you all have lost your spirit, that is what is truly frightening. He levitates slightly, his small stature seemingly imbued with boundless strength. Peace is never attained through supplication. It is achieved through battle. Relay my orders. Instruct the operations department to devise a strategy to invade the land of fire. I want Konoha to plead for a ceasefire. With that proclamation, he vanishes from sight. The losses suffered by the ninja village weigh heavily on him. Yet he knows that surrendering without a fight would extinguish the ambitions of the younger generation in Awakens. In a few decades, without Konoha even lifting a finger, Awakens would be rendered powerless. This battle must be fought, no matter the cost. Lives may be lost, but the spirit must endure. Inoki steps outside the walls of the Ninja Academy, listening to the sounds of training echoing joyfully. With a sigh, he reflects on the importance of the future. He listens to the teachers bellowing. The stones of Awakens rise high, unyielding against wind and rain. A sense of solace washes over him. Wishing for the war to conclude in his generation, so that future generations may live in peace. Chapter 34. The marvelous uses of transformation techniques. The second year of Chiye's academic journey officially commenced, and to be frank, it felt rather tedious. Aside from the theoretical classes, which held some interest, the practical sessions merely allowed him to accompany his classmates in their performances, neither standing out nor becoming a burden. Simply adhering to the norm. Moreover, the absence of Dojie diminished much of the enjoyment. It is likely that Dojie is still undergoing training with Jin, which is quite unfortunate. At such a tender age, she bears burdens that are far too heavy. It is all Tuanzang's fault. Chiyi. Why don't you call me System Daddy? I created such an impressive transformation technique. Small Fei, unable to contain himself, recalled how he had envisioned Chiyi calling him Daddy in utter admiration when he developed the super transformation technique. Yet, it seemed as though Chiyi remained unresponsive. After so many days, he was nearly on the verge of internal injury from suppressing his feelings. What did you say? I call you Daddy? My father is Hitaki Tsukumo. Do you wish to take his place? Seven Knights, feeling rather disgruntled, found himself consumed with envy for his sister, the little rice grain, who lay basking in the sun at home. This feline creature needed not to learn anything. Whatever he mastered, she would effortlessly grasp. Was this not a perplexity of nature? Could it be that she was the true protagonist? While indulging in dried fish and soaking up the sun, she could idly torment the neighbor's dog and still grow stronger. Meanwhile, he was burdened with the arduous task of training and learning, feeling utterly disheartened. He longed to be as carefree as a salted fish. Oh dear. Have I truly mastered the art of transformation? Does that mean the little rice grain is too? He pondered. Little Waste, you are a genius, truly. You must strive diligently. I have never encountered a talent quite like yours. Little Waste, taken aback by such unexpected praise, felt bewildered by the intensity of the compliment. Haha, you flatter me. I am quite embarrassed. Despite his initial confusion, a flicker of joy ignited within him, only to be quickly overshadowed by a sense of shame for relishing such a simple acknowledgement from Seven Knights. Continue your efforts and create a bloodline limit that surpasses even the legendary Sharingan and Rinnegan. Then craft a bloodline limit encompassing all 5 elemental powers, capable of overwhelming dust release techniques. I have faith in you. Seven Knights brimming with anticipation. Dreaming during the day, do you take me for a deity? You must first thoroughly grasp the theoretical knowledge of ninjutsu before I can delve deeper into its principles and innovate. The little fool retorted, this fellow's daydreaming habit has resurfaced. Moreover, concerning bloodline limits related to physical capabilities, you have only encountered the Sharingan. Those pertaining to the physical realm are inherited through bloodlines. How can one create such things? Regardless, I will not concern myself with that. Just proceed along this path. The first generation of physical bloodline limits was also inscribed into cells through ninjutsu before being passed down. As long as your thoughts remain steadfast, solutions will always outweigh difficulties. Keep striving. Seven Knights chuckled, for he genuinely harbored this intention. The Little Waste was far more formidable than any computer. Failing to harness its potential would be a disservice to his identity as a host. He had come to realize that the Little Waste required a foundation for any endeavor, necessitating an accumulation of energy before it could assist him in enhancing his prowess. Beyond engaging in banter for amusement, its utility seemed rather limited. Thus, it would be far more advantageous to exploit its strengths and enable it to forge some extraordinary ninjutsu. Allow me to share my vision with you. I aspire to create a form of ocular technique imbued with the dualities of yin and yang, encompassing the realms of time and space, inscribed within my very eyes. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. and I shall gradually accumulate the necessary elements. The design will be inspired by the Taiji Bagua diagram. It will undoubtedly be magnificent. Chinya's face was filled with longing. Little Fei, what should I do if I feel utterly disillusioned with life? As Chiya became increasingly absorbed in his thoughts, he even began to envision the myriad extraordinary applications of the gossiping eyes, nearly drooling in his fascination. Chimu Chiya, oil girl Jiwei called out softly. Here. Chiyi rose swiftly. Ever since that fateful encounter with Yunu Jiwei, who had warned him that influencing others could lead to their demise, Chiyi had become considerably more earnest in class. Yunu Jiwei felt a sense of accomplishment, although this lad often seemed distracted and his grades were merely average. He had improved significantly compared to before. At the very least, he had not experienced any explosive incidents since. If one were to step on a triggering symbol landmine and it did not activate immediately, what should one do? We discussed this in the previous lesson. Chiya was taken aback. Xiaofei, how's it done? He often relied on Xiaofei to remember such details, as he spent most of his time contemplating significant matters. He thought to himself, I am busy creating ninjutsu. What did you say, Chiya? Youngzi asked in confusion. Grass? How do you deactivate an explosive tag? Are you suggesting using grass as a substitute tool? It is indeed a feasible option to use grass in substitution techniques, but at the moment of activation, chakra would be required, causing the explosive tag to trigger instantly. Therefore, grass cannot be utilized. Youngzi stated sternly, Teacher, you misunderstand. This grass is not the same. It is a verb, not a noun. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward for Chiya. Run? The moment your foot leaves, the explosive talisman will detonate. How can you escape? After a moment's reflection, she recalled what had been discussed in the previous lesson. The oil maiden, despite the lingering discomfort of her itching skin, patiently endeavored to guide her with gentle persuasion. As Chiya found himself at an impasse, he contemplated that, given his prowess, he could easily crush the explosive tag. However, he hesitated, for if the tag remained intact, it would be the oil woman teacher who would undoubtedly erupt in fury. Apologies, oil woman teacher, but I must speak with Chiya. Kakashi's voice resonated at the classroom door. The oil woman teacher, she, furrowed her brows slightly. Kakashi typically did not disrupt their lessons at this hour, implying that there was likely an urgent mission requiring immediate attention. Go ahead, Chiya. Thank you, teacher. As Chiya stepped out of the classroom, an unsettling premonition lingered in his heart. Were they about to embark on their journey? Kakashi was unaware that this expedition, lasting over 6 months, would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Chiya, I have an urgent mission and must leave immediately. Take this money for now, and if it proves insufficient, you may seek assistance from Senior Jixingnai, Kakashi said, producing several banknotes from his pocket and handing them to Chiya. Chiya did not decline. He understood that this was Kakashi's most straightforward way of expressing his concern. Given that he often felt indebted to his younger brother due to his demanding missions, fortunately, Chiya was resilient. A typical child would have long been spoiled by such indulgence. Brother, please ensure you protect yourself during the mission. Be especially cautious of your eyes. I had a terrifying dream yesterday that you went blind. Seven Knights gently reminded that he had subtly conveyed his concerns while playing chess with Master Watergate. However, the battlefield is ever-changing. In the original narrative, Watergate may have indeed contemplated these matters, but the overwhelming number of enemies left him with little choice. Take good care of yourself and strive diligently in your training, Kakashi said, ruffling Seven Knights' hair. Training is acceptable, but hard work is out of the question. Chiya said little, merely nodding in agreement. For she had already resolved to go when the time came, leaving no need for further explanation. After school, Chiya approached Yun to request leave. But unable to find a valid reason, she had no choice but to abandon the idea. Millet, I wish to discuss something with you. As Chiya approached Mealy, he inquired. How many meals? Mealy lazily flicked her tail, expressing her envy. How fortunate it is to grow stronger while indulging in pleasures, truly. It is the life I have longed for. A grand feast every 6 months, and sufficient funds to enjoy it. In a moment of resignation, Chiyi declared. It is settled. I shall acquiesce to any request. Instantly, Mealy's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rose to her feet, brimming with determination. You have mastered the art of transformation, have you not? I have already learned a particular metamorphosis technique. Now, why not attempt to take on my appearance? Chiya chuckled. It cannot be changed. Mealy attempted it but exclaimed in frustration, why can't it be changed? You can open the 8 doors of Duinjia. The silence of the night stretched on, disrupting the entire plan. Could it be that one would resort to defection? Surely not. For Kakashi would undoubtedly put an end to that. Foolishness. You have yet to perfect the transformation technique, which requires hand seals. What hand seals could Lady Mira possibly use? Only her heart, perhaps? A small voice in his mind mocked. I shall grant you but a fleeting second to articulate your thoughts anew. Speak to me properly, or I swear I shall leave your face as swollen as a pig's head. Seven Knights was furious. You are ruthless. Just perfect your transformation technique, brother. The little waste felt helpless, blaming himself for having learned nothing from Seven Knights, unable to restrain his tongue. Mealy, try again. Mealy silently recited the super transformation technique, and with a loud bang, a plume of white smoke erupted. Her body gradually elongated, ultimately taking on the appearance of Seven Knights before her. Then, she began to wail, rolling on the ground, incessantly crying out in pain. It was utterly heart-wrenching. Seven Knights gazed at Rice with a peculiar expression, astonished by this unforeseen aftermath. Could it be that Little Waste was being intentionally cruel? A transformation in physical structure inevitably brings about pain. Am I truly so malevolent? Besides, your suffering is shared by me. Just look at Rice, it is utterly pitiful. My heart aches for her. Little Waste cried out in her mind. After a considerable interval, Rice finally regained her composure, lying on the ground with a face devoid of hope. Rest assured, Rice, this pain is but a singular occurrence. You must not undo this transformation spell, for that too will bring anguish. In a moment of despair, Chi lamented, will I be condemned to remain in this unappealing form forever? Oh, my beautiful fur. My delicate tail. Mealy wept sorrowfully while veins throbbed on Chi's forehead. Some deemed him useless, others labeled him mischievous, yet none had the audacity to call him ugly. Resigned, he thought. What can I do? This fellow is so terrified of pain. He had once envisioned transforming Mealy into various divine figures from his past life for his own admiration, but now that dream seemed utterly shattered. Alas, my otaku aspirations have crumbled. After elaborately discussing the daily tasks with her for 7 nights, he found himself contemplating the image he wished to embody. Perhaps he could transform into an exquisite beauty, thereby befriending Sister Tsunade, who would undoubtedly lower her guard. They could share baths and sleep side by side. He mused with a chuckle. Yet, he dismissed the thought, realizing he could not overcome the barriers of his own straightforward nature. He still held on to certain principles. After some contemplation, Chi decided to revert to his former self, as this world was unfamiliar, and no one would recognize him, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. He silently recited the mantra for transformation. This transformation technique seems rather trivial. Perhaps it deserves a more distinguished name. Let us call it one of the 4 supreme evil techniques of the universe, the art of metamorphosis. Such trivialities abound. Indulge as you wish. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the courtyard, revealing a disheveled young man in his 20s. Soon after, another youth appeared, rolling on the ground and wailing in a manner more pitiful than a mere grain of rice, rendering the latter too frightened to utter a sound. This was indeed Chiya's former appearance, a weary young laborer. Chapter 35, The Movements of Awakens. Chi torments small creatures at the border of the land of fire and the land of grass, in the Konoha camp. Mito Minion listened intently to the intelligence relayed from the front lines, his brow furrowed in silence. What was the Hokage's response to the last report sent back to the village? He inquired softly. The Hokage stated the need to monitor the activities of various nations, and that it was impractical to mobilize too many personnel. Confounding. What is Sarutobi thinking? He seems to grow more muddled with age. With the internal strife in the Wind Country, how could they possibly launch a war at this critical juncture? The Second Great Ninja War has already left them in tatters. They hardly require additional forces now. Moreover, the Land of Lightning has just proposed a ceasefire with the Land of Fire. How could they go back on their word? There is no pressing need for excessive vigilance. The Land of Water has just suffered a devastating loss with the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen, significantly weakening their strength. And they are also engaged in conflict with the Land of Lightning. The real concern is that crafty old man, Inoki. As Mito Minion began to pace, visibly displeased, he recalled receiving urgent intelligence from a spy, indicating that Iwagakure was seemingly preparing for significant action. The old man Inoki was notoriously cunning, and Mito was genuinely apprehensive about potential upheavals. Mitodano, the 3rd Hokage, has sent the Minato team. They have arrived at the camp. An Umbu member appeared within the tent, kneeling on one knee, his tone somewhat agitated. Excellent. Please invite them in. Mito Minion exclaimed, his spirits lifted. At last, Sarutobi had not lost all his faculties. With Minato's arrival, the situation was likely to improve. After all, his team included Kakashi, a newly advanced Jonin, along with Uchiha Obito and Rin, both Chunin. Without a doubt, Minato alone could rival 5 squads of Jonin. As Namikaze's Minato entered the tent, parting the flaps, he was accompanied by Kakashi and the others. Commander Mito. The Minato team has come to report. The four bowed respectfully to Mido. There's no need for formality. Please, take a seat. You must be weary. Mido greeted them warmly, estimating that these individuals had set off at least half a month prior. Their travel-worn appearances suggested they had been utilizing the body flicker technique to hasten their journey. Truly, Minato was dependable, based on our spies' investigations. It appears that Awakens is poised for significant action, though their secrecy has been commendable, preventing us from gathering further intelligence. Mido expressed his concerns. The more they fortify their defenses, the more I sense that something monumental is about to transpire. After all, Inoki is a formidable individual. Thus, we must remain vigilant along the borders of the land of grass and the land of earth. Report to Mido Dano. A ninja burst into the tent, interrupting Mido's discourse. Mido did not express anger, but instead stood up, his heart sinking. Iwagakure has mobilized a large force and breached the border defenses of the land of grass. The daimyo of the land of grass has sent an urgent message requesting Konoha's assistance. What? Has Inoki lost his mind? Attacking the neutral land of grass at such a time? Mido exclaimed in fury. Minato, I apologize, but you will have to forego rest. Make haste to the land of grass and meet with Daimyo Kazushige. Once you arrive, proceed as necessary and relay intelligence back to us. I fear Awagakure seeks to annex the land of grass. Understood. Minato responded solemnly, saying no more. Despite Obito and Rin's evident exhaustion, there was no choice but to press on. That Madden Inoki has truly gone insane. He disregards the Five Nations agreements entirely. What a lunatic. Mido cursed inwardly. Reflecting on the pact established among the five great nations, which strictly forbade the annexation of smaller nations, lest the others unite against them. It seemed the Third Great Ninja War had left the land of earth in agony, and the diminutive Inoki had completely lost his senses. Mido felt a sense of pride as he contemplated the current conflict. The land of fire, or rather Konoha, stood strong against four nations single-handedly, maintaining the upper hand. While the losses were significant, they had also showcased their might. With the emergence of the younger generation, including Minato, it was likely that peace would reign in the land of fire for an extended period following the war. Although the other great nations engaged in their own conflicts, none had dared to confront four nations simultaneously, as the land of fire had done. Meanwhile, Chiyu was journeying with great urgency, compelled to reach the borders of the land of earth. Although he could have relied on his social skills to hitch a ride, he found the prospect too slow. Once he arrived in the land of earth, he would have to avoid contact with too many people, as he lacked identification and feared being apprehended. During wartime, scrutiny of unfamiliar individuals was particularly stringent, compelling him to traverse desolate areas. Occasionally, when seeking to improve his rations, he would stealthily infiltrate cities for minor acts that could hardly be labeled as theft. What a hassle it was. He had never ventured beyond Konoha in his life, and he had no experience in such matters. In his previous life, he had paid little attention to these details. It was as though he had never endured such hardships in either lifetime. His current appearance was utterly disheveled, with unkempt hair and tattered clothing. Although he possessed some ninja tools and protective gear, he refrained from wearing them, as he had only one set and intended to save it for battle. How pitiful! You wretched being, lacking even a space repository, I am forced to endure tasteless meat daily, unable to carry enough water. This is truly exasperating. You misunderstand me. I am not divine. How could I possess everything? The system, too, felt helpless, enduring daily insults. Isn't the system supposed to be godlike? Other systems are efficient. Why is mine so inept? Alas, how much longer until we reach the land of earth? Can you not remember the way? You constantly take the wrong turns. The map is imprinted in your mind. If it weren't for your incessant misdirection, we would have nearly arrived at the border of the land of fire. Now, let me check. Getting lost is not due to forgetfulness of the map. It's simply an inability to distinguish between east, south, west, and north. Chiya retorted. We will reach the borders of the land of fire in 3 days, and we can enter the land of earth in 10 days. Xiaofei also assessed their precise location based on Chiya's route and the places they passed through, as he too lacked a positioning system. All right. After we rescue Brother Dato and Sister Rin this time, I must take the time to truly understand the local customs and traditions. I cannot embark on such journeys unprepared again. It has been quite dire. For 7 nights, he had been vexed. Under the impression that the Little Waste could provide him with real-time navigation or a similar map, thus he had not been particularly concerned about his journey. However, this fellow lacked even such a basic function and was devoid of any spatial storage. Was there a more unfortunate host than him? What was particularly exasperating was that the Little Waste would remain silent unless directly asked about its capabilities. It was enough to make one's lungs feel as though they might explode in frustration. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and a towering figure of over 3 meters, a bear man, rose before him. 7 knights hastily halted his rapid advance, barely managing to stop just in front of the bear. "Greetings, brother bear. I am merely passing through and have no intention of encroaching upon your territory." As Chie gazed at the colossal creature that dominated his field of vision, he took a few steps back, feeling a surge of panic. The sight of the formidable black bear was indeed terrifying, but then he recalled that he was, after all, a ninja, endowed with immense strength. How absurd it was to feel fear. Chi still harbored some ingrained thoughts from a previous life, and, upon realization, was instantly filled with rage. How dare a bear attempt to bully him? With a graceful leap, he soared into the air and delivered a resounding slap to the black bear. The creature, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was sent flying backward, while Chi pursued relentlessly, administering a series of vigorous blows. After some time, a 2-meter-tall black bear emerged from the forest, looking refreshed and revitalized. Meanwhile, a 3-meter-tall black bear lay on the ground, weeping in despair, as if it had endured some unspeakable torment. How foolish I have been. Why did I not transform into an animal without any identification? After all these days of hiding and journeying, it seems utterly naive, all influenced by that little waste. As Chia sprinted, he mentally shifted the blame to Xiaofei. Xiaofei pondered, is it not more suspicious for such a hefty black bear to run like the wind? In Chapter 36, a yellow flash ravaged the heavens and the earth, embodying a godlike man. They finally arrived in the land of Earth, where the next step was to locate the Shina Bridge and familiarize themselves with the surrounding area. To his surprise, even small creatures could provide emotional energy. How wonderful. Could you act like a human? You've been on the road while attacking small animals, not even sparing the little squirrels and caterpillars. It's utterly infuriating. The animals along this route began to migrate, and some villagers presumed they had offended the deities, conducting lavish sacrifices to seek forgiveness. Naturally, Chiye consumed all the offerings. What should have been a 10-day journey was grotesquely extended to 20 days, as Chiye, having heard no news of Awakens invading the land of fire, felt no urgency. After Awakens breached the defenses of the land of grass, they did not engage in widespread destruction but rather vanished, prompting Mizumoto to become increasingly vigilant. Besides the scouting efforts of the Namikaze squad, all border ninjas had been summoned to the camp. With a formidable defensive force of 10 jonin and 30 chunin, they were not concerned about any tricks from Inoki. Mizumoto was discussing Awakens's true intentions with Yek, perplexed by their sudden disappearance after breaching the defenses. What could their purpose be? Had they retreated to Awakens? Yek, you must keep vigilance. I have a foreboding feeling. Mizumoto served as the overall commander in an advisory capacity rather than being the original frontline commander, who was Yek. His esteemed reputation and strength ensured compliance from all. Yes. Yek responded solemnly, though inwardly skeptical. Surely Awakens would not attack the land of fire at this moment? Their defensive forces were quite capable, unless Awakens was making a desperate gamble. Nevertheless, caution is never misplaced. As Yek opened the door curtain, a sudden flash of fire illuminated his face, causing his pupils to constrict. He turned to the astonished Mizumoto and shouted, "Enemy attack." The flash he had seen was a signal for help from the Konoha ninjas. Boom. A colossal stone dragon erupted from the camp, wreaking havoc as walls of stone burst from the ground, transforming the terrain into a marsh. "Gather around me," Yek bellowed, retreating rapidly alongside Mizumoto. They needed to find an open terrain, lest they fall into the trap created by Awakens. It was ironic to see the land of fire turned into a battleground by Awakens. By the time Mizumoto and Yek reached the open ground, only 20 Konoha ninjas followed them, 6 jonin and 12 chunin. In an instant, Konoha had lost 2 jonin and 8 chunin, a loss that made Yek's heart bleed with guilt, nearly driving him to self-destruction. Damn it. Yek slammed the ground, sending debris flying. Calm down, Yek. Mizumoto scolded, glancing around before continuing. You must lead the remaining forces to resist. Yes. Yek's eyes burned with determination. Apologies, but it seems you shall not have your way. A figure emerged from the darkness, youthful and in his 20s. I am Dong Sirin, the commander of this raid. Today, none of you shall escape. The arrogance of Awakens's youth was palpable. Mizumoto scoffed, though his body was tense and ready for battle. Dong Sirin was a rising star in Awakens, holding a status comparable to Namikaze and Konoha. And he was well known. Oh, how about this? Dong Sirin smiled lightly as more Awakens ninjas stepped out behind him, all exuding a murderous aura. At the forefront stood formidable young warriors known to Mizumoto Emoji, Huaguang, Dashur, and Su Emoji. There were a full 50 of them. It was over. A chill ran down Mizumoto's spine. He hoped that Namikaze would not come. Otherwise, the Northwest Front would face total annihilation. Even if Namikaze arrived, it would likely be too late, for at least 15 Jonin faced them. This was a full-scale assault. Meanwhile, Namikaze, returning to the camp, noticed a faint glow rising in the distance and felt a jolt of alarm. It was towards Konoha's camp. Kakashi, something's wrong. There's an enemy attack at the camp. I'm heading over first. Keep Obito and Rin safe, and don't rush into battle. If the enemy is too strong, avoid confrontation. Understood, Sensei. Kakashi replied solemnly. Namikaze nodded and vanished, reappearing outside the camp. Observing the wreckage, anxiety gripped his heart as he rushed to check on the Konoha ninjas lying on the ground. Discovering there were no survivors, anger burned within him. Everyone here was known to him, many still mere children. Damn Awakens, though it was war, and he had taken many lives of Awakens ninjas, it did not diminish his hatred for them. After all, there was a difference between friends and foes. Their heroes are my enemies. Namikaze examined the traces left behind, predominantly signs of Awakens' earth release, some of which were difficult to investigate. The enemy's numbers were substantial. Such extensive traces could not be the work of a few individuals. He felt a burning urgency, yet forced himself to remain calm and search for the enemy's whereabouts. In the distance, Dong Siren felt a surge of pride. With relentless pursuit, few enemies remained. Over 20 days, he had orchestrated the infiltration of Konoha's camp with over 50 Awakens ninjas, using earth release to emerge from underground, catching Konoha ninjas off guard. The defeat of 10 Jonin and 20 Chunin would be enough to make his name resonate throughout the ninja world, eclipsing even the Yellow Flash. War is an art of command. Individual prowess cannot alter the course of battle. Even someone as composed as Dong Siren felt a thrill of excitement at this moment. Report. We've encountered a few Konoha youngsters. A Chunin announced. Konoha had only 4 ninjas left, including Mizumoto and Yek, all wounded. I'll handle this, Emoji said coolly, as these 4 were already at their wits' end. Dong Siren merely wished to exhaust them without casualties. In this battle, Awakens had killed 6 Jonin and wiped out 20 Chunin, suffering only 8 Chunin casualties, a resounding victory. Hurry back. Dong Siren dismissed, regarding the 4 youngsters as inconsequential. Emoji suddenly appeared before Kakashi and the others, who were on high alert, positioning Obito and Rin behind him. Oh, little one, you're quite vigilant. White hair, are you the Kakashi of Konoha? Remarkable at such a young age. Emoji thought, startled and cautious. He was not afraid of Kakashi. Even if Kakashi was a Jonin, he would not be his match, of that he was certain. His wariness stemmed from the Yellow Flash. A swift resolution is imperative. The leech. Move. Suddenly, a thunderous roar accompanied by the sound of stones and flames erupted from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, the leech vanished from sight. Dong Siren, his face ashen, gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. Only moments ago, he had commanded the group to retreat while he chose to hold the line. Nearly 50 of them found themselves encircled by a single adversary. Not long after the leech's departure, as they continued their frenzied assault on the remaining 4 from Konoha, a young man appeared on the battlefield. With a shock of golden hair and dirt smudged across his face, he could not conceal the smile that adorned his features. He materialized abruptly before the quartet of Mito Tobarama, effortlessly thwarting all attacks with his ninjutsu. He then flashed a slight smile and addressed them. I apologize, esteemed members of Awakens, but you find yourselves encircled by me. To Dong Siren, that smile bore no warmth. It was as frigid as that of the Grim Reaper. In an instant, beams of yellow light flickered throughout the crowd, as one by one, his comrades fell, their eyes wide open in death. So this was the Yellow Flash? Like a tempest of lightning, how could such a monster exist? It was true that one individual could dominate the battlefield. Everyone, flee. Quickly, Dong Siren bellowed, his voice raw with desperation, before charging toward the radiant golden light. The brilliance brushed past him, and he clutched his throat, gasping, as he slowly collapsed. In his final moments, only a glimmer of yellow light remained in his vision. Watergate staggered into view, regaining his footing only after several unsteady steps. After a brief respite, he observed Kakashi and the others approaching slowly, and he exhaled in relief, sinking to the ground. I'm glad I made it. I'm utterly exhausted. No one spoke. Not even Kakashi and his companions, nor Mito Tobarama, who had fought alongside the first and second Hokage. All gazed in awe and reverence at the young man. Covered in grime and panting heavily, sitting on the ground without a care for appearances. It was as if they were beholding a deity. Chapter 37. Into the enemy camp, Lord Mito. What shall we do now? Watergate inquired softly after catching his breath. First, You should return to the village and inform Lord Hokage of what transpired here, then await his decision. Mito Tobarama replied wearily. Understood. Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Ensure the safety of our seniors. They are gravely injured. I shall return shortly. Watergate's Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to teleport without regard for distance. Though the farther he traveled, the greater the strain on his body. Fortunately, his physical prowess enabled him to endure a few long-range transports. With the border camp in ruins, long-distance communication was impossible, leaving him no choice but to make the journey himself. Meanwhile, Chiye was idly observing the distant Shinmuabashi, a location fortified with considerable defenses. Otherwise, he would have contemplated destroying the bridge to avoid future complications. He longed for home, yearning for the taste of Ichiraka ramen. The innocent faces of his classmates holding back tears as he teased them, and the robust shouts of his neighbors. Feeling somewhat despondent, he wandered into the forest. Having thoroughly explored the area and grown familiar with the terrain, suddenly he halted, locking eyes with two young ninjas on the opposite side. Should I act more ferocious or frightened? Hey, why didn't you warn me that someone was approaching? Tumir Jinin, what is there to warn about? They can be easily dispatched. Come on, I'm infiltrating the enemy camp here. Can't you be a bit more reliable? Not falling, son. Look. That black bear is watching us. What should we do? Should we act tough or run? Black Ash asked anxiously. It appeared these two were troubled by the same dilemma as him. Chiye mused. Fool, can't you be a bit bolder? You're a Jinin now. That black bear would make a fine addition to our meal. Not falling, son remarked disdainfully. Come on, you two brats, you're not eating me. As the figure of Chiye rose, he patted his chest, poised to unleash a mighty roar, only to suppress it. Mindful of the potential disturbance it could cause to the nearby ninjas. With swift determination, he dashed towards the two individuals, delivering a powerful slap to each, sending them flying. Just as he intended to pursue them for another strike, an unsettling sensation prompted him to evade sideways. Boom. A shuriken was past him, adorned with an explosive tag. And upon striking a nearby tree, it erupted in a fiery explosion, singeing Chiye's fur. Enraged, he could no longer contain himself and uttered a fierce curse. How dare you launch a sneak attack? If you ever have a son, may he grow up to be a wretched little creature. Wait, can it speak? Transformation technique? No. The force of that impact should have revealed the true form. Could it be a ninja beast? Yet, there are no chakra fluctuations detected. A young ninja appeared on a distant branch, shouldering a weapon known as the Unfading Sun, his left hand gripping a black-gray object. Gazing at the transformed black bear with a hint of confusion. Alas, his irrepressible tongue betrayed him. Are you a ninja beast? Who is your master? A flicker of wariness crossed the face of Dashi Fajang, as the remaining 20 or so ninjas, having just returned from a retreat, discovered that two of their patrolling comrades had been assaulted by the black bear, prompting a swift rescue. You are the true ninja beast. I am your master, he roared. With a resounding roar, the black bear charged towards the boulder. Just as the boulder intended to release the two individuals to employ its ninjutsu, it was left utterly astonished as the bear executed a swift turn and vanished in the blink of an eye. Alas, there seems to be an abundance of talking animals in this world. For now, it would be prudent to head to the campsite and contemplate the next course of action. What was once a glorious victory has now culminated in this disheartening outcome, leaving the boulder in a state of despondency. After a frenzied dash lasting 7 nights, I suddenly came to a halt. Little waste. What did the oil woman teacher say about how to save oneself after stepping on an explosive rune mine if it does not detonate immediately? 7 Nights pondered helplessly in his mind. What has transpired? As Chiye glanced at the corner of the yellow talisman peeking out from beneath the broad bare paw, a profound sadness enveloped his countenance. One must indeed pay earnest attention during class. It is only when one is in need of knowledge that one realizes how little one possesses. How unfortunate can I be? Could it be that teacher you knew possesses prophetic abilities? Or is she merely a harbinger of ill fortune? Haha, I must devise a plan quickly. I fear that others may arrive, and I shall find myself stewed, leaving you no better off. With that, the figure departed, leaving behind only the echoes of despair. In a fit of rage, Chiye believed that this individual must possess a more ingenious method, yet he was merely toying with him. The explosive tag cannot come into contact with chakra. The moment it does, it detonates. Even the impact of force can trigger an explosion. The principle behind the explosive tag mine operates on this very concept. As soon as a foot is lifted from the explosive tag, the mechanism that has been stepped upon will release chakra. Furthermore, any jutsu employed by a ninja inevitably generates chakra, leading to an explosion. It is quite straightforward. One merely needs to disable the chakra mechanism switch to prevent it from emitting chakra, or alternatively, one can destroy the rune without utilizing chakra. After pondering for a moment, Chie found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he resolved to detonate the explosive tag, relying on the swiftness of his body flicker technique. At worst, he would merely be caught in the aftermath, albeit the commotion might attract the attention of the rock-hidden ninjas. The issue raised by the oil woman Shirwei pertained to the students of the academy, as the majority of ninjas would likely only master the body flicker technique by the time they reached the Chunin rank. Once one has acquired the body flicker technique, the threat posed by explosive tags diminishes significantly. Of course, this does not apply to those with clumsy hands. For individuals who require 4 to 5 seconds to form hand seals, they might as well repent in heaven for their insufficient duration of being single. 7 Knights, weary of the hassle, decided it would suffice to transform into another creature soon enough. Bear had already fulfilled his mission, ascending to the pinnacle of the animal kingdom. Next, he would morph into a monkey. Boom. The explosion symbol detonated, followed by a cacophony of successive blasts. In a fleeting moment, Chie executed a technique of instantaneous movement, retreating to a considerable distance. Despite enduring excruciating pain, he rolled upon the ground, and as he continued, he transformed into a large macaque. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he leapt onto a tree branch, poised to observe the unfolding spectacle. Soon, several ninjas from the rock-hidden village arrived at the scene. A senior ninja, perplexed, scanned the surroundings but found no traces left behind. In the distance, there were signs of bear activity. However, not a single strand of bear fur was in sight. Could it be that they had been reduced to mere ashes? Surely, that was implausible. As Chie observed the contemplative expressions of the individuals below, a sense of schadenfreude washed over him. How could there be a monkey up there? Wasn't this supposed to be a monkey-free zone? Goodness, is that really a thing? Have we been exposed? Perhaps it came from elsewhere. The recent movements of animals within the grass and earth nations have been rather peculiar. We should head back. It's possible that the creatures triggered the landmines. We must have a serious discussion with the medical team. Medicinal powder is of little use and has wasted numerous detonating talismans. Sighed this time. The chances of our esteemed Lord Dong being alive seem grim. Out of 50, only around 20 managed to escape. That yellow flash from Konoha is truly a demon. With him around, all our actions seem futile. Enough of that. Oishi and the others are in a fragile emotional state. Speaking like this behind their backs will surely provoke an outburst. Let us simply follow the arrangements. As they chatted, they walked further away. Watergate truly is impressive. He should be arriving soon. Once he does, I'll lend a hand to Kakashi and the others. If I do, perhaps Obito 1T be injured, and Rin 1T be taken. However, after saving them, how will I explain myself? My strongest ability is the 8 gates, and Kakashi is aware of that. Should I masquerade as Uncle Guapi, claiming to be the long-lost uncle of Kai? Chapter 38, Watergate vs. Noki at the border of the Earth Country, in the Awakens camp. Noki floated above the ground, his nose red from drinking. Noki, what were you thinking, sending Dong and the others deep into enemy territory? They're the future of Awakens. The young elite. Blackrock's eyes burned with fury as he restrained his voice to a low growl. Such matters should be entrusted to us elders. Our lives are of little consequence. Noki gazed intently at the ground. I understand, but this battle will determine the end of the war, regardless of victory or defeat. I need them to gain combat experience, and after the war, we will require the older generation of ninjas to better guide the children of the village. As he raised his head, tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. If they succeed, that would be splendid. However, if they fail, I hope their deaths will instill a lasting hatred and spirit within the village. In the world of ninjas, there is no warmth, only bloodshed. Moving forward, I will send more youths to invade Konoha. Even if they perish, they must inflict pain upon Konoha. For I wish the entire world to know that I am a madman. Only then will they think twice before provoking me. Ensuring the village's stable development for years to come. Noki slumped into his chair, letting out a weary sigh. It was that he wished to surrender, rather. His spies and other ninja villages had reported back. The Awakens had suffered the greatest losses in this war. And both the Fire and Wind nations planned post-war invasions of the Earth Country, not simple invasions, but outright occupations. He must appear sufficiently insane and formidable to instill fear in these wolves, making them hesitate to act recklessly. The sacrifice of the younger generation is a trade for the growth of the next. Such is the cruelty of the ninja world. In the forest of the Grass Country, Watergate paused atop a large tree trunk, followed closely by Kakashi and the others. Kakashi, we have received intelligence that Awakens will continue its offensive against the Fire Country. I must engage the enemy on the front lines. We will split our forces. Our defensive strength is too limited, with only 4 elite ninjas. Reports indicate the enemy will gamble everything on the front lines. You must take Obito and Rin into the Earth Country, sabotage the Shinobi Bridge, and cut off their supply line to buy time for Konoha's reinforcements. I will draw away the defenders at the border. Understood, Sensei. Kakashi replied solemnly. Watergate nodded and dashed toward the border, occasionally marking surrounding objects with seals. The yellow flash. Run. The Earth Country's defenders reacted without hesitation, sounding alarms and fleeing in a frenzy. Watergate frowned, but his objective had been achieved: to give Kakashi and the others more time. He pressed on in pursuit of the enemy. Kid, you are far too arrogant. Noki suddenly appeared on the road ahead of Watergate. The other ninjas seemed to flee, but they were executing Naka's plan to invade the grass country from various angles, heading directly toward the fire country. Who are you? Lord Noki, the Tsuchikage? Watergate asked, twirling a kunai in his hand. The youth can be formidable. You are strong, but I am no weakling either. I once faced your founder, Uchiha Madara. Noki replied gravely, then suddenly clasped his hands together and launched an attack. Dust release, original world separation technique. A white sphere of light appeared in his hands, enveloped in a transparent cube of light. It expanded instantaneously, enveloping Watergate, but he was merely a shadow. In an instant, Watergate materialized above Noki, thrusting his kunai toward the Tsuchikage's head. With a clang, Watergate's kunai struck a layer of rock, sending sparks flying. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naka's forehead. It was too swift. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, casting Earth Release, Rock Arm for defense, though it was nearly insufficient. Watergate pressed down with his arm, ready to seal a technique, but unfortunately, Noki had already retreated, and Watergate noted that the specially crafted kunai he had discreetly scattered had vanished, buried by Naka's Earth Release. What a cunning old man. Watergate placed his hand behind him, gathering wind chakra that spun rapidly, causing his clothes and hair to flutter wildly. A sphere the size of a fist formed. Watergate used the body flicker technique to appear directly above Noki, then pressed down with the spiraling sphere. Rasengan. Noki showed no hesitation, simultaneously unleashing Earth Release, Rock Technique and Earth Release, Rock Arm. With his extensive experience, he could sense the power of the energy sphere. Crack. The Rock Technique was shattered layer by layer, but fortunately, the Rock Arm exhausted its energy before being destroyed, dissipating entirely. The earth crumbled, revealing Noki's diminutive form floating in the air. Tsuchikage, you are impressive, Watergate remarked earnestly. Naka's expression darkened. Watergate's speed was too great for him to mount an effective counterattack. Just a mere kid. Arrogant, Noki snapped. As Watergate's tone was one typically reserved for the strong addressing the weak, something he could not accept. Tsuchikage, you cannot leave the Earth Country. I cannot resolve this situation quickly. Nor can you resolve yours. Thus, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Watergate understood that Awakens must have ulterior motives, otherwise, the Tsuchikage would not have come to restrain him. Damn it, kid. The outcome has yet to be decided. You shall not escape. Noki bellowed angrily. Dust release, limit boundary separation technique. A massive square shield of light appeared around Watergate, but alas, Watergate had already vanished. Damn. Noki rubbed his sore back, not daring to let his guard down, enveloping himself within the limit boundary separation technique. After a lengthy wait, he finally dispelled the ninjutsu, turning the surrounding ground over in a frenzy before he could finally breathe easy, wary of Watergate leaving behind seals that could catch him off guard. What a monster. Born ordinary, without bloodline limits or powerful inheritance, yet he could achieve this level. One must find a way to eliminate this individual, otherwise, who will be able to resist Konoha in the future? Naka's expression darkened. After this war, it is imperative to convene secretly with the other ninja villages to devise a strategy to dispose of this man. The other villages have suffered at his hands as well, and they will surely concur. Just like the legendary White Fang of the past, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Naka's eyes. Upon returning to the Konoha encampment, Minato felt a wave of relief wash over him. The perimeter was secured with seals he had inscribed, yet nothing could replace the comfort of having Minato himself nearby. Lord Minato, as anticipated, the Awakens is planning an invasion while we are vulnerable. They are already en route. This time, they are well prepared. And it may not be as easy as before. We must delay until reinforcements from our village arrive. Thank you for your hard work, Minato. With you here, Konoha is indeed fortunate. Lord Mito sighed. If Awakens invades the Land of Fire and captures a major city, they could use it as leverage, plunging the Land of Fire into chaos and forcing a heavy toll. I hope Kakashi and the others can accomplish their mission. Minato gazed at the night sky outside. a sense of unease gnawing at him. Yet, he could not leave at this moment, and his agitation grew. Even though he was accustomed to life and death, he could not bear the thought of losing those closest to him. Chapter 39. Mirai's quirky antics in Konoha. At Ichiraka Ramen, Mirai savored the last drops of broth, patting her belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Uncle Tucci, I'll settle the bill, including for Ankone and Yugaone. No, let me handle it. Anko protested, slightly embarrassed. Don't be polite. As I've said, you are my first wife, and Yugaone is my second. We are family, so it's only fitting that I, the head of our household, cover the expenses. You really are a flirt, laughed SHBU from behind the counter, with Tucci's eyes crinkling in amusement. Everyone thought Mirai was just a child playing around. What is wrong with that? My father has over 30 wives. We are all one big happy family. Tucci chuckled inwardly. There was no way the legendary White Fang would behave in such a manner. If he dared to be unfaithful, his beloved would certainly unleash her hounds upon him. Having even defected from her clan for his sake, Mirai pulled Anko and Yugao along, bouncing joyfully as they exited the ramen shop. Ankone, has anyone been bullying you recently? Not at all. In fact, the rich kid isn't so bad. He just took out his frustration on me due to his hatred for my master's betrayal. Ever since your peculiar cat gave him a good thrashing, he hasn't bothered me again. Mirai immediately bristled. Peculiar cat? How is she peculiar? She is adorable and powerful. Anko found this amusing, though it was undeniable that the cat was indeed both beautiful and formidable. Shya, you keep saying how cute and pretty Mirai is. When will you introduce me to her? I absolutely adore cats. Yugao chimed in, her laughter infectious. Over time, Shya had become less sharp-tongued and more complimentary, even assisting Yugao in dealing with some troublesome older boys, which led to her becoming Shya's second girlfriend, a delightful development for her. Mirai has been preoccupied with important matters and isn't home right now, but when she returns, I will definitely introduce you. Yay. I've never met a talking cat before. Yugao exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she was only 8, in the prime of her playfulness. Well, I must head home now. You two should return soon as well. I'll be making some lovely clothes for you. Come try them on when I'm finished. Mirai said with a sly grin. Anko and Yugao were thrilled, having never known that Shu could sew and create such beautiful garments. Content, Mirai left, pondering how Shu would express gratitude for having found him 2 wives. She mused that 2 was hardly enough. After all, her father had over 30. Ah. You little rascal. So, you've been scheming all this time. Didn't you claim to only have eyes for Lady Tsunade? Suddenly, Mirai felt a sharp tug on her ear. Ouch. That hurts. She cried out. Kushina, I want a hug and a kiss. Upon seeing Kushina, Mirai's eyes lit up, and she dashed forward, only to be thwarted by Kushina's hand. All right, stop that. What do you need from me? I'm not home today. I heard a white-haired kid was looking for me, and I guessed it must be you. I'm broke. Could you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back when my brother returns. Mirai exclaimed loudly. Haven't you saved quite a bit of money? I forgot where I put it. And dating is expensive. I'm currently juggling 2 girlfriends, Mirai declared proudly. Kushina smacked her forehead, sensing that Shu seemed like a different person now. Though he had always been mischievous, he had never been this irresponsible. Oh well, when Kakashi returns, I'll have a serious talk with him. If he continues down this path, he might end up like Jiraiya-sensei. Achoo. Meanwhile, far away in the land of Earth, Shu sneezed, startling the little bird resting atop his head, causing it to flutter away in a flurry. He was now a stone, situated along the road leading to the Kamui Bridge. Each time he fell asleep, he transformed into stone, finding it quite comfortable. A wave of pain coursed through him, yet Shu was slowly acclimating to it. It was a form of training. Little Waist truly admired him, though it didn't imply agreement. He felt that Shu was retaliating against him, for he too endured pain. As the night transformed into a great monkey, Chiya ascended the tree trunk and gazed into the distance. He surmised that Kakashi and his companions would arrive here in the coming days. They likely believed that the defenses in this area were not particularly robust, however. The old coin, Yoki, had dispatched 3 elite jonin to safeguard the place. He needed to devise a strategy to thwart Kakashi and his team from proceeding to the Kamizukuhashi. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from afar, causing Chiya's heart to sink as he hurriedly dashed toward the sound. Kakashi braced his white fang blade against the sword of the leech, cold sweat trickling down his cheek, while Obito stood nearby, pale as a ghost. Had Kakashi not pushed him aside moments ago, he would have met his demise. Both the leech and Kakashi retreated a few steps. Ah, so it is you brats. Fortunately, Lord Tsuchikage anticipated your arrival and stationed us here to protect Kamizukuhashi. You truly have come to wreak havoc. The leech chuckled. A hint of madness creeping onto his face as memories of despair flooded his mind, those moments at the Konoha camp when they were mercilessly cut down by Minato. The faces of their fallen comrades igniting his rage. Excellent. You are his disciples. Avenging my brothers by eliminating you will be a pleasure. The leech swiftly formed hand seals, creating two clones of himself that charged toward Rin and Obito. Kakashi, feeling a surge of urgency, found it difficult to discern which was the original. But he noted that Rin was the more vulnerable target. Obito still possessed a Sharingan, which would afford him some protection. With this thought, Kakashi darted toward Rin, only to see the leech hurling his sword in his direction, prompting him to dodge slightly. Obito formed hand seals, then placed his fingers before his mouth, unleashing a tremendous fireball toward the attacking leech. With a resounding bang, the leech transformed into white smoke. This is a clone. Rin, watch out. Despite being a medical ninja, Rin, a nin, possessed a formidable combat instinct. She retaliated with shurikens and kunai, armed with explosive tags, from various angles against the advancing leech. Another explosion of white smoke erupted. Alarm bells rang in both Obito's and Kakashi's minds. Kakashi, watch out for that sword. Kakashi understood the peril immediately. The sword had morphed back into the leech, lunging toward his chest with alarming speed. It was too close. Kakashi barely managed to turn his body just enough to evade a fatal blow to his heart, but the blade still grazed his armpit. Time seemed to slow as Kakashi caught a glimpse of Rin and Obito's expressions of despair and terror, juxtaposed against the leech's frenzied visage. Is this how it ends, Chiya? Just then, a gentle voice emerged from behind the leech. The sword that had aimed for Kakashi's neck was intercepted by a peculiar kunai, slicing into the leech's neck and causing blood to spurt forth. Minato, gripping the kunai, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had been facing an enemy on the front lines when an unsettling sensation compelled him to reach out through the kunai he had previously gifted to Kakashi, arriving just in time to save him. Sensei, what brings you here? Kakashi collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. Rin rushed forward, employing healing techniques to tend to Kakashi's wounds, while Obito looked on with concern. I gifted you that kunai. It allows me to teleport to your side. I felt a sense of foreboding, so I came to check on you, and it appears I arrived just in the nick of time. Thank you, Sensei. Otherwise, I would have surely perished this time. Stay safe and focus on destroying Kamizukuhashi to buy time for reinforcements. But remember, safety comes first. Minato imparted a few final words before vanishing without a trace. When Chiya arrived, Mizume had already departed. Seeing that the others were unharmed, he sighed in relief and followed them from a distance. The forthcoming moments were indeed critical. Chapter 40. No more replicated ninja Kakashi. The current Kakashi had evolved beyond the singular focus on missions depicted in the original narrative. He now prioritized the safety of his comrades, although he would never vocalize this sentiment. He had come to comprehend his father's decision to abandon a mission to save his companions, for after years of shared life and death experiences, one could not simply disregard the lives of their allies. Over the years, he, Obito, and Rin had rescued one another time and again. Without their companionship, many of them would have perished long ago. What troubled him now was the realization that the defensive strength of Awakens was not as feeble as he had anticipated. The presence of a Jonin indicated that more powerful foes could emerge, thus he hoped that Obito and Rin would conceal themselves while he ventured forth to assess the situation. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, he could retreat with composure. Kakashi, do you believe our abilities to be so inadequate that we would merely hinder you? Obito's expression was grave, as was Rin's. I am aware. I never claimed you were weak. It's just that the opponents might be Jonin. You would stand no chance against them, Kakashi retorted, feeling somewhat irked. He was genuinely considering their well-being, yet they perceived him as arrogant. You simply look down upon us, deeming us a burden. Obito's emotions flared. After years of relentless effort yet failing to match Kakashi's prowess, he felt a deep sense of frustration. In truth, he harbored admiration and envy towards Kakashi, and it was precisely this admiration that made it all the more intolerable for him to feel Kakashi's disdain. As Chiya listened intently, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Had his presence finally altered the course of events? Was the heavenly path of the ninja realm striving to reverse the narrative? How did the quarrel commence? Chiya could no longer stand. He had transformed into his former self, adorned in the distinctive attire of the Might Dai family, complemented by a ninja outfit that he had previously hesitated to wear. Ahem. As the night deepened, Chiya cautiously approached the cave. Who goes there? Kakashi and his companions immediately positioned themselves side by side, their expressions brimming with vigilance as they fixed their gazes on the cave entrance. Ah, Are you the younglings from Konoha? It has been many years since I last laid eyes on a fellow villager. It is a heartwarming reunion indeed. An old acquaintance meets another, and tears well up in our eyes. I am Might Dai. Have you heard of me? With a coarse voice, Chiyu chuckled. Mate? Gontai? Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, both expressing a hint of perplexity. It appeared they were unfamiliar with the names. After all, I had been away for so many years and, not being a ninja, very few people recognized me. How pitiful I am. Chiyu had displayed a tear-streaked expression, imitating the typical demeanor of Uncle Might Dai. It must be said. It was exceedingly embarrassing. Are you familiar with Might Dai? He is my elder brother. After a fierce quarrel with him, I left home, and many years have swiftly passed. I wonder how he is faring now. Kakashi and the others were taken aback, glancing at Chiyu's attire and demeanor, beginning to believe him. This gentleman, Uncle Jingai. Might Dai has already passed away. Kakashi had no choice but to state. Ah, he has truly departed? Such a pity. Alas, I have grown accustomed to wandering aimlessly. Brother. Forgive me for a life of unrestrained freedom. With a sigh, Chiyu expressed his weariness. Little Fei had already succumbed to laughter in his mind. Alas, this was merely a prelude to the subsequent deployment of the 8 doors of Duinjia. Furthermore, it was evident that Kakashi and his companions had yet to place their trust in him, though this was certainly preferable to being perceived as an utterly disconnected figure. Should he become someone whom Kakashi and the others trust, it would pose an even greater dilemma. He lacked their ninjutsu skills. And if his true identity were to be uncovered later, they might concoct countless schemes and conspiracies, leading to unforeseen complications. Caution was paramount. Suddenly, Chiyu spoke up, alerting Xiaofei that he had detected chakra fluctuations emanating from the rocks behind the cave. Kakashi and Obito clearly sensed it as well, retreating towards the cave entrance. However, they remained cautious of Chiyu, maintaining a distance. Beads of sweat began to form on Kakashi's forehead, as the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure left him uncertain of his intentions, whether friend or foe. Just as he pondered this dilemma, 3 figures abruptly emerged from the rocky wall behind the trio. Lo and behold, it was Hua Guang, Deshir, and Su Emoji, the 3 elite jonin from Awakens. Chiyu reminded with a voice that resonated. Who are you? Deshir's thick brows furrowed in contemplation. I am a passionate middle-aged individual who cherishes life, devoted to the unrestrained freedom of the wind and the fervent warmth of fire. In an exaggerated manner reminiscent of reciting poetry, Chiyu proclaimed, only to be interrupted by Dash. Enough. There is no time for your ramblings, Kakashi. What audacity do you possess to come here? Do you think you are the 4th Hokage? Uncle. Let's split up and run. These 3 possess formidable strength. Kakashi couldn't help but whisper a reminder. What if this fellow truly is Guy's uncle? Moreover, he claimed not to be a ninja, suggesting he lacks any significant power. Surely, the 3 jonin would opt to pursue them, allowing this peculiar uncle to flee on his own. But could he truly escape? All right, no problem. I will count to 3, and we shall all flee together. 7 Knights spoke earnestly. Naive. Secret technique. Camouflage stealth. Suddenly, the 3 figures of the great stone vanished without a trace, devoid of any chakra fluctuations. Obito, be cautious. Kakashi's silhouette flickered, positioning himself protectively in front of Obito as sparks ignited from the blade of White Fang in his hand. The fiery figure materialized, hands thrusting forward with 2 sharp spikes wrapped in white bandages, one colliding with Kakashi's White Fang. The other spike, however, lunged menacingly towards Kakashi's head. Obito was drenched in cold sweat, once again saved by Kakashi. Sharingan, activate. Obito awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, finally discerning the chakra fluctuations of the assailants. Lin, be careful. Kakashi. Obito swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a great fireball that surged towards Kakashi's back. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine as he instinctively dodged. Yet the fiery spike was already upon him, forcing him to tilt his head back in a desperate attempt to evade, watching helplessly as the spike aimed for his eye. In that moment, he recalled 7 Knights' warning about protecting his eyes, and he instinctively leaned back slightly, tilting his head just enough. Blood gushed forth from the distance between his cheek and brow. A wave of dread washed over him. I say, do you all hold us in such low regard? In the stillness of the 7th night, a deep voice called out. Kakashi and his companions hastily regrouped. Damn it, this little brat belongs to the Uchiha clan. He can see through my illusions. The flames of fury burn bright. No worries, they are merely children. They cannot escape. The formidable creature had already stationed itself at the cave's entrance, sealing off their retreat. Ah, I must ask you 3, have you perhaps overlooked something? 7 Knights have truly been unsatisfactory. I have been utterly disregarded. I am the Bloody Mary of Konoha. Although I have not become a ninja, do not underestimate me. Who is this lunatic, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, attempting to amuse themselves here? Is it Kakashi? Wait a moment, I will hold them off. You all escape first. As the night deepened, Chi stepped forward and shouted loudly. The 8 gates of Duinjia formation. Open the doors. Rest gate, life gate, wound gate, do gate, scene gate. And boom. Here comes Konoha's Bloody Mary, Gantaro. With my presence, the world shall know no more of the copy ninja Kakashi. Chapter 41. The appearance of Madara originally. Within this cavern, Kakashi's sight would have been lost, and Rin would have been abducted, leading to a dispute between Kakashi and Obito. However, everything has changed. This marks the first occasion for Kakashi and his companions to witness the 8 gates of Duinjia open to the 6th gate. Previously, he had only seen Guy reach the 3rd gate. Rin and Obito had never beheld it, only having heard tales. Now, witnessing it firsthand, they were profoundly astonished. This was merely the 6th gate. One could scarcely imagine the spectacle of Might Dai opening all 8 gates. The individual who called himself Gantaro relentlessly defeated the 3 from Awakens, sending them reeling and crashing against the cavern's rocky walls, blood spewing forth in a gruesome display. Deshur, enduring immense pain, feigned death upon the ground, while Huguang and Su Mazi became living targets, drawing the monster's attention. Hurry, Deshur. We're going to die. The 2 fervently implored in their hearts. At last. The secret technique, camouflage concealment technique. Huguang struggled to execute the earth release, rock house collapse in midair. The entire cavern began to crumble, massive boulders plummeting down. At this moment, Chie was engulfed in a fervent excitement, unable to contain himself any longer. He shouted, "You all go ahead. I need to unleash my frustration." With that, he charged into the cave, attacking the massive boulders with relentless vigor. The 3 members of Awakens had already employed their earth-style techniques to escape to a safe distance, while Kakashi and his companions had no intention of pursuing them. The trio exchanged glances, watching Chie as he continued to roar and assault the colossal stones within the cavern, uncertain of how to proceed. In truth, Chie was not indiscriminately attacking. Rather, he was targeting the plants upon the stones, where the elusive clone of Baiju resided, which Xiao Fei had just detected. However, the clone's movements were exceedingly swift, necessitating relentless assaults. Is this fool truly deranged? Baiju pondered with frustration, as the clone repeatedly evaded capture, each time shattering into fragments, nearly compelling him to reveal himself. At last, Chi found himself drained of energy. Yet his vigilance reached an unparalleled height. With Baiju present, how far could Obito be? At this moment, he felt utterly unprepared to confront the monstrous figure of Obito. He hastily approached Kakashi and his companions. "We must leave. This place is perilous." An elderly voice suddenly resonated. It was over. He had made his appearance. As the 7th knight turned around, he cast a solemn gaze upon the elderly man approaching from the distance. The old man, with his silvery hair and frail frame, bore the marks of age, his skin adorned with age spots, emanating an unsettling odor reminiscent of decay. Kakashi and his companions exchanged puzzled glances at this figure. "Are you a practitioner of the physical arts from Konoha? Such formidable prowess is truly remarkable," sighed Uchiha Madara. "This world is plagued by an abundance of genius, ever emerging, while human desires remain insatiable, thus perpetuating the cycle of conflict. Hey, old man, who might you be?" As 7 knights feigned ignorance. One must admit that despite being a villain, Madara Uchiha elicits an undeniable admiration. How shall I articulate this? You are acutely aware that he is an arch-fiend. Yet one cannot help but feel a modicum of respect. After all, he has sacrificed everything for his ideals, even though he has been manipulated at his core. Madara is an exceedingly pure individual. Of course, no matter the justifications presented, they cannot alter the undeniable truth that he is indeed a villain. This stain cannot be washed away. No amount of adulation will cleanse it. "I am Madara Uchiha," he stated plainly, revealing his identity. Kakashi and Rin were taken aback. They had heard this name before, yet their reactions paled in comparison to Obito's. "Impossible. No way. How could my great-grandfather still be alive?" Obito exclaimed, losing his composure. Regardless of external perceptions, within the ranks of the Uchiha clan's ordinary members, he is regarded as a myth. "Foolish child. How much do you truly know about the world's realities? Lord Madara, may I address you as such? To be honest, I am indeed your admirer. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" Unable to restrain himself, Chie inquired, "Are you here to kill us?" Calmly, Ban replied, "I fear that may not be possible." No sooner had Ban's words faded than a man emerged from behind Rin. His yellow hair and solemn expression unmistakable, it was the esteemed Minato Namikaze. To think that Lord Ben still walks among us, exclaimed the young boy. You are remarkably strong. Indeed. You surpass even my youthful self and Hashirama to a significant degree. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. The latter part of the Fourth Hokage's tenure witnessed a dramatic surge in power, precipitated by the impending arrival of the Akatsuki clan, which heralded a transformation in the rules governing the ninja world. This shift enabled Naruto, Sasuke, and their peers to transcend their limits. Prior to this upheaval, however, Minato's prowess was already considered among the elite. While perhaps not singular, he was certainly one of the foremost. The Uchiha clan's dominion over the Nine Tails was reliant upon their ocular techniques and the legacies bequeathed by the Sage of Six Paths. In a direct confrontation based solely on strength, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Conversely, Minato's ability to subdue the Nine Tails single-handedly left all in awe. Regrettably, you cannot thwart my intentions. Man's aged voice began to resonate with newfound vigor, lifting his weathered visage. His eyes transformed from the unique eternal Manjiki Sharingan into the circular form of the Rinnegan. This ocular power had been partially extracted for his own use prior to Nagato's birth, intended for transplanting into him. Minato tightened his grip on the kunai, sensing the formidable energy emanating from Ban's eyes, despite his ignorance of their peculiar nature. Kakashi, be cautious. In a flash, Minato appeared before Kakashi, intercepting Ban's sudden advance, and then swiftly positioned himself in front of Rin to halt Ban's approach. The heart of the Seven Knights raced to the verge of his throat, for he possessed no seal left by Minato. Fortunately, Madara appeared before Obito, causing Minato's expression to shift dramatically as he failed to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon closer inspection, the seal on Obito's goggles had vanished. No. Minato rushed towards Obito, but alas, he grasped at emptiness, with both Madara and Obito having disappeared. Cursed be this fate, Minato exclaimed, his usual gentle demeanor replaced by an overwhelming fury. Sensei, what shall we do about Obito? Kakashi inquired anxiously. Rin stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. Minato remained silent. It seems that Obito's situation is dire. Everyone, I believe that young boy is likely safe. If Madara truly intended to kill him, he would have acted decisively rather than resorting to such elaborate means to abduct him. Seven Knights could not contain his excitement. It must be. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with determination. I will definitely bring Obito back. So will I. Rin chimed in from the side. Excellent. Let us all strive together to retrieve Obito. Although Minato had his reservations, he could only offer them words of comfort at that moment. After all, as long as one lives, hope becomes the driving force. He turned to Seven Knights. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. Oh, it is nothing. We are all one family in the land of fire. I was merely passing through, Seven Knights replied modestly. Uncle Jinta, will you join us in returning to the village after the mission? Kakashi inquired. No, I am not a ninja. I am a novelist, fond of wandering and experiencing diverse cultures. Since my brother is no longer with us, I have no lingering attachments. Chi swiftly waved his hand. I shall take my leave now. Forgive me for my untamed spirit and my love for freedom. Farewell. Shui Min observed Chi's departure, contemplating what an extraordinary individual he was. Upon returning to the village, he resolved to investigate the origins of this remarkable person. The Seven Knights had ventured far away. Aware that Sui Min and his companions still intended to sabotage the Shinobi Bridge and engage in direct confrontations on the battlefield, delaying their return to the village. He needed to arrive home before their return, otherwise, the guise that Meili had assumed would inevitably be revealed before his brother. The objective of this expedition had been accomplished. Kakashi was not blind and had not undergone the transplantation of the Sharingan. Although renowned as the copy ninja due to the Sharingan, in Chi's view, it had also confined his potential for growth. Obito was neither gravely injured nor had his worldview been shattered, thus he was unlikely to succumb to darkness, even if he were to fall under Madara's influence. There was no cause for concern. In due time, when Madara had aged and passed, he would join Akatsuki, striving for the status of a formal member, indulging in a life of freedom and abandon, while guiding Obito back to righteousness. Yes, and perhaps to tease Konan as well. As for Rin, he planned to make another journey in the latter half of the year for a mission, at which point he could genuinely bring the Three Tails back to Konoha, allowing Rin to truly become a Jinchuriki, sparing her from the weakness that rendered her a target for bullying. Alas, I truly lead a life of toil. 17 Knights remains unaware of the immense surprise that the rice grains at home will bring him. Chapter 42, The Surprise from the Rice Grains. After a fortnight of arduous travel, 70 Knights finally arrived at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, only to be beset by excruciating pain as he transformed into the form of rice grains, before hastening back home. However, the house was empty, It was already evening, and school had long since dismissed. There was no telling where this fellow had wandered off to. Never mind. Perhaps it would be best to indulge in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, having missed it dearly during the past few months. For 7 nights, he has not transformed into his true form, instead retaining the guise of the grain of rice. At this moment, the grain is away from home, undoubtedly reveling in its own image. Should he also manifest in his true form, it would likely lead to exposure, drawing the attention of the shadowy faction. If others were to discover that the grain possesses the ability to shape-shift, how would he ever venture out again? After evading the enthusiastic clutches of countless mischievous children for 7 nights, I finally arrived at Yao Ramen. On the 7th night, she leaped onto the counter. "Master Chef, please prepare a bowl of ramen for me, and add an egg," she requested. "Just keep a tab. I shall return to settle the bill later." "Oh, is that not 7 nights, cat? It has been quite a while. Perhaps it would be best to let 7 Night refrain from paying today. We shall wait for Kakashi's return to settle her account as well." The chef chuckled amiably, skillfully attending to his tasks. Chiya was utterly bewildered. Hadn't he left ample wealth for Mealy? Surely, it was sufficient for her to indulge in lavish meals daily. What on earth had this extravagant woman done? Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. What could possibly be the cause? After hastily finishing the ramen during the 7 nights, I bid farewell to the noodle master and commenced my search for the rice grain. It surely won't be found at school. Where else could it possibly be? Never mind. I shall return home and wait. The village is so vast, and he seems too lazy to search extensively. Besides, nightfall is approaching, surely. Won't he stay out all night, would he? After 7 nights, she returned home, her heart increasingly unsettled. Even the ramen shop had begun to extend credit, indicating a dire financial situation. Previously, she had urged her to borrow from Kusakuna. Now, she was uncertain whether that loan had been secured. If it had not been borrowed, then there might still be hope. However, if she had indeed borrowed and was still accruing debt, it would be an unbearable predicament. As Chiya stepped into the courtyard, he transformed back into his true form, experiencing an immediate wave of refreshment as his bones crackled with a satisfying pop. Ah, how delightful this feeling is. After washing up, he noticed an abundance of decorative items in the bathroom, which elicited a chuckle from him. Although Mealy, being a cat, could be considered feminine, she certainly possessed an innate appreciation for beauty. However, the bathroom had been adorned in an excessively pastel hue, which felt rather unfamiliar. Perhaps he would later arrange for a separate bathing space for Mealy. Clad in a cerulean robe, Chiya strolled towards his room, rubbing his hair dry with a pink towel. It seemed Mealy had disposed of his washing towels, compelling him to resort to a towel that appeared to be unused. It appeared that Mealy was quite the shopping enthusiast. The transformation of their home was nothing short of astonishing. As Chiya pushed open the door to the room, a gasp escaped his lips. The towel he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor, leaving him momentarily speechless as he surveyed the scene before him. A tumult of emotions surged within him, difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, Mealy strolled along the path, burdened with an assortment of bags. Her lips still glistening with remnants of grease, an intentional indulgence, a reminder of the delightful flavors she had savored. When one is enveloped in happiness, surrounded by delectable treats and delightful experiences, they often find themselves in a state of transformation, which, over time, can lead to discomfort. In the past 2 months, she had not spent a single coin on meals or purchases. She had simply relished the generosity of others. It was a tactic Chiya had employed frequently, charming his peers with flattery and good humor, fostering harmonious relationships among classmates, far superior to his previous efforts. Should Chiya become aware of this, he would undoubtedly be elated. In truth, if he were to learn of it, tears might well up in his eyes, for he had long since discarded his negative emotions. Approaching the entrance, Mealy kicked the door open with her foot. She had never felt the need to lock the door, after all. What ordinary thief would dare intrude upon the home of a ninja? Yet, it was not the ordinary thieves that posed a threat. Even locked doors could not deter them. "Ah, Chiya, you have returned," Mealy exclaimed upon spotting him in the yard, his gaze fixed upon her. A flicker of joy ignited within her. "Sister, your complete lack of guilt is astonishing. How can I possibly scold you when you seem utterly oblivious to any wrongdoing?" Cough. "Mealy, do you have nothing to say?" he inquired. "Not really." "Oh, could you perhaps step out for a while longer? I would love to continue inhabiting your life for a few more months." "It is rather delightful," Mealy replied, setting down her bags and grinning as she settled across from Chiya. The two looked strikingly alike, though adorned in different attire, resembling twin siblings in their demeanor. In a state of anxiety, Chiya fretted, "If I wait a few more months, I fear I shall be bankrupt." "Mealy, How did you end up accruing debt at Ela Ramen? She inquired. I've run out of money. Meili replied cautiously. Did I not instruct you to borrow from Sister Jioxing instead of depleting your funds? I did borrow, but I spent it all. Chiya's body trembled with an ominous premonition. Meili, noticing the unusual expression on Chiya's face, hastily patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It's all right. You needn't worry about me. I'm doing quite well. The people of Konoha are incredibly kind. You should have informed me sooner that I could join for meals, as that would have saved me a considerable amount of money. With such sweet words, meals would come at no cost. Had I known this earlier, I wouldn't have needed to borrow money from Jioxing and could have purchased many more outfits. Snap! Chinyu seemed to hear the sound of his own heart shattering, and he trembled slightly as he inquired, Have you been mooching off others for so many days? Do they mind? Not at all. Everyone adores me now. They say I have become clever and sensible, and I can articulate my thoughts so well. They wish for me to dine with them every day, treating me exceptionally well. Alas, my reservoir of negative emotional energy has been depleted. Chiya's heart is weeping. What is the matter with the girl's clothes in my room? Chiya clutched his chest and asked with great difficulty. The fabric I purchased myself and crafted into garments has sold quite well. Now I am able to earn money. The girls of Konoha have taken a liking to the clothes I make, with models being Sister Hondo and Sister Shien. Konoha seamstress? Hataki Chiya? Phew, what a relief. I thought you were wearing them yourself. It startled me. However, since you are earning money, why not settle the bill for Ichiraka Ramen? I will first repay Sister Kushina. And in a couple of days, when I have enough funds, I will also repay Uncle Shouda. As for the clothes, I will wear them myself at home as well. 7 Knights, I have now come to realize how splendid you appear, especially in feminine attire, which enhances your beauty even further. Both Sister Hondo and Sister Shien have praised you, declaring you to be exceedingly lovely. You continue to don such garments before Sister Hondo and Sister Mayuri Shien. The tone of Chiya's voice has changed. Of course, they are assisting with the references. I shall go try it on for you to see. You will undoubtedly adore it. Meili stood up, eager to head towards Chiya's room. In the dim light of the night, Chiya firmly grasped the hand of Meili. No, you must revert to your original self at once, my dear aunt. Meili protested, shaking her small head vigorously, embodying a spirit of defiance. Surely, you cannot remain in my guise forever. How am I to live? A sense of despair enveloped her as she lamented her fate, feeling as if she were trapped in an unyielding predicament. Very well, you may take on my appearance, and I shall assume the role of Meili from now on. Meili hesitated momentarily before whispering her thoughts. That is unacceptable, Meili. If you do not transform back, I shall resort to extreme measures to make you see reason. And then you will have no choice but to revert. In a loud voice, Chiya exclaimed, and then he beheld the pitiful sight of Meili clutching her garment's edge. On the verge of tears, truly a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings, so delicate and feminine. What a predicament this is. Chapter 43, Untitled. Alas, Meili. Do not weep. Do not mimic my appearance while you sob softly. How about this? Transform into the guise of another little girl. And then you can proudly don those beautiful garments and venture out. For a boy to wear such attire would surely invite scandalous whispers. Chiya patiently advised. What others deem as perverse is not the same for you. Meili, rubbing her eyes, whimpered, Oh, you are aware of it too. Under the veil of night. A cascade of dark thoughts ensnares my mind. I find myself reminiscing about the enchanting visage of a charming little girl. Indeed, Hinata possesses a delightful charm, however. I find myself more enamored with her matured form, which complicates matters further. Perhaps it is best to contemplate characters from alternate realms. How about the ethereal sister from Yuzura no Sara? After all, she too boasts silvery tresses, and in this place, no one is privy to Yuzura no Sora. As long as she embodies cuteness, that shall suffice. Chie gritted his teeth and transformed into the appearance of Chiangmei from her childhood, instantly captivating the attention of Meili. Meili nearly drooled, adjusting her attire. She pinched Chie's chin with her fingers, and, with a cheeky grin, inquired, Sister, would you be interested in becoming my wife? You can choose anything delicious, drinkable, or wearable at your leisure. 7 Knights in astonishment inquired, Haha, it's nothing at all, merely a habitual gesture. This looks quite good. I might consider it. Meili replied with an embarrassed smile. Stop contemplating. Let it be as it is. Now, head back to your room and try on some of my dresses. If they look splendid, I shall transform. Meili finally relented. I swear. I will inevitably be forced into becoming a pervert. Little Waist remarked, Do you truly need to change? Chiya took Meili back to the room to try on clothes. Ah, Chiya. You peculiar one. Can you really change every part of your body? It seems so, but never mind the details. How does this outfit look? It looks splendid. Let me try another one. Thus, Chie changed into dozens of outfits, spending several hours perfecting the look. Meanwhile, Meili, amidst her rolling on the floor in tears, finally transformed into the appearance of Chiangmei. Meili, take a look at how I've changed. Now you change for me, but without any clothes. No. You're being ridiculous. It hurts. You enjoy yourself. I'm going to sleep. Chie smiled awkwardly, feeling an inexplicable stir within. At times, the distinction between the perverse and the ordinary hinges merely on that initial transgression. Once one engages in an aberrant act, the line separating them from depravity becomes perilously thin. Chie has begun to forget her own principles. When she awoke the next day and headed to school, Meili ventured out on her own, stealthily taking an alternate route to the school. She had prepared a delightful surprise for Chie. As Chien stepped into the classroom, he noticed that his classmates regarded him with peculiar glances, some even greeted him warmly. This was an unusual atmosphere. Shouldn't their gazes be filled with evasion and fear? What on earth was going on with Yuzuki Chien? Why was she approaching him with a beaming smile, as if harboring some hidden agenda? Dear, you're quite late today, she exclaimed. Huh? What is the matter? Yuzuki Chien replied with a smile. Oh, nothing at all. Haha, the weather is truly delightful. Chie found himself utterly perplexed by the present circumstances, resorting to idle chatter and jesting. Looking out at the gentle drizzle, Mitsuki Yuen began to ponder. Could it be that Chie harbors an affection for rainy days? The soft patter of rain indeed evokes a certain poetic ambience. Class is in session. A swarm of dark insects suddenly flew onto the podium, and the figure of Abure Ashur appeared before them. Yes. Chie let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Teacher, you need not always address me by my full name. Simply calling me Chie would suffice, as it feels more intimate. The figure of Chie rose, smiling as he remarked, Your performance during this period has been commendable. You have refrained from causing disruptions in class and have listened attentively, which is quite admirable. However, the young woman, Yuen Jiwei, felt a twinge of headache, as this fellow was prone to concocting new antics every few days. Yet, for 7 nights, she waited in silence, while Meili was still able to attend classes diligently, which was quite remarkable. I had assumed she would spend her days in slumber, considering that cats are nocturnal creatures. As anticipated, the oil girl came, albeit in a subdued manner. However, one cannot possibly sell clothes at school every day. The entire female student body has exhausted their allowances, and parents have begun to voice their complaints. They claim that their children have started to indulge in comparisons, each striving to outshine the other in beauty. Furthermore, you are also involved in a romantic relationship. The oil girl appeared quite displeased, remarking that she had yet to experience love at such a mature age, and that her own engagement had been arranged by her family. It was utterly outrageous for someone so young to have had 2 relationships. Wait, teacher. Did you just say 2? Which 2? After 7 sleepless nights, my mind buzzed incessantly. You inquire about my thoughts? The girl, Yun, seemed dazed, lamenting the presence of such a scoundrel within the Hatake clan, especially as he happened to be her own student. Alas, it appears my reputation as a teacher who misguides students shall forever linger in Konoha. Teacher, I, along with Sister Akad, exclaimed Yuzuki Yuen, rising in excitement. Chie and oil girl Jiwei both fixated on Mitsuki Chien, each wearing a face devoid of hope. Chie was taken aback, wondering how quickly Mililai had decided to act against Chien. Oil girl Jiwei, feeling disheartened, lamented her desire to abandon her role as a teacher, particularly that of teaching Chie, who was not only mischievous but also consistently brought her down. Jiwei shrank her head into her collar. In the depths of his heart, Chie berated Meili vehemently. Indeed, Meili was formidable. When the time came, she acted decisively, unlike certain individuals who harbored untoward intentions yet lacked the courage to act upon them. Xiao Fei chuckled to himself. How absurd. It is not that I possess a thieving heart devoid of the audacity. Rather, it is simply a matter of my limitations. Truly, a man of little worth. For 7 consecutive nights, he attended classes in a state of listlessness. During the breaks, numerous girls approached him, inquiring about the latest fashion trends. He could only respond with a polite, vacant smile. Finally, after enduring the day, his heart felt numb. How had he managed to get through this day? As Chie stood at the doorway of the classroom, he was suddenly approached by Ujetsu Yuen, who clasped his arm. Chie-kun, let us return home to try on the dresses. You mentioned yesterday that you had created several exquisite designs. Since Hondoji is out on a mission, it seems I must serve as the model. You must treat me to a meal. Now I comprehend why my finances are dwindling, Chie thought. There was no need for Ujetsu Yuen to elaborate. One by one, His attractive classmates approached him, planting a kiss on his cheek before bidding him farewell. This fellow intended to treat his girlfriend to dinner and purchase various fabrics for clothing. It was no wonder his funds were insufficient. The garments at home would not recoup their costs before being sold, and he likely owed quite a sum. Look at Yuin. Such a sweet demeanor. Meili must possess considerable charm. Could it be that she genuinely favors girls? If Meili were to be inclined towards girls, then I too could transform into a girl, for I am but a system devoid of gender. Am I not? Get lost. Chapter 44. Madara engages in pyramid schemes, brainwashing Obito within the dark cavern. A fire crackled, casting flickering shadows. Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on the ground, appearing somewhat fatigued. Zetsu. How fares Nagato's side? Well, they have resolved to re-establish Akatsuki. Has that detestable Gon-Taikuin uncovered any details? None. The emergence of Shinya deprived Obito of the opportunity to activate the Mangekyou Sharingan and prevented him from leaving a trace of the Three Tails on Rin, forcing him to alter his plans. Bring Obito here. With evident reluctance, Obito approached Madara. Just as he was about to speak, Madara interrupted him. Obito, do you believe you can surpass your comrade Kakashi in Konoha? Obito fell silent. If he could, what had he been waiting for all these years? He had certainly exerted himself as much as Kakashi. You must have sensed it as well. You are a genius. However, Minato Namikaze is not a Uchiha. He cannot fully uncover your true potential. And Madara raised his aged head and chuckled. Did he ever truly care for you? When I attacked that young girl, or when I attacked Kakashi, he appeared instantly. But when I took you away, why was he too late? No, Sensei is not that kind of person. Obito protested. How naive. Minato aims to become Hokage, and the one thing Hokage fears the most is our Uchiha clan. Do you think he will wholeheartedly nurture you? Will Konoha ever allow a member of the Uchiha clan to become Hokage? Dream on. Madara mercilessly struck at Obito's aspirations. Although you may appear to have mediocre talent and lack status within your family, have you never heard of some of Konoha's dealings with clans? Have you never sensed the atmosphere within the clan? Obito recalled certain fragments and found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had visited when Itachi, the son of Fugaku, was born and had inadvertently overheard some terrifying secrets. For many years, Konoha had assigned perilous missions to the Uchiha clan, which had suffered the highest casualties among all clans in the village. You know this to be true, don't you? Yes. Obito could not deny this. His own parents had perished on a mission. Do you truly believe it was merely a mission? Let me reveal the truth about your parents' deaths. Konoha has a dark organization called Root, which specializes in conspiracies. Your parents' demise is linked to them. Obito trembled. He had few memories of his parents, having lost them at a young age. Yet, he had longed for a family like other children, fantasizing about scenarios where his parents were still alive. From a young age, his family had told him that his parents were heroes of the Uchiha clan. Did the Uchiha clan not tell you that your parents were heroes? Then why did they not tell you they were heroes of Konoha? I don't know, Obito replied wearily. Do you understand why I brought you here? I don't know. Because I wish to personally guide you. Your talent is unparalleled and should not be buried, Madara declared with a smile. He, having matured with experience, understood how to breach Obito's psychological defenses and was confident he could persuade him to partake in a grand endeavor. However, the current challenge lay in provoking Obito's emotions to awaken the Mangekyou. Originally, he had planned to use the Three Tails to allow Obito to witness the death of his beloved girl. But that plan had been thwarted by the sudden appearance of a madman. Madara chuckled softly. In truth, part of the reason for choosing Obito was due to his father. Uchiha Yakumo, let me show you the real reason behind your parents' deaths. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Madara decided to use Genjutsu to recreate the tragic event of Obito's parents' demise, and he was not deceiving Obito. It truly was the doing of Danzo's Root. That passionate youth had grown into such a despicable being. One could only wonder how Hashirama and Tobirama would react upon witnessing this. Madara pressed a hand against Obito's head. Obito slowly closed his eyes, descending into the illusion. In the dimly lit forest, a man and woman leaned weakly against each other, filled with hatred as they glared at the middle-aged man before them, surrounded by masked individuals. Danzo, why? Uchiha Yakumo weakly questioned. Because you are Uchiha. Danzo replied with an impassive expression. The Uchiha clan has made tremendous contributions to Konoha. We have tirelessly worked to protect the village for many years. And this is how you treat us. Uchiha Yakumo glared at Danzo with loathing. It was that very gaze, one that believed itself to be above all, thinking it could act with impunity as Konoha's great benefactor, that Danzo found distasteful. Excellent. Just as you say, We are Konoha, and you are Uchiha. Uchiha Yakumo trembled, but remained silent. You have never regarded yourselves as true citizens of Konoha. First, you are Uchiha, and only then Konoha. However, your power is too great. We do not dare to gamble with your loyalty or the hope that you would stand by Konoha for eternity. We simply cannot take that risk. Danzo stepped forward. Were it not for Saratobi's interference, I would have long since planned to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Do you think your clandestine actions go unnoticed? Absurd. The era of shinobi has dawned, and the Uchiha clan is no longer what it once was. Danzo's words dripped with malice, revealing not only his disdain but also his jealousy, wishing to claim the Uchiha's unique talents for himself. Saratobi entrusted the guard duties to the Umbu. Do you think that weakens your power? Absurd. He is protecting you. Which clan in Konoha does not regard the Uchiha clan with suspicion? Yet you remain oblivious, clinging to authority while refusing to relinquish it. Uchiha Yakumo remained silent, realizing that after hearing so much today, he likely would not survive to return. And Obito was still so young. Truth be told, although my teacher is from the Shinja clan, had they not voluntarily relinquished their power, their fate would have mirrored yours. So blame this era. Danzo dismissed further conversation, raising his hand to execute both individuals, who were already weak and powerless to resist. Danzo gouged out Uchiha Yakumo's eyes. And Obito stood by, weeping inconsolably, unable to intervene. As he witnessed Danzo remove his father's eyes, he screamed, "No!" Madara withdrew his hand and fixed his gaze intently on Obito's eyes. After a moment, he appeared somewhat disappointed. Obito lifted his head, and the double tomo in his eyes had transformed into the three tomo, staring unblinkingly at Madara. The emotions still have not reached their peak. I must think of another way to provoke him. Obito, I did not seek you out to engage in wrongdoing, but to help you achieve a great cause. If successful, the shinobi world will know no more war, no more suffering, and everyone will live carefree lives. Your parents will be there with you, and Rin will be by your side. Madara continued, elaborating on his vision. Obito remained silent, neither opposing nor agreeing. He did not perceive Madara as a villain, after all. He had not witnessed any wrongdoing over the years, and he felt that Madara spoke the truth. To surpass Kakashi, it was impossible to remain in Konoha. Seeing that Obito did not refute or agree, Madara felt no urgency, for he could slowly instill his thoughts. He proclaimed loudly, I name this plan, Infinite Tsukuyami. Chapter 45, Danzo's Conspiracy in the Office of the Hokage in Konoha. Saratobi gazed at the scroll in his hands, letting out a weary sigh. The Land of Earth had reached a ceasefire agreement with the Land of Fire, accompanied by the peace treaty from Awakens. It included several reparations, which he would have preferred to forego. However, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire had acquiesced to the demands of the Land of Earth, leaving him with no choice but to comply. His desire to end the war was overshadowed by the pain for the fallen ninjas. Despite the casualties in Awakens surpassing those in Konoha, he felt no pride in this fact. These were the lives of Konoha's ninjas, sacrificed in the name of peace. Yayoi, you've worked hard. You may withdraw now, Saratobi said softly, rubbing his weary brow. In recent times, both Tsunade-hime from the Land of Wind and Kushina from the Land of Lightning had sent their peace proposals. But Hokage-sama, I am guilty. Yayoi, kneeling, replied with a quivering voice. What guilt do you bear? It is I who am at fault. Withdraw. Saratobi replied sternly, taking several deep puffs from his pipe. Now, only Kirigakure from the Land of Water remained. The third great ninja war had no victors. If one were to be named, it would only be Konoha. Yet, gazing at the list of the fallen, no one could find joy in such a title. Minato, is it true what you say? Is Obito still alive? Was he captured by someone claiming to be Uchiha Madara? Danzo leaned against the wall, his tone indifferent. Yes, he possesses a pair of peculiar eyes, Minato confirmed. This is merely your side of the story. I suspect Obito has defected, especially being from the Uchiha clan. Danzo retorted with a grim tone. Impossible. Obito is not that kind of person. Kakashi shouted vehemently. Impudent. Kakashi, you, a newly promoted Jonin, dare to interject. Danzo roared. You. Kakashi was about to retort when Minato held him back. Danzo, I personally vouch for Obito's loyalty. He is not defected. Huh. Your endorsement carries such weight now. Does it, Namikaze Minato? You seem to overestimate your own significance, Danzo scoffed. I believe it is, and I trust my name carries enough weight. Minato replied with a smile. I believe in Minato, spoke Hayashi Hyuga, adding his voice. Hayashi, what are you saying? Danzo asked incredulously as he looked at Hayashi. Hayashi cast a sympathetic glance at Danzo. understanding his ambition to become Hokage, which spurred his opposition to Minato. However, he recognized the formidable potential of the young man before them. Danzo, noticing Hayashi's silence, turned his attention to T.J. Kamachi. Minato, do you have any evidence to prove that Obito was abducted and did not defect? She inquired hesitantly. Minato paused, shaking his head. How can one prove such a thing? In that case, we must treat him as a casualty and erect a memorial for him. If he returns to the village one day and passes the investigations of the Umbu without issues, his identity can be reinstated, Danzo suggested with a smirk. This is merely a task assigned to him by a mysterious individual, with whom he has some cooperation. After all, he is just a young Uchiha, and I do not care much for him. Moreover, Obito of the Uchiha clan is notorious for being a failure. It is quite a boon for him to be celebrated as a hero. Obito is not a failure. Kakashi's face flushed with indignation as he readied to retaliate, only to be restrained by Minato. Then, he produced a katana, approaching Danzo with a chilling smile devoid of warmth. Danzo, your sword seems to have fallen to the ground. I picked it up for you. This is a weapon. It should not be carelessly discarded. It could harm the flowers and plants. Danzo was instantly drenched in cold sweat, certain that his sword had been secured at his waist. This individual had silently taken it from him. If he had intended to kill him, would he have even noticed? A shiver ran down his spine as he accepted the katana from Minato. Obito is my disciple. I believe he would never betray Konoha, even if he is from the Uchiha clan. Enough. Sarutobi interjected sharply. Minato, let us erect a memorial for Obito. I believe in him as well. But rules must not be broken. Additionally, Hayashi, Kamachi, I bear significant guilt for this war. I intend to resign as Hokage and recommend Minato as my successor. Prepare yourselves. We shall convene a high-level meeting in Konoha in the coming days. Other candidates may also be proposed for discussion. Sarutobi, Danzo exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice. He had previously recommended Orochimaru for the position of Hokage as a mere distraction, but with Orochimaru's defection, he was left with no choice. Minato's rising prominence in the village was not an opportune moment for him. I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Very well. Since you have decided, we shall make arrangements. Hayashi and Kamachi acquiesced before departing the Hokage's office. Konoha will eventually be destroyed by people like you. Danzo stormed out, seething with anger. Once only Kakashi, Rin, and Minato remained in the office, Sarutobi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt utterly exhausted, burdened by the need to balance the various powers and their strengths. Performing acts contrary to his own heart and principles was not what he desired. But for the sake of Konoha, he had to endure. Fortunately, a successor was finally emerging. Kakashi, Rin, wait for me at the door. I have spoken with Kushina. We will gather at your home tonight. She has already gone ahead. Yes, sensei. Kakashi and Rin replied, their spirits low as they silently exited the office. Minato, are you prepared? Are you ready to inherit the will of fire? Sarutobi smiled. Always ready. Minato replied with a light-hearted grin. Very well, but remember, while the light of fire illuminates the path ahead, it also casts shadows. Do not be overly dismissive of the existence of roots. Sarutobi cautioned seriously. Understood. Minato replied resolutely. Having battled on the battlefield since his teens, though still young, he had experienced far too much to be merely compassionate. Compassion is reserved for those deserving of it. Enough. You have worked hard. Thanks to you, we have come this far. Go home and rest well. I will ensure you are informed about the high-level meeting. Sarutobi smiled. Yes. Minato acknowledged with a respectful bow before leaving with Kakashi and Rin. Observing their despondent expressions, he playfully patted their heads. Cheer up, you two. Obito is not dead. He would never betray Konoha, so do not worry. Madara must have sought him out for his utility. He will not harm him. He is waiting for you both to rescue him. How can you afford to feel this way? Minato encouraged with a smile. Yes. Kakashi replied, forcing a smile. Do not wear such expressions. It would only worry Shikiya, who shares a close bond with Obito. All right, sensei. Rin also responded briefly. The three stood at the entrance of the Hatake residence, sensing a certain commotion within. Kakashi and Rin made an effort to rub their faces, attempting to conjure a smile. Upon noticing their relaxed expressions, Minato let out a sigh of relief and casually pushed the door open. Why are there so many people here? Ah, the yellow flash. How striking. Is that Kakashi and I? So cool. And Rin Neeson is quite charming too. The chatter continued. As Chie raised his head, lost in thought, he gazed vacantly at the three individuals before him. Watergate looked on in confusion at the wry smile of Jixingnai. Who are you? Suddenly, with a unified motion. Over 20 people stood up and bowed deeply, exclaiming in unison, "We are the sisterhood of Chiyakuin's wives." Watergate, taken aback, blurted out the expression of astonishment that Chiya had taught him. What the heck? Chapter 46. Bloodline Limits. Should we consider urination jutsu? By the time Chiya and Kakashi had seen everyone off, it was already midnight. The two brothers were utterly exhausted, while Mealy, reclining comfortably on a lounge chair, contentedly rubbed her round belly. That had once been my exclusive throne. So is this Mealy? Kakashi inquired. Indeed, their racial talent is transformation. Chiya spoke unabashedly with lies. Did you let Mealy attend class on your behalf while you went off to play? My goodness, that was astute and piercingly accurate. How could you think so, brother? Is that truly the impression I leave in your mind? 7 nights without satisfaction, he exclaimed. Indeed, I have lost my credibility in front of Kakashi. No, wait. What about Brother Obito? Chiya swiftly shifted the topic and directly reopened Kakashi's wound. Obito has been abducted, but rest assured, I will certainly rescue him. Kakashi, not wishing to deceive Chiya, spoke candidly. Oh, then it's nothing. Aren't you worried? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, knowing how kind Obito usually was to this fellow. What good is worry? Moreover, I have faith that my brother will bring Obito back safely. Nothing will happen to him. With a smile, Chiya contemplated that once Span had perished, he would assume a new identity and join Akatsuki, embarking on a journey around the world to collect tailed beasts. While playfully teasing Conan, with sufficient effort, he believed he might even ascend to the position of Akatsuki's leader, transforming Obito into his subordinate. He aspired to become the most formidable underworld figure in the shinobi world, leading them to redemption and creating an entertainment empire, even signing Jiraiya. Indeed, I shall accomplish this. Kakashi was taken aback by his brother's unwavering trust in him, instantly filled with boundless motivation. Furthermore, brother, you and Rin are not at all intimate. Aren't you both in a romantic relationship? 7 nights of discontent. This cannot compare to you. By the way, is it really all right for you to have so many wives? Will you not eventually face dire consequences? Kakashi remarked in disbelief. You have tarnished my illustrious reputation, Mealy. Sister Kushina stated today that she will never allow me near their children again, be they boys or girls. The boys fear becoming a menace under my influence, while the girls dread the potential calamity I might bring. My plan to nurture Naruto has come to an abrupt end. Mealy, who was lounging leisurely nearby, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. By the way, Chi-Yi, I encountered a peculiar individual this time, who may have saved our lives. He claimed to be Guy's uncle. Tomorrow, let us inquire further with Guy. Kakashi suddenly recalled something. Who was that person? The curiosity of Chiya was piqued, prompting him to inquire eagerly, unaware of how his other persona was perceived in his elder brother's eyes. Indeed, although he appeared to be an eccentric middle-aged man, he was surprisingly dependable, possessing formidable strength, and he could even employ the 8 gates of Duinjia formation. Kakashi chuckled. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. However, it is indeed characteristic of the Might family. I have never heard Kai or Uncle Dai mention such a person. Surely, there must be a poignant and sorrowful tale behind it, a past that Uncle Dai prefers not to reminisce about, which is why he has never brought it up with others. Chiya chuckled, noting that the Might family seemed to be a peculiar lineage, one that thrived without reproduction, previously living as ordinary citizens, with no one able to uncover any secrets. It's best to retire early. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with Kai. Very well, brother. You two must rest well, replied Mealy, who then retreated to her room to sleep. Kakashi observed the two as they entered the room, lost in contemplation. This should pose no trouble, should it? As dawn broke, Kakashi arrived early outside Kai's dwelling. Woohoo! Chiya, you finally deigned to join me in training again. I sought you out before, but you were utterly unresponsive. I nearly faced the wrath of Granny Mai, Kai exclaimed, embracing Chiya tightly, tears brimming in his eyes, only to be pushed away in disdain. Previously, Kai had been unable to rouse Mealy and had carried her on his shoulders for half a month, only to discover she could sleep soundly there. Eventually, in a fit of despair, he ceased his attempts to awaken her. I was unwell before, but I have recovered now. 7 Nights helplessly remarked that it was evident that the rice grain could not possibly rise at 4 in the morning to exercise, for this cat had already synchronized its routine completely with that of human children. Kai, do you have any relatives left in this world? Kakashi inquired, beginning to stretch and warm up his limbs. Do I? Kai responded, puzzled. During this mission, I encountered a peculiar individual who claimed to be your uncle. Woo-woo, uncle. Why don't you come to see me? Kai cried out. Is it truly so? Kiya stared in astonishment at his companion. Do you truly have an uncle? Kakashi inquired. Ah, didn't you mention encountering someone who claimed to be my uncle? My family is hardly of noble lineage. There is no pretense here. The Hatake brothers exchanged speechless glances at Kiya. I mean, this individual professes to be your uncle and is proficient in the 8 gates of Duinjia. Yet, I have never heard you or your father mention him. I just want to confirm, have you ever heard your father speak of such an uncle? Kakashi attempted to organize his thoughts, struggling to maintain coherence. No, that is impossible. My father only mastered the 8 gates 2 years ago. Well, perhaps he learned the earlier gates beforehand. But regardless, what's wrong with having another uncle? When he returns to the village one day, I shall insist he treats me to a meal. The peculiar gaze of the 7 knights lingered on Kai. Shouldn't you be treating him to a meal? I assure you, your uncle will never make an appearance in this lifetime, mark my words. Kakashi too relinquished his inquiries. This fellow's thought process was unlike that of an ordinary person, making communication exceedingly exhausting. The trio then commenced their daily training, and upon its conclusion, each returned to their respective homes. After returning to his room, Chi washed up and then lay down on his bed to rest. Mealy had long since disappeared. But it was of no concern. After all, this fellow was afflicted with social anxiety and did not warrant any worry. He had been warned not to press any more handprints, as those would ultimately require repayment. The mere thought of this caused a dull ache in Chiya's heart. The wealth he had accumulated over the years by living off others had vanished entirely. Spending an entire day just to repay debts amounted to hundreds of thousands. In less than 3 months, all of it had been squandered, and it still wasn't sufficient. Damn, that extravagant woman. Chi, one must never wrong a friend's wife. How could you dare to take advantage of Mealy? Have you no sense of humanity left? The mind of Chiya was muddled. Yet can it be interpreted in such a manner? Little waste. Allow me to speak earnestly. The grass I mentioned earlier was merely a colloquial expression, not a verb. I do not share your peculiar tastes. Regardless, you must show respect to Mealy. She is my goddess. Very well, I concede to you. You are indeed a system. By the way, how's the development of the bloodline limit progressing? Little Waste responded with dissatisfaction. Not particularly well. It has only been a few days. Should we resort to the art of urine evasion? Oh my. Chapter 47. Minato. Chiya has stated that the choices of adults encompass all that I desire. In the Hokage building, the conference room was filled with elite ninjas of the Jonin rank and above, alongside the leaders of various departments and clan heads of Konoha. The atmosphere was far from relaxed, as the purpose of today's high-level meeting was to determine the candidate for the Fourth Hokage. Each individual was compelled to consider their own interests and those of their clans. In truth, most were inclined to support Minato, for he hailed from humble beginnings, lacking any familial ties in Konoha. For them, since they themselves had no opportunity to become Hokage, it was preferable that no one from other clans ascended to that position, as it would disrupt the balance. The Sarutobi clan, although consisting of only a few direct descendants, had hundreds of ninjas when taking into account collateral branches. It would be implausible to assert that their relationship with the Hokage held no significance. Of course, it was not that Sarutobi was intentionally favoring his family. Rather, anyone in such a position would naturally attract numerous followers, and the feudal lords would likely allocate resources in support of Konoha. Over time, the clan would inevitably flourish. I have reached an advanced age, and my vitality is waning. Moreover, this recent ninja world war has inflicted significant losses upon Konoha, for which I bear undeniable responsibility. Therefore, I wish to announce my intention to resign from the position of Hokage. Sarutobi spoke quietly, and the room fell into a profound silence. Most present were already aware of the third's desire to abdicate, a notion that had arisen after the legendary Sannin had come of age. However, the Sannin had little interest in such a role. Hatake Tsukumo had once been presented with an opportunity, but he declined, ultimately suffering from public scorn and taking his own life. In recent years, the rise of Namake's Minato had rekindled thoughts of abdication in favor of him. Yet, Minato was still quite young, prompting the third to withhold his endorsement. Nevertheless, the IWA Shinobi War had catapulted Minato to prominence once more, and after a private discussion with Sarutobi, he had resolved to take action. If anyone has a worthy candidate in mind, feel free to propose them. We can hold a vote to decide. I am not acting as the Hokage, but rather as an individual and as the head of the Sarutobi clan. To nominate Namake's Minato, Sarutobi smiled, glancing at the composed Minato and the excited, flushed face of Jio Shingnai beside him, causing him to involuntarily frown at her presence. The Yamashiro clan proposed Danzo, who had labored tirelessly for many years, earning immense respect and boasting formidable strength. Yamashiro spoke loudly, as their clan maintained a close relationship with Root, hoping for Danzo's ascension, which would likely benefit their clan further. The Mizutori clan proposed Danzo as well, with their leader being Minato's cousin. As soon as he stood to voice his support, he was met with a sharp rebuke from Danzo. What nonsense! When did I ever express a desire to become Hokage? I lack the strength for such a role. CHF, do you wish to make me a laughingstock? Just because I often defeated you in our youth? Laughter erupted among the crowd, as the relationship between CHF and Minato was complex, often characterized by mutual support against outsiders, yet rife with daily disputes. The Uchiha clan recommended Uchiha Q. A hush fell over the assembly, followed by hushed whispers. Q had no intention of becoming Hokage and understood the improbability of such an outcome. However, he felt compelled to declare his candidacy to demonstrate that the Uchiha clan was also a part of Konoha and aspired to lead. Are there any other nominators? Sarutobi inquired once more. Senjuhiru, do you have a candidate? Hokage-sama, Tsunade instructed me to relay that if no one else nominates Namikaze Minato, we will support him. Should someone propose a candidate, the Senju clan's 3 votes will go to Minato. Hiru stood respectfully. Excellent. And the others? Nara clan proposes Jiraiya. Nara Shikaka rose calmly. Despite being in his early 20s, he had already ascended to the position of clan head. It was not that the previous leader had fallen short, rather, they recognized Shikaku's growth and chose to step back. Shikaku's support for Jiraiya was not due to dissatisfaction with Minato. On the contrary, he, like many young ninjas, revered Minato as a god. However, due to Minato's exceptional strength and lack of familial backing, he felt it inappropriate. Minato perceived Shikaku's concerns and smiled, harboring no resentment. Jiraiya has expressed his disinterest in becoming Hokage. Therefore, we shall proceed with the candidates of Namikaze Minato, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Q. The Uchiha, Senju Sarutobi, and Hyuga clans each hold 3 votes, while the remaining clans and department heads possess 1 vote each. Sarutobi gestured, and an Umbu ninja appeared behind him, holding a box. Wait, Sarutobi, I have an objection. While Namikaze Minato's strength, achievements, and capabilities are indisputable, we must consider the implications. Danzo rose, speaking gravely. He is currently in a romantic relationship with Jio-Shingnai, the host of the Nine Tails, a matter of great significance and a potential risk of losing control. I believe this is inappropriate. Unless Namikaze Minato separates from Jio-Shingnai, he should not assume the role of Hokage. Jio-Shingnai, sitting beside Minato, turned pale, lowering her head as her body trembled slightly. She dared not meet Minato's gaze. This was his lifelong aspiration, and now it might slip away because of her. She had never anticipated that Minato would have to choose between her and the Hokage position. Her only concern was that he might abandon his dream because of her. I do not agree with Lord Danzo's statement. The previous Jinchuriki, Vortex Mito, was also the host of the Nine Tails. Shikaka stood, responding loudly. That was because they were married before the establishment of Konoha. Who can guarantee that, should the Nine Tails run rampant, Namikaze Minato would remain unaffected by his emotions? This is no trivial matter, nor is it as simple as mere words. Danzo retorted angrily. Moreover, how formidable was the first Hokage? He possessed the means to restrain the Nine Tails. When faced with the Hokage and Jio-Shingnai, he can only choose one. All eyes turned to the composed Minato, who squeezed Jio-Shingnai's hand. As she lifted her head, he greeted her with a radiant smile. Apologies, Lord Danzo, but I must disappoint you. I desire both the position of Hokage and Jio-Shingnai. Jio-Shingnai's gaze shot up to Minato, captivated by his confident expression, her heart brimming with admiration. Arrogance! Danzo seethed. Furious. Did you not claim that the first was capable of controlling the Nine Tails? I believe I can do the same. Are you suggesting that you consider yourself superior to the first? What audacity! Danzo was nearly driven to madness, unable to tolerate Minato's nonchalant proclamation of such hubris. Indeed, I have contemplated the possibility of the Nine Tails losing control. Hence, I have studied many sealing techniques of the Vortex clan, including the dead demon consuming seal. Minato stepped to the center of the conference room. With remarkable speed, he began forming hand seals, his movements swift enough that observers could only perceive a blur. Yin-yang. Rat, dog, rabbit, snake, horse. Sealing technique. Corpse ghost sealing. Suddenly, the entire conference room dimmed, and a colossal, translucent shadow emerged in the center of the venue. An unsettling chill gripped the hearts of all present. They had heard of the corpse ghost sealing, a power that transcended the realm of the living. But what in the world was this? Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the enormous toad, Fukasaku, puffing on a large pipe. Haha, it's impossible to casually invoke the corpse ghost ceiling. I'm merely jesting with you all, but you are aware of Fukasaku's formidable strength, aren't you? Watergate chuckled. Danzo, I have heard you harbor grievances against Watergate. If you have any, keep them to yourself, understood? Danzo's expression darkened, and he took a few steps back, utterly speechless. Watergate chuckled, ruffled his hair, exchanged a few words with Fukasaku, and then saw him off. After a considerable time, everyone gradually calmed down. All right, we can commence the voting now. Saratobi was also taken aback by Watergate's display, but fortunately he maintained his composure. Watergate, I thought you might forfeit the position of Hokage because of me. Kushina sighed in relief, playfully nudging Watergate. Don't joke around. Didn't Tishikiya say that an adult's choice is to have it all? Watergate gently stroked Kushina's hair, his face radiating affection. After the voting results were announced, Danzo stormed out in indignation, having received a mere 2 votes. What a disgrace. It would have been better had he not run for the position at all. Following the meeting, everyone congratulated Watergate, as he would officially become the 4th Hokage by year-end, during which the 3rd would mentor him in administrative matters and facilitate a smooth transition. In high spirits, Watergate exited the Hokage building, the sunlight illuminating his smile even more brilliantly. Chapter 48. The arrival of the dual divine Might Dai. How delightful. Barbecue paired with beer is simply blissful. In a barbecue restaurant in the land of rivers, Tsunade downed a large mug of beer and exclaimed in pleasure. Opposite her sat a man clad in a red robe with a head full of white hair, the renowned Jiraiya. Shizune was diligently grilling meat, shouldering a burden unsuitable for her age. Has Orochimaru truly defected? Jiraiya's countenance darkened, his face flushed from the drink, eyes filled with fury. Indeed, his temperament has become increasingly radical. He has been pursuing the so-called immortality. We have sensed his inhumane experiments, even if we have not openly acknowledged them. Tsunade sighed. In truth, over the years, I have felt he has grown estranged, increasingly odd. Jiraiya leaned back, his hand resting on the armrest, gazing up at the ceiling. Memories from their childhood flooded back, causing him deep anguish. He had finally caught up with Orochimaru, and their bond had deepened over the years, as they had saved each other countless times. Yet, the deeper the bond, the more painful the wounds when betrayal occurred. I can understand his experiments, truly. Though inhumane and condemned by society, I realize his goal mirrors my own, albeit through different means. However, I cannot condone his betrayal of Konoha. A tear slipped down Jiraiya's cheek. When will this world know peace? I wonder if we shall witness that moment in our lifetime. Tsunade sighed heavily, while Shizune beside them dared not breathe, feeling the weight of the grave conversation beyond her comprehension. It will happen. The Sage of Toads foretold that the child of destiny shall arrive, bringing peace and hope to this world. Jiraiya sat up earnestly. I hope so. By the way, I have received word that Watergate has been elected as the 4th Hokage. He will assume office by year-end. Will you return to the village? Tsunade smiled. Naturally, I must. After all, I am now the master of the 4th Hokage. Jiraiya boasted, laughing heartily. The young women in the village will surely flock to me. Shizune looked at him in disbelief, causing Jiraiya to feel a tad embarrassed. Tsunade, used to such banter, refrained from responding. Tsunade, as long as you are willing to be with me, I would forsake an entire forest for a single flower. Jiraiya said half jokingly, half seriously. Get lost. Do you want me to hit you? I've told you countless times. We are too familiar, it's lost its charm. Tsunade hurled her wine glass at Jiraiya, who effortlessly caught it, refilling it for himself, intending to share a kiss indirectly. However, upon noticing Tsunade's forehead veins bulging, he obediently returned the glass. By the way, Tsunade, are you planning to return this time? Jiraiya inquired, avoiding the topic of her departure from the village. Knowing well that her feelings for the village were strong and that she must have encountered something unbearable, Shizune raised her head eagerly, awaiting Tsunade's response. We shall see. I should return, haha. Jiraiya, let me tell you, you now have a rival, and I quite fancy him. What? There exists a man more exceptional than I. I refuse to believe it. Who is it? Jiraiya fumed. Haha, you will find out soon enough. Tsunade laughed joyously. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Tsunade, supported by Shizune, bid farewell to Jiraiya. Lying on the roof tiles, Jiraiya rested his head on his hands, lost in thought. Perhaps it was time to return to the village. He had been away for many years. He could also seek out Orochimaru's whereabouts and investigate his rival. showcasing the might of Jiraiya the Great. In Konoha, Shikiya was selecting items to pack, as Kakashi and Rin were about to embark on a mission to the Land of Water. Ever since Obito's disappearance and Watergate's promotion, they had refrained from recruiting new team members. The previous assignments had merely involved nearby regions, and Shikiya had not paid much attention. However, this time, he needed to accompany them to the Land of Water. Although he had prevented Madara from implanting the Three Tails chakra into Rin, he could not guarantee that Madara had no further plans. After all, Madara required Rin's death to harness extreme negative energy to unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. Otherwise, Obito, lacking God's might, was of little use to him. For the Mist Village, the Three Tails had been wild for many years, and the absence of tailed beasts posed a severe threat. Previously, there had been no suitable candidates, but if they encountered Rin this time, they would certainly seize the opportunity. Rin possessed a unique physique, exhibiting a high affinity for the Three Tails chakra, and Madara would undoubtedly relay this information to the Mist Village. In the Konoha cemetery, Uchiha Madara and Obito, cloaked in hoods, strolled slowly. Obito had expressed a desire to visit his parents' graves, and Madara consented. He was not worried about Obito attempting to escape. In truth, after learning the truth behind his parents' deaths, Obito had already contemplated participating in Madara's plan. Obito placed flowers before his parents' graves, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "Do you know why Danzo took your father's eyes?" Madara asked in a low voice. "Why?" Obito queried. "Because of the Sharingan. He covets the power of the Uchiha clan. He has stolen the Sharingan, but how could such a thief comprehend its greatness?" Madara scoffed disdainfully. "Damn it. One day, I will ensure he meets a miserable end." Obito seethed. "Are you not going to see your friends?" Ban smiled and said, "No, I shall wait until I have grown stronger. Then I will compel Kakashi to kneel and beg for mercy, ensuring that Chie acknowledges me as his elder brother. I will make Rin fall for me." Obito forced a smile, uncertain of how to confront them at this moment, as he had willingly chosen to remain by Ban's side. He sought strength to avenge his parents and to bring them back to life. "Very well, let us depart. We must journey to the Land of Rain. For my time is limited." Ben coughed twice. As they took only a few steps, Obito suddenly halted, gazing in disbelief at a new gravestone. The photograph upon it captured his visage, adorned with goggles and radiant laughter. Had they truly deemed me dead in their hearts? None had sought me out, nor verified my demise. Had they so hastily resolved to cast me aside as a ghost? Would they not strive a little harder? Had they relinquished me so easily? Tears of crimson sorrow streamed from Obito's eyes, as the sensation of betrayal pierced his heart like a dagger, inflicting unbearable anguish. To be betrayed by those closest to him was a torment he had never anticipated. Ban observed Obito, whose tears flowed like blood, remaining silent yet filled with expectation. "Grandfather Ban, let us go." Obito lifted his gaze, the three tomo in his eyes transforming into three scythe-like shapes connected at their ends. Ban suppressed a smile and nodded. It appeared there was no need to venture to the Land of Water after all. He had already informed them of Lin's unique constitution, allowing them to amuse themselves while he pondered the abilities of Obito's eyes. Obito placed a hand on Ban's shoulder, and the space around them warped as his eyes collapsed inward. In an instant, they vanished, reappearing before the outer path's golem. Ban's expression was one of astonishment, clearly taken aback. 50 years in Konoha, the dual divine powers have emerged. Chapter 49. Captive Terumi-Mei in the Land of Water, Chie observed the man across from him, who had just relieved himself with a shiver of satisfaction. This man was Pipa Shirzong, whom his companion had warned him about earlier, though he had paid little heed. For Chie felt confident that even if he could not defeat him, escaping would pose no challenge. Furthermore, his transformation technique left no trace of fluctuation. If necessary, he could simply turn into a stone and take a nap. His approach towards Pipa Shirzong stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether this former member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, now one of the auspicious trio, had truly become akin to Xianglin-'s sister-in-law. If feasible, he would later unleash the eighth gate of Duanjia to provide him with a jolt of stimulation, ensuring that the mere mention of Konoha would cause him great distress. Currently, Chie resembles the image of Conan, adorned with a large pair of black-framed glasses. "Little ghost, you must be a villager from the vicinity. Why do you keep staring at me?" After Shirzong finished his task, he lifted the nearby executioner's sword, approaching Chie with a fierce expression. "Uncle, your stream is splitting. It's even divided into 3 paths. Is your kidney not in good condition?" With a smile, Shikia remarked that his body was already prepared for the encounter, especially considering that he was facing the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. One should not underestimate Hachiya Jizong. Although later dubbed the weakest member of the Akatsuki, he was nonetheless an official member. Moreover, among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the decapitating sword was the least effective. Bang! Hachiya Jizong plunged the decapitating sword into the ground, his expression somewhat grim. "You little brat, what do you know? Why are you, a mere child, running around instead of hiding in the village?" Hachiya Jizong scolded Shikia. "I aspire to be a ninja. I, Itagawa Konan, shall undoubtedly become the greatest detective in the ninja world, and thus, I must become a ninja." On the 7th night, he exclaimed loudly, embracing the essence of youthful exuberance. "What merit is there in being a ninja? It is far better to live as an ordinary person, though lacking in the strength for self-defense. One is liberated from excessive burdens." Hiding behind him, Shirzong's countenance was dark, yet to Chie's surprise, he reached out and gently ruffled his hair instead of striking him. This fellow was not as ferocious as anticipated. "Little brat, you should return home and behave yourself. Life as an ordinary person, though arduous, allows for a semblance of stability in times of peace. Once you become a ninja, your fate is no longer your own." "Uncle," Chie interjected, "are you a ninja then? Could you teach me? I have no family left." Shikia gazed at Pai Pa Shirzong with a hint of anticipation. "Huh, do you wish to learn ninjutsu from me? Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. I am not one to teach others. Presently, I am but a lost soul, devoid of the time to guide you." Pai Pa Shirzong was rendered speechless, taken aback by the audacity of this impudent child. "Ah, lost soul, have you been bested by someone? It appears you are not as formidable as you claim. Never mind. I shall seek out the most powerful ninja to master the art of ninjutsu," Chie disdainfully remarked, while Shirzong's temples throbbed with anger. "You little rascal, who are you disparaging? I am referring to you. How could a ninja suffer from kidney deficiency? If you were truly a ninja, you would already be dead. Do you not realize that?" Shirzong spoke in a low voice, taken aback by the audacity of the boy. "Haha, just because I'm not a ninja, does that mean you cannot touch me? I never imagined that as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you would adhere to such principles." Chie laughed heartily, shedding all pretense. With a swift motion, Pipa Shirzong leaped back several meters, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized Chie, confirming that there was no trace of chakra emanating from him. Confusion swirled within his mind. There were only 2 possible explanations for his inability to detect the other's chakra. One was that the individual was an ordinary person, and the other was that he was vastly superior in strength. Yet, it seemed implausible. This person appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. How could he possibly be stronger than himself? Although there was the example of the 4th Hokage, Kurama Yatsukura, it was worth noting that the 4th had at least a semblance of a teenager's appearance. "Who are you?" Pipa Shirzong asked in a grave tone. "Did I not mention it earlier? I am Itagawa Konan." "Uncle, you seem to be in quite a predicament." Chie cast a glance at the adjacent forest and smiled. Pipa Shirzong surveyed the woods with a serious demeanor and spoke. "Come forth, for I can sense your presence." No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures materialized behind him. The foremost figure was slender and tall, sporting a blue, broom-like hairstyle, a black eye patch over his right eye, and amulets dangling from his ears. It was none other than Aoi, the elite jonin of the Mist Village, accompanied by 2 others. One was an unremarkable young man, a chunin named Bai, while the other caused Chie's eyes to gleam with excitement. With her verdant eyes and wavy, reddish-brown locks partially obscuring her right eye, she possessed a cherubic mouth and a well-proportioned figure. Dressed in a blue strapless dress cinched with a white belt and adorned with deep blue nails, the 14-year-old Terumi May already exuded an impressive presence, appearing far more mature than her years. It was truly a surprise to encounter a goddess such as she in this place. Chie waved at Terumi May with a hint of excitement, leaving her somewhat bewildered. However, being a rather eccentric individual, she paid no heed to the appropriateness of the occasion and reciprocated with a wave of her own. Her left eye squinted into a crescent shape, perfectly complementing her exquisite features, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Could these 2 not be more mindful of their surroundings? Both Ching and Pipa Juzong displayed furrowed brows. "Lady Terumi May, I am your ardent admirer," Chie shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and even Zhao Mei Ming furrowed her brow. "Little brother, how do you know my sister's name?" Zhao Mei Ming inquired with a smile. As she was a prodigy nurtured solely by the Mist Hidden Village's master, having never attended the Ninja Academy. Few, even among the Mist, were familiar with her. So how could this child possibly know her? Little brat, you still haven't revealed who you are, said Pipa Shirzong in a low voice. The Mist ninjas were there to hunt him down, but he paid it no mind, as all of Mist was currently focused on capturing a girl from the Leaf Village. This girl had surprisingly gained the approval of the Three Tails and had inexplicably become its Jinchuriki. Originally, Mist had planned to capture her and then make her the Jinchuriki under their control. However, before they could enact their plan, the girl had passed through the Kawasi, where the Three Tails, IWA, had voluntarily attached itself to her, leaving the Mist ninjas unprepared. That distraction had drawn away most of their forces. And as for Chie and the others, he was not overly concerned about reinforcements. He felt less important compared to the Three Tails. Haha, allow me to reintroduce myself, Idagawa Konan, a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village. Pleased to make your acquaintance. From the Leaf? Do you know a guy named Might Dai? A scruffy middle-aged man. Pipa Shirzong blurted out, haha. As expected, Chie felt a sense of satisfaction, confirming Pipa Shirzong's characteristic trait. However, Huing was astonished. This child appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old and was already a rogue ninja. His abilities should be considerable. Yet why could he not sense any fluctuation of chakra from him? Huing concentrated his chakra to activate the transplanted Byakugan, another one from the leaf. Just now, someone abducted our Three Tails, and little brother, you appear here. Are you in league with them? Zhao Meiming couldn't help but ask. Watch out! Huing shouted loudly. Just moments ago, Chie had shown no chakra fluctuations in his Byakugan vision, but suddenly he transformed into a volatile chakra bomb. Boom! Pipa Shirzong, without a second thought, turned and fled, vanishing from sight in an instant. Damn it, is this never-ending? Does everyone from the leaf know this trick? Huing stared in a daze as Chie transformed into a streak of red light, rushing to embrace the utterly defenseless Zhao Meiming before vanishing into thin air. Feeling somewhat troubled, he gritted his teeth and turned to Bai, speaking in a solemn tone. We must pursue Pipa Shirzong together. The beheading sword cannot be lost. We must not allow Pipa Shirzong's whereabouts to slip away. In the depths of a secluded cave, Shikia brought the enigmatic Meiming, sealing the entrance with a powerful strike of his fist. He then bound her securely before gathering an assortment of wood to ignite a flickering bonfire. As he sought a moment of respite, Meiming gazed in astonishment at Shikia's fluid execution of these tasks, her mind still in a haze of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chapter 50. The aggrieved Sanbai Isabu little brother? Surely, you must be a younger sibling, right? You can't possibly be like our esteemed fourth Mizukage, appearing youthful while having offspring the same age as I am. Meiming inquired, her hands restrained, fingers ensnared by the ropes, rendering her unable to perform any ninjutsu. Furthermore, her chakra had been disrupted after this stranger had touched her chest. Esteemed Lady Meiming, I now have several questions to pose to you, and I hope for your full cooperation. For 7 nights, he remained unresponsive, preoccupied with concerns for Kakashi and Rin's safety. Had it not been for the need to recuperate after the activation of the 8 gates, he would not have delayed even for a moment. I am indeed cooperating. Wholeheartedly so. Terumi Mei twisted her body, indicating that she was bound tightly, accentuating her already explosive figure. Chie swallowed hard. This fellow was undoubtedly attempting to seduce him. Sister, please stop fidgeting. I am still just a child, utterly ineffectual. He exclaimed. Oh, are you truly ineffectual? What a pity, replied Zhao Meiming with a smile. With a scowl darkening his face, Chie sprang to his feet and stormed towards Zhao Meiming, seizing her roughly and tearing at her clothing. Grasping a long wooden stick, he fixed his gaze intensely upon the pale and frightened Zhao Meiming. Sister, you are a captive now. It would be wise not to test my patience, or else. All right. Just help me put my clothes back on, and I will tell you everything. Zhao Meiming shouted, taken aback by his extreme reaction, realizing that his formidable appearance had influenced her behavior. You mentioned that someone has abducted Sanwei. Where are they now? 7 Knights spoke in a low voice. According to his conjecture, Kakashi and Rin should have just entered the Land of Water. It was improbable that they would have made contact with the people of the Mist so swiftly, let alone be implanted with the Three Tails. How could they possibly transform into the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails upon merely entering the Land of Water? In the depths of his heart, Chie felt a lingering gloom. Is this the power of the heavenly path in the ninja world? Despite the numerous changes that have transpired, why does it still seem to manifest scenes from the original narrative? If Sister Rin were to truly perish at the hands of brother, it is likely that Obito would succumb to darkness for real. Seven Knights remains unaware that Obito has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan due to the truth surrounding his parents' demise and the matter of their graves. They have taken refuge in the Land of Water, and now the fourth Mizukage, Lord Kaguya Yagura, has led a substantial force in pursuit of them. K-Mei holds no psychological reservations and does not believe that revealing this information to Seven Knights will affect their plans. After all, nearly the entirety of the Hidden Mist has mobilized, and although this young boy possesses formidable strength, he cannot possibly alter the course of their strategy. As the weight of despair settled upon Chi-Yi, it became evident that events were unfolding in accordance with the original narrative. He fervently hoped that Kakashi and Rin would refrain from any foolish actions. In truth, Rin's concerns were somewhat exaggerated. The Hidden Mist had no intention of allowing her to return to the Hidden Leaf, as they aimed to unleash the Three Tails upon the village. She pondered over this conspiracy, realizing that her worries were unfounded. The Hidden Leaf was safeguarded by the mightiest of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, and there existed multiple sealing techniques capable of restraining tailed beasts, alongside numerous formidable allies. However, both he and Kakashi remained oblivious to the underlying truths. They were unaware that Kushina was the host of the Nine Tails. Instead, Rin was consumed by a fierce indignation, contemplating her inability to become the host of the Three Tails and thus bring calamity upon the village. In a moment of desperation, she compelled Kakashi to end her life with his Chidori, and astonishingly, Kakashi complied. Frankly, it is no wonder that Obito would succumb to darkness upon witnessing such a scene. "Take me there." Chie spoke in a low voice, rising to his feet as he seized Kame-Ming, hoisting her onto his shoulders. However, her limbs dangled awkwardly, significantly hindering his movement. "Are you certain? Taking me along is not advantageous for you," Kame-Ming remarked with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Chi-Yi transformed amidst a shiver, becoming a dashing young man with glasses. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. Shinichi Kudo, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Seven Knights smiled faintly. "Ah, how charming you are. How did you manage that? Do you have a girlfriend?" Mei Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she attempted to tidy her hair, only to be thwarted by her restraints. "Why not carry me like a princess? It would make it easier for you to move." "My dear, you are currently my captive, and this infatuated expression of yours is rather unbecoming. After all, I am your adversary. Do you have a particular fondness for handsome men?" As Chie sprinted, he shifted Shimmy from his shoulder to a more comfortable embrace. As her suggestion indeed proved to be far more convenient, wise counsel should always be embraced. Naturally, I have a preference for virtuous men, as I can effortlessly discern the essence of a good man. Moreover, I must prepare early for my lifelong commitments, lest it be too late. Shimmy remarked with a sense of inevitability. Why, one might wonder. Chie was somewhat perplexed. He had always wondered why such an exquisite woman as Zhao Mein remained single. Moreover, she constantly wore an expression that suggested a longing for marriage. With my exceptional qualities, it surely won't be long before I become the Water Shadow. At that time, who would dare to pursue me? Who would be worthy of me? Yet here you are, boasting of your excellence. If you are so remarkable, how is it that you have now become my captive? In the land of whirlpools, the legacy of the shinobi was perpetuated not through the establishment of a ninja village, but rather through familial lineage. Once, they possessed the opportunity to create their own village, with the prominent Uzumaki clan leading the many families. Unfortunately, the clan's sealing techniques incited fear among the great nations, leading to a near extermination of the Uzumaki. The surviving members were scattered across the ninja world, leaving the land of whirlpools devoid of the chance to form a ninja village, trapped in a precarious existence amidst the three great nations. Kakashi and Rin found refuge in a cave, both bearing numerous injuries. After Rin applied rudimentary medical ninjutsu, she sat down to rest. Their mission was to infiltrate the Land of Water and ascertain whether the Hidden Mist had intentions of aggression, as it was the only nation still at odds with Konoha among the four adversarial countries. However, before they could meet their contact, they were ambushed by the Three Tails at sea. To their astonishment, the creature chose Rin as its Jinchuriki, despite their initial belief that they were doomed. The Three Tails, having heard from the childlike Mizukage about the possibility of becoming its own Jinchuriki should none be found, sensed a remarkable compatibility with Rin's chakra and acted without hesitation. Were it not for the Three Tails' intervention, Rin and Kakashi would have perished. However, this only deepened Rin's suspicion of a conspiracy. Why else would the entire Hidden Mist mobilize, allowing her and Kakashi to escape to the Land of Whirlpools so easily? "Kakashi, I believe this is all a scheme by the Hidden Mist to make me the Three-Tails Jinchuriki and return to the village to wreak havoc on Konoha. Rin said wearily. Do not worry, young lady. That is utterly impossible. I willingly became your tailed beast, and it has nothing to do with the Hidden Mist, the Three-Tails declared. Feeling utterly exhausted, Rin ignored the creature. Any reassurances from it felt dissonant, especially from this inexplicably appearing entity she had only heard tales of before. In those legends, tailed beasts were described as catastrophic demons, and she found it hard to trust the Three-Tails. Do not fret. Konoha has teachers, the Third Hokage, and numerous clans. Everything will be fine, Kakashi murmured, his mood equally grim. He felt like a failure, incapable of managing anything, and his mindset was deteriorating. No, that cannot be. The tailed beasts are harbingers of destruction. The villagers are certainly no match for them. Kakashi, Rin exclaimed passionately. You overestimate me, young lady. The Three-Tails felt genuinely wronged. As Rin and Kakashi sat opposite each other, sunlight filtered through the cave entrance, casting shifting shadows across their faces. Young lady, the Hidden Mist has surrounded us. If we do not leave now, it will be difficult for even me to assist you. The Three-Tails urged urgently in Rin's mind. Suddenly, Rin sprang to her feet, pulling Kakashi with her out of the cave, her expression a tumultuous blend of fear, self-sacrifice, and pride. She had wholly immersed herself in the fantasy of sacrificing herself for the sake of the village. Kakashi, I cannot flee any longer. Everyone has a mission in this world, and I believe mine is right at this moment. Rin tenderly caressed Kakashi's face, tracing the scar by his left eye, which only added to his rugged charm. She pulled down his mask and, after a moment's hesitation, gently kissed him on the lips, a farewell gesture to ensure he would always remember her. Kakashi's expression darkened as he grasped her shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. No matter what, I will not abandon you, Rin. We must find Obito together. You cannot meet your end here. Kakashi, please stop. I have made my decision. If I return to the village and the Three-Tails erupts, there will be no one to stop it. My parents, friends, and even Shikiya will perish. Better to sacrifice myself than allow that to happen. Please, convey my apologies to Obito, Shikiya, and our teacher, Kushina. Rin lamented, her heart heavy. I told you I am not that capable. I merely wish to escape the clutches of the childlike Mizukage. Besides, doesn't Konoha have the Nine Tails? Nothing has gone awry for years. The Three-Tails frantically protested. But Rin disregarded its pleas. Kakashi paused, overwhelmed. His brief time as a Jonin had left him unfamiliar with many secrets, and his understanding of tailed beasts was on par with Rin's. As she mentioned her loved ones, his mind blanked. The Three-Tails, having given up its struggle, resigned itself to the notion that it would be taken by the childlike Mizukage. Kakashi, kill me. If you do, the Hidden Mist's scheme will fail. The village will remain safe. Rin shouted. Kakashi lowered his head, his expression one of numbness and despair. Rin, once the Hidden Mist arrives, it will all be over. They will kill you and bring me to Konoha, turn me into a monster, and destroy the village. I refuse to allow that. Please, act swiftly. Rin shook him fervently. Kakashi's eyes reflected despair. He could not allow Shikiya to be endangered. Suddenly, Kakashi's right hand crackled with blue lightning, showcasing his original technique, the Chidori, as he had not yet acquired the Sharingan to evolve it into Raikiri. He closed his eyes and raised his arm, the Chidori ripping through the air with a piercing sound. He cast a bewildered glance at Rin before thrusting his hand toward her chest. In the distance, atop a boulder, the air shimmered as Obito, wearing a blank mask, appeared just in time to witness Kakashi's strike aimed at Rin's heart, his eyes instantly flooding with crimson. Yet, he halted his advance, for he saw that someone was intervening. Tears streamed down Rin's closed eyes, and she awaited a pain that never came. Was death truly devoid of suffering? What are you two doing? Chi grasped Kakashi's hand, expressing his frustration as he observed Terumi-me, who had been unceremoniously tossed to the ground, writhing in displeasure. Who are you? Rin inquired, her eyes fluttering open to behold the young man radiating heat, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Who am I? I am Kudo Shinichi of the Umbu. What are you two doing? How can comrades engage in such brutal conflict? Chie took a deep breath, exhausted from the relentless journey. He had traversed mountains and rivers, pushing forward with extraordinary strength and the use of 8 gates, nearly exhausting himself to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, a little assistance from his companion in replenishing chakra had prevented his utter demise. The presence of the senior from the Umbu was a source of immense relief for Kakashi, who now sat on the ground, grateful for the timely arrival of this elder. Just moments ago, he had been dazed and had acted impulsively. Had Lin perished, he would have found it impossible to forgive himself for eternity. Senior, I have been possessed by the Three Tails due to the machinations of the Mist Village, becoming a Jinchuriki. They intend to return me to the village for destruction, and I cannot allow our actions to bring calamity upon the village. Kakashi must eliminate me. It is the only resolution. Lin cried out in despair. You misunderstand the Mist Village. They indeed have sinister plots, but they have yet to be executed. Thought the Three Tails. Obito, let us depart. The Mist's operatives are approaching, and I shall ensure they pay dearly for nearly causing Lin's demise, said Itachi, his tone chilling. On a nearby tree, a white face materialized, silently nodding before vanishing, casting a puzzled glance at Chie as it departed. Perhaps you overestimate the Three Tails. Do not forget. The Nine Tails has been sealed within the village for over 40 years. What can a mere Three Tails do? If it reaches the village, it will simply be contained. Chie chuckled, expressing his discontent. This little rascal. Sanbai remained silent. In truth, his decision to visit Konoha was motivated by a desire to encounter the Kyuubi. He had discerned certain issues pertaining to their bijou. The Kyuubi? Could it be that the fellow was speaking the truth? Is there truly a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi in the village? Rin exclaimed, casting a glance towards Chie. Indeed, every ninja village possesses a bijou. It serves as the strategic strength of the village. Only a fool would send you back to the village. The previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi was Lord Uzumaki Mido, who happened to be Lady Tsunade's grandmother, and now it is Janine Kanai. Ah, Sister Kanai. Kakashi and Rin gasped in unison. This information is confidential within the village. Do not disclose it. With Sanbai currently within you, you must return to the village post-haste, but upon your return, refrain from reporting your status as a Jinchuriki. Instead, seek out Lord Minato and heed his counsel. Chie furrowed his brow, pondering why the Mist Ninjas had yet to arrive. However, this was fortuitous. Without delay, he set off, determined to bring the three-tailed beast back to the village. A monumental achievement and a task of utmost importance assigned to them. I will hold off the pursuing Mist Ninjas, he declared. Understood. Kakashi exhaled in relief, while Rin felt a sense of survival after the ordeal. The two exchanged a glance, rose to their feet, bowed respectfully to Chie, and departed swiftly. As Chie turned around, he beheld the writhing figure of Sui Mei, effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. Embrace me. Do not merely carry me. Allow me to gaze upon your handsome visage. Sui Mei chuckled playfully. You seem utterly unfazed by the loss of the Three Tails from the Land of Water. As Chie held Terumi Mei, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Since Kakashi and Rin had already rescued her, there seemed to be time for conversation now. His gaze fell upon the alluringly bound Terumi Mei, and his heart raced as he could not resist caressing her, a look of illicit satisfaction spreading across his face. Terumi Mei flushed deeply, yet found herself powerless to resist. She could only gradually attempt to wriggle her wrists in hopes of freeing herself from her restraints. Her willingness to be held by Chie was not born of infatuation, but rather due to the tightness of her bindings that rendered her unable to move her wrists. Unfortunately, Chie's swift pace and the intense wind pressure offered her no opportunity for escape. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind appeared in the distance. Chie raised his gaze and recognized it as a large-scale ninjutsu. Without hesitation, he dashed towards that direction, for if all went well, Obito should be there. Chapter 52. The life-saving grace of Brother Obito. When Chie arrived on the battlefield, chaos reigned supreme. Only two figures stood amid the devastation. One was the youthful-faced Kakuya, and the other, a man clad in a blank mask, was Obito. Kakuy's eyes were vacant as he knelt on the ground, while Obito was drenched in blood and bore numerous wounds, clearly not unscathed. Upon noticing the approach of another, his demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Ah, so the masked man possesses such strength? The elite shinobi squads from the mist have been completely annihilated. Are you from Konohagakure? Obito inquired softly, having just witnessed this individual save Rin. To some extent, yes. And what about you? Your sneaky demeanor hardly suggests a virtuous character. Seven Knights chuckled. It has nothing to do with you. Obito replied calmly, having far surpassed Kakashi in strength. Yet, deep within, he increasingly resonated with Madara's ideology. If the goal was merely to surpass Kakashi, it would be exceedingly mundane. The true aspiration of a ninja lies in the creation of a new world. Ninjas originally emerged to protect this world, yet they have now become the very source of its turmoil. If one desires peace in the world, one must endeavor to forge a realm devoid of ninjas. In the silence of the seventh night, he refrained from speaking much, wishing to conceal his identity while merely assessing whether Obito had succumbed to darkness. Engaging in combat was an absolute last resort. With the overwhelming prowess of Kamui, he knew he would be unable to land a hit on Obito, unless he resorted to opening the 8 gates, a step he deemed unnecessary. Awkwardly, he found himself at a loss for words. Caught between the desire to maintain his anonymity and the reluctance to initiate a confrontation. Masked man, what is your path of ninjutsu? With an effort to suppress his embarrassment, Chie inquired, bored. Do you not wish to speak? Then allow me to share my path of endurance. My path is one of guardianship. To protect all that I hold dear, to safeguard my true self, and to resist the descent into darkness. What a madman. Forget it. I shall cease this conversation. It seems I cannot take Obito with me anyway. Perhaps I shall join Akatsuki and gradually guide him. If that fails, I will adopt various disguises to infiltrate. In the end, I shall die a few times to touch his heart. Surely, he cannot remain unmoved. I shall take my leave now. You may continue with your tasks. As Seven Knights abruptly turns away, the matter of Shuing being under control bears no relevance to him. Without the blood mist, there can be no defection from Zabuza, and he still relies on Zabuza to locate Hakubi, who is intended to be his subordinate. However, he must ascertain whether Hakubi is male or female. This uncertainty has plagued him for far too many years. Although Hakubi claims to be male, Seven Knights remains unconvinced. It is rather perplexing. Obito feels somewhat bewildered and chooses to disregard it, continuing to use Genjutsu to strengthen his control over Kurigane Shizuka. How embarrassing. When one inexplicably launches into a discourse on profound principles, anyone would deem them insane, especially since it is indeed the case. Alas, forget it. I shall not dwell on this. I must return to the village now. If Kakashi and the others arrive first, it is likely that Miru will be exposed, and I shall never again enjoy a carefree outing. Seven Knights lamented. I have successfully created a new bloodline limit. Really? Is it so calm? What did you say? Hee, a new bloodline limit. In the seventh night of great joy, his methods of attack have become exceedingly monotonous, relying solely on physical techniques to strike his opponents. While his long-range offensive capabilities are limited to shurikens and darts, which is rather dismal. What is it? Please, teach me. I implore you. Oh, esteemed master, I beseech you. In the span of mere half a second, Seven Knights exhibited no hesitation. Little Waist, feeling somewhat disheartened, mused that this defied logic. Even Seven Knights refrained from banter. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, for this endeavor consumed your energy. Your chakra is of all natures, yet the attributes of lightning and earth are most potent. The new bloodline limit I have conceived is Gold Release, a dual attribute of lightning and earth, capable of transforming rock into metallic substances infused with electricity, which can be manipulated at will. After contemplating for 7 nights, it seems somewhat akin to the magnet release of the third-generation Wind Shadow, appearing rather feeble. How could they possibly be the same? His technique involves iron sand, a bloodline limit of wind and earth chakra, whereas mine pertains to the attributes of lightning and earth. Furthermore, I can control any form of metal and even transmute rock into metal. The little brat exclaimed loudly, clearly indignant. All right, I understand. Why the excitement? You are indeed impressive. That is sufficient. Chie chuckled, remarking that Leitu possessed a bloodline limit that had yet to be manifested by Deidara. Although the direction of the Little Waist diverged entirely, it was undeniably impressive, perhaps influenced by the 5 elements concept from his previous life. After all, the 5 elements of this world consisted of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder, while in his former existence, Chie comprehended them as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chie, be cautious, the Little Waist suddenly exclaimed. Without hesitation, Chie leaped to the side. Quite alert, aren't you, little one? An elderly voice resonated. Is it him? Indeed. It was this very person who saved Kakashi and Lin just moments ago. Chie felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if 1,000 ominous thoughts were swirling within him. The situation had become perilous. When Ban turned around and gazed at Chie, his emaciated figure was indeed somewhat alarming. Chie let out a sigh of relief. Ben should not have much time left, and his strength should not be overly formidable. Who are you? In a feigned state of confusion, Chie remarked. Who I am is of little consequence, for you have no need to know. Why should one burden themselves with excessive inquiries when facing death? Pray, who bestowed upon you such audacity to speak to me in this manner? In a fit of rage, Chie reflected on the undeniable confidence exuded by the other party. While the uncle could endure, the ant could not. Chia exclaimed, "Little fool, channel all my energy into the golden escape," with a fierce roar echoing in his mind. Chia harnessed his chakra and forcefully stomped the ground beneath him. Instantly, the earth transformed into a viscous black liquid that enveloped his form, coalescing into a formidable suit of armor. Subsequently, he imprisoned Kaguya in a colossal iron sphere and cast it far away. A nod to the Pegasus Saint Seiya. With a thunderous roar during the seventh night, the formation of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the seventh gate, the shock gate, swung open. Boom. Damn it, little waste. How did this armor dissolve? Truly infuriating. In Chiya's mind, a myriad of thoughts surged like wild horses galloping in disarray. This was utterly unreliable. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Even Madara was taken aback. Chi paid little heed, propelling himself towards Madara like a cannonball. Fire release, dust concealment technique. A cloud of intensely hot, dark gray dust enveloped the area. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. For fire dragons surged forth, attacking Chi from all directions with relentless precision, equipped with an innate navigation system, leaving no means of evasion other than to confront them head-on. Boom. In the span of 7 nights, Chia bravely withstood the onslaught of the fire dragon, charging through the dust directly towards Ban. Sensing the immense power behind Chia's attack, Ban chose not to confront it head-on, retreating several dozen meters without hesitation. With a swift motion, he struck the ground. Wood release, advent of the tree realm. The sound reverberated. The entire landscape was dominated by colossal trees. This individual had assimilated the cells of Hashirama and had thus acquired his bloodline limit. This was troublesome. It seemed he might meet his demise once more. After all, Madara was no ordinary person, a true sadist who reveled in torment. He pondered whether feigning death might allow him to escape this predicament. It was indeed unfortunate. Madara's mind was turbulent when had such formidable taijutsu emerged in Konoha. Unbeknownst to him, in the future, not only would he struggle against the current foe, but even his 6 paths incarnation would barely evade the fate of being vanquished by Might Dai's 8th gate. Moreover, had he known that the individual before him was merely 6 years old, he would undoubtedly have been left dumbfounded. "Grandfather Madara, what brings you here?" At that moment, the space beside Madara distorted, and Obito materialized before him. "I was concerned for your well-being, so I came to take a look. I had a skirmish with this fellow. Had it not been for my dwindling time, I could have easily crushed him with one hand." Madara exhaled deeply. "This individual has done me a favor. Let him be spared," Obito implored. Madara furrowed his brow, contemplating in silence for a moment before responding with a grin. "Since you have spoken, so be it. Young one over there, your prowess is commendable. I shall grant you mercy today. Consider yourself fortunate." With that, Madara concluded, and Obito placed a hand upon his shoulder, causing them both to vanish. Meanwhile, from a distance, a figure partially emerged from a tree, blending seamlessly into the bark. After 7 nights, he sat down heavily, taking several deep breaths, his body covered in cracked wounds, barely managing to maintain his transformation. Beside him, the iron sphere that protected Tsunade-hime also crumbled into dust. 7 nights lay on the ground, unable to move, requesting assistance from the little waist to aid in his recovery. Unfortunately, only healing was feasible. Replenishing chakra proved unattainable due to insufficient energy. Grateful was he for the life-saving grace of his elder brother Obito. Tsunade-hime wriggled a few times, ultimately freeing her hands from the bindings. With a few swift movements, she liberated herself entirely, approaching 7 nights with a smile while gently massaging her aching body. As Chiya observed the approaching Kaguya, a sense of helplessness washed over him, uncertain of how she would handle the situation. Chapter 53, countered by Kaguya. "What do you intend to do? Throughout this journey, I have not harmed you. Just moments ago, I even shielded you with an iron ball to prevent you from being affected." As Chiya gazed at the increasingly close and charmingly smiling Tsunade-hime, he hurriedly exclaimed, "I am aware, but you have taken quite a few liberties with me along the way." Tsunade-hime replied with a playful grin, then reached into Chiya's clothing, gently caressing him. 7 nights appeared utterly bewildered. "Am I being pursued? Be confident. Remove the question mark." The heart of Chi-yi raced with fervor. I had never encountered such a scene before. What should I do? How can I present myself in a manner that conveys a sense of seasoned experience? "Dear sister, please, do not proceed any further." In the depths of the night, Chi could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Who are you calling sister? I am several years your junior, with the ability to shift forms at will. How could one ascertain whether you are merely a lecherous old man? This remark elicited discontent from Zhuo Meiming. Then why don't you simply release me? She retorted. No way. If it were you, even I would be fond of a big uncle. Who told you to nearly get yourself killed while still thinking of protecting me? I am truly touched. Zhuo Meiming chuckled, but then her hand ventured downward. And her expression shifted dramatically. It's over. I am no longer pure. What do you mean by that? Zhuo Meiming seethed with fury. 7 nights passed in a daze as I gazed at Kaguya. I have been so provocative towards you, yet you remain utterly unresponsive. Am I devoid of charm? I have perused literature, and it suggests that such behavior should elicit a reaction from men. Kaguya-me's expression darkened significantly. Is this what you call provocation? I was merely startled, and, mind you, I am only 6 years old. I wish I could, but my capabilities do not permit it. In the stillness of the 7th night, devoid of any attachments, I reclined upon the ground. Disregarding the presence of Zhao Meiming and neglecting the incessant laughter of the trivial thoughts swirling in my mind. Instead, I began to contemplate the essence of life. What are you doing? In the enigmatic embrace of the night, Nenyi gazed perplexedly at Tsunade-hime as she grasped his hand, then, with an expression of inner turmoil, pressed it against her own heart. While it may not possess the vastness of Lady Tsunade's, it certainly embodies her own strength. No, I implore you, Tsunade-hime. What are you doing? In the midst of 7 nights filled with perplexity, Kogami-me inquired. Initially, her face was adorned with a charming blush, but after a while, as she reached out, her complexion transformed to a pallid hue, reflecting her indignation. Am I truly so devoid of allure? Kogami-me murmured to herself. No, Kogami-me. This is not about you. It is my own inadequacy. Any normal man would undoubtedly react in such a scenario. Chia, with a heart full of compassion, consoled her. Zhao Mei's eyes sparkled for a moment, only to be replaced by a look of deep sympathy directed towards Chia. So it turns out you are unable, huh? Fear not. I shall not look down upon you, she remarked. As for me, well, let us just say that in 4 or 5 years, I shall demonstrate my capabilities to you. For now, any further discussion is futile. How do you intend to handle my situation? Chia softly inquired. Shall I let you go? Or should I take you back to the Mist Village for safekeeping? If that were to happen, you might find yourself imprisoned. You have done nothing to me. And after all, I am not yet a ninja. I am merely assisting Uncle Qing at this moment. Furthermore, the Mist Village has suffered significant losses. If I were to bring you back, it would surely attract the scrutiny of Konoha, and we would both find ourselves in a precarious situation. Kagami-me smiled, then turned to Chia, grinning as she asked, Could you reveal your true form to me? I cannot. It is classified information. Besides, it is no better than my current appearance. Chia let out a sigh of relief. Had he ventured into the misty hidden, he would likely find himself ensnared for an extended period. Well then, are you an uncle? Asked Maine, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. No, I am even younger than I appear now. Chia chuckled. Well, that's good. Otherwise, having to accept an uncle who could easily be my father wouldn't be a trivial matter. Zhao Meiming smiled, and then suddenly leaned forward to plant a kiss on Chia. What? I've been ambushed. A sneak attack, how unchivalrous. As Chi contemplated, he mused that there were certain things he could not accomplish, yet he found himself unafraid of the tenderness shared between them. With a swift motion, he embraced Mayne, embarking on a delicate exploration. Startled like a frightened bird, Mayne instinctively attempted to push Chi away, but he held her firmly in his grasp. Gradually, her face flushed crimson as she closed her eyes, and after what felt like an eternity, the two, their lips slightly swollen, finally parted, their hearts racing fervently. It seemed as though they could hear the rhythm of each other's heartbeat. This encounter had an element of surprise, yet neither spoke of it, instead savoring the moment in silence. I must take my leave now. Do visit me again if the opportunity arises, Mayne said with a gentle smile, her gaze softening as she looked at Chi. Could you reveal to me your true name? Chia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to reveal his true identity to Naruto. Instead, he softly said, You may call me Chia, the leaf of the wooden tree. The pronunciation may differ, and since it sounds similar in Chinese, it does not constitute a deception towards Naruto. Very well, Chia, then farewell. Should the world find peace, do remember to come and wed me. Naruto giggled playfully, and then swiftly soared towards the land of water, not glancing back. As Chia lay on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, a sense of bliss enveloped him. This unexpected encounter with Ban had illuminated the depths of his own capabilities. It became clear that without unlocking the 8 gates of Duanjia, he was merely at the level of a chunin. Here, He referred to combat prowess and experience. His repertoire of offensive ninjutsu was rather limited, and his chakra reserves, bolstered by the opening of the Rin and Du meridians, had grown significantly, now rivaling that of Kakashi. He had genuinely attained the standard of AJ Nin. After a year of physical development, his bodily capabilities had reached the threshold of AJ Nin, yet he recognized that this was still insufficient. This achievement stemmed from relentless training and the frequent application of extraordinary strength. Due to the absence of exceptional hereditary abilities, his physical prowess had its limits, and any future breakthroughs would likely necessitate the acquisition of Hashirama-S cells. It remained uncertain whether Uncle Snake possessed any of those cells. If not, he would have to seek a small loan from Yamato. Activating the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia positioned him at the pinnacle of J Nin's strength. The 8th gate, however, would elevate him to the level of a Kaguya, albeit at a tremendous cost, as it would require him to experience death briefly. Thus, it must be reserved as a trump card. Frequent usage of the 8 gates would inevitably shorten his lifespan. Although there were minor adjustments and healing provided by the small waist, it would still have some detrimental effects. Now that a new bloodline limit had been developed, despite the earlier awkward display, it was merely a consequence of his initial foray. He had yet to fully explore and refine it. In truth, this bloodline limit was formidable, and once mastered, it would serve as a conventional means of attack. Upon returning to the village, he resolved to delve deeply into its intricacies. Fortunately, with the conclusion of the war, the ninja world would soon enter a protracted period of peace, allowing him to focus on his development. This past year had been exhausting, burdening him with pressures far beyond what one of his age should endure. Now, he awaited the day when Minato would ascend to the position of Hokage and, after the birth of Naruto, would take the time to mentor him diligently. For the moment, he believed that Obito would refrain from instigating the Nine Tails turmoil. In the depths of the night, Chi sought solace within himself, yet an underlying unease lingered. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, hoping that his apprehensions were mere figments of his imagination. Otherwise, he would be pitted against formidable adversaries in this realm, the will of heaven. Chapter 54. Within the blood mist upon her return to the hidden mist village, Tsunade-hime was enveloped by an ominous atmosphere that pervaded the village. The countenances of the villagers were grim, and conversation was scarce. Within the Mizukage building, ninjas rushed in and out with palpable urgency. Tsunade-hime was oblivious to the unfolding events, for as merely a disciple of the, she lacked the formal status of a ninja and had no authority to enter the Mizukage building without this permission. Thus, she could only await anxiously. Tsunade-hime, are you unharmed? That is splendid. A solemn-faced Ao approached her, as sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense mist shrouding the village, casting a pall over the sky and rendering the air stifling. Uncle Ao, where is Pipa Shirzong? Tsunade-hime inquired softly. A flicker of concern crossed Ao's face. He considered himself to be on par with Pipa Shirzong in strength, yet the man had been subdued by a mere Konoha Chunin, a fact that painfully underscored the disparity in their abilities. Fortunately, Pipa Shirzong had spared both him and Bii, but the beheading sword remained irretrievable. Although Pipa Shirzong had vowed that should he ever face death, he would return the sword to the hidden mist, Ao found it difficult to trust such words. Presently, the looming threat was the punishment for failure in their mission. We fled. We are no match for him. Thankfully, he bore us no ill will and let us go. What about you? Tsunade-hime asked. I managed to escape while that man was engaged in a duel with a peculiar old man. Upon arriving in the village, I sensed something was amiss. Everyone's faces appeared quite troubled. Tsunade-hime casually shifted the topic, her right hand gently brushing her lips, still warm from recent contact. Ao pulled Tsunade-hime aside, ensuring their conversation remained private before lowering his voice. Due to the unexpected appearance of a powerful adversary during this operation, the losses were severe. The Mizukage intends to seal off the hidden mist village, permitting only Jonin and Chunin to undertake missions while forbidding the entry of foreign ninjas. This cannot be. Such measures would surely cripple the village's trade. Furthermore, if the village becomes isolated from the outside world, development may become exceedingly difficult. Tsunade-hime exclaimed in astonishment, glancing toward the Mizukage building. How could the 4th Mizukage issue such orders? That is not the most pressing concern. The Mizukage believes there are too few elite ninjas in the village and perceives the competitive environment as overly tranquil, prompting a desire for reform. Ao stated, somewhat despondently. Upon his return, he had overheard discussions regarding this matter in the Mizukage building, yet a day had passed without a concrete resolution. Tsunade-hime gasped. covering her mouth in silence. The Hidden Mist was already fiercely competitive compared to other villages, boasting its own elite ninjas. The 7 ninja swordsmen were renowned throughout the ninja world, yet they had been reduced to a mere trio by an obscure chunin from Konoha, and now one had defected. Was this truly the pinnacle of their ninjas? At that moment, an elderly man approached them slowly, leaning on a serpent-headed cane, the serpent's eyes glimmering like 2 crimson jewels, exuding an air of mystery. Teacher. Tsunade-hime and Ao bowed in respect. Teacher, has the new system been established? Tsunade-hime inquired in a hushed tone, a sense of unease creeping over her. Despite her ignorance of the specifics, Ao's words instilled a foreboding sense of dread. I shall discuss it upon my return. The Mizukage's office gradually fell silent, leaving only the diminutive figure of Kaguya seated alone, a dangerous smile etched across his face, accentuating the scars that marred his visage. Let you all descend into self-destruction, Hidden Mist Village. His voice echoed softly, though no one could hear, his expression contorting as if in struggle. It took considerable time for him to regain composure. Controlling it remains somewhat challenging. He muttered to himself. Afe henceforth. Assign a more formidable clone to reinforce the illusions surrounding Kaguya daily. Upon uttering this command, he closed his eyes and fell into a tranquil state. Tsunade-hime and Ao followed the back home, where a middle-aged servant prepared tea for the 3. The servant smiled at Tsunade-hime, who returned a sweet smile in kind. He bowed respectfully to thee and was about to take his leave. Mulang, wait a moment. How long have you served me? He inquired softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet clear enough for all present to hear. Reporting to you, my lord, it has been 20 years. Mulang replied calmly, standing tall. Tsunade-hime was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the man who had always stooped would possess such stature. Indeed, 20 years. You have not lived in Konoha for 2 decades, have you? He sighed. My lord, it has been 16 years. Mulang replied, seemingly relieved, as if a burden had been lifted. Tsunade-hime and Ao exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom the revelation. Tsunade-hime felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Though they had taken her in, it was Mulang who had managed her daily life. Memories flooded her mind, riding on his shoulders as a child, always finding solace in his comforting words during her falls, confiding in him after rigorous training, or sharing her joys and sorrows. Whenever she worried about remaining unmarried, Mulang would feign outrage, exclaiming, how could that be? Unless all the men in the world are blind, my Tsunade-hime is the most beautiful girl in existence. Tsunade-hime rose, incredulity etched on her face as she looked between thee and Mulang. Uncle Mu, this cannot be. Little Mei speaks the truth. I am indeed a spy for Konoha. Rest assured, that has verified this. No, this cannot be true. Tsunade-hime cried out. Little Mei, just because I am affiliated with Konoha, does that make me any less your uncle? Mulang chuckled. Regardless, our positions differ. I have always regarded you as my own daughter, though I have no children of my own. Is it enough to simply claim differing positions to absolve oneself of guilt? The intelligence you have provided over the years has cost countless Hidden Mist ninjas their lives. How many of them deserved such a fate? How many were innocent children like Mei? The thundered, striking the ground forcefully with his cane. Tsunade-hime, you need not be concerned. I have done my part for Konoha, and for the sins against the Hidden Mist, I cannot tarnish your hands. Mulang's lips bled as he cast a lingering glance at Tsunade-hime before slowly collapsing. Tsunade-hime stepped forward, wishing to offer support, but hesitated, ultimately refraining from reaching out, tears streaming down her face. She was torn between sorrow and rage. Enough. From this moment forth, the Hidden Mist will seal itself off. The graduating class of the Ninja Academy will adopt an elimination system, allowing only one to graduate from each class, the one who survives. Both Ao and Tsunade-hime trembled at the declaration. By the end of the 50th year of Konoha, the Hidden Mist would formally implement a policy of isolation, reform the Ninja Academy system, and enact a bloody elimination process. The Blood Mist had begun. Chapter 55. The 3 Peeping Toms. It has been several days since the return home, yet Kakashi and Rin have not yet arrived. According to the schedule, they should have been back by now. Perhaps they are preoccupied with matters concerning the 3 Tails. After all, this information must remain concealed from the rest of Konoha. Although it cannot be hidden indefinitely, preparations must be made before others catch wind of it. However, given that the Hidden Mist is currently in seclusion, news is unlikely to spread swiftly. Contributing to the prosperity of Konoha is a task that must be undertaken, as it will eventually become the domain of the Hitaki family. Regardless of how the narrative unfolds, Kakashi and Tsunade's ascension to the position of Hokage is inevitable. With him present, there is no escape from this fate. Consequently, Konoha will indeed become the estate of the Hitake family. Kakashi, the elder brother, is a given, and Tsunade will eventually be known as Tsunade Hitake. Furthermore, young Naruto will follow suit. It is essential to accumulate wealth for Konoha, ensuring that the third Hokage can enjoy his retirement peacefully, while Danzo can be assured of a smooth reincarnation. All the prominent clan's direct descendants should be gathered as allies. Perfection. Seven Knight reclined in the armchair, with grains of rice nestled upon his knee. After this ordeal, he was utterly disinclined to revert to his human form, claiming that if this continued, he would suffer from bone hyperplasia and lumbar disc herniation. Ultimately, his true form provided a sense of comfort that Seven Knight deeply understood. Once the novelty wore off, his willingness diminished significantly. It was imperative to locate Uncle Snake swiftly to inquire whether he possessed any intercellular substances. If he could master would release, he could have the little wasteful one research the art of creating clones. This way, he could simultaneously engage in various earnest endeavors. Whoosh. For 7 nights. With a head full of dark thoughts, Kakashi has never entered through the front door of his home. Brother, you always appear like this. One day, you will surely frighten me to death. Chie voiced his grievances, glancing up at Kakashi, only to find him wearing an expression of profound disappointment and exhaustion. What is the matter? 7 Nights furrowed his brows and pondered. Could it be that something has happened to Sister Lin? I broke up with Lin. Kakashi spoke in a hushed tone. What? The sister-in-law I found for you. How dare you unilaterally decide to break up? I do not consent. Chie leaped up and shouted loudly. The sorrowful emotions had become somewhat incoherent. Kakashi observed the agitated Chie with a sense of helplessness, yet refrained from speaking. He had endured too much during this period, facing repeated failures that had left his mental state in disarray. It was not that Kakashi had grown weaker. Rather, the opponents he faced had changed following his elevation in strength. An ordinary ninja, upon advancing to Jonin, might encounter other Jonin, with no significant disparity in power. However, who had Kakashi faced after his promotion? Dashi, Mojizi, Hwoguang, and later, he confronted Madara. Although he did not directly battle the 4th Mizukage and the other 2, the sense of helplessness he felt in their presence was palpable. After all, he was still not yet 13 years old, an age where romantic relationships were deemed inappropriate in his previous life. Brother, let me tell you, this marriage was arranged by me. If there are no feelings involved, then it is what it is. However, if there are emotions, I will not consent to your separation. Tell me, how difficult is it for you to part ways with Lin? For 7 nights, he gazed at Kakashi and exclaimed, it is unbearable. If not for someone intervening, I might have inadvertently taken Rin's life. I am unworthy of being with her. Kakashi murmured softly, for had he not been before his younger brother, he might have shed tears. He was utterly at a loss when it came to matters of the heart, feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. It is evident that you possess feelings. You care for Sister Rin. Fear not, I shall handle it. You have always been somewhat oblivious to emotional matters and are not adept at navigating them. Leave it to me. Chie patted his chest and then looked at the despondent Kakashi, smiling as he said, in truth, you need not overthink it. Your talent lies in ninjutsu. All you must do is focus on enhancing your skills. Moreover, whenever you find the time, spend it with Sister Rin. Whatever thoughts cross your mind, act upon them. Chie chuckled, observing that Kakashi was merely a naive youth. If you wish to hold hands, then extend your hand. If Rin is unwilling, she will naturally withdraw. If you desire a kiss, then kiss her. Simply act in accordance with your heart's desires without overthinking it. Oh, I shall go seek Rin. Do not dare to act in such a manner again. Chie gently patted Kakashi's shoulder and smiled, then turned to the onlooking Miru and said, Come on, Miru, let us assist Kakashi in apologizing to Sister Rin. Kakashi stood silently, his mind flooded with thoughts. Upon reflecting on Chie's words, he realized they held some truth. He was indeed not adept at pondering such matters. Regardless, he concluded that action was what mattered most. With a swift motion, he vanished from the courtyard. As night gradually descended, the streets of Konoha began to empty of people, and Chie made his way toward the Yawara household. Oh, it's quite a burden for someone of my age to worry about Kakashi's marriage, he lamented. It seems Kakashi is far from ready to settle down. Why must you insist on him pursuing romance? Little Fei expressed his frustration. You know as well as I do that without my intervention, Kakashi would remain single for life. And with all those rumors swirling around him and Guy, I simply cannot tolerate it. He must find a family soon. In a moment of exasperation, Chie declared, The Hitaki family certainly requires Kakashi to propagate its lineage. At least 2 sisters-in-law are essential. The task ahead seemed formidable and daunting. Upon arriving at the Haruno household, Chia chose not to enter through the front door, but instead leapt gracefully onto the windowsill of Lin. However, he refrained from entering immediately, opting instead to gently tap on the window. "Who is it?" After a considerable pause, Lin's voice emerged, tinged with a nasal quality. Undoubtedly a result of having been brought to tears by that scoundrel Kakashi. "It's me, Chia." Chia whispered softly. Creak. The window door opened. "Chia, come in." As Chia entered the room, he was met with the sight of Lin's swollen eyes, which stirred a sense of discomfort within him. With exaggerated gestures, he exclaimed, "Lin, that scoundrel Kakashi doesn't dislike you. He has simply overthought things. Rest assured, he is now regretting his actions," weeping and rolling on the floor in despair. A soft laugh escaped Lin's lips, but it was quickly followed by a bout of tears. "Oh no, whether I laugh or cry seems inconsequential. But to do both is unbearable. Chia, I've promised Kakashi that I would break up with him. I cannot blame him for this. I am a dangerous creature now, and I cannot burden him. Furthermore, I feel that Lin paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. "What creature nonsense are you speaking of? I care not for such labels. Tell me, do you have feelings for Kakashi? If your heart does not lean towards him, I shall not insist. But if you do harbor affection, then you must not let him go." In a fit of rage, Chi exclaimed, "What nonsense is this monstrous creature? I have not seen Jiuxing Nai in such despair, nor have I heard any utterances from the esteemed Watergate." Lin, with a sense of helplessness, replied, "Things are not as you imagine. She is not of the Uzumaki clan and, therefore, cannot employ their most formidable sealing techniques. Instead, she must resort to layering some ordinary sealing arts. Fortunately, my teacher has placed a sigil on her, allowing him to reach her side at the earliest possible moment. Yet, there remains a significant risk. For now, we can only hope that the Three Tails is indeed as docile as he claims to be." Chia pouted, indifferent. "Regardless, I shall ask you, do you like Kakashi?" I don't know, but in the future, I will still be your sister-in-law." "Which has nothing to do with Kakashi," Lin remarked, gently ruffling Chia's hair in resignation. "How can it be unrelated? Chia is my brother, and you are my girlfriend." Kakashi suddenly appeared in the room, stammering with urgency, I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Humph." Lin turned her head in anger, feeling that this was the moment she needed comfort the most. Kakashi had chosen to break up with her, and even though she understood his guilt, she could not forgive him instantly. "Brother, you're here. You ought to comfort your own wife. I shall take my leave." As Chia spotted Kakashi's appearance, a sense of relief washed over him. He turned and leaped from the windowsill, then stealthily crouched beneath the eaves of the opposite building, beginning to observe covertly. "Little Fei, Chia, do you not see anyone beside you?" "Where?" "The 2 tiles to your left." Chia poked the tiles with his adept fingers. "Do not move. You have poked my belly," he remarked. "Chia is one of us." Beside him stood Kushina. "Do not poke her." The voice of Minato wafted softly through the air. 7 Knights gazed expressionlessly at the 2 tiles. He chuckled, "Oh, Master Watergate, Sister Jiuxing Nai, I hold you both in disdain, you peeping toms." After 7 Knights concluded his words with a sharp clap, a tile fell, aligning itself beside 2 others. In the land of rain, Nagato sat quietly within the unique chakra transmission device in the basement. From this day forth, there would be no more Nagato. Only the 7th path of rebirth, the outer path. At the entrance, Konan silently turned away, her expression blank, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks. Having endured immense suffering, countless wars, and heart-wrenching farewells, they were not numb. They still felt sorrow and wept at the sight of grief. Thus, they were compelled to give everything to transform this world into something beautiful. If that proved impossible, they would dismantle it and forge a new world. Konan entered the hall, their secret base. For the sake of peace, Yahiko had perished, and after his death, the anticipated peace did not come. Despairing of this world, Nagato disbanded their previous organization. Eventually, a mysterious figure approached them, revealing a method to end this world and create a new one devoid of war. They agreed, having lost all hope. In the hall, Yahiko's likeness, in the form of pain, stood silently. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, his face displaying the strain of controlling his body and chakra. The Rinnegan betrayed no emotion. Konan, in a daze, recalled how Yahiko's corpse had been preserved by Nagato, who had begun preparations after conversing with the mysterious figure. Gathering the bodies of remarkable individuals encountered during Jiraiya Sensei's travels. "Konan, you need not seek me in the underground. You can communicate with me through pain." "Understood." Conan turned away, not wishing Pain to see the tears on her face. Is the great love for humanity that Jiraiya-sensei wrote about merely a deception? Otherwise, why have we never encountered it? Pain spoke in a low tone. Indeed, Conan replied softly, contemplating that while they had indeed felt Jiraiya-sensei's love, it paled in comparison to their pain. Is the attire ready? The meeting is about to commence. Pain inquired, ceasing further conversation. It is ready, let us proceed. The two descended slowly into the underground, where the outer path statue awaited. This gathering, however, was modest in attendance. Upon reaching the 10 fingers raised by the outer path statue, they found several hooded figures standing silently, their faces shrouded in shadow. Since everyone is present, I shall begin by introducing our organization, Pain said calmly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Our organization was founded with the intention of transforming nations, establishing a bridge of hope toward world peace through interpersonal communication. Clearly, we have failed. Silence enveloped the group, save for the uncontainable sadness that flowed from Conan's eyes. Since this world is beyond redemption, our new aim shall be to end it and create a new world devoid of war. Given your presence, I assume you acknowledge this. Or perhaps I do not care for your approval, as long as you fulfill my commands. Pain walked toward the outer path statue, with Conan trailing behind, while the others remained still, having recognized Pain's strength as their reason for allegiance. In the future, the organization will consist of 10 official members, each required to possess unique abilities or attain the level of a Kaguya. Thus, for those present, if you do not strive, you may find yourselves replaced by newcomers. Pain addressed everyone, his expression mirroring the sorrow he and Conan had both experienced, devoid of smiles. I care not for dreams or ideals. What I desire is the unfettered ability to conduct experiments. A slender figure suddenly laughed, removing his hood to reveal a pallid face adorned with elongated purple markings resembling snake fangs along the inner corners of his eyes. Orochimaru. Oh, is that not the great Orochimaru from the legendary 3 of Konoha? Have you truly defected? Why has Konoha not issued a bounty? A low voice responded as a tall figure lifted his hood, revealing a forehead protector from the hidden mist, marked with a scar and glowing green eyes. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, sensing unease. He recognized this man, though they had never battled, as he belonged to the same era as the First Hokage. Perhaps Konoha believes I can still be salvaged, Orochimaru chuckled, aware that this was merely a political maneuver. His defection had already been made public among the highest ranks of Konoha, yet most of the upper echelon remained oblivious. The impact was too significant. It would take years of subtle influence to guide public opinion, allowing the newly appointed Hokage to claim credit for this feat, likely orchestrated by the old man Danzo. How unfortunate that it seemed to ultimately benefit Minato. He was quite curious to witness Danzo's expression. I simply despise the environment of the mist. The damp air is unbearable, yet it seems this place shares the same predicament. My fate is truly wretched. The hood fell away to reveal the face of Kisame Hoshigaki, his forehead protector from the Mist Village Mart. He needed no introduction, for his infamous executioner S-Blade was far more renowned than he. Now that everyone is present, each will receive a set of attire and a ring. In the future, Kakuzu will oversee the organization's finances, while others will undertake missions, splitting the spoils 50-50. Pain stated, no longer indulging in unnecessary chatter. Our objectives are twofold. First, to accumulate wealth by any means necessary during this process. Second, once the 10 members are assembled, to seek out the tailed beasts, collect them, and summon the 10 tails to create a new world, one free from war, devoid of death, where all shall achieve immortality. Pain proclaimed with fervor, Orochimaru, your codename shall be Kongshin. Here is your ring and attire. Conan spoke softly. Orochimaru donned the ring and draped the red cloud-embroidered cloak over his shoulders. Kakuzu, your codename is Beidou. Kakuzu accepted his attire, examining the ring as if assessing its worth. Kisame, your codename is Nandu. Oh, splendid. This feels quite ceremonial. Kisame chuckled as he accepted his items. Zetsu, your codename is Xuanwu. A massive pitcher plant rose, and Conan tossed the uniform and ring into its maw, which slowly sank into the ground. Pain, codename Lingzong. I am Conan, codename Baihu. Conan and Pain had already donned their uniforms and rings, merely clarifying their identities to the others. Now, for rings remain unclaimed, Zhuke, Santai, Qinglong, and Yunu. If you have suitable candidates in mind, feel free to recommend them, and I shall evaluate them, Pain stated calmly. From now on, there will be monthly gatherings. As long as you infuse your chakra and intent into the rings, you can condense the outer path's ethereal form above the statue. Return now. Missions will be announced during gatherings. For urgent tasks, Conan will contact you through the rings. As they turned to leave, just before reaching the door, Kisame seemed to recall something. By the way, what shall we name our organization? In my excitement, I forgot to ask. Pain and Conan exchanged glances, then turned their gaze towards the cave entrance, murmuring softly, "Ah, old man, are you spying on the women's bathhouse again?" Jiraiya expertly flipped into the Hokage's office from the windowsill, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Sarutobi, maintaining a calm demeanor, discreetly dispelled his telescope technique, placing the crystal ball into a drawer before taking a puff from his pipe. "What brings you to visit this old man, Jiraiya? I thought you had perished out there." Sarutobi suppressed his happiness and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "Come now, I have my missions. I just missed you and decided to drop by." Jiraiya poured himself a strong brew of tea from the kettle and poured a cup for Sarutobi as well. "Who was that white-haired boy you were watching earlier?" "A little fellow named Shinya from the Hitaki clan, quite intriguing." Sarutobi chuckled. He could perceive a person's chakra through his telescope technique. Yet he had yet to sense Shinya's chakra. Spotting him had merely been a part of his routine surveillance of the village. "Is it true that the death of White Fang was a conspiracy by the village, as Tsunade claims?" Jiraiya asked directly. Unlike Tsunade, he shared a closer bond with the third Hokage, their mutual appreciation for beauty, fostering a connection akin to that of friends and mentors. Indeed, I did not elaborate much on this matter with Tsunade. Although it wasn't my intention, it was indeed an agreement reached by Danzo and the other four great nations. White Fang sacrificed himself for the village and his children. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe, coughing slightly due to the haste. He looked at Jiraiya, recalling a time when he too was filled with passion and love. "Jiraiya, I was aware of this situation beforehand and had the chance to intervene, yet I refrained. After all, one cannot escape their own selfish desires. I was thinking that if you three intended to take up the mantle of Hokage, old man, enough of that. We never had such intentions. Orochimaru might have, but he was merely seeking convenience for his experiments." Jiraiya interjected quietly, casting a glance at the aging Sarutobi, feeling a pang of sadness. His mentor, once known as the professor of ninjutsu, familiar with thousands of techniques, and hailed as a genius surpassing the second Hokage, now appeared as a frail old man. "Among the three of you, I had the greatest hope for your return, but alas, you are unwilling. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. Occupying that position makes it difficult to remain virtuous. I too have committed many actions for which I am despised. I bear responsibility for White Fang's death." Sarutobi spoke solemnly, uncharacteristically revealing his feelings before Jiraiya, feeling a sense of relief. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi and suddenly smiled. "I've grown accustomed to freedom, and Minato is a fine Hokage, stronger than I. Old man, you're merely being sentimental. Bad people exist in this world, and they always will. As for White Fang, well, let it be. Is it true that Orochimaru has defected?" "Yes, the laboratory remains sealed, and this matter has yet to be disclosed. I understand Danzo's intentions, but I believe that Orochimaru will eventually return to the lab. There remains much research and data. I hope to persuade him. He is far too extreme." Sarutobi sighed, reflecting on the fact that none of his three disciples had given him peace of mind. "All right, let us change the subject. Old man, do you know if anyone is pursuing Tsunade? She mentioned having a rival in love. I'm curious to see who it is." Jiraiya leaped onto the windowsill, turning to look at Sarutobi. "Wait, someone is after Tsunade? Who would dare?" Sarutobi sputtered, spitting out his tea. "Oh dear, old man, what is that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on me? Well, since you're clueless, I'll find out myself. I'll be around the village for a while. I'm sure I can track it down." With that, he vanished. Sarutobi gazed at the empty windowsill, feeling a tinge of loneliness. How lively it once was with his three disciples surrounding him. Now they were all gone. His eldest son was rarely seen, and Asuma was in a rebellious phase, always wanting to engage him in combat with jutsu. Perhaps this was the price of being Hokage. He hoped Minato would fare better. As Jiraiya strolled through the bustling streets, he realized that after many years, few ordinary villagers recognized him. Entering Ichiraku Ramen, he felt nostalgic for the taste of their noodles. "Ah, handmaid, business seems good. And who is that lovely young lady?" Jiraiya settled himself at the bar, noticing a group of young girls chattering nearby. "Jiraiya-sama, it's been ages. This is my daughter." SHBU, greet Jiraiya-sama," Tochi exclaimed, surprised yet excited. having not seen the legendary figure in years. SHBU obediently bowed. Jiraiya-sama. Haha, go ahead with your work. Just bring me a serving after you're done. And for now, a drink, please. Jiraiya replied with a smile. His ears perked up as he discreetly surveyed the young women in the shop, searching for a suitable muse for his writing. He had a premonition that this time his novel would garner significant attention. What ill intentions could Jiraiya harbor? Everything was merely for the sake of artistic creation. Over the years, he had encountered many fascinating individuals. Amidst the turmoil of war, human nature was most easily revealed. Be they good or bad, this was the essence of reality. Certainly, beautiful women were the greatest spectacle of this world. He yearned for global peace, where every girl could live a life of happiness. It had been a long time since he returned to Konoha. He wondered if the women's bathhouse had relocated. Just then, he noticed a small boy entering the door. Feeling a sense of familiarity. Isn't that the little brat I saw in the old man's crystal ball? Shinya Hatake? At that moment, Shinya also spotted him. His eyes widening as he recognized the tall man in the red robe and tousled white hair seated at the bar. Could it be him? Tucci, I'll have a bowl of ramen. And add an egg. Chiya approached the bar and called out. He then turned to Jiraiya and remarked, this elder brother appears quite familiar, sharing the same white hair. Could we possibly be related? Jiraiya suddenly erupted in a fit of coughing, having been choked by his drink. Elder brother? Chiya inquired, what seems to be the matter? Seven Knights inquires, little ghost, do you address me as elder brother? Jiraiya asked, haha, Lord Jiraiya, this is Chimu's Seven Knights, a diminutive figure with a formidable reputation, known as the tyrant of the southern village. Handstrike could not help but chuckle. Let us keep it humble, Uncle Handstrike. Please do not flatter me. It is merely the praise of the villagers. Chiya chuckled lightly. Jiraiya gazed at Chiya with a peculiar expression, wondering if this was truly the offspring of White Fang. Ah, so you are indeed one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya? Chiya turned to Jiraiya with a hint of admiration. Haha, it's all just a facade, mere vanity. Jiraiya puffed out his chest, filled with pride. That's wonderful. I have heard that you are the esteemed lord of the three ninjas of vice, gambling, drugs, and promiscuity. You are my idol. We must engage in a thorough exchange. Jiraiya gazed at Chiya with an expressionless face. Is the reputation of the three ninjas of vice at such a low ebb now? Who bestowed upon us these monikers? Step forward, and I assure you, I shall not harm you. Apologies, I returned to my hometown today. I've been quite busy and unable to respond. I can only spare moments to write. I will reply to everyone when I find the time. In the bustling Kitai residence, Chiya and Jiraiya were engrossed in animated conversation. Their faces, one large and one small, reflecting a mischievous glee as they chuckled incessantly. Over the past few days, the two had exchanged numerous aesthetic perspectives, and Jiraiya had already begun to regard Chiya as a confidant. Though the youthful spirit of Chiya may seem unassuming, his refreshing perspectives reveal the brilliance of innate talent that still exists in this world. Chiya, let me share with you that over the past few years, I have penned a remarkable novel that has yet to see the light of publication. When the time is ripe, I would appreciate your counsel. It is, I must add, an adult-themed narrative. Fear not, dear Jiraiya, for in this realm, I am indeed an expert. With a flick of his hand, Chiya declared that to successfully woo Tsunade, one must first equalize their status. Come on, brother. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Teacher, it seems inappropriate for you to discuss this with Chiya. A sudden voice chimed in. It was Minato Namikaze. Oh dear, Minato, you startle me with your sudden appearance. Come, come. Allow me to introduce you to my newly acquainted little brother. Jiraiya exclaimed, pulling Minato to sit across from him. We've known each other for quite some time. I met him when he was just a babe. Right, Master Chiya? Minato stared expressionlessly at Chiya. Ah, haha, Minato, well, let us just say we each have our own perspectives. Chiya cautiously remarked, surprised that Master Minato would come by, feeling quite awkward. Jiraiya-sensei, Chiya is only 6 years old. Please do not lead him astray. Minato responded earnestly, while Chiya beside him wore an innocent and unblemished expression. Who is leading astray whom? Jiraiya retorted in disbelief. Minato, you are admirable in many respects, yet you seem rather rigid in this regard. You must understand that in our lineage, this is a tradition. Jiraiya-sensei, what do you wish for Minato to do? Suddenly, a voice filled with suppressed anger emerged from the entrance, belonging to Kushina. As Chiyoyi turned his head, he was instantly taken aback. The chakra cloak of the 9 tails had enveloped Jiuxing-nai, and 3 tails had already sprouted from her back. Ah, Jiuxing-nai, this is too much. Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically. You've even summoned the Nine Tails, Watergate. May you find solace in your fate. Fortunately, Jio-Xing-Nai retracted the Nine Tails chakra, provoking the furious reprimands of the Nine Tails confined within her watery prison. It seems that Jio-Xing-Nai has established quite a rapport with the Nine Tails. Long time no see. Jiraiya-sensei. Jio-Xing-Nai chimed with a cheerful smile, entirely devoid of her earlier wrath. It's been a while, Jio-Xing-Nai. Oh, everyone is here. Tsunade entered the courtyard alongside Shizun, glancing around and noting the considerable number of people present. Lady Tsunade. Chie stood up with joy, exclaiming, "Haha. Chie, have you missed me?" Tsunade scooped Chie into her arms and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chie understood that he had been treated like a child, which he indeed was. Nevertheless, it did not diminish his pride as he exchanged glances with Jiraiya, who was filled with envy. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to find Chie so quickly. Isn't he adorable? Tsunade laughed heartily. Ah, are you saying that my rival is Chie? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Lady Tsunade, just now, Jiraiya was teaching Chie how to charm women. Kuju-Hinai hurriedly reported. Tsunade's expression darkened as she set Chie down and glared at Jiraiya furiously. Jiraiya, are you seeking death? How dare you lead Chie astray? He is innocent and kind-hearted. Surely, you must have some misunderstanding about Chie, or perhaps about purity itself. Jiraiya recalled Chie's lengthy discourse on women moments earlier, during which he could only listen quietly, occasionally exclaiming 666. Is this what you call purity? Sister Tsunade, fret not. I have emerged from the mud untainted. I shall not become a lecher like big brother Jiraiya. Chie chuckled, my dear younger brother. You are being rather excessive. However, Tsunade, your mention of rivals truly startled me. Ah, so it is you, Chie. Jiraiya remarked. You don't regard me as a competitor at all. With a serious expression, Chie earnestly addressed Jiraiya. Brother Jiraiya, I am quite serious. Do not underestimate me simply because of my age. If two individuals can only live for 50 years, a 30-year difference is indeed significant. However, what if one could live for 500 years or even attain immortality? For us, that would merely equate to a difference of 2 or 3 years. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were momentarily taken aback, not necessarily by the validity of Chie's argument, but rather by the memory of a certain individual. Chie, immortality is not an admirable aspiration. The essence of humanity does not lie in the mere endurance of the physical form, but rather in the immortality of spirit and will. If one day everyone were to attain immortality, the world would not be far from annihilation, Jiraiya sighed. Come now, Minato, it is time for you to prepare. Everyone else has already arrived, and we await your presence as the main character. Yes, sensei. Jio-Xing-Nai, you should accompany the sensei and Lady Tsunade, Minato replied. Minato. You are my pride. Jio-Xing-Nai said earnestly, recalling how Minato had rescued her from the clutches of the Cloud Village's ninjas when she was just a child. He became her hero, shielding her from storms. Despite the years spent apart due to his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, having Minato was sufficient, especially with the later addition of Obito, Kakashi, Lin, and Chie. Indeed, that has always been the case, and it will continue to be. Minato smiled before vanishing. When Chie and the others arrived at the Hokage building, they were met with a bustling crowd. Kakashi and Lin were assisting Minato in arranging his attire in the office. Sensei looks so handsome. He appears even more striking in the Hokage uniform. Lin remarked with admiration. Their teacher, barely in his 20s, had already ascended to become the Hokage of the most powerful ninja village in the world. For years, he had fought tirelessly to protect them. Witnessing his transformation from obscurity to global renown, culminating in his current position as Hokage. It was a pity that Obito was not present. He would surely be thrilled. Kakashi, you must strive hard. I hope that after I step down as Hokage, you will succeed me. Minato declared with a smile. TCH, I have no desire to become Hokage. It seems too troublesome. That's more suited for Obito, Kakashi scoffed, suddenly falling silent. Minato observed his two disciples, understanding their thoughts, and affectionately ruffled their hair. Rest assured, Obito will certainly return. This is a promise from your teacher. The two nodded in agreement. Minato lifted the door curtain, sunlight flooding in as he squinted slightly, taking a few deep breaths before stepping onto the platform. Clad in his Hokage cloak over his ninja attire, he was greeted by the third Hokage Sarutobi and the Hokage Advisory Council, along with the heads of various clans. Sarutobi approached Minato, removed the Hokage hat from his head, and solemnly handed it to him. I entrust this to you, fourth Hokage. Minato accepted the hat quietly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his azure eyes sparkling in the sunlight. I pledge my life, he declared, stepping toward the railing, removing the Hokage hat, and holding it aloft as he gazed downwards. The throngs gathered before the Hokage building fell silent, all holding their breath as they looked up at the man who still radiated brilliance beneath the sun. A gentle breeze tousled his golden hair and Hokage cloak, as everyone gazed at him in reverence. From now on, I shall lead us forward. A thunderous cheer erupted, echoing endlessly. In the distance, on the great Hokage rock, a curtain fell, revealing a statue of Minato. In the shadows, Danzo stood, grinding his teeth in frustration as he muttered, "Do not celebrate too soon, Minato." Beyond the borders of Konoha, atop a towering tree, Obito silently turned away, vanishing into the distortion of space. Chapter 59, Nine Tails, Gyoshinai. Human Minato's role as the fourth Hokage necessitated the communication of his appointment to various nations and villages. On one hand, with the war now concluded, it was essential to establish normal diplomatic relations. On the other hand, it was also to demonstrate strength, signaling to the world that Konoha had a young and capable Hokage at the helm. Just as A from the Cloud Village would dispatch envoys to announce his succession as Raikage, messengers were already en route. Asuma was dispatched to accompany Minato to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire to formally announce his appointment. Although prior discussions had taken place during the selection process, Minato's official ascension as Hokage required a visit to seek the daimyo's endorsement. Kakashi was sent to the Cloud Village. Other villages such as the Sand, Mist, and Rock villages could not afford to send him, fearing he would be ambushed. The Sand village bore a grudge against him due to the death of Chiyo's son at the hands of his father. The Mist had lost the Three Tails, likely to return with nothing but despair, and the Rock village was similarly affected by the devastating losses from the Battle of the Kamizukabashi Bridge. With Kakashi having been a participant, Minato's decision to send Kakashi to the Cloud Village also stemmed from his exceptional lightning release talents. He shared a mutual respect with the new Raikage A and Killer B, hoping Kakashi could gain insights into lightning techniques during his visit. The team heading to the Mist Village in the Land of Water was led by the team of Rikuju, tasked with assessing the current situation in the mist, which was complex and required a keen observer. The team to the Rock Village was led by a Kimichi CHG, responsible for transporting compensation supplies. His strength was vital for navigating areas where vehicles could not pass. Moreover, representatives were dispatched to various minor nations and their respective ninja villages, resulting in a significant depletion of ninjas visible within Konoha. In the office of the oil woman teacher, Chiya, feeling somewhat bashful, made a request. "It is impossible. The war has now come to an end, and early graduation is no longer permitted." The oil woman lamented, feeling a headache coming on. She was already not adept at communication, and facing Chiya, who was so talkative, made her even less capable. Furthermore, applying for early graduation required parental consent. Chiya gazed at oil girl Jiwei with a cheerful smile. Initially, he had no intention of graduating early. He intended to merely comply with the conventional path until graduation. However, circumstances had changed, and he found himself frequently venturing outside the confines of the school, which had become increasingly inconvenient. Moreover, Millie had expressed her reluctance to transform continuously, citing concerns about her growth. In light of this, it would be exceedingly impractical for Chiya to remain at school. It was time for him to join the Akatsuki. He could no longer afford to indulge in trivial games, especially since Ban-Yi had already departed from this world, opening the door for new possibilities. Seven Knights chuckled. "In our household, I hold the reins. It is I who orchestrates Kakashi's matrimonial affairs. Kakashi, where is the authority befitting your position as an elder brother?" "That cannot be the case. Your performance has always been mediocre. Even if you pass the graduation assessment, your lack of foundational knowledge will ultimately lead to your downfall." Yamanaka Shikamaru furrowed his brows. A sharp sound echoed. With a resounding thud, Chi slammed his palm upon the table. "You, what are you doing?" Yuan Jiwei was taken aback. "Teacher Yuan, I can no longer feign ignorance. I must confess, I am a top scholar." Seven Knights reflects, "Are you jesting?" As she contemplates Seven Knights' usual demeanor, she wonders where this fellow derives his confidence. "I am not joking, Teacher Yanf. You may test me at your leisure. After all, I am on the verge of graduation. You are aware of those young girls who pester me daily, making it quite challenging for me to focus on my studies and strive for improvement." In a fit of frustration, Chiya lamented, "I have truly mastered all the knowledge imparted at school. There is nothing left here to elevate my understanding. Please, I implore you, teacher, Young Jiwei, at a loss for words, thought to himself how this individual still managed to attract so many others. Please hold on for a moment. I shall inquire with Lord Mizukage. Young Jiwei replied. No problem, Lord Minato will surely consent. By the way, teacher, has the mistress given birth yet? 7 nights of inquiry. Indeed, on the 23rd. A child was born, and I bestowed upon him the name Young Zeno. What do you think? Splendid. I shall visit him when time permits, and in the future. I aspire to be a teacher, guiding Zeno with utmost care. At that time, I shall persuade him to nurture the little ones. Chie smiled, observing the expression on Oil Girl Jiwei's face transition from joy to stiffness. All right, teacher Oil Girl, once Master Watergate gives his consent, I shall forego the year-end assessment and proceed directly to the graduation examination. As Chie cheerfully exited the office, the little rice grain, playing alone on the playground, leaped onto his shoulder. Considering the time, Sister Kushina should be pregnant as well, right? TSK, I wonder if the ever-watchful Ninetales, lurking with its voyeuristic tendencies, will affect the performance of Lord Minato and Kushina. As Chie chuckled, a sudden bewilderment engulfed him. What are you doing, you little rascal? I've just remembered something. Can you see the scenes I perceive and feel my emotions at any given moment? What should I do? This seems plausible, doesn't it? Hey, let us discuss this. Is there a way for you to power down occasionally? If you remain perpetually active, won't it overheat? What on earth is seeing you? All right. Just let me know when you're engaged in serious matters. After all, we are interconnected. There's nothing we can't deliberate on. That's a relief, for during those moments, I can hardly refrain from exclaiming, and the echoes linger in my mind. Who can endure such a thing? Chie chuckled. The little waste was left speechless. Regardless of whether the device was powered off or not, Chie remained oblivious. Yet, he had no inclination to indulge in petty spying. His interest lay solely in engaging in witty banter with Chie and savoring the joy of petting cats, which brought him a profound sense of mental satisfaction. What 7 Nights remains unaware of is that Kushina and Minato have also been troubled by this issue. After dating for many years, they have yet to take the final step. It was not until the end of last year that Kushina could no longer endure it and had a candid conversation with the Ninetales. Ultimately, the Ninetales, displaying understanding and reason, acquiesced to Kushina's request. The entire process was imbued with comprehension and harmony. Initially, Minato was somewhat skeptical of the Ninetales' sincerity. Yet he paid it little mind, as he bore no significant psychological burden. It was merely Kushina's shyness that held her back. As for how Kushina communicated with the Ninetales and the substance of their exchange, only Kushina and the Ninetales within her are privy to that knowledge. At that moment, Kushina stood before the water prison bars, her face flushed and hands on her hips. You pesky fox, stop lurking about. I'm telling you, I am going to engage in serious matters with Minato, so if you know what's good for you, close your eyes and cover your ears. You insolent girl. Who gave you the audacity to command me? Roar. Stop shouting. You can't escape. Listen, Kurama, you can perceive the outside world through my body. If I am engaged in serious business while you choose not to avert your gaze, what then? Minato is above me. You can feel it. Does that not imply that Minato is above you? If you can accept that, it matters not to me. Now, you decide how to proceed. The Ninetales, utterly taken aback, watched as Kushina vanished. Is this even human language? Behave like a person, Kushina. Chapter 60, 7 Nights. Teacher Oil Girl, please step aside. I am about to show off. On the playground of the ninja school, all students and teachers were present, as today marked the final assessment and graduation examination for the senior class. Oil Girl Sherway observed her students, who were all quietly awaiting the teacher's address, save for one particular individual. Looking around restlessly, he was anything but still. Kiki 7 Nights. What are you doing? Oil Girl Sherway furrowed her brow as she directed a sharp gaze towards 7 Nights, believing herself to exude authority. Unfortunately, with her sunglasses on, 7 Nights could not see her expression. Teacher, I am assessing which angle on the playground offers the best view, most spacious sight lines, and is most suitable for me to pose and show off. Chie chuckled and remarked, what are you pretending for? Is there something missing on the playground that requires your installation? You should inform the teacher and let them handle it. Young Jiwei realized that she often struggled to comprehend Chie's words. Could it be that I am out of touch? Will there be a generational gap between my son and me? Goodness, there's nothing that needs installing on the playground. Teacher, you simply lack that talent. Huh, it's nothing, really. The conversation faltered for Shikia, as encountering such a meticulous teacher proved to be quite a challenge. Well, that's good. Today marks your year-end assessment. The results from yesterday's theoretical class have been released, and everyone performed admirably. Let us continue to strive for excellence. Oil Woman sure smiled as she spoke, though others may not have easily perceived her smile. Today, we shall commence the practical examination of ninjutsu. Wait, Oil Woman Sensei. She exclaimed loudly, what troubles you now? You have yet to specify your exact grades. Begin with the theoretical courses, starting from the best. This way, everyone can attain a profound understanding of their own standing. Recognize the stage they are in, determine the efforts required, and identify their aspirations. Chia spoke with great seriousness. What you say is indeed reasonable. Young Jiwei regarded Chia with newfound respect, realizing why Mizumoto had agreed to let him participate in the graduation assessment. The top student, the very best in the entire school. Chimu Chia achieved a perfect score in the theoretical examination. Young Jiwei smiled, contemplating how this mischievous boy, who often feigned playfulness, was likely working harder than anyone else behind the scenes. A wave of gasps erupted from the playground. Ah, teacher, did I really get a perfect score? Chia exclaimed loudly, questioning how the soft-spoken Oil Woman teacher could possibly be heard by everyone. Indeed, Oil Woman Jiwei gazed at Chia with a hint of confusion. Well then, no matter. She said, Teacher, let us commence the practical test of ninjutsu. Jiwei felt a slight itch, sensing the little creatures within him stirring restlessly. Fortunately, he had not arrived in his insect clone form today. He had come as his true self, or else it would have been disastrous. The end-of-year assessment was quite straightforward, lacking rigid standards. It encompassed three main tasks: the clone technique, the body replacement technique, and the throwing of shurikens and kunai. There were no specific requirements to meet. The teacher would evaluate one's performance and provide feedback, tailoring training plans based on individual circumstances. In this era of peace, things were markedly different from the times of war. The latter was far more ruthless, and contrary to expectations, the graduation standards had been lowered. As a result, everyone trained with greater intensity. For an easy graduation meant facing the battlefield. If one's abilities were insufficient, the likelihood of returning was grim. Chia appeared at ease, transforming into an onlooker. His assessment was scheduled last, distinguished from that of his peers, as it constituted a graduation evaluation. At that time, instructors from the graduating class would arrive to supervise alongside Yunuji Wei. With everyone having completed their assessments, they gathered around him. Their anticipation igniting a thrill within Chia, prompting his desire for performance to swell. Shien, your substitution technique is absolutely remarkable. You lay there, feigning death for what seemed an eternity before succeeding. I initially thought you were merely pretending to be lifeless, yet you triumphed in the end. What a roller coaster of events. Indeed, in the midst of 7 nights of revelry, Shien gazed at him with a countenance steeped in melancholy. Ah, Shien, I said. The art of substitution requires foresight. You must anticipate the target of your adversary's assault and prepare accordingly. Only then can you confound your foe. Timing is crucial. Neither premature nor tardy actions suffice. Do you understand? You have succeeded, yet the moment was not seized with precision. Chia called out to Mitsuki Shien, urging her to refrain from tears and promptly analyze the situation to prevent her from crying. Understanding the predicament, Mitsuki Shien sniffled, realizing that recently, Chia had been deliberately distancing himself from them. Their family also forbade any frivolous behavior, causing the sisterhood to dissolve, which she found rather regrettable. Chia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yunzi cast a glance of approval at Chia. This little rascal had tormented him for 2 years, yet as graduation approached, he found himself viewing him in a new light. Hey, Yang Tai, aside from eating, is there anything you can do? What on earth have you transformed into? With such a corpulent figure, who would be deceived by your appearance? In the depths of his frustration, Chia lamented the fact that Yang Tai, this little chubby fellow, indulged in his culinary delights, yet deep down, he yearned for a slimmer physique. Thus, he conjured a super slim version of himself through a technique of duplication, which, nonetheless, revealed his latent talent. The skill inherently possessed a transformative quality. Sure, he remarked, observe your own doppelganger technique. It has proven to be quite successful. However, you and Shien have both erred at critical moments. You must activate it the instant teacher Yun calls for the start. Shien was tardy, while you were premature. Just look at you. You initiated your technique only for teacher Yun to call for the start directed at a mere template. How awkward for the teacher. Young Jiwei, in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, damn it, I no longer wish to continue. Who is the teacher here? Who? His impotent rage was met with the realization that his words could not keep pace with his emotions. Meanwhile, Chia took the initiative, seizing the attendance roster from Teacher Young's hands, transitioning from guest to host, calling names, and providing critiques with great enthusiasm. Young Jiwei stood bewildered amidst the whirlwind, diligently comforting the precious little one within. With a class of 40 students, Chia offered ample feedback, leaving the classmates with a mix of indignation and silence. Fortunately, his observations held merit as they highlighted their shortcomings. Having amassed 2 significant waves of energy, Chia felt elated, transforming negative emotions into constructive guidance and subsequently cultivating positive sentiments, an exquisite balance. Even more delightful was Teacher Yan, who continuously contributed to the lively atmosphere. All right, the assessment is concluded. Everyone has performed admirably. Remember the advice I have imparted. Engage in targeted practice over the spring break, and I believe you shall surely make progress. Keep up the good work. With a resounding thud, Chia closed the register and handed it to Teacher Yan. Teacher, it's done. Do you have anything else to say? Young Shimi gazed vacantly at Chia, her mouth agape, yet no words escaped her lips. There was little choice but to stifle his thoughts, lest he succumb to an outburst of expletives. Your arguments are quite reasonable, but I am, after all, the teacher. How I long to eliminate him. What should I do? Teacher, we have all completed our exams. Why hasn't Chia taken his? Yangtai suddenly inquired loudly. Indeed, indeed. The classmates echoed in agreement. Just as Yun was about to respond, she was interrupted by Chia. Yangtai, that is an excellent question. Yangtai retorted, what makes it an excellent question? Are you playing the role of my comedic foil? As Chia gazed at Yangtai's chubby little face, he thought, this little chub has a promising future. Teacher, please step aside. I am about to commence my display of arrogance. As Chia addressed the oil woman Shimi, she remained expressionless and indifferent. Uncooperative indeed. Ahem. Let us leave this question to our esteemed teacher, the oil woman, to respond to everyone. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chia gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Yet the oil-skinned teacher remained motionless for an extended period. This was undeniably awkward. Teacher? He inquired, I'm rather fatigued from striking this pose. At that moment, a middle-aged female teacher approached the oil-skinned instructor. Oil-skinned teacher, is your student Chia prepared? I have completed my preparations and can commence his graduation assessment. Wow, a graduation assessment. To think that this young lad, Chia, has audaciously applied for his graduation evaluation. As Chia listened to the chorus of astonished exclamations, he reveled in the delightful sensation of feigning prowess. You make me want to punch you, do you realize that? Remarked Xiaofei. Chapter 61. The Fiery Samui. The following morning, Chia stepped out of his home, invigorated and refreshed. The previous day, he had skillfully showcased an array of ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy, along with demonstrating his physical prowess, exemplifying what it means to be an academic prodigy. His performance left everyone utterly astounded, garnering him a substantial wave of admiration and positive energy. This was indeed the first time Chia had reaped such an abundance of affirmative energy. As 7 nights contemplated the passage of time, it occurred to him that Kakashi should be returning soon. He needed to devise a method to master the technique of shadow clone jutsu, allowing his clones to remain at home as obedient little helpers, engaging in low-level tasks that posed minimal danger and were unlikely to result in exposure or catastrophe. Meanwhile, he could venture out freely, join the Akatsuki, and foster a relationship with Lady Tsunade. Perfect. Yet, little fool, have you forgotten something? Suddenly, Chia pondered in his mind. What? That little waste is still perfecting the bloodline limit of the Golden Escape. During this time, he has been diligently working on it. Previously, Chia's metallic armor was unexpectedly melted by the steam of the 8 gates of Duanjia, a most humiliating setback for the system. Have you not sent me a task in ages? How reliable can you be? Others are receiving novice gift packs, yet I have none. I am not blaming you, but the absence of tasks has pushed me to my limits. Why don't you switch systems? I am preoccupied with researching ninjutsu, enduring your ennui while engaging in banter, and still expected to issue tasks. It's all too much for me. I quit. Chia was utterly bewildered. Can this system really go on strike? This little nuisance. I appreciate your efforts. Just do as you see fit. I shall not impose. Could it be that the lack of cat cuddling recently has led to this emotional upheaval? Mealy has been taken home by Parker, and I remain oblivious to their activities. This is somewhat acceptable. Do not disturb me. I am preoccupied. Alas, my status within the household has diminished. After a long night of contemplation, Chi picked up the forehead protector and examined it closely. Why did it seem so aesthetically pleasing with a horizontal line drawn across it? Where should it be worn? I cannot allow the brilliance of my parents' foreheads to be concealed, as it would adversely affect our fortune. Perhaps wearing it around my neck would be a delightful alternative. The forehead protector was designed to shield the forehead from the potential harm of shurikens and kunai. Most ninjas opt to wear it on their foreheads. Yet many women choose to adorn other parts of their bodies for the sake of beauty. Seven Knights is certainly not concerned with aesthetics. He is not one to indulge in vanity. As Chia casually tied his forehead protector around his neck, he contemplated and made his way towards the Hokage building. He intended to inquire with Lord Minato about the possibility of undertaking solo missions, given that he had applied for early graduation and was presumably not assigned to any team. This arrangement would allow him the freedom to wander as he pleased. After all, if he couldn't be found, he could simply claim to be on a mission, with no one to oversee him. As long as the task was accomplished, that would suffice. Otherwise, having team members would certainly complicate matters. He had quite a few objectives to pursue: seeking out Tsunade, joining the Akatsuki, and befriending his elder brother Obito. He certainly had his hands full. As Chia entered the Hokage building, he was greeted by the bustling activity of numerous ninjas, alongside members of the Umbu shrouded in masks. Oh, the Umbu, a realm of intrigue where only the most formidable individuals seem to have lingered. It is rather exposed, considering it is an elite assassination squad. After Lord Minato's reforms, conditions should have improved significantly. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to such an environment could potentially alter one's humanity. If the Umbu are like this, one can only imagine the state of the root. Damn it, Danzo must perish. There exists a notion that within the Hokage, there are no villains, save for Danzo. Alas, this fellow now skitters about in secrecy, hiding away, and perhaps I may not even be his match. Nonetheless, should the opportunity arise, I shall undoubtedly seize it. With 9 lives, I dare ask if you fear. I could terrify you into a state of shock. Upon reaching the office door, 2 Umbu guards stood sentinel. And I did not see Kushina. Perhaps she is at home, nurturing her pregnancy. When time permits, I shall visit Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Sage Cells. By the way, what is the story behind Naruto's whiskers? They appeared before he became a Jinchuriki. Have there been any secrets over these years? Lord Minato. The Umbu were about to inquire why Chia had come, but he had already begun to exclaim, "Do not disturb Lord Hokage. We have esteemed guests." An Umbu quickly interjected, "Oh, my apologies." Chia felt somewhat embarrassed, standing quietly to the side. He was accustomed to playful banter with his mentor. But now he understood the need for decorum and refrained from interrupting his serious work. "Chia, please come in," a gentle voice beckoned from Minato. As he entered, 2 Umbu operatives opened the door. Chia offered an apologetic smile to them before stepping into the office, where Minato sat regally in his chair, adorned with the Hokage hat. Formality was essential when meeting foreign dignitaries, not just Minato, but also the esteemed members of the council, including Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kohar Udatain, sat to one side. Opposite them were the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, a resolute middle-aged man and a cool young boy. Both bore the distinctive dark skin characteristic of their village. Another figure, however, captured Chia's attention. With long, straight yellow hair cascading over his shoulders, fair skin, and an exquisitely handsome face, he exuded a calm and composed demeanor. Was this not the renowned Samui? At the tender age of 14, he was indeed a prodigious talent. "Chia, these are the envoys from the Hidden Cloud Village. Kin, Darui. And Samui. Darui is 2 years your senior and is already a Chunin," Minato introduced them with a warm smile. "This young lad here is Hatake Chia, the younger brother of Hatake Kakashi, who visited your village at the age of 6 and became a Jonin at 13. He just graduated from the Ninja Academy today, so I encourage you all to get acquainted. Competing with children, are we, Minato?" In the silence of the 7th night, it is likely that the purpose of the Yunin village sending a druid to Konoha was to showcase the prowess of their younger generation and to flaunt the promising future of their village. It seems that Kakashi, Obito, and the illustrious Guy are absent, and indeed, this current cohort lacks any particularly outstanding talents. Perhaps you might consider returning in a few years to boast again? Itachi could impart a lesson on humility in mere moments. Alternatively, you might wait another decade or so. The Konoha 12 would certainly enlighten you on the essence of decorum. However, for now, I stand here, not wishing to impose upon the younger ones. Lord Hokage Minato, I apologize for interrupting your busy schedule. No worries at all, he replied with a smile. It would be fortuitous if you could take Druid Samui out to explore and appreciate the charm of Konoha. That sounds splendid. I am quite familiar with Konoha and know all the delightful spots to visit. Chia chuckled, then bowed to those around him before taking Samwee's hand and heading outside. Come along, Sister Samwee. I shall take you for some ramen. What about me, Darui? Is this how you show courtesy? Darui, a rather laid-back individual, appeared nonchalant and somewhat cool. Thank you, little brother. Darui, why are you dawdling? Keep up. Samwee called out to Darui. TCH, how boring. What a hassle. Darui replied languidly as he stood up. In that case, you need not join us. Samwee and I will explore together. Seven Knights retorted, who are you trying to impress with such arrogance? You cannot intimidate me. Druid cast a bewildered glance at Watergate. Seven Knights. How can you speak like that? It's quite impolite. Watergate admonished, though his face struggled to suppress a smile. All right then, what was it? Druid? Let us proceed. Druid exclaimed, do you dare to challenge me? Chapter 62. Never have I encountered such audaciousness. Sister Sam, what do you enjoy doing in your leisure time? Chia cheerfully inquired, entirely disregarding the Druid behind him, who appeared utterly exhausted from overindulgence. You enjoy reading, don't you? Samwee engaged in conversation with Chia while observing the expressions of the residents of Konoha and the surrounding architecture. This was not indicative of any ill intentions. Rather, it was merely a habit of hers. Her knowledge was quite extensive, a testament to her fondness for literature. In stark contrast to her voluptuous physique, her demeanor was calm and composed. Reading? My sister Samwee is truly remarkable. I find myself drowsy as soon as I open a book. Chia speaks the truth. When he finds himself unable to sleep, he finds solace in the pages of a book, which serves as a splendid remedy for his insomnia. Thus, a book perpetually resides upon his bedside. Before departing this time, Tsunade noticed the book on Chia's nightstand and boasted to Jiraiya about Chia being a diligent and studious child. In reality, books contain a plethora of fascinating wonders. Samwee chuckled. Are you familiar with Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, is indeed known by the moniker Toad Sage. This appellation derives from his summoning beast, the toads of Mount Myaboku. He also authored a remarkable novel titled The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja, which is truly captivating. Upon hearing this, Samwee's eyes sparkled with interest, and she turned to Chia, inquiring, what do you wish to know about Lord Jiraiya? Surely, there are few in the ninja world who are unaware of him, are there? Are you consulting Baidu Baiki? I am curious to know, what does Lord Jiraiya's left ear resemble? The night was filled with laughter as Chia inquired, casting a subtle glance at a nearby towering tree. This information was not mentioned in the data, nor was it present in the intelligence from Yunin village. Could there be something extraordinary at play? Sammy furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate. The most daunting aspect of jesting with such a serious individual is that while I intended to amuse you, you are instead delving into the profound implications of my words. What a predicament! How awkward it is. From behind, the resigned voice of Deluyi reached his ears, as he could no longer bear to watch. At this rate, Sammy would spend the entire day pondering this conundrum. Cursed Konoha brat. Oh, this dish of dandan noodles? I must admit, your intellect is quite commendable. How infuriating, you Konoha brat. Who dares to liken me to dandan noodles? The lack of culture is truly alarming. Shall I enlighten you with a Chinese homophonic pun? How infuriating. Let us duel, Deluyi declared, brimming with indignation. Chia, is that truly your right ear? Sammy exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, isn't it quite amusing? In the stillness of the seventh night, the response was rather sluggish, leaving both myself and the druid in a heated argument. Well, how intriguing. Sam appeared to be lost in thought. Could it be that this young woman is misinterpreting the situation? Nearby, a towering tree suddenly quivered gently. The druid furrowed his brow and stepped forward to investigate, yet found nothing amiss. Do you truly believe you can uncover her whereabouts? She is adept at navigating the complexities of life. Can you truly compete with her? Chia smiled disdainfully, believing that to deal with such a voyeur, one must induce their own isolation. What's the matter, druid? Sammy inquired. It's nothing. I just felt a sense of being watched for a moment. But perhaps it was just an illusion, the druid replied, perplexed. It must surely be an illusion. With your appearance, who would dare to gaze upon you? If anyone were to sneak a look, it would undoubtedly be at Sister Sammy. She is so beautiful and has such an exquisite figure. In the midst of the night, Chia relentlessly confronted Deluyi. How infuriating. Can't you speak properly? Deluyi retorted, clearly displeased. Who told you to act so haughty, even more so than I do? Chia exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. This is simply delightful. Sammy chuckled heartily, her body trembling with mirth, as both Chia and Deluyi nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. Seven Knights cast a disdainful glance at the druid. Bah, what a lecherous scoundrel, so base. Yet he carries himself with such arrogance. How laughable. However, Sister Sammy, what amusement do you find in being praised for your beauty? Or do you simply enjoy our banter? If our exchanges bring you joy, I would gladly indulge in this playful sparring with you for an entire day. Curious, Chi inquired. No. Sam, slightly blushing, ceased her laughter, feeling a bit embarrassed. I simply found your riddle about the left ear and right ear to be utterly delightful. It completely took me by surprise. It's remarkable, dear sister, your quick wit. On the seventh night, one was left speechless, while the druid beside him appeared to be quite accustomed to the situation. If something intriguing were to be witnessed during the day, and one were to suddenly recall it while laboring at home with their spouse in the evening, what would one do then? Is it akin to an automatic transmission? After a silent night, Chia took the two of them for a delightful bowl of ramen, meandering leisurely through the village, exchanging greetings at every turn. Particularly upon reaching the southern part of the village, Chia, known as the dominant figure in that area, engaged in friendly banter with the neighbors, parting ways with reluctance. Occasionally, there would be a few defeated aunties who would offer Chia small tokens of appreciation, such as fruits and snacks, encouraging his frequent visits. Samui and Darui were left utterly astonished. What kind of individual is this? Are all the young ninjas from Konoha this impressive? Later, he graciously invited the two to Irika's home for dinner, where Samui and Darui felt a sense of restraint, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, feeling quite embarrassed. Who could have imagined that Chia would treat them to a meal? With his familiarity, it seemed as though he were at his own home. Chia, wearing a headband atop his head, approached Irika with a smug expression, repeatedly polishing the headband. Irika, numbly consuming his meal, listened to his parents' insistence that he learn from Chia, feeling utterly despondent. The fellow known as Chia, while meticulously instructing him in the art of ninjutsu in secret, simultaneously vexes him incessantly. Truly, he finds himself at a loss regarding his feelings towards Chia. Alas, the situation is undeniably convoluted. As the 7 nights of satisfaction drew to a close, they made their way back towards the Hokage building, each of the three holding an ample assortment of snacks and fruits. The two companions behind remained silent, while the impudent little rascal in front of them showcased the intricate nuances of audacity. Never had they encountered such unabashed shamelessness. Darui, you are truly a pretentious fellow. Wearing a look of feigned modesty, yet indulging in the feast with unabated enthusiasm. As Chia cheerfully munched on an apple, he tossed one toward Druid, who merely huffed and turned aside, refusing to catch it. With a swift motion, the apple fell to the ground, wasted, a lamentable squandering of sustenance. Druid, this is a habit you must amend. The voice of Shikia echoed behind Darui, yet his figure was nowhere to be seen. Samui and Darui's pupils constricted in surprise. When did this happen? It was all too swift. In an unknown forest, Obito removed his mask and sat before a fire, skewering fish with a stick, turning them over occasionally. He found himself reminiscing about the fish Kakashi used to prepare. Although his culinary skills were abysmal, he did excel at cooking fish. The audacity of this fellow to lay a hand on Rin was unforgivable. Once my training concludes, I shall seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson. I am far stronger than you now, Kakashi. It's your turn to put in the effort. Do your best, Kakashi. I'll confront him with that. Haha. Obito couldn't help but grin. Zetsu, is there something you need? Obito inquired, as a colossal picture plan emerged. Obito, do you wish to join the Akatsuki founded by Nagato? Not yet. Madara's teachings have yet to reach their conclusion. Obito watched as Zetsu vanished. After a moment, a white figure emerged from the ground. Akatsuki, you've separated from Kuro Zetsu. What brings you here alone? Let us not discuss excrement. I'm eating. If you ask me that now, I might just be compelled to strike you down. Obito, do you know a brat named Hatake Shikiya? I wish to eliminate him. Is that permissible? Akatsuki exclaimed, exasperated. Have you no humanity? Always posing riddles before him, nearly exposing my laughter. Speak, how would you prefer to meet your demise? Shikiya is my brother. What do you think? Fine then, I shall take my leave. Obito regarded the spot where Akatsuki had just vanished, perplexed. Ah, the 7 nights. I wonder when we shall meet again. Note 1. One of the entities of White Absolute. The initial portrayal of a fae presented to the readers is a guise created by Uchiha Obito. However, in this context, Obito is not gravely injured and does not require assistance in restoring his body, establishing a fae as an independent entity. Chapter 63, Joining the Inuzuka clan. With the member Yuhi Kurenai. After a few guests from the Hidden Cloud village were sent off by Watergate, Chia followed him back to the Hokage's office, his gaze repeatedly darting towards the adjacent cabinet. There lay the coveted item he yearned for, the legendary forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. What are you looking at, Chiya? Watergate inquired, puzzled. Several ninjas were still busy tidying up the chairs in the office, making it inappropriate for Chiya to jest with Watergate. Hokage-sama, I have graduated early, but teacher Yamanaka mentioned that the class teams have already been arranged. I currently do not have anyone to take me in. Am I to operate alone? Everyone was well aware of their standings in the graduation class, and the arrangements for class teams had been made accordingly. Consequently, Chiya's sudden request for early graduation left him without a team. Oh, regarding that, when Jiwei informed me of your intention to graduate, I had considered it. I originally planned to have you integrated into another team, where an additional student would be taken on by one of the teachers. However, that would not be ideal. As no one would be willing to do so, the mission rewards would be partially divided with you. Watergate chuckled, observing that the office had been tidied up. A few ninjas stood by, awaiting instructions, and he waved them off to leave. And what now? Money is indeed important. As Chi was about to assert that money was of little importance, he recalled his recent bankruptcy and swiftly altered his stance. Haha, it seems you have been rather extravagant lately, haven't you? Such folly. Shui Min chuckled heartily, unable to contain his amusement. That was merely my youthful indiscretion. I was just fooling around. I shall refrain from such antics in the future. The seventh knight chuckled and said, well, that is good. Now, there is a proposal I would like to present to you, should you be willing. After pondering for a moment, Watergate retrieved a document from the drawer. This is a correspondence from our esteemed daimyo, requesting Asuma to remain at the daimyo's residence and join the guardian ninja. I have yet to respond, but I have consulted with Lord Third, who is in favor of it. Guardian ninja? The most profound impression that Chiya has of the bald-headed Dalu is due to his mastery of the thousand hands Guanyin technique and his close relationship with Asuma, whom he later taught the technique. Apart from being exceptionally skilled in ninjutsu, Asuma also excels in taijutsu, a prowess likely connected to his involvement with the guardian ninjas. It is noteworthy that much of taijutsu has evolved from the long-forgotten martial techniques of the samurai. In this era, it is not solely ninjas who possess formidable strength. Indeed, you may not have heard of it, but this organization was specifically established to protect the feudal lords. Asuma expressed his desire to remain, and the third Hokage concurred. Initially, I had my reservations for various reasons, but now that you have graduated, his position has become vacant, making it a fitting opportunity. Oh, are you suggesting that I join the team that Asuma once belonged to? As the night deepened, a question lingered in my mind. Who could it be? Don't dwell on it, replied the little one. There's no one. I have no clue, and you certainly wouldn't know either. Indeed, it was the team led by Inazuka-tsum, a formidable ninja. Yet, wasn't she pregnant? Moreover, I have no desire to join her team. Haha, you're quite reluctant. And you have no idea whether she would even consider taking you. Watergate chuckled. It's merely a temporary arrangement. In 2 years, you'll be ready to take on the world. And besides, she is your aunt, isn't she? Suddenly, Watergate remarked, it's precisely for this reason that I am unwilling to team up with my comrade, Yuhi Kurinai. So, Watergate, when do I report for duty? Where shall I go? As Chiya's eyes lit up, he eagerly inquired. Let go of the treatment. Chiyi is already beyond salvation, and no one can rescue him. It would be best for my child to keep a distance from him, Juxing Nai remarked wisely. Indeed, if a boy were to be led astray by him, the consequences would be dire. For a girl, the perils could be even greater. Do be more reserved. Mizuki glared at Chiyi, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. Do you know where the Inazuka family resides? If not, you might as well inquire on your own. Tomorrow morning, visit the Inazuka family and seek out Inazuka-tsum, Mizuki stated with resignation, then turned to Chiyi again. Chiyi, when you entered earlier, you were fixated on the cabinet. What caught your attention? Oh, nothing much. I heard there's a forbidden technique known as the shadow clone technique. Is that correct? Mizuki's expression darkened instantly as he scrutinized Chiyi. Chiyi, accustomed to jesting with Mizuki, felt a twinge of apprehension. Did Kakashi mention it to you? Mizuki asked in a low tone. No, it was Sister Samui who informed me. She is well-read and possesses vast knowledge. She told me that there are forbidden techniques within the Hokage building, one of which is the shadow clone technique, and it is exceptionally formidable. In a hushed tone, Chiya quietly apologized to Sam in his heart. Humph, what a place, Yunin village, that even knows this. Watergate's expression was rather grim. It was common for various ninja villages to place spies in each other's territories or to seduce ninjas into becoming insiders. Watergate merely voiced a complaint. The reason why the multiple shadow clone technique is classified as a forbidden art is not due to its inherent offensive power, but rather because it inflicts harm upon the caster. The excessive consumption of chakra, which is intimately tied to one's vitality and mental strength, can lead to a significant depletion of lifespan. This is why it has been designated as forbidden. Watergate earnestly explained this to Chie. No wonder only Naruto, with his vast chakra reserves, can endlessly produce clones. For others, without at least 4 or 5 cards of chakra, it is impossible to create many duplicates. However, Watergate, my chakra level is currently at 5 cards. What 5 cards? Watergate inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, Watergate. How about this? You bring it over and let me take a look. I am quite curious. If I manage to learn it just by seeing it once, that would only prove my genius, and you should just accept it. Chie chuckled softly. Shuemin shook his head, intending to tease Chie. He approached the cabinet, unlocked the door, and retrieved a green scroll. Are you ready? Let's begin. All right. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you may apply to learn, but for now, let's put that aside. For 7 nights, I gazed silently at Minato, pondering how I had never realized the mischievous nature of this esteemed leader before. Who could have led him astray? Perhaps it was the Nine Tails? Very well. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Minato. In a couple of days, I will visit Sister Kushina and become acquainted with the sibling growing within her, for I shall soon assume the role of elder brother. Yet, perhaps it is best to postpone such an introduction. As the sun shone brightly, Chie stepped out of the Hokage building. Brother Minato, you're truly incorrigible, he remarked. Did you record it, little waist? It's a bit fuzzy. I'll fix it in the next couple of days, came the reply. Oh my, that's impressive. You're becoming more reliable. Once you've made the repairs, do let me know. I must practice diligently, and then I'll go on a journey with Lady Tsunade, have a heart-to-heart with Sister Nan, and seek out Brother Obito. Why complicate things? Can't I just add it directly to my skill set, like with the previous gold release? The little waist lamented. That would be devoid of fun. I am a fish with principles, after all, and I need to find some engagement. It's dreadfully boring without television, movies, games, or anime. One must always seek activities to occupy oneself. Chapter 64. Revenge on the Spot. Oh no, it's too late. Little waist, you should have reminded me. In a flurry of haste, Chie raced towards the Inuzuka household, beads of sweat adorning his brow. His sole desire was to remain unscathed, diligently adhering to the training regimen devised by Kai, even in his absence. This delay had become somewhat troublesome. I am not a mere alarm clock, he thought, and I've already perfected the golden escape technique. You should devote some time to honing your skills. Very well, once you mend the multi-shadow clone technique, I shall practice with 20 clones simultaneously. It will surely exhaust you. As Chie arrived at the doorstep of Inuzuka's residence, Inuzuka's claws were crossed. His expression stern as he gazed at Chie. His abdomen slightly protruded, and beside him stood a tall ninja dog, a cyclopean creature known as Kuro. Behind them were the ever-gesturing Hinata and a somewhat anxious-looking youth. Accompanying them was a curious little girl, roughly the same age as Chie, who appeared to be Inuzuka Hana. This girl was 2 years younger than him, yet the same age as Itachi. Kiki Chie, are you aware of your tardiness? Inuzuka's claws inquired in a deep, somewhat neutral tone. Do you comprehend? Chie cast a glance at Inuzuka's abdomen, where a tiny insect was scuttling about. Inuzuka's voice rose by an octave. Shinyi hastily explained. Lord Hokage did not specify the exact time. He merely mentioned morning. He continued, this is indeed an oversight on the Hokage's part, and I shall seek him out. However, it is nearly 10 o'clock now. Can we still call it morning? In a moment of frustration, Inuzuka retorted. Is it not so? Very well. It seems I was mistaken, sensei. How fierce my little aunt is. The young girl, Inuzuka Hana, erupted into a fit of giggles. Are you calling me brother, little one? Chie could not help but tease a little. It seems that this nephew of mine requires some proper discipline. Enough of the banter. I am currently with child and find it inconvenient to travel. Generally, it is Haewang who leads you on simpler tasks in the vicinity. Chimu Chie. Regardless of your past or future demeanor, I am the one who decides. Inuzuka fixed her gaze upon Chie, inquiring, do you understand? To which he replied, I do not comprehend. My parents determine what I am like. The evening had turned sour for Chie. It felt as though she was being subjected to a show of authority. As an aunt, she had not even allowed him the courtesy of entering for a cup of tea, instead presenting herself in a manner that implied she was ready to discipline him. Where had she been all this time? Your mother resembles me quite a bit, she remarked. Therefore, let's consider this matter settled. In a resigned sigh, Inazuka turned to Hinata and the anxious youth. Hinata, Senju Ibiki, you two should return for now. Tomorrow, we embark from the village on a mission. Chie is still young, having just graduated. I entrust you both to watch over him as elder siblings. Yes, sensei. The two bowed respectfully and departed, with Hinata giving Chie a playful wink. Hey, Senju Ibiki, hasn't this fellow joined the Umbu yet? Chie, come in with Kuramaru. You shall practice together first, allowing Kuramaru to gauge your strength. Kuramaru, be mindful of your control. Do not injure Chie, some instructed before stepping into the courtyard. Well then, little brat. Let me witness your prowess. Attack me with all your might. As Chie and Haiwen stood in the courtyard, Haewang wagged his tail with an air of indifference. It must be quite a challenge for Lord Haewang to maintain such a stoic expression on his canine visage. That teacher, I am parched. I shall quench my thirst first. TCH, such a troublesome little brat. Haewang scoffed. Oh, this wretched dog. Perhaps he is unaware of his own worth. I shall soon enlighten you as to why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. After quenching his thirst, Chie walked across to the black sphere, inhaling deeply. He then closed his eyes, his hand slightly raised, and suddenly extended his right index finger towards the black sphere, while clasping his wrist with his left hand. Lowering himself into a slight stance, he summoned all his strength, his face flushed with exertion. Both Haewang and Inazuka looked at Chie in bewilderment, pondering the nature of this gesture. Was it a unique sign from the Kiki family? What kind of ninjutsu was this? Mouth ninjutsu, provocative banter technique. Come over here. The night was pierced by a deep, resonant roar. Although the reason was unclear, a fierce desire to strike surged within. Haiwen let out a howl and lunged toward Chie with astonishing speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Bang! Upon impact, Chie transformed into a mere wooden plank, crashing to the ground. Haiwen, indifferent to the fallen figure, spiraled upward into the sky where Chie had just been. Most of his abilities relied on coordination with Inazuka's claws. But now, in this solitary combat, he had no choice but to rely solely on his formidable physique and swiftness. However, to Haiwen, a mere specter posed no challenge at all. Bang! The struck Chie dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Inazuka's claws nodded with satisfaction. Having heard tales of the youngest scion of the Hitaki family being idle, it now seemed those rumors were unfounded. His command over basic ninjutsu was remarkably proficient, and his timing impeccable. Haiwen ascended into the heights, spinning gracefully, while Inazuka's claws and Hana hastily retreated beneath the eaves. As Chie pondered how to master the art of moderation, striving to appear less formidable while still inflicting pain on Huen, he was abruptly startled by a liquid that dripped onto him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Alas, he had forgotten the technique of aerial dynamic tracking. The technique of the seven-night instantaneous movement was activated, bringing him beside Inazuka Tsum, who was gritting his teeth and glaring at the dark sphere in the sky. That wretched dog. Enough already, cease this. Inazuka Tsum chuckled, commending Seven Night. Quite impressive, your fundamentals are exceptionally solid. TCH, you little brat, I have already marked you. If it weren't for Tsum calling a halt, I would have certainly given you a thorough thrashing today. The proud expression on the canine face of Kuramaru was unmistakable. This damn dog will have his day. Seven Night, Pakin has taken the rice grain back, stating he needs to educate her properly, and I apologize for the trouble caused. Inazuka Tsum addressed Seven Night. No worries at all. It's no trouble, really. You've been quite helpful. Chie promptly replied, indeed. Let us return for today. Tomorrow morning, at the break of dawn, we shall gather here to embark on our mission. This will also provide an opportunity for you several to familiarize yourselves with one another. Understood. Teacher, I shall take my leave now. After 7 nights of gloom and despondency, had it not been for the sudden interruption by Inazuka's bark, he would have undoubtedly vented his frustration upon the hapless creature. Alas, perhaps it is best to endure this moment, but the more he contemplates, the more his ire intensifies. How intolerable it is to have that filthy dog's urine splattered upon him. After turning around 7 times, he found a grocery store and purchased 2 pairs of rubber gloves, which he promptly donned. In an instant, the technique of teleportation was activated. Suddenly, Chie appeared behind Haiwanu, who was in the midst of a meal, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Haiwanu was caught off guard. He barely had time to turn his head before he found himself staring into Chie's devious smile. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine. 1,000 years of pain, he exclaimed, unleashing a cacophony of chaos in the Inazuka household. As Chie tossed his gloves into the trash bin, a sense of relief washed over him. Generally, he was not one to harbor grudges, for he believed in immediate retribution. In the 65th chapter, Bloodline Limit, Steel Release, Chie stood quietly in the backyard of the Hitaki family, attentively listening as Xiaofei elaborated on the application of Steel Release. Although his proficiency had significantly increased through energy allocation, mastering merely the speed of release, the consumption of chakra, and the alteration of power was insufficient. His comprehension of Steel Release remained inadequate, necessitating further practice. Currently, he had developed 3 distinct methods of utilization, each possessing unique techniques: Steel Release, Metal Manipulation; Steel Release, Electromagnetic Field; and Steel Release, Earth and Stone Transformation. The metallic armor utilized by Chie on that day was indeed a manifestation of metal manipulation. Is it no longer available? No, it is essential to establish a unique gesture to solidify the metal escape, thereby channeling chakra through this specific motion. Akin to a hand seal, Bloodline Limit Ninjutsu does not necessitate hand seals for activation. Rather, it requires the practitioner to define particular movements, embedding them within the body. During this process, certain bloodline limits may merge with the individual, ultimately becoming an inherited trait. Should one employ a heart gesture or invite you over? It would be preferable to employ something that could bewilder the adversary. With a nod, Chie decided to execute a simple technique. He deftly formed the hand sign and placed it before him with an air of elegance and simplicity. It was so strikingly straightforward that it did not even fall within the 12 hand seals of ninjutsu. At first glance, the enemy would undoubtedly ponder the nature of this unexpected display. As Chie stood in the courtyard, his fingers deftly formed seals while he silently chanted within his mind. Metal Release, Earth to Metal Transformation. With a swift motion, the earth beneath him morphed, taking on a metallic hue. Metal Release, Control of Metal. The metallic elements from the ground soared into the air, reshaping themselves at his whim. Metal Release, Electromagnetic Field. The metals dispersed throughout the small courtyard, electricity crackling above, causing all iron objects within a 300-meter radius of the Kiji family to tremble. Chie hastily dispelled the electromagnetic field. Before him materialized a gleaming metallic cylinder crackling with electricity. As he concentrated and conjured a small metallic sphere with his fingertips, the cylinder emitted a brilliant white light, and with a mere touch from Chie, the metallic sphere would launch forward at tremendous speed. This location is ill-suited for such a display. Its power is too great and would undoubtedly attract the attention of the dark forces. After 7 nights, he retracted the golden escape. The chakra within him had been significantly depleted. It appeared that he still needed to enhance his proficiency. However, his chakra reserves were already quite substantial. With the alignment of his physical desires and the increase in life energy, his chakra levels would continue to ascend. Chie nodded in satisfaction, adjusted his satchel, and set off towards the Inuzuka household. Upon his arrival at the door, he found Yuhong and Marino Ibiki already waiting. Kurama had yet to emerge, likely waiting for everyone to gather before making his appearance. "Good morning, Chie." Yuhong greeted him with a cheerful smile and a wave. Even Marino Ibiki managed to force a slight smile on his typically stoic face. "Good morning, Sister Yuhong and Senior Ibiki." In a courteous manner, Shikiya greeted his companion. At this moment, Marino Ibiki's face bore no scars, likely because he had not yet joined the Umbu and endured severe torture. "Hello, Hitaki Shikiya." Marino Ibiki smiled and nodded. Although Shikiya was a few years older than his younger brother, he had already established himself as a ninja, and his graduation examination had caused quite a stir. Many ninjas in Konoha spoke of the Hitaki brothers as rare prodigies, a talent that appeared once in a decade, evoking great admiration. "Shikiya, I have passed the special selection. This will be my final mission with the Inuzuka squad. Throughout this task, I shall impart my experiences to you, hoping they will prove beneficial." Marino Ibiki gazed at Shikiya, unable to resist the impulse to ruffle Shikiya's hair. Standing at over 1.8 meters tall, he towered over the 7-year-old Shikiya, who measured only 1.3 meters. His hand resting on Shikiya's head as if it were a walking stick. In the stillness of 7 nights, one wonders why everyone is so fond of ruffling his hair. "Thank you, Brother Sun Nai Ibaichi. I shall certainly dedicate myself to diligent study." The 7 knights chuckled. "All right, let us set forth. We shall wait at the village entrance to escort our target." At that moment, Hugh-in awkwardly made his way out of the door, his tail tucked between his legs. "Oh, Uncle Hugh-in, what has transpired? You do not resemble a dog that would tuck its tail." Chie raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Yesterday, a drop of black pill's urine landed on him, and in a moment of impulse, he unleashed his family's secret technique, the Millennium Kill. However, he did not reveal his identity. He merely flashed by, leaving Black Pill completely unaware, as it could hardly believe that such a small ghost could launch a sneak attack. Let us depart, Black Pill muttered sullenly, perplexed as to which master might have randomly targeted it. I do not recall offending anyone. Little Fei, Chia, you really need not be upset. I have never seen you angry before. Why the need for revenge this time? What do you mean I was never angry before? Remember that time when Pipa Shirzong relieved himself and, without washing his hands, patted your head afterward? The countenance of Chi darkened, and I shockingly failed to notice such an intricate detail. Alas, when I encounter Biwa Juzong for the first time, I must ensure he feels an overwhelming sense of despair. In the land of grass, Biwa Juzong incessantly chattered while trailing behind Orochimaru. Achoo! Biwa Juzong rubbed his nose, intending to grasp Orochimaru's sleeve. If you wish to avoid death, refrain from such actions. Orochimaru's hoarse yet calm voice resonated. Biwa Juzong awkwardly retracted his hand. Senior Orochimaru, are you acquainted with Might Dai and Idagawa Konan? One appears to be a scruffy old man, while the other resembles a peculiar child of 7 or 8 years. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He was engrossed in research and unfamiliar with many individuals. However, he had heard of Might Dai, albeit not intimately, as they belonged to the same era, and the legends surrounding Might Dai had spread before his defection. It was astonishing that such a fellow could unleash such terrifying power. Oh, it seems they were indeed the loquacious ones beside us, correct? I know Might Dai, a nameless chunin, who has been ridiculed since childhood. Truly a chunin. Yet I never imagined he could be so formidable. Biwa Juzong was left speechless, haunted by the thought that his survival was not due to strength, but rather his swiftness. As one of the survivors, what was Guy's strength at that time? Orochimaru inquired with interest. I have no idea. No idea? Indeed, we charged in, only to be obliterated in an instant, with no chance to retaliate. Thus, without a second thought, I fled. It wasn't until I reached Kaguya that I learned that only 3 of us survived from the original 7. Orochimaru's expression conveyed intrigue. Indeed, the human body harbors countless treasures. Senior Orochimaru, what about Idagawa Konan? That peculiar child who looks 7 or 8 but is undoubtedly older. Biwa Juzong pressed further. I have never heard of him. He might be deceiving you. It is improbable that such an oddity exists in Konoha without my knowledge. Orochimaru asserted confidently. Well, he does possess that strange taijutsu. He must truly be from Konoha, right? What? Now I am curious to see this for myself. Chapter 66, Golden Release, Metal Clone. Little brat, the village has assigned me tasks. Yet you remain idle. I am busy analyzing the multi-shadow clone technique for you. Which do you prefer, the technique or the tasks? You've been rather arrogant lately. Chie could not restrain his sarcasm but chose to remain silent, for the paramount task at hand was the mastery of the shadow clone technique. Their current mission involved escorting a significant individual to the Land of Wind, classified as a B-level assignment. As for the identity of the person they were to protect, Chie and his companions remained in the dark, shrouded in secrecy. The scanned information acquired by the inquisitive Xiaofei revealed that the individual was an official from the Fire Nation's daimyo, known as Choshan Wan. He had remained within the confines of the carriage, emerging only while donning a hood and mask, adding to the air of mystery surrounding him. Chia, indifferent to the matters at hand, sat atop the vehicle conversing with Shiri Hong. Heiwang led the way, while Sun Nayabiki took position as the sentinel at the forefront of the convoy. Throughout the journey, communication among the members was scarce, leaving Chia feeling quite bored, as each individual resembled a mere piece of wood. After much effort, Chia finally succeeded in making a wooden figure laugh with a joke. However, in an instant, the wooden figure was taken away and beaten. This left Chia feeling quite embarrassed to entertain such wooden beings any further. Sister Hong, your expertise lies in the art of illusion, does it not? Curiosity sparked within Chia as he inquired about the art of illusion, a realm he had scarcely explored. Typically, he felt no trepidation regarding basic illusions, as Xiaofei could effortlessly discern them, albeit with her assistance. Nevertheless, he yearned to deepen his understanding. For one cannot rely solely on others. Ah, what is this? Chia, do you wish to learn the art of illusion? It requires a unique talent, you know. Zyrong chuckled, her crimson eyes glistening like exquisite gemstones, exuding a captivating charm. Her gentle demeanor imparted a sense of ease, making their time together particularly delightful. Indeed, I wish to comprehend it better. Should I master illusion, I could share cinematic experiences from my previous life, offering an immersive delight that would surely captivate the ninja world. Illusions, also known as hypnotic deceptions, primarily deceive the five senses. For instance, the shadow clone technique is, in a strict sense, a form of illusion. More advanced techniques involve hypnosis, ensnaring foes within a world of one's own design. The most sophisticated, I've heard, even touches upon the realm of the soul, knowledge I gleaned from my father's words, as Zyrong explained. To unravel illusions, one may disrupt the flow of chakra or endure an attack, but it is essential to first recognize the ensnarement in an illusion. Furthermore, there exists a category of ocular illusions that necessitates assistance from others. Among these, the most formidable within the ninja realm belongs to the Uchiha clan from our village. Exercise caution should you encounter them in the future. A thought stirred within Chie, pondering whether even a mere chunin like Lianhong regarded the Uchiha clan as a hypothetical adversary. Her words hinted at a necessity to exercise caution against the Uchiha. It appears that the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has indeed reached a remarkably delicate state. Chie's multiple shadow clones have been successfully analyzed. Oh, splendid. At last, I can venture out with abandon. The 7 nights of great joy. Indeed, the essence of multiple shadow clones and shadow clones is fundamentally the same. Both create tangible duplicates that evenly distribute the chakra within the body. However, due to the sheer number of multiple shadow clones, the distribution of chakra can impose a significant strain on the body, as chakra is the essence of life energy. Given that their essence is identical, why did you previously assert that shadow clones cannot gather energy? I am unable to synchronize with your shadow clones, meaning that your shadow clones do not embody me. Thus, how can energy be collected? Very well, if multiple shadow clones can synchronize, then that cannot be the case. Snap. With a swift motion, Chie delivered a sharp slap. Are you toying with me? Chie, what has happened to you? Zirahong exclaimed in astonishment, quickly grasping Chie's hand. Her concern evident as she gently touched the imprint on Chie's cheek. This is so embarrassing. Sister Hong, I can hardly believe that I have the privilege of being in the same group as a stunning beauty like you. This is a dream come true for me. Earlier, when you spoke of illusions, I couldn't help but wonder if I had fallen under some enchantment, for how else could such good fortune be bestowed upon me? You cheeky rascal, what are you saying? Zirahong replied, blushing. As the twilight painted the sky in hues of crimson, Chie, filled with irritation, questioned Xiao Fei vehemently in his mind. Are you toying with me? You clearly stated it was feasible. Xiao Fei, taken aback by Chie's genuine anger, felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily sought to remedy the situation. I have devised a solution, boss. I have combined the techniques of gold release and shadow clone to create a new ninjutsu. Gold release, metallic clone technique. Since these clones are birthed from your bloodline limit, I can establish a connection between you and the clones. However, I must caution you that the maximum number of clones is limited to 2, as exceeding this would lead to an excessive chakra drain that you may not withstand. Are you certain? Chie harbored some skepticism towards the unreliable Xiao Fei. Indeed, it was a fusion with the shadow clone technique, albeit a more formidable one. Unless one dispelled the clone or was utterly shattered, the clone would persist, rendering it quite impressive. There was no need to fret about a sudden ambush or an explosion of the clone, for it was significantly more resilient than oneself. That seems reasonable, he mused. But wouldn't the iron clone be too heavy, potentially revealing its nature? Not at all, Xiao Fei replied with a grin, feeling a sense of relief. The iron clone is an amalgamation of the cloning technique. Only the exterior has a metallic composition, while the rest is insubstantial, weighing nearly the same as you. However, should it sustain injuries, it would not bleed, which could indeed arouse suspicion. Xiao Fei chuckled. Yet Chie was acutely aware that despite his usual jovial demeanor, when provoked, he could unleash devastating force. Chie let out a sigh of relief. The outcome was finally favorable. This little rascal was becoming increasingly mischievous, and a strategy was needed to rein him in. Little rascal, I heard that. Sister Hong, I need to step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. 7 Nights chuckled. I shall accompany you. Huh? What do you mean, huh? When on an external mission, one must remain vigilant. Given your lack of strength, it is only natural that you require assistance for your safety. Fear not, I shall not pry. Sunset Red replied with a smile, thinking that 7 Nights was merely shy. I would actually prefer if you did, 7 Nights responded. Very well. Chi Yi and Hong leapt into the forest, with Chi Yi concealing himself behind a grand tree, ensuring that Hong's line of sight was entirely obstructed. He formed a hand seal. Metal transformation, iron clone, exclaimed the small companion. It is a metallic doppelganger. 7 Nights, transform it for me. Oh, the golden escape, iron clone technique. Bang. Before Chie stood a figure identical to himself, who gazed at him with a smile. "Greetings, my original self." "Oh, still so soft and tender." Chie pinched the face of his doppelganger. "There's something even more intriguing. Would you care to give it a try?" The doppelganger retorted with irritation. Chie pondered, observing from a bystander's perspective, and realized he seemed rather shameless. "Now, I entrust this to you. From now on, I shall call you Shao Qi. Rest assured, I will take good care of Shiri Hong." Shao Qi circled around the grand tree, making his way towards Shiri Hong. After patiently waiting for the two to depart, Qi emerged from behind the large tree. The next step was to head towards the Land of Rain and join the Akatsuki organization. By the way, which direction should one take to reach the Land of Rain? Chapter 67, Confronting Hanzo. Sitting in a quaint little eatery, Chie found himself feeling quite uneasy, as the air was excessively humid and a gentle rain continued to fall. If Iron's clone were to reside here, it would undoubtedly rust in no time. Upon arriving in the Rain country, at the village of Amigakure, how would one locate Akatsuki? Their movements are shrouded in secrecy. Prior to any significant exposure, everyone assumed they were still in the Land of Water. Inquiring with others would be futile, as they possessed no knowledge, and it could potentially alert Akatsuki to his presence. The best course of action would be to find existing members. Or perhaps confront Hanzo the Salamander in battle. Would he face certain death? After all, Hanzo employs poison, and should he perish, revival would still lead to demise. Alas, I detest such underhanded tactics. I cannot coexist with those who gamble with poison. Once you unlock the sixth gate, the blood steam surrounding you can nullify any toxins. What is there to fear? A man must forge ahead. Forget that. By the way, how is the clone faring? Quite well. Progressing nicely with you, gal. That was not what I inquired about. They have already completed half of their mission. As soon as they return that individual to the daimyo of the Fire Country, the task will be fulfilled. That is reassuring. Once the clone returns to Konoha, have him report to me. I require him to attend to a few matters. Understood. After dinner on the seventh night, he opened his umbrella and stepped out of the restaurant. To be honest, he rather enjoyed rainy days. They afforded him a chance to be lazy. However, continuous downpours became unbearable, leaving him with the sensation of his body beginning to mold. He could not fathom how Sister Xiaonan managed to endure it. After all, she was a paper spirit. Moreover, could a detonating talisman still ignite if it became damp? Wandering aimlessly through the night, I found myself at the far end of Rain-Hidden Village, where ninjas clad in gas masks traversed back and forth. Hanzo the Salamander, revered as the pinnacle of the ninja world, is often referred to as a demigod. His very breath is laced with poison, compelling those around him to don gas masks. How utterly dreary this existence is. This is the true essence of VVDS, forever solitary. As Chia was about to turn away, he was called to a halt. In his current guise as Gantaro, he heard a voice. "Hello, sir, please wait." A ninja donning a gas mask approached him, courteously requesting his attention. "I shall grant you 1 minute to gather your thoughts. How would you address me?" As Chia tucked her hair back, revealing her face, she inquired, My apologies." "Esteemed sir?" The masked ninja responded cautiously. "What are the chances of escaping in a situation where murder is at play? What would be the most decisive way to carry it out?" "Forgive me, my friend, it was merely a jest. Our village chief has summoned you. In truth, addressing you as uncle is quite acceptable, considering I am still under 20. The ninja chuckled heartily, a rare moment of levity for someone from the Rain-Hidden Village, typically surrounded by grim souls unaccustomed to humor. Unable to resist a bit of mischief in the presence of an outsider, he declared, "Lead the way." For 7 nights, he struggled to suppress the urge to commit murder. This individual would have been better off remaining silent. The moment he attempted to explain, the desire to kill intensified. What does it mean to be called uncle at barely 20? Surely my appearance suggests I am just a tad over 20. As for what Hanzo the Salamander wanted him to do, he had no clue. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. If he were to be overpowered, escaping would pose no challenge, especially considering he had 9 lives to spare. In the realm of ninjas, only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages are referred to as Kaguya, while the heads of smaller villages are merely called village chief. Despite Hanzo's formidable strength, he too was not exempt from this hierarchy. As Chi entered the village chief's office, he beheld a tall man seated in a chair, his face adorned with a distinctive mask, none other than Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world. "Greetings, Chief Hanzo. What brings you to seek my presence?" 7 Nights smiled and inquired. "You arrived in the Land of Rain a week ago and just reached the Hidden Rain village yesterday. You seem to be searching for something. Would you care to share with me?" Hanzo's voice was low and somber, rendering his expression indiscernible. The unexpectedness of the Seven Knights was not a surprise, for Hanzo had always been exceedingly vigilant regarding suspicious individuals within the Land of Rain, particularly due to the organization founded by Nagato and his associates. Ostensibly, he appeared to be a patron of talent, yet this came with the stipulation that such talent posed no threat to him. Thus, while he would extol the virtues of external geniuses, it was he who first uttered the name of the legendary Sannin. Perhaps this was also a strategic move to mitigate any undue diplomatic strain on the Land of Rain. After all, the slaughter of numerous ordinary ninjas, while sparing a few elite prodigies, would significantly temper the ire of neighboring nations, perhaps even earning their gratitude. However, the likes of Yahiko and Nagato, being prodigies from his own domain and not his own creations, became increasingly intolerable to him as their renown grew. Ultimately, he conspired with Danzo to bring about Yahiko's demise. But fret not, I am merely a novelist, gathering inspiration from various places. Should the village chief not welcome me, I am always prepared to take my leave. Chiya, feeling a profound aversion towards this individual, harbored no sense of reverence or admiration. His disdain stemmed solely from the despicable methods employed that led to the demise of Mayahiko, coupled with the hypocritical facade of concern for talented juniors that this person had displayed, which left Chiya utterly displeased. Be cautious, Chiya. The old wretch has poisoned. For 7 nights, I held my breath. As long as I refrained from inhaling, the rate at which toxins infiltrated my body would be significantly delayed. Truly, you are remarkable. You were able to discern that I was releasing poison. Hans rose to his feet and questioned in a deep voice. In this world of shinobi, who is unaware that sharing the same air with you will lead to poisoning? You are indeed the foremost poison master of the shinobi realm. 7 Knights chuckled, impudent. You seek your own demise. Hanzo, who held his reputation in high regard, was naturally incensed. Very well, let us engage in combat. Should I successfully evade, there exists a possibility of attracting Akatsuki's attention, and thus an invitation to meet Sister Konan would be within reach. After a moment's contemplation, Hanzo, unable to discern this individual's origins, refrained from escalating matters in the village, as it might endanger others. Enough deliberation, come forth. I have shown you such disrespect. Yet you hesitate to strike me? Chi-Yi grew anxious. Hans cast a profound glance at Chi-Yi, realizing there was indeed a scheme afoot, compelling him to take action. Hans waved his hand, signaling Chi-Yi to depart. Village chief, your temperament is remarkable. Might I have the privilege of examining your hands? 7 Nights of helplessness. Hans, puzzled, extended his hands, somewhat bewildered by this individual's sudden request. Indeed, both hands were calloused. I thought as much. With your body reeking of poison, how could you possibly attract a woman? Only solitude remains. Boom. The entire building trembled, and the faces of the ninjas within turned pale in an instant. They hurriedly fled. And before long, the entire edifice was enveloped in toxic gas. After some time, Hans emerged from the building, his expression dark, instructing everyone to refrain from entering for the day before vanishing from sight. The sudden appearance of the 7 Knights in the forest outside rain-hidden village was striking. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Although he had not sustained severe injuries, the noxious gas was exceedingly foul. However, Hanzo also fared no better. Judging by this confrontation, Hanzo's prowess seemed not to be as exaggerated as the legend suggested. Could it be that age has weakened him? Or perhaps the others were unable to exert their full strength. Regardless, it is best to join the Akatsuki for now. Hanzo's fate should rest with pain. Otherwise, seeking vengeance would become an insurmountable challenge, which would be truly tragic. After a brief adjustment during the 7th night, and with the assistance of the small waste, toxic fumes were expelled. Not having traveled far, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance clad in a crimson uniform of the Akatsuki, wielding an enormous sword. It was indeed Pai Pa Shirzong, who was gazing at him with a look of perplexity. What a remarkable twist of fate. Sister Xiangling. In a moment of excitement, Chiya dashed forward. As Pipa Shirzong beheld the figure clad in a green tracksuit approaching him, memories of Might Dai flooded back, evoking a sense of dread. He broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Do not come any closer." Chapter 68. A reunion with Pipa Shirzong. What on earth are you running for? Do you even know me to flee in such a manner? Chiya, breathless, gazed at the pale-faced Pipa Shirzong ahead, who was drenched in sweat, his uniform unbuttoned. Huffing and puffing, you caught up with me and inquired why I was running? Pipa Shirzong eyed Chiya warily. I recognize someone dressed like you. He is my nemesis. Upon seeing you pursue me, it was only natural for me to flee. In the silence of 7 nights, I find myself in a standoff with Hans, who has managed to contain his frustration, while I, in pursuit of loquaciousness, feel as though my very lungs may burst from the effort. Yet, I am not he. Who, then, is that individual? You, in your current guise, must surely have some connection to him. Are you acquainted with Might Dai? Ah, he is my elder brother. I am called Might Gantaro. Alas, if you dare to flee again, I shall be compelled to take drastic measures. Chia roared furiously. Pipa Shirzong halted his steps and gazed at Chia. You clearly present yourself as a villain. What experiences have transformed you into a comedic figure? Very well. Let us converse sincerely. I assure you, I mean you no harm. As the 7 ninjas settled onto the ground, we, the 7 blades of ninja, initially engaged in a mission, encountered your brother, who reduced us to a mere trio of blades. It appears that he met his demise as well, rendering us adversaries. From a distance, Loquat just stood silently. Alas, it seems that you are indeed rather innocent in this matter. In the depths of his heart, Chi harbored no animosity towards Loquat Shirzong. Despite his close relationship with Uncle Dai, he could not fathom the reason for his inability to harbor murderous intent against Loquat Shirzong, who, after all, was quite innocent in this matter. Is it not true that we had done nothing wrong? Merely exchanged a few words. One must recognize that given his formidable strength, he could have chosen not to engage in combat. Yet, your brother, lacking in decorum, launched into a flurry of attacks without hesitation. It was a sheer stroke of luck that I managed to escape. Loquat Shirzong wore a face of resignation, forced to flee to distant lands. He had become a wretched wanderer. One must ponder, how tragic is my plight. 7 knights couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was truly a chatterbox. Despite his sinister appearance reminiscent of a wicked uncle, his personality was rather incongruous. How unfortunate. Are you capable of the peculiar body technique known as the 8 doors of Duinjia? Asked Loquat Shirzong. Indeed. Oh, why not give it a try? Chia, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Ah, my apologies. It was merely a reflex. Pipa Shirzong, chuckling merrily, approached Chia's side. Sensing the absence of any murderous intent from Chia, he felt considerably relieved. Where did you acquire this garment? It looks quite splendid. In the realm of nocturnal inquiries, this is not merely a transaction. It is a secret. The Loquat, with a smile, suddenly recalled that perhaps bringing this individual into the organization would be advantageous. After all, didn't T-Pain instruct us to recruit individuals? By incorporating him, I would not only gain an ally but also transform enmity into harmony, alleviating my trepidation whenever I encounter the Leaf Village. Ah, Jingtai, the attire I wear is bestowed upon me by my organization. Would you be interested in joining? The members are exceptionally talented, possessing formidable strength and eloquence. What do you think of my capabilities? Judging by my speed, I am quite impressive. The confident response from Chi Yi was, ahem, aside from my speed. I possess considerable strength as well. However, I am the weakest member in our organization. Are you interested? Our organization was established to create a new world. Which is quite remarkable, isn't it? Pipa Shirzong wore a proud expression. How intriguing. I am in need of inspiration for my novel. How may I join? With a smile, Chia inquired. This fellow is truly cooperative. It's a trivial matter. Simply follow me, and I assure you it will be resolved. I still have a bit of influence. Chi rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. Very well, lead the way. Pipa Shirzong felt a surge of joy within, surprised at how effortlessly he had persuaded this peculiar individual. I originally had a companion. We embarked on a mission to the land of grass, and after its completion, he returned to his experiments. He is also from your Konoha. You must have heard of him. In the depths of his heart, Chi felt a stirring. Realizing who it was. Who could it be? It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 shinobi, formidable indeed. Zuki SHC chuckled, resting his beheading sword upon his shoulder. Since the moment the two had halted, he had unsheathed the sword from his back and held it firmly in hand, never returning it to its original place. It seemed this fellow had not let down his guard. To think that Orochimaru-senpai is also a member of your organization? Is he the leader? No, Zuki SHC replied. The leader is a peculiar fellow with eyes like circles, always wearing a stern expression, utterly unamusing. You dare call the Rinnegan circle eyes? 7 knights fell silent as Pipa Shirzong walked ahead, lost in his own thoughts, when suddenly his body vanished. The 8 gates of Duinjia formation, the Jing Gate, opens. With a resounding boom, ouch, Matag, what are you doing? Pipa Shirzong exclaimed in alarm, hastily raising his executioner's blade in defense. With a loud thud, that kick was for Matag. Although I find you quite innocent, I couldn't bear to let it go unpunished. Thud. This punch is for Mate Kai. You bully the small by intimidating the young. Thud. This kick, well, it was simply my whim. After a while, Seven Knights finished his onslaught. Feeling invigorated, he descended into the pit to help the bruised Pai Pa Shirzong to his feet. What are you doing? Pai Pa Shirzong stumbled back a few steps. It's all right now. I have a peculiar habit of persuading others through virtue. I must do this monthly, or else I'm left feeling sore all over. I apologize for the inconvenience. The expression in Pai Pa Shirzong's eyes mirrored that of someone who had encountered a demon, and he began to regret not escaping heedlessly moments earlier. As the two arrived in a city, atop a high-rise building, Pain stood coldly on the rooftop, drenched by the pouring rain, yet he felt no chill. He merely looked down at Pai Pa Shirzong and the accompanying 7 knights. What's the matter? Conan's voice echoed. It seems Pai Pa Shirzong has brought us a new member. I wonder if he can pass my assessment. That individual? She glanced at the man in green sportswear. Appearing nearly 30, scanning the street with a curious gaze. The sight of his attire stirred memories of their own past, when they wore similarly embarrassing outfits gifted by Jiraiya-sensei. Their froggy mascot costumes, a time of joy and carefree laughter. Pain noticed the sadness on Conan's face and furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Are you reminiscing again? Conan, you ought not dwell in the past. Yahiko entrusted me with your care, and I hope. What about you? Conan interrupted Pain's words, speaking softly before transforming into a flurry of paper that fluttered through the window. Pain lifted his gaze to the sky, where thick clouds enveloped the heavens, and raindrops fell like delicate threads, soaking his face. The water trickled down, pooling at his chin before cascading away. Once, their lives had also basked in sunlight. But now it was obscured by clouds. To dispel these clouds, they would need to shatter this world and allow the sun to return to the earth. Chapter 69. Pain's Assessment, The Power of Gold Dust Leader. This is Mateg, a formidable individual. I brought him here in hopes of him joining our organization. Pai Pa Shirzong declared, wielding his executioner's blade with a hearty laugh. He leaned closer to Pain, whispering, this guy is quite strong, even slightly more so than I am. I promised him he could join. Please grant me this favor. Before him, Pain's figure dissipated. To join, one must pass my assessment. Pain's voice echoed from the entrance as he slowly walked into the hall. Pai Pa Shirzong stood dumbfounded, realizing he had just spoken to an illusion. Chia, struck by a sudden realization, found himself at a loss for words. How could Pai Pa Shirzong have passed Pain's assessment? Was it perhaps due to a shortage of personnel during the organization's early days? Greetings, I am Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Pain declared, his gaze fixed steadily upon Chia. However, Chia's eyes did not meet Pain's. Instead, they were drawn to the figure of Conan, who was gracefully approaching from behind Pain. At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Sister Conan. It is truly an honor. In a moment of casual banter, Chi suddenly sensed something amiss. The name Pain was likely unfamiliar to most, and indeed, upon turning his gaze, he found Pain furrowing his brow at him. This is merely a polite remark, he thought. It matters not. I am indifferent to your reasons for wanting to join us. As long as your strength suffices and you are willing to adhere to the organization's directives, that will suffice. However, once you join, betrayal is not an option. Should you choose to betray us, death will be your fate. Pain stated indifferently. Such a domineering presence. Exuding confidence. Very well, no issue at all. I shall never betray. At this moment, Chia patted his chest, contemplating that from now on, Xiaonan would be the dowry of his family, and how could he betray his own organization? Follow me, Pain commanded, leading the way downwards. Xiaonan remained silent, offering no greeting to Chia as she followed Pain onward. How aloof she is. It is said that the more distant a woman appears, the more steadfastly devoted she becomes once she falls in love. The pressure is considerable. Chia pondered. Come on, brother gang, why are you lost in thought? Pai Pa Shirzong nudged Chia with his elbow. Addressing Chia as brother was entirely his own volition. He was not coerced by force, for he was a person of indomitable spirit. As Chia followed the crowd into the vast underground cavern, the flickering flames cast dancing shadows, creating an atmosphere that felt both somber and eerie. Gazing upon the colossal figure of the Outer Path's demonic statue before him, Chia was profoundly awestruck. This was indeed the shell of the 10 tails, a truly magnificent sight. Strike me. I shall not retaliate, Pain stated with an air of indifference. Are you certain? 7 knights gazed at Pain with astonishment, noticing his lack of response. A sense of displeasure welled up within him. Despite his formidable strength, he felt belittled by such disregard. Should he sustain any injuries, he would not be held responsible. Chia chuckled, though his voice bore no trace of mirth. You have become rather arrogant. You are still incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Pain furrowed his brow. How should I put it? If I were the one flaunting my prowess, it would be quite satisfying, but when someone else does so, it becomes exceedingly vexing. Gold release, a stone transformation. Gold release, metal manipulation. Gold release, electromagnetic field. As the 7 knights unfolded, he cast a seal and pressed his hands against the ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth transformed from soil into metal, gradually rising to form an array of shurikens that filled the cavern. The metallic artifacts scattered throughout the underground space soared into the air, and even the shurikens and darts at the waist of Hibiya Shizuka tore through his clothing and flew out. Yet, he remained oblivious to it all, gripping the beheading sword with unwavering resolve. With a face full of astonishment, he exclaimed loudly, "Brother Gang, do you possess ninjutsu? What kind of ninjutsu is this?" "It is my own creation, a bloodline limit, gold release," retorted the small waist. "Within the realm of metal, I am the sovereign, and all weapons heed my command." 7 knights chuckled. Pain's eyes flickered. He had been careless. He never anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable strength. Currently, he was enveloped in chakra, shielding the metallic objects adorning his form. Otherwise, he would have certainly embarrassed himself. Konan, too, wore a grim expression. Although her ninjutsu involved the specialized application of ninja tools, commonly referred to as paper jutsu, she also bore metallic items on her person. Should they be drawn towards him, she would undoubtedly devise a means to eliminate this green-skinned frog. In the depths of the night, with a sly smile, Chi casually waved his hand, conjuring a formidable metallic dragon composed of shurikens and kunai, which roared as it surged towards Pain with an overwhelming momentum. The sound of impact resonated as if a transparent barrier stood before Pain. The dragon struck mere meters above him, colliding with an invisible wall, sending sparks flying in all directions, cascading down to the ground, only to rise again as if animated by some primal force. Such an assault I could sustain for an entire day? Chi stood with his hands behind his back, a look of self-satisfaction on his face. "If that is all the strength you possess, you shall not reach me," Pain declared. "As you wish." As the thoughts of Chia stirred, the colossal metallic dragon hovered in the air, gradually merging until it transformed from a mass of shurikens into a genuine dragon, suspended in the atmosphere. The dragon lowered its head to gaze upon Pain, opening its massive jaws. The impending assault was formidable. The sound was deafening. Can it even speak? Pipa Shirzong felt a sense of numbness. This creature seemed to hold a certain regard for him, as it hadn't truly exerted itself during their confrontation. The dragon unfurled its enormous maw, and a massive iron sphere took shape within. The space around its mouth warped and twisted. Behold the electromagnetic cannon. With a resounding boom, the projectile was launched with such velocity that Konan and Pipa Shirzong scarcely perceived its release. The area where Pain stood was engulfed in smoke. Sporadic flashes of electricity and flames erupting. A vast pit emerged. As the smoke dissipated, Pain emerged, somewhat disheveled, but seemingly unscathed apart from his torn clothing. "So, what do you think, leader? Do my abilities warrant me a place within the Akatsuki?" Chia smiled, fully aware that Pain had not exerted his full strength. After all, Shinra Tensei and the outer path Gedo Mazo were not utilized. However, he too had not given his all. In truth, he recognized that his current abilities still paled in comparison to Pain's, yet joining Akatsuki was nonetheless sufficient. The application of gold release was not limited to such techniques. "All right, Konan, please hand the uniform and ring to Gontaro." "What is the code name?" Konan inquired calmly. "Santai," Pain replied with composure. "Very well, you too, follow me." Konan acknowledged and addressed Chie and Pipa Shirzong. As they departed, Pain clutched his chest and coughed several times, realizing he had been overly presumptuous and careless, resulting in injury. It appeared this body required a few days of recuperation. "Hello, beautiful, what is your name?" As Chi followed Xiao Nan, he inquired. "You may call me Xiao Nan." "Codename White Tiger?" "All right, White Tiger sounds great, I like it." Xiao Nan furrowed her brow and remained silent. "Brother Gang, I never realized you were so formidable. Capable of ninjutsu as well. I thought you only excelled in taijutsu. Truly impressive." Pai Pa Shirzong expressed with a hint of trepidation. Ahead, Xiao Nan frowned. This fellow could also perform taijutsu? Well, the stronger, the better. She held absolute confidence in Nagato, for in her eyes, he was, without a doubt, the most powerful individual in the entire ninja world. However, it seemed the outer path golem would need to be relocated. The previous commotion had been rather significant. Chapter 70. The first Akatsuki mission leader. Could you assign me to work with Brother Gang? The following day, Before the outer path golem, Pai-Pa Zong trailed behind Pain, requesting a reassignment to team up with Orochimaru, feeling an unsettling sensation as if being watched by a serpent. Speak to Orochimaru yourself and see if he is amenable. If he agrees, then there's no issue, Pain replied, not bothering to look back. Chinyi found it quite amusing. It seemed that Pipa Zong had likely developed a phobia of Konoha, as he became exceedingly wary upon encountering anyone from there. Xiaonan, do we have any clerical positions available in Akatsuki? Might I take on the role of a clerk? As Chia spoke to the girl beside him, Xiaonan, he mused that this way he could remain by her side for an extended period, nurturing their emotions. Yes, but those are merely the logistical personnel. You are a member of the Xiaoji 3 platforms and cannot serve in logistics. Even those managing finances must undertake tasks. Xiaonan seemed perpetually impassive, her expression devoid of emotion. Complementing her striking blue short hair and delicate white paper flower hair accessory, her beauty was ethereal, radiating an air of cold elegance. Truly, she was a peerless beauty. Very well, let that be. By the way, how many members do we have now? Has Pipa Zong not informed you? We currently have 7 members, and shortly, you shall meet them all. Xiaonan's tone remained consistently composed, resembling a wooden demeanor, lacking fervor yet devoid of impatience. Oh, is it through this ring then? How astonishing. Chia gently touched the ring. Brother Gang, I didn't expect you to clean up quite well. You're almost as handsome as I am. Liuzong, who was ahead, turned around and smiled at Chia. Chia rolled his eyes, seemingly lacking even more confidence than you. Where does that self-assurance stem from? Pipa Zong, on what grounds do you dare to utter such words? If there exists a single aspect of your being, from the tips of your hair to the soles of your feet, that could be deemed handsome, I shall address you as my elder brother. Ah, what did you say? What should I call you? Pipa Zong wore a look of astonishment. Call you my brother. Oh, dear younger brother. Pipa Zong's expression was one of pride. Seven Knights wore an expressionless face, his fists clenched, producing a crackling sound. It appears you are itching for a fight. It seems you did not receive enough of a beating a few days ago and wish to practice further. Pipa Zong hurriedly approached Pain, his face reflecting sheer terror. When two loquacious jesters gather, their combined power is formidable. In the dim light of the seventh night, Yu Guang observed Xiaonan's expression flicker, as if she was on the verge of laughter yet managed to restrain herself. Indeed, her smile would undoubtedly be even more enchanting. The 4 individuals leapt onto the finger of a foreign demon statue, channeling their chakra into a ring. After a brief moment, 2 ethereal figures emerged, radiating a spectrum of dazzling light, revealing themselves as Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Has J-Bai not arrived? Kakuzu's luminous shadow inquired. Indeed, J-Bai is on a mission. This is our new ally, Might Dai, hailing from Konoha. Pain glanced towards Orochimaru's shadow. Ah, a fellow countryman. Orochimaru rasped with a grin. Esteemed Orochimaru, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am but a minor figure, having departed from Konoha long ago, so you may not recognize me. My elder brother is Might Dai. I am certain you have heard of him. Chia chuckled, mentioning that Pipa Zong had spoken of me, and I must say, I am quite intrigued to make your acquaintance. Orochimaru responded with a grin, causing Chia to feel a shiver run down his spine. Surely this fellow intended to slice him up, without a doubt. We must certainly seize the opportunity, he exclaimed. Just then, Pain interrupted their exchange, inquiring if there were any pressing matters that warranted a collective discussion. The organization's reputation remains rather obscure, and we are currently engaged in acquiring high-difficulty bounty tasks. Some clients wish to seek our services, but lack the means to do so. I propose we establish discrete contact points in various locations, Kakuzu suggested. We can engage with underground forces across nations, but let us refrain from disclosing the organization's name until we have assembled a complete roster of 10 members. At which point we shall unveil our identity to the world, Pain replied. Isn't that rather splendid? With fewer tasks at hand, I could devote more time to my experiments. Pain, might you spare me the shell of the outer path golem for my research? Orochimaru inquired with a sly smile. Feel free to retrieve it yourself, as long as you can withstand the golem's counterattacks. Pain remarked nonchalantly, noting that the 10 rings were derived from the 10 fingers of the outer path golem. Then I shall let it be. Such a pity. As Shikiya gazed upon Orochimaru, he couldn't help but acknowledge his scientific prowess. I have a new task at hand, he declared. We must extend an invitation to the rogue ninja, Sasori, from Tsunade-hime to join Akatsuki. Since you are all absent from the vicinity, I shall send Konan and Gontaro to the Land of Wind to persuade him to join our ranks. Pain responded with an air of tranquility. But how shall we convince him? What if he refuses our offer? In the realm of Seven Knights' inquiry, Xiaonan shall enlighten you. Jiaodo recalled the scene of his persuasion, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips. If one does not acquiesce, a thrashing shall ensue. Should they still refuse, another beating shall follow, continuing until compliance is achieved. He distinctly remembered uttering a perfunctory remark at that time, suggesting that with a person like you around, Xiao should indeed be an unexpectedly promising place for prospecting. In truth, however, he was on the verge of losing his footing from the blows. Understood. Seven Knights readily agreed. Pai Pa Zong, you and Orochimaru shall journey to the Land of Fire's daimyo's residence, along the way slaying the high-ranking official Akiyama Maru of the Land of Fire. As Konoha's Pai Pa Zong was about to speak, he caught sight of Pain's piercing gaze fixed upon him, rendering him speechless. Very well, Pai Pa Zong. You are at a considerable distance. Ensure that when you arrive, I have not already dealt with my opponent, or else there shall be no reward. Orochimaru remarked with a sinister smile. Understood, understood. Pai Pa Zong replied helplessly. Chia felt somewhat speechless. He was quite occupied, needing to assist Xiao in recruiting new members while simultaneously fending off Xiao's assassins. Truly, the capable must bear more burdens. Let us proceed accordingly, Pain calmly declared. As the shadows of Orochimaru and Kakuzu faded away, I shall take my leave first, everyone. I have no desire to make this long journey in vain. Thank you for your efforts. Xiaonan remarked to Pipa Shirzong. Do take care not to perish in the Land of Fire, for it is teeming with Konoha ninjas. Be cautious, lest another Konoha Jinin unexpectedly appears to deal with you. Chia gazed at Pipa Shirzong with a knowing smile, imbued with profound significance. If another Konoha Jinin were to emerge capable of defeating me, I would vow never to accept any mission related to Konoha for the rest of my life. Pipa Shirzong hoisted his great sword, waved dismissively behind him, and strode away with purpose. How naive you are, Pipa Shirzong. Chia smiled and turned to Xiaonan, inquiring. Sister Xiaonan, when shall we embark on our journey? Immediately. And please refrain from calling me sister, as you are considerably older than I am. Haha. My apologies for the slip of the tongue. Quickly, Chi followed, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Pain stood before the outer path golem, observing as the crowd departed, and the cave once again succumbed to silence. He did not feel loneliness. In fact, he had grown accustomed to it. The Akatsuki was gradually gaining strength, and certain plans could now be initiated at a leisurely pace. Chapter 71. The Land of Wind, Subduing the Red Sand Scorpion. How desolate it is. After 7 nights, he spat out a mouthful of sand, gazing at the unhurried figure of Xiaonan ahead. Can ninjas from your great nation not endure this trifling hardship? Xiaonan replied calmly. How could I not? I am the man who can endure the most suffering. Xiaonan, why do you always wear such a stern expression? Aren't you tired? You are so beautiful. You must look even more stunning when you smile. Chia chuckled softly, contemplating the cold indifference surrounding him. In his mind's eye, he envisioned himself heroically lifting Xiaonan's chin, proudly urging her to smile for him. An involuntary laugh escaped his lips. What are you laughing at? Xiaonan inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Nothing much, he replied. Just recalled a joke. Would you like to hear it? It's quite amusing. 7 Knights hastily exclaimed, not interested. Pay attention. Scorpion is here. Will you take the lead, or shall I? Xiaonan inquired. Of course, I shall take the lead. How could I possibly allow such a stunning beauty as yourself to take action? Just watch beside me, Scorpion. I have long admired your illustrious reputation. As the ground beneath Chia slowly heaved, he found himself standing atop a colossal steel dragon, which lifted him into the air. It then surged towards a distant dark spot. Scorpion, who had been lamenting the desolation of the area, abruptly halted. Taken aback by the sight of the dragon soaring towards him, he paused, bracing himself for any eventuality. Was this the super S-rank rogue ninja from the Wind Country, Tsunade-hime? The dragon came to a standstill before Scorpion, its massive head hovering in the air, and a voice resonated from it. Who are you? Scorpion inquired cautiously, drawing a scroll from his back. Since you have inquired with such sincerity, I shall graciously divulge my identity. The dragon replied, gradually lowering its body until its head touched the ground, allowing Chia to descend step by step from its head. With a clap of his hands, the dragon transformed into a swirling tempest of sand, scattering into the wind. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Scorpion's pupils constricted, and a flicker of excitement crossed his face as he realized the exceptional materials at hand. As the 7 Knights gazed at Scorpion, he continued with a chuckle. Haha, I was merely jesting. I am from the Akatsuki organization, here to extend an invitation for you to join us. The Akatsuki is a haven for rogue ninjas, and I believe it will pique your interest." Scorpion raised an eyebrow, his crimson hair swaying, and a look of intrigue graced his delicate features. "I am indeed fascinated. But not by that Akatsuki. Rather, I find myself captivated by your physique." "Ah, are you truly that peculiar?" "I am a man, drawn to women, like the enchanting figure floating in the air behind us." Chia took a step back, feigning a look of fear. "Where did this lunatic come from?" "What I meant was to turn you into my puppet." The veins on Scorpion's forehead throbbed. "You misunderstand. I meant to say that your strength is formidable. I could transform your body into a puppet, allowing you to become an eternal work of art." Scorpion felt it necessary to clarify. "No need for explanations. I do not harbor any disdain for you, but I simply cannot accept your affections." With a sweeping gesture, Chi, his face a portrait of remorse, exclaimed, "What a lunatic!" Without uttering a word, Xie unfurled the scroll, preparing to cast his spell, only to be halted by an interjection. "I apologize, Xie, but my companion means no harm. He possesses a rather humorous disposition and is merely jesting with you." Xiaonan soared above Chi. Her back adorned with majestic wings crafted from sheets of white paper, which she fluttered gently. With a fleeting glance, Chia observed the situation with unwavering focus. Indeed, it was secure. Xiaonan descended gracefully to the ground and continued speaking. "Scorpion, you are currently in a state of flight, yet we, the Shao, can offer you protection. Your strength would be immensely beneficial to us. All we ask is that you fulfill our tasks, and in return, you are free to act as you wish. Thus, lend us your power." The Scorpion regarded the enchanting woman before him with an unperturbed heart. His pursuit lay solely in the realm of eternal art. Viewing women merely as obstacles along his artistic journey. "It sounds rather intriguing, yet you seem rather presumptuous, don't you think?" "I must decline. I am quite capable of safeguarding myself," he replied with a smirk. "What should we do in the event of a refusal?" Pain instructed me to inquire. Chia turned to Xiaonan, pondering if this fellow had fallen to the ground due to the intensity of his affection. Xiaonan's expression remained remarkably serene. After a brief moment, her cherry lips parted slightly, uttering a single word, "Fight." "Excellent. That is precisely the response I was awaiting." With a hearty laugh, Scorpion's expression shifted as he unfurled the scroll, biting his finger and pressing it upon the parchment. A plume of white smoke arose, revealing a puppet with azure hair. The third Kazakage, renowned as the mightiest wind shadow throughout the ages. "Fortune seems to favor me, having failed to procure suitable materials in the previous village. I now have two right before me. I shall transform you into puppets to add to my collection." A smirk curled upon Scorpion's lips, a testament to his audacious arrogance. Chi stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Scorpion. "You little red-haired imp, you are nothing more than a frog in a well, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the sky. Today, I shall take it upon myself to enlighten you, this arrogant wretch. With but a single finger, I could easily dispose of you." Chia tilted his head upward, exuding an air of superiority, while Xiaonan furrowed her brows, sensing a hint of arrogance in Chia's demeanor. Nevertheless, she held a deep respect for his prowess. How infuriating. The Scorpion raised his hands, transparent chakra threads linking him to his puppets. From the sleeves of the third Kazakage, two long blades sprang forth, glinting coldly as they whirled toward Chia. For 7 nights, he remained utterly still, waiting until the puppet's long blade descended towards his head, only to come to a sudden halt, rendering it immobile. "Naive little spirit, I can vanquish you with merely my words. This is the essence of my bloodline limit, verbal jutsu." 7 nights, a hearty laugh escapes. Words slip away as the law of speech follows. 7 nights exclaimed, "The puppets have rebelled." The third Kazakage puppet rattled ominously before gradually coming to a halt, turning to shield 7 nights. "What a jest! How much metal comprises that puppet? To toy with puppetry in my presence is akin to courting death." Scorpion's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of power is this? Could it be that such a technique as mouth escape exists in this world? It's utterly illogical. He sensed that he was still connected to the puppet, yet it remained immobile, as if confronted by an overwhelming resistance. "Utilize magnetic escape." Scorpion bellowed. From within the third Kazakage puppet, streams of iron sand erupted, coalescing into a vast cloud that swirled in the air. "Huh. You control metal through magnetic escape, while I exert direct control over it." The iron sand cloud transformed into a colossal fist, hurtling towards 7 Knights with ferocity. However, 7 Knights remained unperturbed, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. The fist halted mere inches from his face, motionless. Suddenly, a finger extended, reaching around to scratch his back. "Apologies, but my back itches a bit." A fleeting glimmer of amusement crossed Xiaonan's eyes, It seemed Pain had dispatched 7 knights, recognizing his jutsu as a countermeasure against Scorpion. Yet, this seemingly straightforward battle had devolved into farce due to this individual. Who are you, truly? Scorpion's complexion turned ashen. His most formidable assaults involving puppets and poison had failed to inflict even a scratch on 7 knights. How could he possibly continue to fight? Akatsuki's 3 members, Gantaro, Shounen. How should we proceed? Should we strike horizontally or vertically? 7 Knights of Inquisition. Unrestrained. Excellent. As the figure of Chie gradually took shape amidst the iron sand clouds in the sky, it let out a resounding call. Come here. A soft chuckle escaped from Shounen, who, unable to contain her amusement, quickly masked her laughter with a facade of indifference, though a hint of crimson adorned her cheeks. Beautiful. As the 7th Knight dawned, a glimmer flickered in his eyes, and iron sand surged towards Scorpion, initiating an assault. 7th Knight, you truly know how to have fun, chuckled the little waste within his mind. Well, it's fine. Inform little 7 that a failed mission is inconsequential, as long as our own remain unharmed. Excellent. Just a bit more, Jingtai. If this continues, Scorpion shall be vanquished. Understood. With a grand gesture, the formidable figure of the 7 Knights sent the iron sand swirling away from the body of the 3rd Kazekage, who then vanished in a puff of white smoke. The scroll that had just been unsealed by the Scorpion rolled itself up automatically. The bruised and battered Scorpion lay quietly on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Devoid of hope, he could hardly believe he had been defeated by an inexplicable verbal trick from his adversary. Perhaps it would be best to embrace death, for living no longer held any meaning. Will you choose to join, Sasori of the Red Sand? Conan inquired once more. Allow me to remind you. If you refuse to join, I shall continue my assault. 7 Knights chuckled. Join in. Scorpion, feeling somewhat drained, replied weakly. Chapter 72. The fearsome lower shinobi of Konoha. Gang. What exactly is your mouth technique? What bloodline limit does it possess? Scorpion inquired from behind 7 Knights. They were on their way back to the base, and Scorpion was still troubled by the earlier battle. Fortunately, 7 Knights and the others had returned his puppet scroll, which alleviated some of his concerns. Yet he remained preoccupied with the mouth technique. Children should refrain from asking questions that are best left unasked. Chia retorted with annoyance. I'm nearly 20. Sia, feeling indignant, exclaimed. Damn it. The thing I despise the most is your youthful appearance. Can you believe I'm only 18? Chia quipped. If I say I don't believe you, will you strike me? Sia hesitated for a moment. I don't believe you. I'd take Kandaru's word for it if he claimed to be 28. Suddenly, the young man interjected. Oh, come on, you're joking, but it seems you're not. You've hit the nail on the head. Sia, don't heed Kandaru. He.s. not using verbal tricks, huh? He wields the power of metal manipulation, which Pain described as a fusion of lightning and earth. Nan elaborated, concerned that if Sia continued to question, Chia might unleash another laughable remark, and she feared she wouldn't be able to contain herself. That sounds remarkably similar to magnetic manipulation, Sia exclaimed in astonishment. Young man, you know far too much. Be wary of my lethal silence. The enigmatic Chia spoke. The escort team had encountered Orochimaru and Pai Pashirzong. The clones investigated and discovered that Akiyama Maru's journey to the Land of Wind was to form an alliance with the young Lord of the Wind Daimyo. Akiyama Maru promised to provide support to help him ascend as the Daimyo, offering intelligence from the Land of Fire to enable him to achieve merit, in return for certain commitments and benefits to the Land of Fire. None of them are virtuous individuals, are they? The one behind this mission must be a rival of the young lord, correct? Perhaps. What should we do now? What do you mean by what to do? We must act. If we do not, they will not spare us. Understood. As the 7th Knight drew to a close, he regained his thoughts and silently resumed his journey, contemplating how to return if his doppelganger were to be destroyed. In the Land of Fire, Kuramaru returned to the convoy, whispering softly a few words to Senna-Ibiki. As Chia Finchin observed the scene, it seemed they had been discovered. Heiyuen's keen sense of smell proved to be quite formidable. Stop! Senna-Ibiki shouted. The entire convoy came to a halt, and Chia and Yuzihong rushed to join Heiyuen and Senna-Ibiki. Their convoy was disguised as a merchant fleet, typically led by ordinary merchant guards. What is the matter? The young leader inquired. Our senior Heiyuen detected 2 distinct hidden scents ahead. We suspect an ambush. Cut it out. Kid, don't slander us. We're right here in the middle of the road. How can that be considered an ambush? We thought you were taking too long, so we came over ourselves. Piwa Shirzong, wielding a decapitating blade, swaggered forward, looking down at Chia and the others. So you're from Konoha. Do any of you know Might Dai? I do. Uncle Dai and I are quite close. Little Chie stepped forward with a smile. Sanai, Yubiki, and Yuzihong remained silent, drawing their kunai and preparing for confrontation, eyeing the two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Heiyuan emitted a low growl. Long time no see, Chiekuan. Orochimaru lifted his hood, revealing a somewhat androgynous pale visage. Lord Orochimaru. Heiyuan, Yuzihong, and Sanai Yubiki exclaimed in unison. Lord Orochimaru, have you truly defected as rumored? Sanai Yubiki asked loudly, disbelief etched across his face. Huh, it doesn't matter anymore, does it, Chie? Orochimaru turned his gaze to Chie, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features before returning to normal. Chie, since we are acquaintances, you three may leave freely. We have accepted Akiyama Maru's life. Who is this white-haired brat? Piwa Shirzong asked, puzzled. Just a former junior from Konoha, probably just graduated. Now he should be a genin. Orochimaru chuckled. Piwa Shirzong felt a wave of relief wash over him, suddenly reminded of Adagawa Konan. Lord Orochimaru, you are the ninja I admire. You must know we will not give up. As ninjas, we have long accepted the possibility of death. Sanai Yubiki stepped forward, his hand steady despite facing the legendary Sannin. Apologies, but I do not. Little Chie murmured. Young man, do you always speak of death? Do you know how terrifying it is? Forget the village's teachings. Life is the most precious and respectable thing in this world. Orochimaru frowned. I believe my death can ensure the continuation of the will of fire. Sanai Yubiki declared solemnly. Very well. You possess a commendable resolve, young one. I despise those who lack respect for life. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, his serpent-like tongue flicking across his face. Yuzihong felt a shiver run down her spine, disgusted, while little Chie remained speechless. Uncle Snake, how about this? Give me some face and let us deliver our target to their destination first. Afterward, you can proceed with the assassination. That way, our mission is accomplished. And with your strength, you can handle the kill. Chie. Sanai Yubiki and Yuzihong shouted in anger, and Heiyuan's eyes flickered with disappointment. I hardly know you. Orochimaru rasped with a laugh. Am I really that ungracious? Be careful, or I might have to take it out on Red Bean. You pervert. Chie. They shouted again, realizing that provoking Orochimaru was unwise. The hearts of the two men and one dog raced wildly. Today, they might meet their end here. How absurd. This insufferable brat dares to call you a pervert. Can you tolerate that? If someone called me a pervert, I wouldn't stand for it. How dare they say that about you? Piwa Shirzong fumed, secretly agreeing with the sentiment. Orochimaru shot a glance at Piwa Shirzong, but said nothing. Turning his attention back to Chie, his gaze intense. Sister Hong, Sanai Yubiki, Heiyuan, I'll hold them off. You three get away. Don't worry about the mission. I overheard that guy planning to sell Konoha's intel to the Prince of the Wind Country. The priority is to bring this information back to Konoha. Little Chie whispered. Stop talking nonsense. My physique is special, and I've learned the 8 gates from Guy. I can hold them without issue. Sanai Yubiki, you know what's at stake. Sister Hong, if I don't make it back, tell my brother I'm sorry. Also I actually like you quite a bit. But there's no time. Little Chie shouted, giving Sanai Yubiki a knowing look. Before Orochimaru and his companions arrived, he had shown Sanai Yubiki, Heiyuan, and Yuzihong the 8 gates, hoping to instill confidence in them. Chie, you are a hero. Sanai Yubiki's eyes turned red. Feeling guilt and helplessness wash over him, he was too weak, relying on the youngest, Chie, to save them. Remembering Chie's words, he knew women were more emotional. Yuzihong was already in tears, and it was unlikely she could abandon Chie. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly appeared behind Yuzihong and knocked her unconscious. Heiyuan, let us go? Sanai Yubiki threw a smoke bomb. Bang. The group vanished without a trace. Piwa Shirzong attempted to move forward, but was stopped by Orochimaru. All right, since they've left, we need not complicate matters. Orochimaru smiled. He held some feelings for Konoha, and there was no need to kill a few youngsters, though if they obstructed him, he would show no mercy. I say, Orochimaru, you're just going to let that foul-mouthed brat go? I can't bear to watch. Piwa Shirzong grumbled. Then you can go ahead. I'll take care of the killing. Fine. I must teach that insufferable brat a lesson. Piwa Shirzong brandished his decapitating blade, advancing toward Little Chie with increasing speed, ready to charge. Little Chie gazed at Piwa Shirzong with an odd expression, breaking into a grin. 8th gate of the 8 gates formation, the 6th gate, the gate of joy, open. Boom. A pillar of steam shot skyward. Ouch. It hurts, Damn it. Konoha. I'm just a genin. How terrifying. Chapter 73. Pain. Oh, such painful realization. Little Chie fled frantically. The duration of the 8 gates was limited, and he could not reveal his golden release. Orochimaru was evidently very interested in him. If captured, his secret would surely be exposed. After running for a considerable time, he found a large tree where this body had become useless. It couldn't possibly continue to function in such a battered state. While traversing the land of rain, little Chie suddenly heard Xiaofei gnashing his teeth in frustration. Little Chie, my body is falling apart. I request to dispel the clone. What's wrong? Is your tooth aching? Get lost. Everything hurts, and I don't even have teeth. In the forest of Konoha, the mischievous 7 knights displayed a rather gleeful demeanor. With a swift motion, he struck the ground, transforming it into iron sand. He then submerged himself into the earth, uttering a word of release. In an instant, his form vanished with a resounding thud, and the iron sand, devoid of golden chakra, reverted back to soil. Suddenly, an exclamation of pain escaped him as he felt a jolt, startling the 2 companions trailing behind him. 7 knights contorted his face, valiantly suppressing the agony, and began to sing. Ah, what a painful revelation. Is he out of his mind? After a brief moment, he regained his composure, although the voice of his inner self continued to wail in distress. All right, that's enough. You know nothing. You've only felt pain once. While I've endured it twice. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have refrained from developing this jutsu. Is this not a case of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon oneself while harming 800 enemies? It could inflict 1,006. His inner self lamented. What a travesty. Xiaonan regarded 7 knights with curiosity. Kanto, what was that about just now? Nothing to worry about. Just a song I penned that suddenly came to mind. From now on, call me Brother Kanto. It feels more familiar, after all. We are comrades who have fought alongside each other. Xiaonan maintained her stoic expression, continuing her forward march. I did not fight. You did. I merely observed. Scorpion's countenance darkened, recalling 7 knights' words about the frog in the well, feeling a profound sense of shame. Yet, he conceded, the song is quite good. Xiaonan pondered this sentiment. Indeed, what a painful revelation it was. Although 7 Nights is not sung in Chinese, its melody remains unchanged and is still quite delightful. Ahaha, if Xiaonan enjoys listening, I could compose 100 songs for you. No need for that, just head back for now. Alright. Feel free to come to me whenever you wish to listen. The laughter of Chia echoed softly. He cast a glance at Scorpion, who clearly seemed unaccustomed to the rains of the land of rain, appearing rather uncomfortable. What troubles you, little Scorpion? How enviable this rain is. The expression on Scorpion's face darkened. The land of rain was adjacent to the land of wind, where abundant rainfall contrasted starkly with the relentless sandstorms. Scorpion tilted his face upwards, relishing the coolness of the raindrops. Had you grown up here, you would not utter such sentiments. You would genuinely loathe this place. With its ever-present humid air, clothes that never dry, and the perpetual gaze of suspicion and disdain. Xiaonan did not turn back, her voice tinged with melancholy. Then why do you persist in remaining here, given your strength? Scorpion inquired, puzzled. Because this is home, it once was home. No matter the sorrow and anguish it brings. That immutable truth cannot be altered. A voice resonated from above them, belonging to pain. He stood atop a building, gazing into the distance before addressing Xiaonan and Chia. Welcome back. You have worked hard, Xiaonan, and Gantaro has already informed me. It was Gantaro's merit. I did not intervene, Xiaonan replied nonchalantly. Scorpion's face flushed with embarrassment. Pain regarded Scorpion with a sidelong glance. It is no disgrace to be bested by him. After all, he managed to wound my man. Firstly, your words could easily mislead others into thinking I abandoned you, and secondly, they come off as rather pretentious. In the stillness of the night, Chi gazed intently at Pain, while the expression on Scorpion's face shifted. Was it truly the case that such formidable strength as Kankaros could only inflict injury upon this individual before him? The group proceeded into the base, where Conan retrieved a uniform from the storeroom and presented it to Scorpion, alongside a ring. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Akatsuki's jewel, Conan stated with a calm demeanor. Little Faye remarked, Sister Conan's proclamation lacks gravitas. It ought to be delivered with a serious countenance. From this day forth, I bestow upon you the title of Jewel, the Akatsuki's jewel, Scorpion of the Red Sand. Take your rightful place. Oh, you're back to your former self? Chi-Yi inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Chi-Yi, you should engage in meaningful dialogue with Scorpion. His ability to create a regeneration core marks him as an extraordinary genius. You could learn from him and subsequently enhance the iron clones. Seven Knights responded with a sound, and Scorpion was undoubtedly a remarkable genius. In a certain sense, he indirectly instigated the Third Shinobi World War. Logically, he should have joined the Akatsuki long ago, and by now, he ought to have transformed his own body. Nevertheless, it matters not. With Scorpion's prodigious talent, he could undoubtedly create a resurrection corps. Now, with your addition, the organization comprises 8 members. The leader, Pain. The head of internal affairs, Conan. The financial officer, Kakuzu. The one who defeated you, Guy, alongside Orochimaru, Jago, and the enigmatic Toby. Finally, there's you, the illustrious Red Sand Scorpion. As for the usage of the ring, you may inquire with Guy. He will enlighten you. Conan briefly introduced Scorpion and then turned to depart. Pain regarded Scorpion with an expression of admiration. You may retire for the time being. In a couple of days, a mission will be assigned to you. Very well, Pain. I must say, this place is exceedingly damp. I wish to linger here not a moment longer. Seven Knights chuckled, hoping that the task would be assigned to him soon. He needed to find an excuse to venture outside. He dared not utilize his iron clone here. Who could ascertain just how many of those voyeuristic, gluttonous individuals there were? This particular individual could indeed be uncovered through the insights of the little waste. However, given the unpredictable nature of the reincarnation eye, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Brother Gang, just now, Shounen asked me to inquire how to use the ring. Could you explain it to me? Scorpion trailed behind Seven Knights, his mood sour, disinclined to converse. Well, I suppose I should share it with you. We typically rely on this ring to communicate during our missions. There is one designated day each month for gathering. At that time, by channeling chakra and intention into the ring, you will generate a projection on the finger of the outer path golem. During the assembly, we are required to report on the status of our missions from the past month, as well as announce the date for the next gathering. In the depths of the night, Chi chuckled. All right, I understand, Brother Gang. May I inquire about your golden escape? Do not ask. The answer is simply unknown. This is my ultimate technique, after all. How could one casually inquire about it? Very well, I have overstepped. Scorpion replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. If you could enlighten me on the method to create a rebirth core, I might consider exchanging knowledge with you. Chi pondered internally. The following day, both were summoned by Pain. There is a mission from the land of Earth that requires your presence. Pain produced a scroll detailing the task. My apologies, leader, but I am currently engrossed in a highly significant research endeavor. I fear I must decline this mission. I hope for your understanding, Scorpion articulated, feeling somewhat conflicted. After all, it was rather inappropriate to refuse his first task just a day after joining. Oh, do share, perhaps we can assist in some way, Pain expressed interest. In truth, his 6 paths of pain were also puppets, merely realized through the Rinnegan, and he naturally held a keen interest in Scorpion's puppet techniques. Human puppet technique. I aspire to transform myself into a human puppet, achieving the pinnacle of eternal artistry. Scorpion declared, his countenance calm, yet his voice resonating with fervor. A thought flickered through Chie's mind. But if one were to become a puppet, would that not render existence rather dull? Devoid of the pleasures of sustenance, the nuances of taste, and, more importantly, the joy of sharing love with a beautiful companion? Alas, one could still applaud, yet it would be a hollow gesture. A unilateral offering devoid of true sensation. As Seven Knights gazed at Scorpion with a look of sympathy, the atmosphere turned somber. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Minato rested his chin on his hands, eyes closed, his expression a reflection of deep distress. Before him knelt Marino Ibiki and Yuhi Kurenai, alongside Kuro and Inuzuka Kiba. The weight of the situation bore heavily on Ibiki's face, which appeared even more weathered and mature, as he struggled to suppress his sorrow. Kurenai, in tears, sobbed uncontrollably. Enough of the tears. Minato admonished her with an unusual irritability, a stark contrast to his typically gentle demeanor. As ninjas, we must steel ourselves. Very well. You may leave for now. Given the formidable opponent in Orochimaru, the fact that you have returned is already a blessing. Please, go outside and allow me some solitude. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. It was the first time Kiba had witnessed Minato in such a state, and filled with guilt and regret. She chose not to speak further, guiding Kurenai and Ibiki out. As the door shut behind them, Minato leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling. From Ibiki's and Kurenai's accounts, it was clear that there was also a formidable adversary, Kiba TZ, alongside Orochimaru. As the memories flooded back, Minato reminisced about the time when he first took Kakashi under his wing as a disciple. He recalled visiting Kakashi's home, where the tiny figure of Shikiya was remarkably well behaved, never crying or causing a fuss. When he desired milk, he would call out softly. When he felt sleepy, he would utter a gentle cry. And when he needed a diaper change, he would announce it with 3 loud calls. These were the rules established by Grandma Mai, who lived next door. Each time Kakashi returned home, he would carry Shikiya from Grandma Mai's place, caring for him personally, observing the young Kakashi, who tenderly cradled the even smaller Shikiya. A look of profound happiness illuminated his face. At that moment, he yearned for a child as obedient as Shikiya. The first time he laid eyes on Shikiya, he was utterly enchanted. The child's large eyes sparkled, seemingly expressing admiration as if he considered Minato his idol. He remembered how Obito would bicker with Kakashi daily, vying for the chance to care for Shikiya, yet it was Rin who would inevitably claim him. Those were truly beautiful memories. As Shikiya grew older and learned to speak, he became a source of joy for everyone. For a considerable time, Minato and Kushina spent more moments at the Hitaki household than in their own. When Shikiya first managed to form words, he struggled to call out, Kakashi and I, Obito and I, Rin and Kushina, and then, with great effort, he stammered, Minato-sama, you are my idol. Reflecting on Shikiya's flushed face as he endeavored to speak, Minato couldn't help but smile, though that smile soon faded as he covered his face with his hands. He understood that everyone faced strenuous tasks, and this little one always sought ways to bring laughter and happiness to all. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered. Suddenly, a series of knocks broke the silence. Minato rubbed his face, his voice low as he called, come in. Kakashi opened the office door, his complexion pale, eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and a hint of despair. Sensei. Kakashi struggled to articulate. Calm down, Kakashi. Minato exhaled deeply, rising to approach him. He wished to convey that all was not yet lost, and to prevent his despair, but the words eluded him. He simply placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi was enveloped in a crackling energy, clearly on the brink of collapse, trembling and tears streaming down his face. His gaze had grown vacant. His mind was a tumult of chaos, leaving him unable to articulate his feelings. Minato enveloped Kakashi in an embrace, tears cascading down his own cheeks. Just as he intended to speak, a voice interrupted, Hey, bro, Minato-sama, what are you two up to? This doesn't look good. I don't oppose teacher-student romances, but 2 guys together is quite a sight. Minato and Kakashi turned abruptly, exclaiming in unison, Shikiya, Shikiya. Their voices were filled with surprise and disbelief. Are you surprised? Was it unexpected? Xiao perched on the windowsill, a radiant smile gracing his face as he waved to them. For a moment, both Kakashi and Minato remained motionless. After a brief pause, Kakashi's expression darkened. With a swift kick, he sent Xiao hurtling out of the Hokage building. Ah, brother, why did you hit me? The anguished cries of Chia echoed through the air. Why did I strike you? Do you not comprehend that I thought you were dead? Do you have any idea of the depths of my despair? Why do you feign strength? Are you aware of who they are? You dare to confront them? Do you truly possess the strength to act so recklessly? Kakashi relentlessly sent Chia flying with each blow. As Chia cried out in pain, a warmth enveloped his heart. However, Kakashi, my dear, your understanding of your esteemed leader's prowess is rather limited. After a lengthy pause, Kakashi finally ceased his actions. 1,001 methods of chastising his younger brother had finally found their purpose. Minato, standing by the window, smiled at the scene, feeling a sense of relief within. Kakashi lifted Chia, admonishing him, from now on, you must not act so recklessly. What gives you the right to hold the rear guard? You are merely a freshly graduated genin. To which Chia replied, brother, I am a ninja too. Were you not also like this when you undertook missions? In the stillness of the night, a voice echoed softly. I am who I am, and you are who you are. Regardless, you must not place yourself in peril. Do you have any idea how deeply I worry when I hear of your missions? Have you any inkling of the despair you left behind while confronting Orochimaru and Jay-Z? Kakashi countered. Yet, dear brother, each time you embark on a mission, my heart is equally laden with concern. Chia chuckled. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, his voice catching in his throat. Moreover, brother, do not forget. I possess 9 lives. In a hushed tone, Chia remarked, so what? Ninjas are typically very cautious. You may have died once, but feigning death upon resurrection would be futile. They will surely investigate. If they were able to kill you once, they can do so 9 times. Kakashi retorted, I possess the 8 gates of Duinjia formation. Chia chuckled. That is of little significance. I have also unlocked a gate, but my progress is limited. Kakashi gently tousled Chia's hair and replied with a smile. I have opened the 7th gate. What of it, if you have opened the seventh gate? Kakashi exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he hastily pulled Chie into the Hokage's office. What did you say? You have unlocked the seventh gate. He cried out in astonishment. What seventh gate? Minato inquired, observing Kakashi's bewildered demeanor with curiosity. Kakashi remained silent, clearly still in a state of shock. Boss Minato. It refers to the 8 gates technique of Uncle Dai. My physique is unique, allowing me to learn rapidly, and I have already managed to unlock the seventh gate. The gate of shock. This is also the reason I was able to escape. Seven Knights chuckled, savoring the astonished expressions of the two before him. Kakashi. It seems your younger brother has surpassed you, remarked Minato with a hint of leisure. Kakashi maintained a stoic demeanor. His emotions had fluctuated considerably throughout the day, and he yearned for a respite from it all, wishing simply to retreat and indulge in a deep slumber. I may have a slight edge in the 8 gates technique, but my endurance is not particularly strong. Typically, I operate at the level of a Konoha Chunin, so there is no need for concern on your part. My survival is assured. As Chie cradled his head in his hands, he chuckled. Suddenly, with a loud bang, several women burst through the door, Kushina, Rin, Yugao, and Anko, all wearing expressions of sheer delight. In an instant, Chie found himself enveloped in their warmth and joy. Chapter 75. Tsunade's tears. The group returned to the Hitaki residence, where Rin and Anko busied themselves in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Kushina, Yugao, and Chie engaged in light-hearted conversation with Kakashi in the courtyard. Sister Hong, you may release my arm now. I assure you, I am perfectly fine, truly, not a scratch on me. After the separation of the 7 Knights clones was lifted, she retained the memories of her doppelgangers, becoming aware of the delightful camaraderie they shared with Hinata, who often found herself in fits of laughter at their jokes. Ultimately, 7 Knights made the poignant decision to sacrifice herself for their sake, leaving her deeply moved. Initially, it was assumed that 7 Knights had perished. However, the revelation of her survival brought forth a wave of exhilaration and surprise. From the moment they reunited, Hinata clung tightly to 7 Knights' arm, tears cascading down her cheeks, leaving traces reminiscent of a little kitten. Oh, 7 Knights, I am so relieved to see you safe. Hinata managed to utter through her emotions. It's all right. It's all right. With such a beautiful sister like you, I could never bear to leave this world. Kushina turned slightly, silently admonishing her unborn son not to emulate 7 Knights, who could be rather mischievous. Indeed, she and Minato had already discerned that they were expecting a son, now 5 months along. As for how they knew it was a boy, it was none other than the Nine Tails who divulged that information. Kushina, have you chosen a name for your child yet? As Chie gazed at Kushina, he inquired, have you chosen a name? Yes, we have decided. Minato believes our child is destined to be the child of prophecy from Jiraiya-sensei's writings. Hence we shall name him Naruto. Oh, Naruto, come forth quickly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to guide you. What does it matter about being a child of destiny? I believe that living a life filled with happiness and joy is of utmost importance. Chie disdainfully remarked, brother, what is going on between you and Sister Lin? I can't help but feel that ever since your reconciliation, things have remained rather lackluster. 7 Knights turned to Kakashi once more. He recalled that shortly after his birth, Sister Rin would frequently come to care for him. During those moments when it was just her tending to him, she often whispered sweet nothings, praising Kakashi's remarkable abilities and expressing her fondness for him. However, we all felt that such interactions were somewhat inappropriate and left us feeling uneasy. I personally believe in a more natural course of things. Being overly proactive can often lead to discomfort and a lack of authenticity. Kakashi chuckled, feeling a sense of relief from the previous entanglement of emotions. It's up to you all, he said. Sister Hong, once Brother Sanai Ibiki departs from the team, will there be new members joining us? As the sun set, Chie inquired of Hinata, who replied that she would not be able to assist, for she had also been a Chunin for several years. Although her strength had seen a slow progression in recent years, she anticipated that it would not be long before she ascended to Jonin rank, thereby departing from her team. Moreover, their teacher was soon to give birth, rendering her unable to undertake missions during the upcoming years. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, their collaboration would be limited to just the two of them. And soon Chie might find himself acting alone. Hinata chuckled, how delightful. Chie beamed with joy, feeling the allure of freedom beckoning him. Chie, I must say, I never expected you to be a genius. With your seemingly languid demeanor throughout the day, I suspect you have been diligently training in secret all along. Kushina remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is a certainty. Under the shimmering glow of the moonlit night, Chie exuded an air of self-satisfaction, while Kakashi regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Was it truly so? In the Hokage's office, Minato sat across from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Mito Gaidon, and the esteemed leader of the route, Danzo Shimura. Minato remarked, Chie returned to the village unscathed from the clutches of Orochimaru and Kiba Jikaze. Do you not find this peculiar? He was simply allowed to return? Tsunade questioned, her voice laced with doubt. It was indeed hard to fathom that a mere 7-year-old child could survive under Orochimaru's ruthless grasp. It could only be surmised that Orochimaru had deliberately set him free. I am convinced that this boy harbors secrets. He must be a pawn placed in our village by Orochimaru. Let us not forget that the last person he encountered before Orochimaru's defection was none other than his disciple, Akatsuki. Danzo declared with unwavering conviction. I have confirmed the encounter between Chie and Kiba Jikaze. Chie has mastered a forbidden technique, the 8 gates, and I previously reported this to the 3rd Hokage. He is a prodigy in physical arts, already capable of opening 7 gates, Minato stated calmly. Impossible. At merely 7 years of age, how could he possess such strength? Danzo responded incredulously. There are always prodigies that defy comprehension, Leader Danzo, such as myself and Chie. Moreover, I can assure you that Chie is not a spy. I have watched him grow for many years, Minato replied with a gentle smile. That cannot be. He is the son of the legendary Hitaki Kakashi. What if, Danzo began. But Sarutobi interrupted, enough. I, too, believe Chie is innocent. Let us cease this discussion and redirect our focus to Minato's proposed reforms regarding the Umbu. In that moment, a flicker of insight gleamed in Minato's eyes, yet his expression remained unchanged. As the night deepened, Chie and Kakashi bid farewell to the others. In the end, Hondo remained behind to assist with the tidying of the dishes. Chie sensed that she had something on her mind. While Kakashi was delivering items to Granny Mai, Chie pulled Hondo aside. Sister Hondo, you've been wanting to ask me something today, haven't you? Hondo, I am sorry. My teacher. Tears streamed down Hondo's face. The teacher she regarded as family had hurt the boy she cherished, leaving her emotions in a tumultuous state, difficult to articulate. After all, she was merely 12 years old and had never stepped onto a battlefield. Her psychological resilience was not yet fortified. He is who he is, and you are who you are. You need not feel guilt. This is not your fault. Moreover, to be honest, Uncle Snake did not target me this time. And you still regard him as a teacher. I believe he would be quite pleased. Chie chuckled. Ah, really? That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Hondo let out a sigh of relief. All right, let's head back. Don't stay out too late. As Chie gently patted Hondo's head, he suddenly realized that he was now a tad shorter than her, though the difference was negligible. Recently, he had experienced a rapid growth spurt, and amidst his transformations, he had scarcely noticed. Oh, soon I shall become a man of worth, he thought. A faint blush adorned Hondo's cheeks as she unexpectedly kissed Chie, leaving him momentarily bewildered before she hurriedly fled. At least allow me the chance to retaliate before you depart, he lamented. In the dim light of night, Seven Knight felt a pang of disappointment. I wonder where Lady Tsunade is now. I miss her, he thought. In a remote town of the Land of Fire, Tsunade absent-mindedly rolled the dice, her recent winning streak unsettling her spirit. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived from the village. Lady Tsunade, we just received an emergency letter from the clan. Shizen rushed into the casino, her complexion pale. What does it say? Tsunade sprang to her feet. Seven Knight and his team encountered Orochimaru during their mission. He chose to hold the rear so the Inuzuka squad could return to the village. They said he might. Shizun's voice trembled with fear as she looked at Tsunade. Tsunade remained calm, donning her outer robe, though her hands betrayed a slight tremor. We must return to the village. Hey, you can't just leave after winning money. The crowd erupted in outrage, their voices a cacophony of anger. Boom. Moments later, the casino lay in ruins, its interior filled with wails of despair. Tsunade emerged from the dust, silently dragging Shizen along. She cast a glance towards Konoha, her eyes ablaze with fury, streaks of tears mingling with the dust on her face. Orochimaru. Chapter 76. A seed planted in Tsunade's heart in the Hokage office. The door burst open. Bang. Minato pondered whether it was time to replace the door. Tsunade, he exclaimed, surprised to see her. Immediately find out where Orochimaru is. Tsunade demanded. I will kill him. Lady Tsunade, he has caused the death of Seven Knight. I want to let him escape. If you fail to find him, I will hold you accountable. Who allowed him to leave the village on a mission? Seven Knight is fine. Minato's forehead glistened with sweat as he regarded Tsunade's bloodshot eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. What do you mean? Tsunade was about to unleash her fury when Minato interjected. I said Seven Knight is fine. He is probably at home sipping tea in the yard right now. Really? That's wonderful. I must go find him. Tsunade's legs weakened. Her earlier fury now replaced with a sense of exhaustion. She paused and questioned, why did I receive news that Seven Knight? Minato hastily pulled a chair for her, but Tsunade waved it away, refusing to sit. At that moment, Hinata was crying incessantly, saying they encountered Orochimaru and Kiba, repeatedly apologizing to Seven Knight, leading everyone to believe he had perished. However, he returned that very afternoon, unharmed. Perhaps you left immediately upon receiving the first news and missed the subsequent updates. Indeed, I departed at once. I won't delay further. I must see Seven Knight. Tsunade turned to leave, addressing the two ENBU guards stationed at the door. Assist Shizen in resting. Yes, Lady Tsunade. They replied promptly, only pulling the collapsed Shizen, who resembled a puddle of despair, to her feet after Tsunade had moved on. Their hearts brimmed with sympathy. Chie reclined in the armchair, engrossed in a book while savoring the salted peanuts sent by Grandma Mai. The mission on Xia's side had been delegated to a clone, and everything proceeded smoothly. Given the limitations of his own mobility in Konoha, he too employed a clone. He had initially planned to have Xiaoqi return to investigate certain matters, but with Xiaoqi's untimely demise, he was left to reorganize his plans. Seven Knights pondered when to send a clone to the hidden mist village. Although he could not locate Obito, finding the fourth Mizukage should yield similar results. Seven Knights. Yes, Chie casually responded, but then sensed something amiss and immediately sprang to his feet. Sister Tsunade, what brings you here? Chie smiled happily as he approached. Tsunade stepped forward, examining him from head to toe, and upon confirming that he was indeed unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She embraced Chie tightly in her arms. At the onset, Chiao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, but it swiftly transformed into a suffocating feeling. After a while, her hands began to flail in the air. Wang Rui hurriedly supported her. As Tsunade sensed that Chiao was speaking, a tingling sensation coursed through her chest, prompting her to release Chiao immediately. 7 nights of deep, labored breaths enveloped him, completely burying his head. He lifted his gaze to Tsunade, only to discover tears streaming down her cheeks. In a rush, he approached her and gently wiped away her tears. Sister Tsunade, do not weep. I am unscathed. Chie chuckled, extending his hand to showcase his muscles. I am truly relieved that you are unharmed. If anything had happened to you, I would have been at a loss for what to do. When I heard the news of your misfortune, it felt as though the very sky had darkened. I feared I was a harbinger of doom. Tsunade let out a sigh, unaware of the depth of her concern for Chie, akin to that for her younger brother, Sh. The news of Chie's predicament struck her like a thunderclap, filling her with an overwhelming sense of despair and anguish that she never wished to experience again. As Shizen gently wiped away Tsunade's tears, he smiled and said, Sister Tsunade, it truly touches my heart that you shed tears for me. Rest assured, I have grown significantly stronger and will continue to do so. One day, I shall possess the strength to protect you. Tsunade's spirits lifted, and she laughed heartily, ha. Then I shall eagerly await the day you become strong enough to protect me. Chie smiled as he gently pulled Tsunade to sit on the lounge chair, then crouched beside her, grinning as he asked, Sister Tsunade, you once mentioned that if I were to reach the level of Hokage, you would become my wife. I understand that you might think I am merely jesting or speaking as a child, but what if I still hold this sentiment when I grow up? What would you do then? Tsunade initially intended to respond with a light-hearted quip, but the earnestness in Chie's gaze rendered her speechless. After a prolonged silence, she feigned nonchalance and replied, I consider you as my little brother. Huh? How could you ask such an awkward question? When you mature and encounter a girl you truly like, you will undoubtedly forget about me, and that will surely break my heart. For 7 nights, there was no further inquiry. At this moment, it sufficed to plant a seed in Tsunade's heart, for one day it would surely sprout. After all, he was in no haste, and urgency would serve no purpose. Ha. Very well then, dear Tsunade, just remember our pact. When I mature and if my feelings remain the same, I shall pursue you relentlessly, even if it means opposing the entire world. Chie smiled and shifted the topic. By the way, Tsunade, during your extensive travels, have you encountered any amusing or intriguing experiences that you would like to share with me? Indeed. There are quite a few, Tsunade replied, her enthusiasm palpable. I visited a casino, and there's also a little town at the border of the Land of Rain, where another casino awaits. It was quite the adventure. Tsunade recounted her captivating tales to Chie with great fervor. In the depths of the night, He was consumed by his obsession with gambling. On one occasion, bereft of funds, I implored that insufferable girl to lend me some money, yet she remained obstinately silent, infuriating me beyond measure. In a moment of inspiration, I transformed into a youthful maiden and successfully deceived many, allowing me to indulge in my pursuits for several days. As Kakashi entered the courtyard, he overheard Tsunade boastfully extolling her own cleverness. A scroll in her hand suddenly fell to the ground, shattering the imposing image of the Sannin in his mind. Huh, Kakashi, what gives you the right to eavesdrop? Tsunade exclaimed, her frustration palpable upon noticing his presence. Get out. You are not permitted to listen in. Startled, Kakashi swiftly picked up the fallen scroll, which contained his notice of acceptance into the umbu. He bowed slightly and murmured, I apologize for the intrusion, before exiting the house, carefully closing the door behind him. After taking a few steps, he realized he had nowhere to go and decided to return home. Wait, that is indeed my home. Kakashi gazed at the door, momentarily speechless. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The laughter of Chie resonated with the joyful banter of Tsunade in the courtyard. Kakashi, leaning against the outer wall, couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Today, after completing their mission, Guy returned, and Kakashi boasted about Chie having opened the seventh gate. Guy was left in a state of petrification, standing before the Hokage building, devoid of vitality, resembling a mere statue. When he departed, he remained motionless, likely to remain in a state of melancholy for quite some time. Chapter 77. Guy. Is opening the seventh gate exhilarating? After confirming Chie's well-being, Tsunade departed from Konoha the following day without meeting Sarutobi, leaving the old man with a heavy heart. Shizune, upon learning of Kakashi's relationship with Rin, felt no sadness. Instead, she sought out Rin to chat and extend her blessings. Shizune had come to realize that her feelings for Kakashi were more akin to admiration than romantic affection. The two engaged in conversation for an extended period. When leaving with Tsunade the next day, Rin accompanied Chie to bid farewell to the two. Rin felt a sense of loneliness, having the three tails within her. She was unable to undertake missions. Ultimately, Minato had communicated this matter with the advisory council, and everyone deemed it a situation fraught with uncertainty, thus refraining from any particular reaction. However, Danzo proposed a complete sealing of the three tails' power, and Rin was restricted from leaving the village, akin to Kushina's situation, forced to remain within the village confines as a form of alternative house arrest. With Kakashi joining the umbu, his missions multiplied. Leaving the board Rin to spend her days accompanying Kushina, she had applied to teach at the Ninja Academy once Kushina gave birth, for she feared that continuing in such monotony would drive her to madness. Sister Rin, you possess the three tails, do you not? As Chie observed Tsunade and the other two vanish from sight, he suddenly inquired, Ah, Kiki, are you aware? Rin, feeling somewhat anxious, took a step back, fearing that Chie might regard her as a monster due to this revelation. Yes, he replied, I heard from Lord Minato. He instructed me to ensure your safety, for there are individuals in the village with malicious intent. The Three Tails is currently sealed and unable to wield its power. In due course, I will have Miru accompany you. She is capable of safeguarding you. Chie chuckled, do you not think of me as a monster? Lin inquired cautiously. How could that be? Boss Mizukage said that Sister Kushina also possesses a tailed beast, the most formidable Nine Tails, and she is perfectly fine, isn't she? Sister Kushina mentioned that the Nine Tails is quite obedient now. 7 nights of laughter. In truth, AFO's temperament is quite gentle. He engages in conversation with me and offers guidance, making him a rather amiable uncle. Is that so? I had presumed he was rather irritable and lacking in intellect. 7 Nights scratched his head in annoyance. Damn little brat. Who lacks sense? Lin chuckled softly, soothing the inner turmoil of her spirit. Previously, she had conveyed the message that the spirit wished to share with Kyubi to her elder sister Kushina, but it seemed that Kyubi was utterly indifferent. Then, Sister Lin, I shall summon Rice to keep you company. It has been quite a while since I last saw Mi Li. I wonder how Parker's education is progressing. The art of divination. In the blink of an eye, Chie swiftly formed a seal, placing a hand upon the ground as a dark array of symbols began to spread. Bang! A plume of white smoke erupted, only to dissipate moments later. In the center of the array, a rice grain appeared, its 9 tails swaying incessantly. Ah, Chie, how I long for you. The rice grain leapt forward in a bound. Chie gently caught the little rice grain in his hands and tenderly tousled her hair, eliciting adorable little sounds from her throat. I'm so sorry, Chie, for causing you trouble earlier. She quickly apologized, recalling Parker's words. Oh, it's quite all right. I hardly noticed. You've just entered human society, and it's only natural that you might not understand everything. I haven't had the chance to teach you yet. Lin, standing nearby, was unaware of what had transpired, yet she refrained from inquiring. Observing the charming demeanor of the little rice grain filled her heart with fondness. From now on, you shall accompany Sister Lin. She will need your protection, as I may have to venture out on tasks. Chia chuckled. Ah, I can accompany you. I wish to assist you in battle. Mi Li, sensing Chia's disdain, felt a twinge of anxiety. Haha, should the need for combat arise, I can summon you with spiritual magic. Sister Lin is a cherished relative of mine, and I hope you can safeguard her from any harm. Very well, Mi Li replied. Somewhat despondent, Lin smiled gently and lifted Mi Li into her arms. Mi Li, are you unhappy being with me? Not at all, Sister Lin, it's just that. It's all right. Chia is rather occupied at the moment. Why don't you spend time with me? I find myself rather bored at home. Chia, let us return then, Lin said cheerfully, waving her hand, with Mi Li also waving her tiny paws in unison. Goodbye. On the seventh night, as he bid them farewell, he recalled how Watergate had specifically asked him to protect Lin. It seemed that Watergate sensed potential dangers lurking for Lin, prompting him to have Mi Li stay by her side, as he himself found it inconvenient to provide close protection. As Chia arrived at Kai's residence, he found it deserted. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way towards the woods, where Kai's training ground was located. Bang! Bang! Indeed. He had not ventured far when he heard the sounds of impact emanating from within. Brother Kai, I have arrived. 7 Knights sighed heavily. 7 Knights? Kai flipped over and descended from the air, gazing at 7 Knights with a hint of melancholy. What is the matter, Brother Kai? You once told me that Kakashi and the others are naturally gifted geniuses, while you, like me, are a genius forged through hard work. Chia looked at Kai with an amused expression. Indeed, he thought to himself, I am undoubtedly a prodigious talent. No, that is incorrect. You and I are simply not on the same wavelength. You possess innate abilities as well. After training diligently for so long, I have only managed to unlock 6 gates, while you have achieved 7. Tears streamed down Kai's face, seemingly out of self-pity, but he quickly transformed his demeanor and curiously asked Chia, what does it feel like to open 7 gates? Tell me about it. I believe I am nearing that milestone as well. Though my chakra reserves and physical condition are currently insufficient, my power is likely not very strong, and the side effects are considerable. In a word, exhilarating. Chia laughed heartily for a moment before adopting a serious demeanor. Brother Kai, you are aware that my physique is exceptional, with my channels naturally flowing smoothly. In contrast, you have achieved your prowess through diligent practice. In my estimation, your innate talent in physical arts renders you the strongest, and I firmly believe you shall become the most formidable practitioner in history. What do you mean by enjoyment? Kai inquired, his gaze intense. As for the motivational words from Chia, he had long disregarded them. His primary concern at present was the 7th gate. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Chia, enveloped in azure steam, unleashed a powerful gust of energy that propelled Kai a considerable distance away. This is exhilarating. After Chia concluded, he retracted the 8 gates of Duanjia, and an immediate turmoil ensued within his body. In an effort to alleviate his own suffering, Xiao Fei exerted himself fervently to assist in the adjustments. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chia's eyes as he gazed at the approaching Kai, greeting him with a smile. How are you, Brother Kai? Fantastic, Kai replied with a hearty laugh. Today, I have come to learn from you about physical techniques, such as the Leaf Whirlwind and the Great Whirlwind. Are there any techniques to employ after opening the 8 gates? Currently, I just rely on brute force after opening the gates, which proves to be rather ineffective. Kai grinned widely, extending his arm to give a thumbs up to Chia. Absolutely. Over the next few days, I will teach you the fundamentals of physical techniques, as well as my unique technique, the inner and outer lotus after opening the gates. Chapter 78. The Rebirth Core acquired in the Rain Country, at the Akatsuki base. Xiao Nan, where is Scorpion? Has the transformation begun? Qin Yi looked at Xiao Nan with a smile and asked, Kintaro, why have you returned again? Once you complete your tasks, you are free to act as you wish. There is no need to make the arduous journey back each time. Xiao Nan inquired with a hint of confusion. Isn't it simply because I wanted to see you a bit more? He replied playfully. Chia retrieved a delicate origami rose from his pocket, presenting the vibrant red flower to Xiao Nan. I do not appreciate such jesting, Xiao Nan replied, her brow furrowing slightly. However, Chia typically did not persistently pursue her, and she found herself not entirely averse to his charm, yet her heart remained encased in frost. It's quite all right. In my hometown, a red rose symbolizes friendship. We are colleagues, after all. Please accept it. As the night unfolded, the words of the 7 knights were but mere fabrications. Xiaonan accepted the rose with a hint of perplexity, pondering whether Konoha held some peculiar significance. Scorpion had, with the assistance of pain, undergone a transformation of his body. And Biwa Juz had returned, currently recuperating. His mental state, however, was rather unsettled. Shall we pay him a visit and present him with a red rose? Xiaonan inquired. Yet, it seemed that only he could mend his own fractured spirit. Confronting his own reflection might exacerbate his condition. After all, I too possess the 8 gates technique. Poor Juz, it seems his life has been irrevocably marred by the 8 gates. Chia thought with a touch of schadenfreude, observing as the red rose gradually vanished from Xiaonan's grasp. Successful in entering Xiaonan's body, my red rose. I shall refrain from intervening, Xiaonan. May I inquire if we have any recent plans concerning Konoha? If so, I hope you can enlighten me. I assure you, I will not partake nor betray any secrets. But please do not conceal anything from me. Otherwise, I would be disheartened by the organization. Chia suddenly inquired. No, at least to my knowledge. In recent years we have merely been accumulating strength and resources, rather than instigating conflicts that would alert the various ninja villages. Xiaonan replied truthfully. In fact, Chia had contemplated indirect inquiries, yet such tactics would likely raise suspicion. It was far better to ask directly. If Akatsuki still sought to contribute, they would not deliberately conceal their intentions, which would also reflect their sincerity. That is good, I understand. After speaking, Chia turned and walked towards his room. It is now July, and in 3 months, the time of the Nine-Tails turmoil will arrive, coinciding with the imminent birth of Naruto. In preparation for the upcoming challenges, 7 Knights believes that with Toby unlikely to intervene, it is imperative to ascertain whether there are any contingencies from Obito's side. One of his clones has already ventured to the Land of Water, while his true self remains here, concerned about being detected by the Rinnegan. There is no need for anxiety regarding the super transformation technique, as the transformation devised by Little Waste is flawless unless chakra is completely depleted, rendering it an authentic metamorphosis devoid of any flaws. In recent months, he has resolved to refrain from any actions, upon confirming that all is well on Toby's front. Both his true self and clone will return to Konoha for protection. Additionally, one of his clones is stationed in Konoha, seeking an opportunity to eliminate Danzo. Regrettably, this old coin, having committed numerous nefarious deeds, remains excessively vigilant, thwarting any chance for action. Furthermore, despite Danzo's nefarious nature, he genuinely considers the welfare of Konoha and is unlikely to err in such significant matters. His ambition is to cultivate a robust Konoha, aspiring to lead it rather than preside over a decaying entity. During this period of 7 nights, a sense of anxiety has persistently enveloped me, the cause of which remains elusive. With each passing day, my unease intensifies. Brother Jian. Barely had Chia entered the room when a deep, husky voice resonated from the doorway. As Chia opened the door, he beheld the figure of Filiu, who lay prostrate before him. I have but one request. When you present yourself in such a manner, refrain from calling me brother, for it disturbs me. Filiu donned the uniform of Akatsuki, revealing a metallic tail and half of a cold, unsightly visage. There seems to be a notion that prior to the emergence of the scorpion's true form, the audience would exclaim, "Curse Scorpion." Yet, once the true form materializes, they would retort, "Curse Konoha." Scorpion, allow me to behold your true self. 7 Knights remarked, "This is my greatest secret, I am fine." Scorpio still wished to decline. But the tail of Scarlet Liuhu had already begun to deliberately lift the fabric of his clothing. He still possessed that handsome and refined visage, capable of smiling or frowning, yet devoid of any vitality. On his exposed chest, there was a protruding device. 7 Knights gazed at Scorpion and earnestly inquired, "Scorpion, is this truly worthwhile?" A faint smile graced Scorpion's face, yet no response was given. In the stillness of 7 Nights, I await patiently. After all, there is little in this world that evokes my fondness, while the eternal essence of art remains my utmost aspiration. It is solely during the creation of collectibles that I experience genuine joy. Thus, how could I deny myself this pursuit? This is my magnum opus, transcending 3 generations. And I shall achieve immortality. The Scorpion exclaimed with fervor. Madman. In the realm of the ninja, there exists an abundance of individuals driven by madness. Despite their eccentricities, many find themselves drawn to these characters, perhaps due to their unwavering dedication to their ideals, willing to forsake everything in pursuit of their dreams. Scorpion, it is indeed the cylindrical device upon your chest that you rely upon, is it not? Even without your words, I am aware of this. I wish to barter for the knowledge behind this technology. What could you possibly offer in return? This represents the culmination of my life's work, Scorpion murmured. Huh, is this not the very purpose of your visit? I can divulge the secrets of my gold release technique. Whether you succeed in devising a method to break the constraints I have placed upon you is entirely within your own hands. Chia chuckled. Haha, it's settled. This is the principle and method of the regeneration core. In essence, it is merely the rarity of the materials, for the most crucial elements are your life and soul. Scorpion handed Chia a small scroll, which he opened to examine. Once he confirmed that the little waste had recorded all the contents, he returned it to Scorpion and produced a small scroll of his own, tossing it to Scorpion. I've given you the materials. Now it's up to you to ponder over them. I hope you succeed, for otherwise, you shall forever remain my junior here. Turning to the little waste, he added, you must thoroughly research the regeneration core within 3 months. I need to attain maximum combat prowess before that. Understood. In the end, Chia uttered a poignant remark to Sia. I hope you will not harbor regrets in the future. Perhaps it is only through loss that one can truly appreciate the myriad flavors of life. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and the precious nuances of temperature. For now, at least. I do not regret my choices. As for what lies ahead, who can say? Sia's true form gradually reclined, while the mechanisms adorning Filiu's body activated, enveloping him completely. Clad in his uniform, Filiu turned slowly and departed from before Chia's door. On a rare occasion, Chi did not jest with Sia, leaving his mood somewhat somber. The following day, Chi sought out Xiaonan. Xiaonan, I have an important research project over the next 6 months. Please refrain from assigning me any tasks during this period. I promise to make up for them afterwards. That is acceptable, provided you fulfill your obligations later. However, should the organization require special operations, I will contact you via the ring, and you cannot decline. Xiaonan spoke candidly, without further elaboration. Chia nodded and stepped outside. By the way, you possess great beauty. A smile would enhance it further. I am unaware of the trials you have faced, yet one cannot remain ensnared in the past. We must gaze toward the future. I shall depart now. Half a year without seeing you will leave a void in my heart. Pain appeared beside Conan, watching Chia fade into the distance. The future, you ask? Does this world still hold a future? In the 2 months that followed, Chia's doppelganger lay in wait within the hidden mist village, yet he failed to encounter the 4th Mizukage, and the whereabouts of Obito remained shrouded in mystery. This left Chia's heart heavy with unease. He believed that Obito would not harm Kushina at this juncture. But it was difficult to ascertain whether Madara had left any hidden traps within Obito. After all, Obito was always accompanied by Zetsu. As of mid-September, with less than a month remaining until Naruto's birth, the separation of the 7 Knights has been lifted. In the absence of any leads on Obito, the focus must now shift entirely to preparations for defense. Kakashi has been particularly occupied lately, engaged in his duties within the Umbu. In truth, Minato had assigned Kakashi to protect Kushina, hoping that her close bond with Obito might provide her the means to guide him, especially during this poignant moment of witnessing the miracle of life. As Chia was about to rise, a sudden flutter of emotions surged within his heart. What is this? Xiaofei, what just happened? With a furrowed brow, Chia inquired with a hint of perplexity. I am uncertain. How do you feel? Xiaofei also expressed confusion. Noting that this sensation bore a resemblance to the feeling experienced by Chia the last time, he opened the 8 gates for the first time, resulting in the loss of a life. This is not good. Melee. Both Xiaofei and Chia exclaimed in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, Chia charged outward. The only skills currently available to Melee are Transformation and the 8 Gates of Duanjia, as the abilities she wields are borrowed from Chia, without his consent. She cannot utilize them. Having already perished once, it implies that Melee possesses almost no combat prowess. How could there possibly be danger in the village? In a state of utmost urgency, Shichai rushed directly towards the Hokage building. Minato had placed specially crafted kunai near those close to him, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. Minato, it's Lin. Sister Lin is in danger. My summoning beast is by her side for protection, and I have received word. In a swift motion, Shikiya leaped onto the windowsill of the Hokage's office, only to discover that in addition to Minato, Sarutobi, Tsunade, Mito, and Danzo were all present. I shall investigate. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato vanished from sight. Chi remained, casting a perplexed glance at Danzo, who he had previously suspected of orchestrating the situation. Moments later, the familiar sense of dread washed over him once again, sinking his heart. There was no one at home. With a grim expression, Minato returned to the office. Advisors. I request that you issue orders for the Umbu, the guard team, the route, and the investigation unit to search for the whereabouts of Noira Rin. She is now the host of the Three Tails, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. Chi-Yi, please ensure your own safety. I shall commence the search for Rin. With that, Minato vanished from sight. Chia nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the few individuals in the office, acknowledging them with a slight nod. He then hurriedly made his way outside. Look at this young scion of the Hitaki clan. He exhibits a complete disregard for decorum. I sense a hint of animosity in his gaze directed towards me. Danzo, filled with indignation, spoke in a low voice. It is your own guilty conscience that leads you to feel this way. Sarutobi retorted. My conscience is clear. You are the one harboring guilt. Danzo flung his sleeves and departed. Sarutobi sat in silence, offering no rebuttal, yet his gaze deepened with an air of melancholy, while he bore no guilt. He certainly felt remorse. Throughout the 7 nights, the sensation of palpitations returned thrice, adding to the previous 2, totaling 5 occurrences, which only fueled an increasing sense of unease within. Outside the village of Konoha, in a vast pit, Rin was enveloped in a crimson cloak of chakra, her 3 tails thrashing wildly behind her. Miri, run! Rin cried out in anguish, teetering on the brink of losing control as she faced Miri, who stood defiantly before her. A mysterious figure had appeared suddenly, clad in a black coat and hood, obscuring their face. Yet, those mesmerizing Sharingan eyes were strikingly vivid. And the furious roar of the 3 tails reverberated within, breaking free from its seal and pushing Rin into a state of tailed beast transformation. Fearing catastrophic consequences for the village, Rin fled into the forest, pursued relentlessly by the enigmatic figure. Those eyes seemed imbued with a sinister power, attempting to dominate the 3 tails within her. But Miri fought valiantly to obstruct it. Rin desperately sought to soothe the 3 tails in her mind, urging it to resist the control, but though it remained unshackled, it spiraled into uncontrollable chaos. As Miri activated the 8 gates, the steam rising from her body, she prepared to confront the mysterious individual before her, only to be caught off guard by the rampaging tailed beast orb unleashed by Rin, which obliterated her without mercy. Witnessing Miri's demise brought Rin a fleeting moment of clarity, her heart wrenched in agony. Miri, you must escape. Yet, Miri refused to abandon her. I promised Shikia I would protect you. Miri's fur bristled, baring her teeth in a fierce snarl at the mysterious figure. How infuriating. Have you lost your edge? What has happened to your strength? The figure's ominous voice echoed as the kaleidoscope Sharingan pulsed, appearing before Miri and delivering a crushing blow that left her no chance to evade, annihilating her completely. Next, it shall be you. Who would have thought the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails resided in Konoha? Splendid. You shall become my pet henceforth. Just as the figure raised a foot to strike, they felt a tug at their pant leg. Glancing down revealed a tearful yet resolute white cat, gripping tightly. Revived. Have you? Cursed beast, do not vex me. Another kick sent Miri exploding once more. Miri, no. You must go. Yet, Miri re-emerged. The figure's pupils dilated in disbelief. This creature could resurrect endlessly. Infuriating. Die? They bellowed. I shall deal with you first, for I refuse to believe you can revive indefinitely. Why have you ceased using the 8 gates? Show me your might, and see if you can stand against me now. A fierce punch was unleashed, sending Miri hurtling away, only to be caught by a barrage of attacks from the figure. Finally, when only 3 tails remained, Miri emitted a defiant meow, glaring at the figure with unwavering courage. Rin, succumbing to tears, felt the 3 tails within her quiet down as the transformation receded. Rin, you must flee. This individual can seize control if they free up their hands. Now is your chance. The 3 tails urged anxiously from within. Rin, witnessing Miri's obliteration once more, bit her lip in despair. Noira Rin, I advise you against moving. Escape is futile. This little creature once possessed 9 tails, yet now only 3 remain. If my calculations are correct, 2 more deaths, and it shall be done for. The figure taunted, gripping Miri's tail, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, their expression shifted. Cursed be it, they come swiftly. Casting a glance toward the direction of Konoha, the figure hesitated. This time, I shall let you go. Next time, I shall claim the 3 tails. With a mocking chuckle, the figure vanished, dragging Miri along with them. Rin collapsed to the ground, tears streaming as she stared at the spot where Miri had disappeared. Rin, are you all right? Minato rushed to her side. I am fine. But Miri has been taken. Leave it to me, Minato declared, vanishing in a flash, reappearing beside the perspiring Shikia. Shikia, Rin is unharmed. But Miri has been abducted. Hurry. Summoning jutsu. Without uttering a word, Chia pressed down on the ground, activating the spirit summoning technique. A plume of white smoke arose, and within the formation appeared a white cat with 3 tails. It meowed at Chia before approaching him, rubbing against the hem of his trousers while incessantly mewing. Mealy. Chia discerned that Mealy had lost her sentience, regressing into an ordinary cat, unable to articulate human speech. He cradled Mealy in his arms, and she contentedly stretched, licking the tear-streaked face of Chia. Watergate cast a deep glance at Chia, remaining silent before vanishing, as he needed to return to safeguard Lin. Has Mealy truly regressed? And is there a chance for restoration? Chia pondered. Indeed, there must be. No matter who it is, I shall ensure they meet an untimely demise. Chapter 80. The Hidden Peril of the Uchiha Clan. What? A peculiar Sharingan? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly instructing a member of the Umbu, who departed without a sound. It must be the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Within the Uchiha clan, it remains unknown who possesses the capacity to awaken it. Could it be that man? Shimura Danzo also expressed his confusion, his heart racing with excitement, as it was something he coveted. Unbeknownst to others, he had secretly transplanted a pair of Sharingan, one in his right eye and another embedded in his arm. Only Fugaku possessed such prowess. I have dispatched the Umbu to investigate Fugaku's recent movements, Sarutobi stated solemnly. Watergate remained silent, lost in contemplation, while Chia stood beside him, equally reticent. Could it be Obito? Unlikely. Obito would never treat Lin that way. Is it truly Uchiha Fugaku? Before long, the Umbu returned to the office and whispered a few words to Sarutobi. It is not Fugaku. During the incident, he was patrolling the village, with numerous eyewitnesses to confirm. However, the Sharingan cannot be mistaken. It was undoubtedly an act by someone from the Uchiha clan. I told you it was the Uchiha clan's doing. Chia interjected. Enough. You may leave now and check on Lin. Watergate abruptly interrupted Danzo's discourse. Chia nodded slightly, opened the office door, and stepped outside. Shimura Danzo cast a somewhat greedy glance at the grains of rice on Chia's shoulder, remaining silent. As the 7th Knight arrived at the Konoha hospital, he stepped into the ward. Kakashi was peeling an apple for Rin, an unusual sight indeed. Sister Rin, are you feeling better now? In the 7th night of inquiry, I found myself in a state of relief, thanks to the little creature, Mealy. Otherwise, I might have lost control. Please, let me see how Mealy is doing. Lin extended her hands, and Mealy approached, curiously inquiring with a gentle nuzzle before leaping into Lin's embrace, meowing softly in a playful manner. Mealy, how are you? Are you all right? Lin asked, her heart aching with concern. Mealy tilted her head in puzzlement, then began to play with her own tail, seemingly unbothered. What is happening, Chi? Lin felt a sudden unease creeping in as she gazed worriedly at Mealy. Despite being resurrected multiple times, Mealy's essence seemed compromised. Her intelligence might have faded, and perhaps she would need to grow a few more tails to regain it. How could this be? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin's cheeks. Mealy then bounded in front of Lin, extending her tongue to gently lick Lin's face, her tail swaying playfully. Lin embraced Mealy tightly, sobbing inconsolably. Chi. When Mealy regains her intelligence, will she still remember her past? Will she be the same as before? Kakashi suddenly inquired. I do not know. Chia let out a sigh, resigning himself to prayer. Brother, please summon Parker and inquire about the precise moment when Mealy first developed her intelligence and ability to speak, specifically, at which tale she began to gain such faculties. Understood, Kakashi replied succinctly. Parker soon appeared in the hospital room. Mealy, he exclaimed, noticing that his daughter was down to only 3 tails. What has happened to Chia? Parker asked, concern etched on his face. Mealy has been injured. She has lost 6 tails, and, consequently, her intelligence and capacity for speech. I would like to ascertain from which tail she initially acquired her sentience. 7 Knights inquired in a low voice. I have been rather busy lately and haven't paid much attention. It seems that after raising them, they eventually learned to speak. Probably around 4 or 5 months old. Parker hesitated for a moment, feeling a tinge of reproach towards 7 Knights, yet chose to remain silent. I shall take the little rice grain home for proper care, Parker remarked. Meow. Upon seeing Parker, the little rice grain joyfully approached to nuzzle against him. However, upon hearing that it would be going back with Parker, it promptly leaped onto 7 Knight's shoulder, seemingly expressing its reluctance. It appears to possess a greater intelligence than the average kitten. Chi contemplated. Alas, if she is unwilling, then so be it. Chi, you must take good care of her and ensure she is not hurt again. Indeed, Chi responded. After Parker departed, Lin cradled Mealy once more. Overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude and guilt, unwilling to part with her for even a moment. "Sister Lin," she inquired, "do you believe that mysterious individual possesses the Sharingan? What kind of Sharingan might it be? In the realm of 7 Knights, I have encountered a sight unlike any other, distinct from both the double and triple Magatama. It resembles a stunning flower, exquisite in its beauty. Should I ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, I shall ensure they face the consequences of their actions." Chie spoke in a low voice. With a sharp clap, Kakashi struck Chie on the head, admonishing him sternly. "Do not be overconfident. Do not forget that you no longer have any support. All right. In the 7 Nights of helplessness, akin to a kaleidoscope of blossoms, it is not the formidable power of Obito that prevails, but rather the enigmatic master of the Uchiha clan, concealed within the village. This clan indeed poses a significant threat. At present, Chie is deeply troubled by the fact that Obito has not leveraged Madara for the purpose of tailed beast control. However, there are certainly hidden machinations within the Uchiha clan that he has orchestrated. Uchiha Fugaku possesses such capabilities, along with that enigmatic master. Should the manipulation of both the 9 tails and the 3 tails be executed simultaneously, it would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge to withstand. Of course, if the 3rd Hokage is willing to make the ultimate sacrifice, it remains feasible for both the 3rd and 4th Hokage to give their lives. Alas, what initially seemed a straightforward situation has now become fraught with uncertainties. "Brother, please keep Rin company for a while.